Zhong Ying, unfortunately, did not survive the old man's demise to inherit a vast fortune instead. She perished herself. Yet, she was fortunate to be reborn in the last century, becoming contemporaries with her husband, who was originally 22 years her senior. In that year, he was not yet the formidable Mr. Yin, but merely an innocent-looking high school student. Zhong Ying's aspirations of living as a carefree girl from the slums were swiftly extinguished upon meeting him. Young and handsome, investing in him was undoubtedly a wise decision. Marrying early would yield fruitful returns once he ascended to greatness. Every penny earned would be a shared marital asset, and this new life promised to be one of indulgence and opulence. One day, someone stumbled upon Zhong Ying's diary, where the first page read, "Eliminate the first love, marry Yin Yu, bide my time for divorce, and share a bed with wealth." The second page lamented, "The scoundrel Su Weidong has utterly betrayed me. He has ruined my youth. How should I transfer Yin Yu's fortune to Su Weidong? Yin Yu, are you planning to elope with Su Weidong using my money? Zhong Ying, would you believe me if I said he is my father?" Warning. The protagonist of this tale is rather lethargic, her values slightly askew, and her intellect primarily devoted to clinging to the powerful. There are intentions of self-empowerment in the later stages, but the narrative does not unfold like that of a dominant heroine. Additionally, this is not a story of a significant age gap. The protagonists are of comparable age. The theme, passionate youth, with true love reigning supreme. In a nutshell, claiming his adolescence. Chapter 1. The summer of '88. As Zhong Ying exited the outpatient building, the midday sun of August dazzled her eyes. A Jeep 212 was parked at the entrance of the hospital, its rear door wide open. A young man in military uniform stood respectfully beside the vehicle, addressing her with deference. "Madam Chief, please get in." Zhong Ying slowed her pace as a man and a woman brushed past her and entered the Jeep, which swiftly departed after the door was shut. "Let's go. Do you have an umbrella?" "It's not raining. What do we need an umbrella for?" It was evident that there was none. Zhong Ying realized her inquiry was superfluous. They had a car, while she was left exposed to the sun. Reluctantly, she climbed into the back seat, one hand gripping the fabric of the man's waist, the other pulling up her collar to shield her face. During the 20-minute journey, she felt as though her head was on fire, nearly scorched to a crisp. The slender man responded, "No, we'll go to the cafeteria later," as he swung his leg out of the car. Zhong Ying was caught off guard and tumbled out, landing on her knees with a thud. Ouch. The man with the lunchbox hurried over to assist her. "Look at you, forgetting your daughter is sitting in the back. Are you all right?" "Thank you, uncle." With the support of the man, Zhong Ying stood up, brushing off her trousers, while the sweat stung the fresh wound on her forehead. Noticing her injury, the man with the lunchbox inquired, "What happened to your forehead, Ying?" "Li Zhouqiao is reckless. A young lady should not emulate him. By the way, the abandoned building lacks safety measures. It's quite dangerous. I've told you, but you wouldn't listen. The child has grown. She has her own ideas." Zhongba willingly conversed beneath the blazing sun, while Zhong Ying preferred not to. She glanced around, subtly shifting her stance, retreating behind the man with the lunchbox. Seizing the moment when neither of them was paying attention, she hastily turned and departed. The Zhong residence was not far from the door, nestled among the numerous bungalows of the family quarters. It comprised a modest square courtyard with 3 rooms, complemented by a self-built kitchen, providing ample space for the father and daughter. Upon entering her home, Zhong Ying stepped into the living room and poured herself a generous serving of cool tea from the enamel mug on the square table. The remnants of last night's meal lay beneath a gray mesh cover, while a fly buzzed around, intermittently landing in search of an opening. The walls were coated in lime, the floor was cement, and the furnishings were so stark they could be deemed rudimentary. The 5-drawer cabinet was in disarray. The cool cushion of the wooden sofa was half turned up, and a soiled undershirt lay discarded on the armrest. The mismatched blue plastic slippers sprawled haphazardly, and a black and white photograph of a woman adorned the wall. Zhong Ying pondered why the portrait was hung directly opposite the dining table. The smiling middle-aged woman seemed to watch over the father and daughter as they dined, creating an uncomfortable sensation akin to a thorn in the back, making it hard to swallow. Yet, Even in the absence of the woman's gaze, she would still find it difficult to eat. The cafeteria food was unappetizing, and her father's culinary skills left much to be desired. During the time she had just regained consciousness from a head injury, the chubby lady who brought her chicken and fish soup possessed commendable cooking skills. Unfortunately, she was sent away after just 2 days by Zhong Ying, who scolded her father for his shamelessness, claiming he had disrespected her deceased mother. Given that Zhong Ying had just awakened and was unaware of the circumstances, she refrained from expressing her opinions, quietly enduring the situation until she compelled old Zhong Ji to vow never to associate with Aunt Fat again, before contentedly slamming the door behind her, leaving him to endure the torment of her culinary skills. Ying, old Zhong announced as he pushed the door open and entered the courtyard, parking his bicycle. I'm gonna get some food. Oh, it is uncertain whether old Zhong had noticed anything amiss with her for over 10 days. Zhong Ying had been taciturn and had lost her appetite, rarely stepping outside unless absolutely necessary. This was a stark contrast to her once lively and playful disposition. Even outsiders had perceived the change, yet old Zhong appeared oblivious to any suspicions. The so-called outsider was Li Zhouqiao, a tall and lean 15-year-old boy, the principal cause of Zhong Ying's distress. In recent days, he frequently rapped on her back window, inquiring whether she would accompany him to the mountains, the reservoir, or the video hall. When Zhong Ying chose to ignore him, he would jest, "Hey, a little injury shouldn't keep you from playing that's not like you." Play? What? Her life? After sustaining a wound because of him, he still thought of amusement. Either he had a carefree heart or was simply foolish. What children of this generation found entertaining was beyond Zhong Ying's comprehension, but assuredly, it differed greatly from the pastime she indulged in during her own adolescence. Since this home, this yard, this city all exuded an air of poverty and backwardness. Without a mobile phone, Zhong Ying found it intolerable, yet, in reality, she not only endured it, but had done so for 14 long days. There was no refrigerator, no washing machine, and the sole television in the household resided in old Zhong's Ruma vintage model, the likes of which Zhong Ying had only witnessed in television dramas. That if one could tolerate all of this, the absence of a restroom was simply unbearable for her. That day, she wept, pouring her heart out over the spittoon. Old Zhong offered not a single word of comfort, instead urging her to dispose of it promptly. Zhong Ying firmly believed that her body could produce diamonds. After all, her bones were adorned with them. At the time she uttered this, she was at the zenith of her life, yet simultaneously engulfed in despair. Adorning her ring finger was a colossal diamond, and she was dressed in a lavishly tailored wedding gown, hiding in the restroom of the lounge while smoking. The bright mirror reflected her exquisitely indifferent face. While the humor was lost, the bitterness could still be articulated. Countless individuals openly and covertly mocked her father for selling his daughter, coercing her into marrying an old man 22 years her senior for the sake of wealth and status. Though this elderly gentleman was immensely wealthy with no prior marital history, he could easily attract a multitude of self-important women with just a beckon. Yet, he chose a woman of lofty ambition, notorious for her extravagant lifestyle and rumored to lead a rather scandalous private life, provoking much ire. Aside from her lavish spending, she did not acknowledge any other accusations against her, and there was no need for explanation. The saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, and given the Sioux family's standing in the North City, there were certainly many who resented her, but could not bring her down, resorting to petty grievances from the shadows. For 28 years, Zhong Ying lived a life steeped in envy, and if she maintained a low profile, she would continue to be the subject of envy for a lifetime. With her husband's health deteriorating over the past year and his considerable age, should she outlive the old man, she would inherit a vast fortune, ensuring her status as an illustrious matron for the remainder of her days. Yet she was so engulfed in her own recklessness that she effectively brought about her own demise. Whether it was due to alcohol, poisoning, or a reckless drive into a tree, or perhaps a combination of both, it mattered little. Upon her admission to the hospital, she was utterly shattered, her visage marred, and her internal organs devastated, with any attempts at resuscitation merely prolonging her suffering. In her final moments, engulfed in agony, a multitude surrounded her, their identities blurred, save for the memory of a hand clasping her cold and devoid of warmth. Her last thought was one of resignation. Death would be preferable, and she would rather be reborn as a girl from the slums than endure existence in this heartless aristocracy. The slap of reality came swiftly. Upon reopening her eyes to a new life, a new identity, and a new family, Zhong Ying regretted her past choices. She once believed that being coerced in a marriage with an elderly man marked the darkest hour of her life. Yet she soon realized that despair comes in varying degrees. What was Ankh? A dim twilight had transformed into a profound darkness where not even a hand could be seen before her. As she and her maternal relatives vented their sorrow and anger onto old Zhong Ying intervened to shield him from their wrath, which led to her sister, Zhong Ying, harboring resentment towards her, labeling her a heartless ingrate, akin to old Zhong himself. In truth, Zhong Ying held little concern for these familial dynamics. She merely absorbed the memories of her former self. Her greater concern lay in her predicament, how she had died and been resurrected, only to find herself transported back 33 years in time. Compared to the fortune of regaining life, Zhong Ying perceived this as a form of punishment, a spiritual exile. It was a chastisement for her rebellion and her failure to appreciate what she had, cast into a foreign era filled with suffering, hardship, and the tedious necessity of resuming her education, a truly lamentable fate. In the span of 5 years of marriage, she indulged in extravagant spending as an act of retribution, seldom displaying affection towards him. And they remained childless. With her demise, the connection between their families has severed. Will he still extend courtesy towards the Su family? Perhaps her father wished to welcome another daughter into their fold, yet she knew he would not acquiesce. After all, her husband, indeed, had chosen her for specific reasons. Zhong Ying inhaled the air of the 1980s, reclined on a wooden bed from that era, and felt the breeze from a vintage electric fan. Beneath the bed lay a sputum bowl, a relic of the time. As she deeply regretted and reflected, pondering that if time could be rewritten, she would certainly exercise more restraint. Tap, tap. The rear window was rapped upon, and 2 shadowy heads darted outside the flimsy curtain. Zhong Ying chose to ignore it, but the persistent knocking continued, aggravating her. She reluctantly rose, knelt by the bed, and parted the curtains slightly over her writing desk. "What do you want?" Li Zukio's eyes sparkled as he flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. The other boy, slightly younger, had a shiny bald head and continued to knock on the window. Zhong Ying had no choice but to open the window. "It's too hot. I need to study at home, not go out to play." A shiver ran through Zhong Ying, her skin prickling with unease. "Who are you talking about?" "Yin Chun." "Is it the Yin from Yin Shu and the Chun from Yang Chun?" "Who is Yin Shu?" "He has an older brother named Yin Yu." Li Zhouqiao cast her a puzzled glance. "Indeed, it's been half a summer vacation, and you've forgotten all about Yin Chun? Have you truly knocked your head and lost your senses?" A name became a trigger for memories, and fragments of Yin Chun gradually surged into my mind. Zhong Ying undoubtedly remembered this individual. He was a classmate from her kindergarten, elementary, and middle school days, the youngest son of Chief of Staff Yin, residing at a military compound just 2 streets away from the logistics department, frequently visiting the family quarters to play. His elder brother, Yin Yu, was 17 this year and had been studying in North City. 5 years later, in 1993, Su Zhezhong, the eldest grandson of the Su family in North City, married due to an unexpected pregnancy, and that same year welcomed a daughter named Zus. In 2016, 23-year-old Su Xing married 45-year-old Yin Yu. By 2021, Su Xing met an untimely demise, only to be resurrected in another vessel from 33 years prior. Chapter 2. The Living Uncle. Zhong Ying's head buzzed, rendered immobile on her bed, as Li Zhouqiao continued to chatter outside the window, her words falling on deaf ears. Her soul was undying, having become Zhong Ying, who then was the great-granddaughter of the Su family 5 years hence. Going to the movies, at what time? Lunch remained unappetizing, and aside from Zhong Ma's ever-watchful gaze, Zhong Ying was burdened with additional weighty concerns. Old Zhong and his now-grown daughter had little to discuss. Their conversation revolved around the impending school year, preparing for high school, and if she felt stifled at home, she could stay with her grandmother for a couple of days and ask her sister for clarification on anything she didn't understand. "I'm going to the movies this afternoon," Zhong Ying stated, setting down her chopsticks, leaving only a thin layer of rice in her bowl. "Where are you going, and with whom?" Old Zhong clicked his tongue. "You still associate with Li Zhouqiao? Have you forgotten how he betrayed you? Time has dulled your pain." Zhong Ying remained silent, clearly resolute in her decision. Old Zhong had to work in the afternoon, and there was no way to prevent him. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards his wife, and equally towards his daughter. Although his eldest daughter's resentment was quite intense, he could comprehend her feelings. As a soldier, he often found himself unable to strike a balance in many matters, and could only strive to accommodate his daughters as much as possible. If it meant keeping them away from male company, so be it. If they displayed displeasure, he would endure it. He compensated by providing them with a bit more pocket money, for he was aware of the wrongs he had committed against their mother. Zhong Ying's academic performance was mediocre, not nearly comparable to her competitive elder sister, Zhong Jing. She barely managed to secure a spot at Juzhou No. 1 high school through an extraordinary effort in the high school entrance examination. This child was carefree and mischievous, having a penchant for playing with boys since childhood. In the past, old Zhong would lecture her with the authority of a father, but ever since his wife's passing and the ensuing difficulties with his mother-in-law and brother-in-law, the image of his youngest daughter tearfully defending him often haunted his thoughts. He could no longer bring himself to utter a harsh word to her. After she gained admission to a prestigious high school, old Zhong resolved to raise her allowance to match that of our elder sister, now set at 15 yuan per month. After dinner, Zhong Ying took the initiative to wash the dishes. As a pampered young lady of the Su family, she had always had a maid by her side, and at 28, she had never washed her own clothes or dishes. However, the current state of the Zhong household was such that it could not be left in disarray any longer. Seeing his daughter at the sink, he smiled faintly, placed a bill on the table, and retired for a nap. Zhong Ying spent half an hour scrubbing 3 lunchboxes and 2 bowls, feeling that they remained greasy and unclean without dish soap. When old Zhong awoke and prepared to leave for work, she was still standing at the sink, her face contorted in distaste. On a sweltering day, even a slight exertion leaves one drenched in sweat. Unable to light the coal stove, Zhong Ying resorted to mixing the remaining hot water in her thermos with a substantial amount of cool water to wash herself off. She rummaged through the house and unearthed a light blue, round-necked short-sleeved dress, naturally of a vintage style made of smooth fabric that felt comfortable against her skin, although it had a small tear at the waistline. She then searched through Lao Zhong's room for a sewing kit lacking the skill to thread a needle or tie a knot. She fumbled for nearly 3 hours before managing to awkwardly stitch the opening together. It was a clumsy job, yet it was hardly noticeable if one did not pay close attention. The girl reflected in the wardrobe mirror was proportionate and healthy, with long arms and legs, a well-developed physique. Her thighs were strong, her calves elongated, imbued with a hint of muscle, embodying the form of an athletic enthusiast. Her visage bore no resemblance to her former self. Su Ying had inherited her mother's delicate and petite features, meticulously maintained over time, epitomizing the typical softa, indie beautiful girl from Jiangnan. In contrast, Zhong Ying possessed a more natural beauty, with an oval face accentuated by baby fat, unkempt brows that grew unruly, large double-lidded, dead eyes, plump lips, and rosy cheeks, all of which radiated the vitality and youthful collagen of a blossoming girl. She was undeniably attractive, though her complexion left something to be desired. Perhaps it was inherited from Lao Zhong, or perhaps it was the consequence of a summer spent in carefree play, as her skin had transitioned from a sun-kissed golden hue to a soy-sao sea shade, significantly diminishing her beauty. The notions of black pearl or black beauty were mere self-deceptions. The undeniable truth remained that a fair complexion could obscure 3 flaws. Yenshin had invited her to the Heping Cinema near Bridge, a mere 20-minute walk from the courtyard. However, Zhong Ying was reluctant to walk, for in this day and age, young men seldom offered rides to girls. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to ask Li Zhouqiao to take her on Lao Zhong's old bicycle. Li Zhouqiao wore a constant smile as he navigated the bicycle in a haphazard manner, eliciting startled exclamations from Zhong Ying. The more frightened she became, the tighter her grip around his waist grew, prompting him to laugh even more heartily. "You Don't tickle me, oh it's so ticklish. Ride properly. Zhong Ying chided, giving him a light smack before securing her hands beneath the seat. On such a sunny day, why are you carrying an umbrella? Everyone on the street must think you're foolish, don't you think? Foolish, indeed. Suddenly, the shadow overhead vanished, exposing them to the scorching sunlight. I'm enduring the strain in my arms to shield you from the sun, and you still call me foolish? No more hits for you to... Zhou Qiao immediately grinned, his face a picture of mischief. Hit me, hit me. You're too clever, not foolish at all. Anticipation swelled within her as they neared Yanchina, figure etched in both Zhong Ying's and Su Xing's memories, though she felt inexplicably anxious. In truth, she had never met Yin Shun by the time she married into the Yin family. He had already departed from this world. During her first new year in the Yin household, a pair of chopsticks had been set aside for him at the dining table, while her mother-in-law appeared somewhat unwell. She subtly inquired, and Yinyu revealed that his brother had passed away over a decade ago. At the entrance of the Peace Cinema, the previous screening had yet to conclude, and a group of boys lingered, laughing heartily. Zhong Ying dismounted from the back seat, stowing away the umbrella, and turned her gaze toward the tall youth encircled by the crowd. He spotted Zhong Ying, his eyes brightening as he waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Ying Ying." Despite the blazing sun, a shiver ran through Zhong Ying. Dressed in navy trousers and a sailor shirt, with rosy lips and a radiant smile, the young man before her was the very Imac. He of the person captured in photographs her younger uncle, alive before her eyes. Li Zhouqiao pushed her gently, saying, "Why are you standing there like a fool? It's not like you'll get sunburned now." With a few swift steps, he climbed the stairs, wrapping his arm around Yin Chin's neck and chuckling, "Let me tell you something amusing, Zhong Ying. That silly girl fell from Theg. Post building." Yin Chin gasped in surprise. "What? How did she fall? Is Ying Ying all right?" Li Zhouqiao beamed with delight. "She's fine, it's just that she isn't the sharpest tool in the shed." When we suggested putting pants on her head, she went along with it, completely unaware that there's an opening at the front of men's trousers. She stumbled down the stairs in the dark. How could she not fall? Ha ha ha. Zhong Ying. The boys erupted into laughter, while Yinshin looked at her with exasperation. "You really are quite foolish." But why did they suggest putting pants on her head? It had been over 10 days, and she still couldn't fathom it. She only remembered that Li Zhouqiao had proposed it, and she had simply agreed, with no one able to clarify the exact motivation. Yin Chun shrugged. "We go every year, it's just how it is. By the way, I brought gifts, I'll give them to you tomorrow." Li Zhouqiao jumped up in excitement. "I want nothing but a model warship." Dandan raised his hand. "I want a plane." Xia Hongjun added, "A tank would do as well." Yin Chun wrinkled her nose. "Each of you will receive a box of wine-filled chocolates. If you don't want them, they'll just give them all to Ying Ying, she loves them." "Cut it out." The military base does have a cinema, but it only screens propaganda films once a week, and the children in the compound are not keen on attending. To watch something new, one must venture into the city and spend money. 7 companions sat in a row, each with a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda. To the left of Zhong Ying was Li Zhouqiao, and to her right was Yin Chun. The two of them often spoke over her, and though she wished to change her seat, they were unwilling to echo. Mode ate her. The Lonely Soul of the Black Building is a horror film, characterized by the limited special effects of the 1980s, which relied heavily on sound and lighting to create an atmosphere that was both simplistic and brutally effective. Shortly after the film began, several individuals fell silent, wholly engrossed in the unfolding plot. The youngest among them, Dandan, occasionally trembled, covering his eyes while peering through his fingers. Zhong Ying's attention was not on the film. She attempted several times to whisper to Yin Chun, but each time she hesitated, deterred by his clenched fists, unblinking gaze, and rig. ID postured that in her past life, when she first encountered him, he was already a mature man. Much of her knowledge about his history stemmed from rumors and media coverage. From a newly affluent individual to a business magnate, he had built his wealth empire over the span of several years, transitioning from the tech sector to establish a conglomerate. It was said that he hailed from a military and political background, a son of high-ranking officials. However, rumors suggested that the Yin family opposed his foray into business, offering him no assistance in his entrepreneurial endeavors, and that the father-son relationship had once reached a breaking point. By the time she married him, her father-in-law had already passed away, leaving her mother-in-law to reside alone in an old building or retirement home. accompanied only by care. Taker, with no descendants to fill the household, it was perpetually cold and unwelcoming, and their relationship with the couple was far from affectionate. In 5 years, she had only been asked once, inquiring about when they planned to have children. At that moment, she thought, have children? What need do I have for children at such a young age? Marrying an older man was already a considerable compromise. Must I not be allowed to enjoy life a little longer? Upon reflection, although Yin Yu is advanced in years, he possesses considerable wealth, and there are numerous women willing to bear his children. Marrying him would yield neither love nor offspring, while simultaneously obligating her to support her languishing maternal family, ultimately resulting in a lifeless Shelenendi. A veilleur fraught with loss, a venture that yields naught but misfortune. However, Zhong Ying feels a sense of loss herself, having squandered 5 years of her youth in an unfulfilling marriage, only to meet an untimely demise after a fleeting moment. Her designer handbags, shoes, exquisite jewelry, real estate, luxury vehicles, a substantial investment in a styling card, a recently acquired premium package at a wellness center, a diamond necklace purchased but never worn, and a planned holiday in Tahiti with her friends. All these possessions, along with the shares in the Yen Corporation and the vast Marita, L assets who shall benefit from them now. At 50, Yin Yu, well-preserved and a widower without children, is entirely capable of remarrying. With a history of marriage, those opportunistic women would be even less restrained in their pursuits. My marital assets. Zhong Ying gritted her teeth, unable to dwell on the thought, for the more she contemplates, the more her heart aches. A hand gently patted her arm, and Yin Chen's warm breath brushed against her ear. Are you frightened? No, he lowered his voice and chuckled softly. The gift I brought you isn't just any chocolate. I know you'll adore it. Come to my house for dinner tonight, and I'll present it to you. Chapter 3. The boy beneath the setting sun. Yin Yu's household registration remained in his hometown, necessitating his participation in the college entrance examination there. In an effort to help him acclimate early, Chief Yin transferred him to Juzhou No. 1 High School for his senior year. Last year, the nation implemented regulations allowing universities to admit students through recommendation, and this year, Yin Yu successfully passed the assessments of 2 institutions. Since participation in the college entrance examination as a recommended student is voluntary, his decision was clear: to take the exam. My brother mentioned that his file required examination scores. Why? I have no insight into his reasoning. Perhaps it is merely to bolster his own image. Zhong Ying remarked. He is indeed impressive. On the eve of her wedding, Sue's father sat in silence across from her for a considerable time, finally managing to utter a difficult sentiment. You bear some resemblance to his first love. He will not treat you poorly. Although the trope of a substitute lover is well worn, there are always men with peculiar inclinations. The Su and Yin families had no intersecting interests, and Sue's father seldom spoke of the influential Mr. Yin at home. It was only when the moment arrived that Zhong Ying discovered they had long known one another as university classmates. At that moment, she thought, how sordid. Sue's father, born in the 1970s, was merely a year older than Yin Yu. When the latter explicitly proposed marriage, he audaciously stepped into the role of father-in-law, demonstrating that familial bonds are worthless in the face of monetary gain. Despite her notorious reputation for promiscuity, she was, in truth, an unblemished maiden. Yet, the older man shamelessly dared to pursue her. It was indeed repugnant. Is it not a matter of self-worth to spend his money lavishly? Alas, she could not comprehend the joy that poverty might bring. After a convoluted cinematic experience, Zhong Ying exited the theater, momentarily blinded by the setting sun. Raising her hand to shield her face, she gently tilted her head towards Yin Chun and said, "It is inconvenient. Let us postpone for another day." Yin Chun immediately pouted in displeasure. Li Zhouqiao, with keen ears, darted over. What are you two playing at with those furtive glances? What are you planning for another day? On their way back, he insisted on riding his bicycle while interrogating Zhong Ying about whether she and Yin Chun were conspiring to act independently, angrily berating them for their lack of loyalty. Zhong Ying, taken aback, forcefully removed his hand. When did you ever say that? Li Zhouqiao retorted with conviction. In 5th grade. Zhong Ying, half amused and half annoyed, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? You tricked me into putting pants on my head, embarrassed me. And now you have the audacity to claim you were pursuing me? I hereby officially inform you that you have been eliminated. I have apologized and even endured a beating." Li Zhouqiao attempted to argue, but Zhong Ying was disinterested, shoving him out and closing the door, her laughter tinged with irritation. Indeed, the children of 33 years ago were quite precocious. In the days that followed, Zhong Ying stayed home to shield herself from the sun, while Yinshin knocked on the back window, offering gifts, which she ignored. Troubled by her own thoughts, she was reluctant to draw too close to him. She attempted to reach the main line, but no one answered the first time. After waiting 10 minutes to connect again, it rang 3 times before a youthful male voice came through. Hello? Zhong Ying quickly responded. Hello, I'm looking for Yinshin. He is not home. Do you know who I am? What is the matter? Zhong Ying speculated that the voice on the other end belonged to Yinshin's aide-de-camp, and replied, I am his classmate, Zhong Ying. I have something to discuss with him in person, but no one at the military headquarters is allowing me to enter. Could you please inform him to come to my house? There was a brief silence on the line, followed by a sudden chuckle. You are Zhong Ying? It was a tone of skepticism. Yes. Zhong Ying found herself perplexed. There seemed to be no grounds for questioning the situation. It would not be inappropriate to return the gift in a couple of days, yet it might inadvertently convey the impression of having played with it and then discarded it. One should not accept gifts from those one is unwilling to befriend. Such offerings ought to be declined at the moment they are presented. She hurried forth, beads of perspiration forming on her brow, with no time to wipe her face as she seized the items and made her way to the military headquarters. The western gate was firmly shut, leaving only a side entrance, where a soldier stood rigidly at attention. As she approached, his gaze shifted to her, scrutinizing her every movement. Zhong Ying was clad in a simple, crisp cotton short-sleeved blouse and modified dark blue culottes, her feet adorned with white plastic sandals embellished with 2 rather quaint crystal flowers. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon her ponytail, bestowing it with a warm chestnut hue. She craned her neck, attempting to discern the figures appearing along the path in the courtyard. The soldiers, likely on their way to dinner, marched in orderly lines, and it was some time before any local residents appeared. Suddenly, her gaze was caught by a young man standing against the light. He was dressed in black trousers and a white shirt patterned with gray checks, tall and slender. One hand resting casually in his pocket while the other hung at his side. The sunlight was obscured behind him, casting a golden-red glow around his short black hair. He appeared slightly lean, his fair complexion enhancing his refined and clean demeanor. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing pale lips that contrasted with his thick eyebrows, neither overly delicate nor rebellious in shape, perfectly complementing his deep, lustrous black eyes. In those eyes, Zhong Ying even detected a hint of childlike curiosity and purity, qualities that would undoubtedly be sacrificed by the passage of 30 years and the trials of life. Simultaneously forfeited were the unrefined vestiges of adolescence, along with the virility that preceded the deceleration of metabolism. Was rendered speechless, beholding a countenance that was both strikingly unfamiliar and yet eerily reminiscent. Her mind reeled, rendering her incapable of uttering a greeting. What an attractive young man, such tender flesh. Nay, physique, form, rather state. Mr., even in his advanced years, remained handsome, his physique well maintained. His demeanor exuded a potent aura of stability, maturity, and refined elegance, yet the passage of time was undeniable. Are you? He inquired once more, his voice clear and bright. A stark contrast to the deep, resonant timbre she recalled. Involuntarily swallowed, a restless impulse stirring within her, igniting a surge of irrepressible desire. A myriad of thoughts flooded her consciousness, none of which were particularly dignified. Fortunately, she retained the awareness of her 15 years of age. Swiftly regaining her composure and adopting an expression of subtle surprise, her eyes wide with innocence, her lips parted slightly. Yes, she responded. And you are? I am, elder brother. Oh, raised her chin, straightened her back, and, adhering to the most exacting standards of etiquette, flashed an impeccable smile. She discreetly sought the optimal vocal register, and her voice rang out crisply. So you are. I often hear speak of you. What brings you here? Where is? Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Presented his credentials, escorting into the military compound. He walked to her right, towering over her by a head, maintaining a respectful distance. Traversing 33 years of time, she once again stood beside her husband, walking through his youthful days in the past he seldom spoke of. Zhong Ying found it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within her. The west gate led to a straight asphalt road that directly connected to the residential area, flanked by meticulously trimmed shrubs, with pine trees and magnolias planted behind them. The narrow curb was devoid of any fallen leaves or pine needles, a testament to the military's rigorous discipline. The first half of the journey was silent, but upon entering the residential area, Yanyu glanced at the item in her hand and inquired, "Are you in the same class as Yinshin?" Zhong Ying, contemplating a topic of conversation, responded promptly. "We were in the same class during middle school, but not necessarily in high school. His grades are exceptional. He can enter the advanced classes." Yanyu scoffed. "Are his grades really that good?" His disdain for his younger brother was palpable, making Zhong Ying feel slightly conflicted about flattering him. After a moment of reflection, she blinked her big eyes and said, "Of course, he can't compare to you, brother. Yinshin mentioned you have already secured a spot in a prestigious university. That's impressive." He raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Zhong Ying decided to inflate his ego further, feigning ignorance. "Yinshin said you plan to take the college entrance exam. Aren't students with guaranteed admission exempt from it?" Indeed, his chin lifted slightly, and his tone was nonchalant. "There is a distinction between guaranteed admission students and top scorers in the college entrance exam." Ah, so this is the true nature of Yanyu, wanting both the fish and the bear's paw, puffing up with pride. Zhong Ying took a shallow breath, gazing at his profile, and remarked, "No wonder Yinshin admires you so much. You are truly remarkable. I believe the title of top scorer belongs to you." Yet, in her heart, she pondered, "This fellow is quite handsome. Look at that taut skin, the high bridge of his nose, the thick eyelashes, and the elegantly sculpted cheekbones. I can't help but wish to feel his presence." Yanyu smiled, a faint dimple appearing on his cheek. "Just kidding. There are so many talented students in our province. I may not necessarily emerge as the top contender." Zhong Ying continued to praise him. "Oh, come on. You will surely succeed. I am eagerly awaiting your triumphant news." "Brother Yanyu." The two engaged in cheerful conversation for a few moments before turning a corner, the Yin family residence coming into view. This area was lined with similarly styled three-story red brick villas, each accompanied by a garden. Exclusively for military and political officials and retired elder leaders, residential conditions that were quite lavish for this era. At the entrance stood a black sedan, and Yan's aide, with a bright smile, opened the car door. A middle-aged man with a slightly protruding belly stood by the trunk, pulling out items. "Uncle Guan, you have arrived." Yanyu called out. The man turned his head. "Ah, Xiaoyu, we just got here. Has the old commander finished work yet?" "Soon." Yanyu gestured to Zhong Ying. "You go ahead and find Yinshin. He should be on the second floor." As Zhong Ying passed by the black car, she noticed a middle-aged woman in a royal blue dress, adorned with a pearl necklace, exiting the vehicle and warmly greeting Yanyu. Chapter 4. A mind driven by profit. This was not Zhong Ying's first visit to the Yin household. She was familiar with the surroundings. Upon entering, she unexpectedly encountered another middle-aged woman. She froze for a moment, her mind going blank, a dreadful title lodged in her throat, which she managed to suppress with sheer willpower. Softly calling out, "Aunt Chu, I am here to see Yinshin." Yinshin's mother, Chu Hongsu, was evidently in high spirits, impeccably dressed, and radiating warmth. "Ying has arrived. Xiao Chun is upstairs. Please, go on up. We will have dinner together tonight." "No, I just need to give him something, and we'll be leaving shortly." "Thank you." "Aunt Chu, Ying, come upstairs quickly." A tall young man, his hair damp, waved at her from the top of the stairs. "What about the access pass I gave you last time? Have you lost it again?" Having navigated the social elite for 28 years as the eldest daughter of the Su family and the daughter-in-law of the Yin family, Zhong Ying had honed her skills. Particularly in social settings, the art of disguise was crucial. Maintaining an impassive facade while tumultuous emotions roiled within was a fundamental skill. She adeptly concealed her momentary distraction. Beaming as she asked, "Yinshin, who are your guests today? They seem to have confined you indoors." The entire building boasted wooden floors, which creaked underfoot as she walked in her plastic sandals. Normally, she would have changed into slippers upon arrival, but today, the formality had been waived due to the gathering. Observing Yinshin's simply furnished room, consisting of a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, she handed him the box, saying, "I don't want it." "Well, I don't like it," she asserted decisively. "Those little trinkets are pointless. They would just gather dust at my place. You might as well give me a box of chocolate with a liquor filling instead." Zhong Ying shook her head once more. "I prefer planes, cannons, and tanks. Dolls are simply not suited for me." Yinshin sighed in exasperation. "At your age, why do you still lack any feminine charm? The other day when I saw you in a dress, I thought you had changed. What does a little brat know about feminine allure?" Zhong Ying rolled her eyes, resolutely placing the box on the writing desk. "Why would your aunt gift you a doll?" Yinshin stammered, scratching his head. "She didn't give it to me. She brought a multitude of items for my grandmother, and I chose it myself. I'm a boy. Why would she gift me such a thing? Indeed, Yan's aunt, discovering that the doll she intended to collect had vanished, would surely be at a loss as to how to react. A complete set. Chen scoffed, believing she genuinely disliked it, and did not press further. He bent down and retrieved a small model battleship from a drawer in the writing desk. How about this? Li Zhouqiao has been eyeing it for a while, but I'll give it to you. Zhong Ying's face lit up with joy. Wow, so cool. But if I don't accept it, Chen will get upset. Cradling the battleship, she descended the stairs and heard the melodic laughter of Chu Hongsu in the living room, mingled with a sweet, feminine voice. Zhong Ying peeked in, but the door frame between the foyer and the hall obscured most of her view. She could only see Yu's black pant legs and the lace-trimmed white socks beside them. She casually inquired, "Isn't your uncle's old comrade quite close to your family?" Chen replied, "Yes, Uncle Guan was my father's subordinate. He transferred to Beijing and lives nearby my grandmother's home. His sister, Guan Ling, is in the same class as my brother. They have played together since childhood, so they are quite close." Zhong Ying responded with an ordinary expression, "Hee, childhood sweethearts." Chen mischievously winked and whispered, "I suspect Guan Ling is dating my brother." Zhong Ying, maintaining her na-ve girl persona, exclaimed, "Really? Isn't that considered early romance? It is hardly the case. My brother is nearing his 18th birthday, soon to embrace the freedom of love." "Oh, how did you come to know they were romantically involved?" Chen, with a well-reasoned argument, posited that if it were not for love, how could Sister Guan Ling relinquish the advantageous conditions of local admissions for the college entrance examination in Beijing to relocate her household registration to Zhuzhou? She is, after all, pursuing my brother. The transfer of residency from the capital to a provincial city for the examination is quite a bold maneuver. Standing at the doorway of the living room, she bid farewell to Aunt Chu, politely declining the invitation to stay for dinner. Zhong Ying offered a courteous nod to Yu, who was lounging on the sofa. Along with the family of three, her gaze briefly scanning the girl's face. Encountering two familiar faces in quick succession was overwhelming. She had no time to digest the youthful arrogance and fervor of Yu, or to contrast the stark differences in Chu Hongsu's appearance between her middle and later years. The sudden appearance of Guan Ling left her feeling a pang of unease. While she did not know Guan Ling personally, she was aware that Yu had a friend named Linda who had immigrated abroad, Linda Guan. A few days later, Zhong Ying, confronted with issues regarding the licenses for her bar, sought out Yu in his study. He was engaged in a video call, his demeanor surprisingly relaxed. She overheard a woman on the computer exclaim, "Why subject yourself to discomfort? If you are unhappy, just leave." At that moment, Zhong Ying quietly retreated, waiting until he concluded his conversation before casually inquiring, "Who was that just now, speaking so freely about divorce?" Although she did not love Yu at that time, her sense of being the legitimate partner was exceedingly strong. She maintained a vigilant attitude towards any woman in her husband's vicinity, denying any opportunity for flirty advances. Should she detect any hint of impropriety, she would decisively take action to eliminate the threat. After all, money is undeniably enticing. She needs it. And the Su family needs it even more. How could one allow anyone to exploit a gap? Thus, she had harbored resentment towards Linda Guan for quite some time. That old friend, with her words, led Zhong Ying to categorize her as an insidious adversary. She was the one being pursued for marriage. She could not fathom that Yu would confide in anyone about his discontent with their marriage. Given his status and wealth, if he truly felt wronged, he would have cast her aside long ago. The Su family wouldn't dare utter a word, let alone seek solace from an old friend. Subsequently, Linda Guan's name disappeared from the narrative. Yu maintained his integrity, consciously keeping his distance from the opposite sex, and continued to indulge her as always, allowing her to gradually forget about that person. Today, upon seeing Guan Ling's appearance, her heart sank unexpectedly. With a heart-shaped face, a prominent nose, elegant brows, almond-shaped eyes, and a delicate cherry-like mouth, the smile bore a striking resemblance to the old Su Ying. Guan Ling was the one who had caused Yu to yearn for her throughout half his life. His first love? Having lazily slept until 11 in the morning, the once clear sky, after many days of sunshine, finally unleashed a thunderous rainstorm. Following the rain, there was no sun in sight, and the air was refreshingly cool. She opened her drawer and retrieved a pink faux leather wallet adorned with a kiss clasp. Taking out all the cash within, she laid it on the table and counted it twice, a total of $17.65. There was also a small boat made of numerous 1-cent bills tucked away in the drawer, which, combined, might just amount to $18. Zhong Ying stared at the outdated currency, disregarding the burning sensation in her stomach as she contemplated the purchasing power of this money. Her mind was clearer than ever before. After a restless night, she had unraveled all the threads of her predicament. Heaven had bestowed upon her an opportunity not to squander her life in mediocrity, but to rise above it. From the moment she encountered Yin Chun, the enigmatic and capricious nature of fate began to unveil itself. Displeased with her husband's advanced age and cunning nature, burdened by the secrets of his past, the heavens bestowed upon her a 17-year-old youth, pure as freshly fallen snow, as though dangling a resplendent golden carrot before a donkey. In that instant, all her past discontent and indignation found their release. Upon meeting the young and charming Yanyu, the most ludicrous thought among her wild imaginings was that he had spent 5 years indulging in her youth. Thus, she too would partake in 5 years of his youthful exuberance, achieving an equilibrium. As the night settled into tranquility, deeper reflections emerged. This was not merely a matter of youthful dalliance, with the awareness that Yanyu was destined to soar to great wealth in the future. The significance of shared marital assets accumulated over a few years versus those amassed over decades became glaringly apparent. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose wisely. The earlier the marriage, the greater the shared wealth, and by the time she reached the age of 48, the divisible portion would amount to astronomical figures. Why 48? Because at present, Yanyu was merely 2 years her junior, and in the year he turned 50, before her untimely demise in her previous life, he had already contemplated retirement, significantly diminishing the potential for generating new wealth. Securing half of his fortune would suffice for a lavish and carefree existence thereafter. The charm of the 80s, the wonders of that era, and even the delightful open-air latrines of the time were nostalgic treasures. How could she merely pass through Yanyu's vibrant youth without seizing the opportunity? This was undeniably a compensation for her sacrifices to her family, a reward for her submission to an older man, truly a treatment reserved for the favored daughters of heaven. She was determined to keep a close watch on Yanyu, forcefully infiltrating his life, eliminating his first love, ensuring he would not languish in unrequited affection, and compelling him to settle down at an early age, waiting for the entrepreneurial ventures to flourish, leading to wealth, divorce, and the division of assets. Heh, Zhong Ying chuckled foolishly. Captivated by her own profit-driven, yet remarkably lucid mind, she picked up the small, circular mirror framed in plastic from the table and, upon gazing into it, her proud smile faltered. What use was youth alone? Look at those coarse eyebrows, the white hair on her nose, the blemishes on her chin, and that soy sauce-colored skin. Not to mention the dog-chewed nails, the unkempt hair that lacked any care, the overly robust thighs, and the flab on her abdomen. Unsure if his first love was Guanling, Zhong Ying, having become a substitute for that initial romance, projected her insecurities onto others. Believing that the girl who would linger in his memory for decades would certainly not resemble her current self. A knock echoed. Zhong Ying drew the curtains and, as expected, was met with Li Zhouqiao's exuberant, bright smile. Let's go watch the recordings on Fun Young Street, the Bruce Lee martial arts film. I can't. I have something to do. What is it? Shopping. Li Zhouqiao immediately altered his plans. I'll join you. Chapter 5. Encountering the first love. Miss Juzhou, located in the heart of the Central Plains, was once a coveted battleground for military forces in ancient times and became a significant tug-of-war point between opposing factions before the establishment of the nation. The wars were fierce, resulting in a large military presence even decades later. Miss Su, though reasonably educated, had little interest in modern history, and her knowledge of Juzhou's past was gleaned solely from Zhong Ying's textbooks and the patriotic education imparted by old Zhong to the two sisters since childhood. The bus on Line 8 was not crowded, allowing both of them to find seats. Li Zhouqiao observed Zhong Ying leaning intently against the window and gently nudged her shoulder, saying, "There's nothing worth seeing. Don't lean out too far, or the driver might scold you." Indeed, there was little to behold, compared to 30 years hence. The present-day Juzhou appeared as rudimentary as a small county town. Buildings towering above 7 stories were scarce, with drab shops lining the streets, where bicycles and automobiles shared the road. Pedestrians donned monotonous attire, and only occasionally did a woman in vibrant clothing stand out amidst the conservative crowd. Despite several years of reform and opening up, the citizens of Juzhou had yet to catch up. Li Zhouqiao, perhaps afflicted with a touch of hyperactivity, could not sit still even in a vehicle. He fidgeted restlessly, always leaning in to speak, his warm arm brushing against hers intermittently. Zhong Ying pushed him away slightly, exclaiming, "Could you please sit properly? It sounds stifling being so close." Li Zhouqiao scoffed, "How pretentious. Who wants to be near you?" Zhong Ying was aware of Li Zhouqiao's affection for her, though it did not seem particularly intense. His eyes were innocent and bright, devoid of any lewdness. Their closeness stemmed from a childhood bond that lacked boundaries. Li Zhouqiao chuckled, "Do you think you can get into university? It's not that easy. Just because you stumbled into #1 high school doesn't mean you'll be attending university with Yinshun. He.S. aiming for Beijing. You might not even qualify for Juzhou College." "What tier is Juzhou College? Is it even a proper institution? You wouldn't even pass for a diploma or an associate degree." "Ah, young man, you underestimate me. When I put my mind to studying, I frighten myself," she retorted. Li Zhouqiao continued unabated, "Honestly, you might as well not waste your effort. Just stick with me for 3 years and we'll take the exams together. Do you remember that our names are inscribed on the monument of the fallen heroes? Martyr Li Zhouqiao, Martyr Zhong Ying. We are the reincarnations of these martyrs, destined to take up the guns from our predecessors and become honorable soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, defending our motherland and bravely fighting against our enemies." Zhong Ying smiled, reminiscing about an old story. The Yan Yu Group has a charitable foundation with numerous projects, allocating substantial funds each year, one of which specifically supports the families of martyrs. Direct donations in the name of the group are not permissible. They must be funneled through officially designated departments. Yan Yu is particularly attentive, frequently liaising with the responsible parties to monitor the allocation of funds, and he visits the martyrs' cemetery twice a year to lay flowers and pay respects, organizing it as a regular activity within the group. Zhong Ying thought that, being from a military family, he harbors a unique affection for soldiers. In the city, there is a department store and a friendship store. In her memory, the friendship store offered a wider selection of imported goods, and Zhong Ying intended to visit it first. In response, Li Zhouqiao remarked, "My mother said the friendship store looks down on people. 10 years ago, they wouldn't even allow locals to enter. Why would you want to go there when everything you need can be found in the department store?" Zhong Ying's eyes glinted with disdain. That was 10 years ago. Things are different now. Customers are treated like royalty. Just stepping inside is an honor, and the attendants are eager to carry your bags and assist you. Li Zhouqiao stared at her in a daze, stammering, "Ying, the way you just spoke was so reminiscent of." "Reminiscent of what?" "A female spy from a movie, the wicked daughter of a capitalist, the cruel wife of a landlord." Huh. It has become evident that Zhong Ying's perception of the extent to which the Chinese populace has been corrupted by money since the advent of reform and opening up is excessively optimistic. After perambulating through the friendship store, she noted that none of the sales associates deigned to acknowledge her presence when she attempted to examine an obscure brand of cream. A haughty saleswoman brusquely retorted, "Don't look if you aren't buying." Spotting a handbag reminiscent of the retro messenger bags that would later gain popularity, she instinctively reached out, only to be met with a vehement shout, "Don't touch. It's very expensive." Upon inquiring the price, she learned it was 68. The saleswoman added, "If you want it, I'll retrieve it for you." Zhong Ying's expression darkened. As a young lady of privilege, she had never endured such indignities, yet was left with no opportunity to retaliate, as she truly could not afford it. Dejectedly, she descended to the second floor, where Li Zhouqiao offered consolation. "I told you not to come to the friendship store. Let us go to the department store instead. The salespeople there are quite amiable." Yet, is it truly a matter of amiability? The lack of commission results in a lackadaisical approach to sales. Imagine if each handbag earned them 5 or 8 yuan. They would surely hustle to attract customers on the streets. Still seething with frustration, she nearly succumbed to envy upon descending further. At the cosmetics counter, Zhong Ying spotted a familiar mother and daughter duo. The mother suggested, "Let us buy Pecoin, it's fragrant and moisturizing." The daughter countered, "No. Who uses such greasy products in summer? I want Summer Lotus, it's refreshing and brightening." The mother insisted, "Buy it, buy Summer Lotus. Will 2 bottles suffice?" The daughter replied, "That's enough. Thank you, Mom. You're the best." Zhong Ying felt a pang of discontent. The scarcity of consumer venues had led to an unexpected encounter with her first love. Peering with an insatiable curiosity beside the counter, I observed the mother and daughter not only purchasing a summer drink, but also acquiring face powder, lip gloss, and fragrant shampoo, paying with a delightful ease. Guanling donned a short-sleeved white blouse adorned with lace, layered over a knee-length dress of purplish-gray stripes that revealed her slender calves. Her hair was styled in 2 high braids, wound into circular shapes, reminiscent of a primary school student. Although her 17-year-old attire seemed a touch juvenile, Zhong Ying could not deny the vibrant essence of youth that radiated from her, making her quite charming. Once accustomed to a spacious walk-in closet filled with haute couture and limited editions, Miss Su, who would discard a piece after wearing it once, had been somewhat battered by the meager fashion trends of the 1980s, even finding mismatched colors to be a form of style, believing that foregoing stockings made one a trendsetter. "Who is that?" Li Zhouqiao noticed her intense gaze fixed upon the pair, his curiosity piqued by the predatory glint in her eyes, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Zhong Ying shot him a glare, only for him to break into a roguish grin. "In my heart, you are the most beautiful. Do you know why? Because other pretty girls don't play with me. Ha ha ha. Come on, let me treat you to a nice pop." His voice, now altered by puberty, resembled a duck's quack, coarse and flat. Zhong Ying shot him a sidelong glance, then chuckled in response. In her adolescence, many boys had pursued her, arriving in luxurious cars, presenting flowers, bags, and jewelry, spending lavishly from their family's fortunes, dining at upscale restaurants, and navigating exclusive clubs with more finesse than their fathers. They grasped the complexities of love early on, yet they also lost their innocence far too soon. At a roadside shop selling ice cream, they bought 2 creamy popsicles for a mere 15 cents each, essentially frozen concoctions of powdered milk and sugar water. They melted delightfully on the tongue, offering a flavor that was refreshingly pure and innocent. After savoring a popsicle, Zhong Ying's spirits lifted. She had grand aspirations and would not be disheartened by the temporary inability to acquire finer things. Even if Guanling were indeed Yin Yu's first love, Zhong Ying held her in low regard solely based on her pursuit of a boy, to Zhu Zhou. A girl who chases after a boy diminishes her own worth. Yin Yu had endured a heartache that lasted years. His entanglement with that woman must have been fraught with love, hate, and all the complexities of emotion, leaving behind deep scars. Thus, Zhong Ying was in no rush. The children had just stepped into adulthood, awakening to the stirrings of affection. Patience would yield greater rewards. "What are you doing?" Zhong Ying asked, peeling a cucumber off her lips. "Hydrating," she replied. Old Zhong, perplexed, responded, "What use is a cucumber for your face? Once you apply it, how can you eat it? Throw it away. You're wasting food." He protested. "I bought it with my own money." "What money do you have?" "The pocket money I give you is not for squandering." Zhong Ying leisurely removed the cucumber slice, sitting up to confront her father. "Is it appropriate for us to share just 1 bar of soap for washing our hair, face, and body? Since Mom is gone, you cannot treat me this way." Old Zhong instinctively glanced at the memorial photo. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Determined to make her father feel the pinch, Zhong Ying spoke pointedly. "I heard from Shou Chao that his father earns a monthly salary of 180, with benefits bringing it close to 300. You hold the same position, so your salary should be comparable, right? You allocate 30 yuan for me and my sister's allowances. You eat at the cafeteria without spending a dime, and my sister is being cared for by our grandmother. My food expenses are minimal. So where does the rest of your salary go? This year, you have not purchased a single garment or pair of shoes for me. I am clad in the attire that mother acquired while she was still alive. The waistband has tightened, and the sleeves have become short. Do you not realize that I am nearly 16? Old Zhong's face flushed with a mixture of red and green. I had not noticed these things. Just tell me what you like." It was precisely this affirmation that Zhong Ying was waiting for, and she feigned displeasure. "All my classmates use luxurious products, while I am still using clam oil. They wash their hair with fragrant shampoo, leaving it silky and aromatic, while I wash mine with soap, which tangles it beyond repair. Today, Shou Chao even mocked me, calling me a tea egg, saying I look dark. I dread the start of school. The new classmates will see me like this and think my family is so impoverished that we cannot afford food. Who would guess that my father is an officer, earning a salary equivalent to several months' wages of a salesperson? When I visit the Friendship Mall, the salespeople ignore me because of my shabby attire." Old Zhong listened, feeling a pang of sorrow and guilt. His little daughter had awakened to the desire for beauty, had matured, and recognized the importance of appearance. As a father, he felt he had been remiss. What is luxurious? Alas, it matters not. The money I earn is meant for you and your sister. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. In the final 2 weeks of summer vacation, Zhong Ying fulfilled her wishes, acquiring 3 new outfits, 2 pairs of new shoes, a bottle of exquisite skin cream, a box of Bai Ling, and a range of Fenghua hair care products. Additionally, She surreptitiously spent her pocket money on 2 sticks of inferior quality lipsticks that bore an unpleasant fragrance. She resolutely remained indoors, practicing yoga, massaging her muscles, and insisted that old Zhong procure a daily supply of milk for her. She experimented with various vegetables as facial masks, adjusting her schedule to dispose of the spittoon only at night. If old Zhong is busy with work, she wraps herself up like a rice dumpling, donning long pants and long sleeves, securing a silk scarf, and wielding an umbrella, ensuring that not a single inch of her skin is exposed to the ultraviolet rays, leaving only her eyes visible as she ventures to the cafeteria. The little friends of the courtyard often fail to recognize her. Yinchen has sought her out twice, once accompanied by Yanyu, to invite her to watch a basketball game organized by the army, where his brother represents the family team. However, Zhong Ying, appearing as a dumpling, apologetically declined, claiming she had contracted chickenpox. Yinchun immediately exposed her deception, reminding her that they had all contracted chickenpox together in their childhood, and it was improbable for her to have it again without any special circumstances. Yet, Zhong Ying continued to apologize, insisting that she was indeed facing a special situation. Her comical appearance amused Yanyu, though he said nothing in response. Chapter 6. The pursuit of beauty. Zhong Ying possesses confidence in her quest for fairer skin. While browsing through an old photo album, she stumbled upon several colorful photographs of her late mother from years past. While she wouldn't dare claim her mother had a porcelain complexion, it was evident that her skin tone was considerably lighter than that of her peers in the photographs. Zhong Jing was not dark-skinned either, so it was not inevitable that she would inherit old Zhong's darker genes. The journey to beauty is a prolonged endeavor, requiring lifelong dedication. However, she was unprepared for the shocking news that awaited her upon reporting to high school: mandatory military training, with no allowance for absence. Zhong Ying pondered over those 6 words repeatedly, quietly donning Zhong Jing's old clothes and liberation shoes, silently standing in line with her classmates as they listened to the instructor's self-introduction, and quietly following their basic training of standing at attention and at ease. As the sun began to unleash its fury, she closed her eyes and fainted to the ground. The school doctor promptly declared that the child could not participate in military training. A concussion is no trivial matter. Zhong Ying, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded, "Teacher, I do not wish to be singled out from the group. I can endure." The homeroom teacher, moved by her sentiment, replied, "I understand your feelings, but safety is paramount." Her rapidly shifting expressions contorted her face slightly, as she awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Brother Yanyu." Yanyu, clad in a blue sports jersey and shorts, appeared clean and handsome, cradling a few books in his arms. He nodded at her and politely addressed her father, "Hello, Uncle Zhong." The youthful pair inevitably exchanged glances, their eyes meeting only to dart away. He remarked, "Oh," his tone lingering, laden with meaning. Zhong Ying felt a chill within. His gaze and tone were too familiar, almost overlapping with those of a future figure. Whenever she lied, acted petulantly, or caused a ruckus, he would regard her with that same profound look, saying, "Don't be troublesome." Had he seen through her mischievous smile? Had he discerned her schemes? Surely, the young boy lacked such insight. Zhong Ying mused, feeling overly sensitive. The lingering effects of 5 years of marriage weighed heavily on her. He was not merely a husband, but also her financial supporter. From the outset, she comprehended this reality. Thus her indulgence had gradually escalated. She only dared to advance when she sensed him retreating. After a few such encounters, Zhong Ying discerned the limits of his tolerance. While she dared to betray Yanyu, he could lead the Su family to ruin. Henceforth, she would play and revel in madness, never again daring to overstep the boundaries. To reclaim her life, free from familial burdens and Yanyu's psychological oppression, to live according to her own desires, to forge friendships and flirt with charming boys, was a source of immense joy. Yet, upon contemplating the divisible shares, Zhong Ying's heart instantly became as still as water. In comparison to wealth, the young man is nothing. There is no joy in flirting with him in the slums. Yanyu stood at the school gate, watching the father and daughter depart, shaking his head after a while. Forgive his lack of discernment, after 3 encounters, he could not perceive the loyalty, simplicity, naivety, and charm that Yinchen had described in the girl. Zhong Ying pondered for a moment and asked, "What about Dad?" Surprised, she realized that despite living with old Zhong daily, she was oblivious to such matters. Zhong Jing, residing far away at her grandmother's place in Anong district, seemed to be fully aware of old Zhong's private life. What a bitter grudge must exist. She slapped the bedboard, declaring with righteous indignation, "I won't go. I refuse to make room for a wicked woman. I will stay home to ensure my father does not err. A widower has the right to seek happiness and should not be shackled by moral constraints. This indeed was Zhong Ying's intention. The directive from her uncle's command post had arrived, and she could no longer keep a constant watch over old Zhong, fearing that a malicious woman might take advantage of the situation. Thus, she had come to speak to her sister in reverse terms. At this moment, her complexion had improved significantly. She patted Zhong Ying's shoulder, her voice choked with emotion. I do not wish for him to grow old alone. Yet it has only been 2 years since mother passed. With one woman on his left and another on his right, he has been utterly heartless. I feel it is unfair for mother. Zhong Ying tentatively inquired, when do you think it would be appropriate for dad to find someone? At the very least, it should be 10 or 8 years. Have you read Su Shi's Jiang Qingzi? 10 years of life and death, both unclear, without thought. One cannot forget. Even the great literary figure could not forget his late wife after a decade, consumed by memories. How can he not remain loyal to mother for a few more years? Oh, I did not realize that this little firecracker is also a literary girl. Zhong Ying yearned to convey to her that Su Da Wenhao's longing was genuine, yet it did not impede his intentions to remarry and take concubines, each matter needing to be viewed separately. Even if Lao Zhong were to remarry, he could never forget his first wife, nor could he neglect his 2 daughters. It is not particularly difficult to expect a man to remain faithful in heart, yet maintaining physical fidelity can indeed prove to be a grave challenge. Unbeknownst to Lao Zhong, who remained oblivious to the sister's malicious intentions, he mistakenly believed that his younger daughter was merely concerned about his solitude at home, feeling deeply touched and assuring her that, as long as he did not work overtime, he would pick her up from school every evening. In the late summer of 1988, Zhong Ying found herself seated in the classroom of Class 3, Year 1, at Zhuzhou No. 1 Middle School, engaged in a curriculum that had not changed in 33 years. The novelty of it all sustained her excitement for a week before it transitioned into a state of reverie. The high school she attended domestically was not an elite institution, but rather one of the finest public high schools in Beijing, ranking within the top 50 in the city for the high school entrance examination. At that time, Su's father was so elated that he danced with joy and hosted a grand banquet, proclaiming, just like me, among the young scions of similar backgrounds and ages. Su's father was considered an academic achiever, or else he would not have gained admission to Huada. However, being an academic star did not equate to being adept in business. All his intelligence was directed towards dealing with his 2 uncles. Throughout history, fraternal conflict has seldom yielded positive outcomes, and the Su family was no exception. With their grandfather hospitalized and uncles colluding with outsiders, their mother wept incessantly, while the younger siblings were still pursuing their studies, resulting in a chaotic and disordered household. Originally intended to continue her studies abroad, marriage had forced her to abandon her academic aspirations. Yin Yu once inquired whether she wished to resume her education, to which she responded with a nonchalant smile, "Does a highly educated housewife cook any better?" In truth, she had never prepared a meal for Yin Yu, merely harboring her discontent. 33 years ago, teachers were less inclined to employ intricate methods. They did not prioritize the stimulation of students' innovative thinking, and classroom interaction was minimal, with lessons delivered in a rigid manner. Prior to this, Zhong Ying had already previewed the entire semester's curriculum. While some concepts felt unfamiliar, they were not difficult to grasp. Thus, she consistently sat upright, her gaze fixed intently on the blackboard, appearing to be wholly engaged in the lecture. When it came time to take notes, her deskmate leaned over to glance, only to discover the pages filled with a compendium of remedies: beer for frizz control, aloe vera juice for post-sun damage recovery, honey and milk for skin hydration. Her deskmate remarked, "Zhong Ying, our notes will be checked." To which Zhong Ying replied, "Oh, could you lend me yours to copy?" Her deskmate, Lu Yuan, was a girl with a round face, notably full cheekbones, and a few freckles adorning her cheeks and nose. Bubbly and vivacious, she quickly became close friends with Zhong Ying. As soon as class ended, she would pull Zhong Ying along, chattering animatedly about the amusing incidents during military training, asking her to accompany her to the restroom, or together visiting the convenience store. Coming from a family that owned a restaurant, she had ample pocket money and a voracious appetite for snacks, her pockets brimming with bubblegum, popping candy, hawthorn slices, and fruit leather, occasionally even indulging in a few bites during class. Zhong Ying, however, diligently studied beauty secrets, resolutely resisting all unhealthy foods. No matter how Lu Yuan tempted her, she neither purchased nor consumed them. On one occasion, Lu Yuanyuan cautiously inquired, "Shall I treat you?" Assuming Zhong Ying was short on funds, she received no explanation. Only the response, "I simply do not enjoy these." "Then what do you like to eat?" Zhong Ying replied, "Monty gold leaf macarons, almas caviar, golden English tea, and Eric's potato chips." Lu Yuanyuan appeared bewildered, while Zhong Ying glanced at her and remarked, "I occasionally indulge in affordable snacks like Russian double mountain tiramisu." Lu Yuanyuan only comprehended the word Russian and promptly interjected, "Oh, I understand." After the October Revolution, Russia established the world's first socialist state, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. "Are you referring to that Russia, or the Russian ethnic group in our northeastern region?" Zhong Ying replied. "The Soviet Union is on the brink of dissolution, just a matter of 2 or 3 years. Life in the first year of high school was rather mundane. Li Zhouqiao had transitioned to the 4th high school, significantly reducing their opportunities to meet. Occasionally, they would encounter one another in the courtyard on weekends, during which he would often say with a hint of envy, "Don't always hang around the top class. You might hinder their studies." Zhong Ying never sought out Yin Chun in the advanced class. Yet he frequently came looking for her, waiting at the classroom door after lessons, eager to treat her to this or that, or simply to exchange trivial banter with a cheerful demeanor. The purity of their friendship, however, became tainted in the eyes of their classmates. Upon entering high school, the students felt they had suddenly matured overnight, and the notion of early romance was no longer shrouded in secrecy as it had been in middle school. They dared to joke about it openly. Class 3 had several former middle school classmates who disseminated rumors about Zhong Ying and Yin Chen's innocent childhood bond, leading everyone to naturally regard them as a couple. At the beginning of the school year, a few boys who had been casting furtive glances at Zhong Ying quickly retreated. For Yin Chun was not only handsome, but had also ranked second in the city in the high school entrance examination and achieved second place in the first monthly exam after entering the school. It was rumored that he had also received accolades in provincial physics competitions, leaving others feeling inadequate in comparison. No wonder Yin Yu looks down on Yin Chun. Being the perpetual second place really is frustrating. Zhong Ying is wholly absorbed in her beauty regimen, dismissing these rumors with a mere smile. When questioned, she naturally refutes such claims. Yin Chun has not expressed his feelings, and their interactions have never crossed any boundaries. Merely standing together and conversing does not equate to being in a relationship. Otherwise, the entire school would be filled with couples. Whether one believes it or not is irrelevant. At her age, she has no time to indulge in the childish antics of youth. Presently, she is being taken by her teacher to rehearse for the celebration of the 39th anniversary of the founding of the nation and the 38th anniversary of the school. Chapter 7. The talentless girl having flexible limbs does not imply one can dance, and being able to dance does not guarantee a place on the grand stage. Zhong Ying has never received formal dance training. She merely enjoys herself at nightclubs. Initially, she considered claiming proficiency in piano, expressing her willingness to perform for the nation's birthday if the school could provide an instrument. However, upon reflection, she realized that many of her friends are well acquainted with her background, and her piano skills are far from flawless. Having spent her childhood gallivanting and wasting time with them, she has never truly engaged in artistic cultivation. "Teacher, I possess no talents. I cannot dance. You can do it. I will arrange it for you." After utilizing the lunch break for 2 days, the teacher finally recognized that her solo performance lacked professionalism, revealing numerous shortcomings. Consequently, 4 other girls were enlisted to form a small dance group, with Zhong Ying still placed in the center position due to her ability to perform splits, back bends, and grand leaps, skills that only she could execute. On the day of the celebration, Zhong Ying realized that Yin Yu was not mistaken. Not only does the province boast exceptional talent, but even within Zhu County No. 1 High School, there are numerous outstanding competitors. A grand chorus of the Yellow River unfolds, followed by an impressive dance homage to heroes. Next comes a melodious solo, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of the eru, recitations of poetry, martial arts displays, a female duet, and a quartet of accordions, each performance more dazzling than the last. She remained perplexed, neither as delicate as the acrobatic senior nor as formidable as the martial arts senior. How did these half-hearted performers capture the attention of the music teacher? Was it merely about participation? Just as she was captivated by the spectacle, someone called out, "Zhong Ying, there is someone looking for you." Turning her head, she followed the direction indicated by the messenger's finger. At the end of the cluttered backstage corridor, she spotted a familiar figure. To ensure she would notice him, he stood at the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, undeterred by the bustling actors and teachers milling about. He appeared to smile and waved in her direction. As Zhong Ying squeezed through the crowd, she felt a bit dazed. Why was he seeking her out? Since their parting at the school gate at the beginning of the month, she had not chanced upon him on campus. The 12th grade was in another building, with early arrivals and late departures, making encounters unlikely. The age difference and timing were not conducive, so Zhong Ying had not considered approaching him for any ulterior motives. Maintaining a suitable boundary as a junior peer. Struggling to reach the end of the corridor, her sailor hat askew, Zhong Ying had been made up by a professional. Her lips painted in a vivid hue, cheeks adorned with rosy blush, and her brows darkened and thickened, rendering her initially quite intimidating. Brother Yin, are you looking for me? He retrieved a transparent small box from his trouser pocket and handed it to Zhong Ying. Yinshin has gone to the city to participate in the middle school-themed essay competition and cannot attend the gathering. He asked me to bring this to you, saying to cheer you on and perform well. Zhong Ying did not accept it, glancing at the box with a twitch of her brow. Inside the box lay a rose. Diminutive and distinctly layered, yet unnaturally stiff. Why would Yinshin gift me this? It's a flower made of soap paper. As for why he wishes to give it to you, I cannot say, but I surmise. He paused. You could use it to wash your face after your performance. Could it be any more absurd? Zhong Ying clasped her hands behind her back. Thank you to Yinshin, but I cannot accept it. She firmly declined, her petite face set in a tight frown. Yin, puzzled, asked why not. Is it that you dislike it? Dislike it? Not quite, Zhong Ying replied, feeling troubled. It's not a matter of preference. I simply cannot accept gifts from boys casually. Yin wore that knowing expression again, tinged with a hint of mockery. But you accepted the model battleship before, didn't you? Zhong Ying understood his implication. He believed she only accepted gifts of value. Dismissing this trivial item, pretending not to detect the sarcasm, she maintained her seriousness. Exchanging gifts among friends is entirely normal. I just cannot accept this rose, Yin, brother. Do you know what it signifies when a boy gives a girl a rose? Yin was momentarily taken aback, initially inclined to inquire about the little girl's whereabouts. When suddenly he recalled his brother's sentiments. He coughed softly into his fist and remarked, "This is soap. That is also a rose, which should not be casually exchanged between members of the opposite sex." With a resigned shrug, he added, "Very well, I am merely fulfilling a request. If you choose not to accept it, so be it." Zhong Ying sighed with relief and earnestly stated, "Yinshin and I will forever remain good friends and brothers." Yin Yu's expression grew complex, as he regarded her with a hint of regret. It was no wonder that during their initial phone call, he had emphasized her name. Zhong Ying discerned that Yin Shun held his brother in profound trust, so much so that he confided even his little secrets to him. Given their tender age and uncertain hearts, it was imperative to extinguish any perilous notions Yin Shun might harbor, lest they leave a lingering ache in Yin Yu's heart. What benevolent thoughts could his brother possibly entertain? I am your sister-in-law. At that moment, the young lady of his first love, exuding the fragrance of floral cologne, approached the two, not sparing a glance for Zhong Ying, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she gazed at Yin Yu. Did you see my performance? I played Butterfly Lovers. Only then did Zhong Ying notice the violin in her hands. Judging by her expression, the performance had been remarkably successful. She had not anticipated that his first love possessed both beauty and talent. Yin Yu remarked, I have heard it hundreds of times. Even without watching, I am aware of your prowess. Guan Ling, feeling elated, beamed like a blossoming flower and took hold of his arm. What are you standing here for? Let us return to the venue and continue enjoying the performance. Yin Yu followed her lead down the steps, while Zhong Ying inwardly rolled her eyes. Arm in arm. As if I don't exist. Were these two overly familiar with one another? She suddenly exclaimed, wow, a violin. This is my first time seeing one. Can you show it to me, senior? Only then did Guan Ling turn to glance at her, asking, you are. Yin Yu introduced, this is Zhong Ying, a classmate of Yinshin. Guan Ling, I believe you two have met at my home. Guan Ling scrutinized her from head to toe, finding no recollection. But Zhong Ying smiled. Oh, you're the sister who visited Uncle Yin's house that day. Hello. Zhong Ying appeared entirely captivated by the violin, her gaze unwavering, lamenting that she had missed the senioress performance while conversing with Yin Yu. I've only seen violins on television. I quite admire this instrument. May I touch it? Guan Ling learned through the recent gathering that many students in the school played instruments, mostly folk music or widely known instruments like the accordion. But the noble and elegant violin was solely her domain. Therefore, she was not surprised by Zhong Ying's rustic demeanor. Carrying the violin case to rehearsal, she had already garnered much curiosity and envy, greatly satisfying her vanity. She generously handed the violin over, saying, "Here, take a look. But be careful not to scratch it with your nails." Zhong Ying took it and examined it. The body bore no logo, and its craftsmanship did not resemble the brands she was familiar with. She appeared to handle it with utmost care, resting the violin in the crook of her neck and placing the bow upon it. "Senior, is this the correct posture? May I play a little?" Previous classmates who played the era had made similar requests, and Guanling was prepared, for who among music enthusiasts could resist the enchanting allure of the violin's timbre? Certainly. However, those unacquainted may struggle to produce sound, or... She exchanged a glance with Yin, recalling the terrifying cacophony she had emitted when she first began learning the violin, and let out a stifled laugh, which was rather ungraceful. Zhong Ying, come quickly. It's almost time for your performance." She swiftly squeezed through the crowd and vanished from sight. Yin, oblivious to the commotion, smiled and remarked, "You possess a bit of talent. Being able to produce sound on your first attempt is commendable, far better than the noise you used to make." After a moment of silence, Yin turned to see Guanling frozen in place, her eyes wide and lips slightly parted, as if in shock. "What's wrong? Who is she? Didn't I just mention? She's Yinshin's classmate. Has she studied the violin?" "I'm not sure. What do you mean?" Guanling blinked in disbelief. "Do you realize? She just played the Chardosh." Yin, lacking interest in music, naturally did not recognize the title. "What are you joking about? Wasn't that just a chaotic noise?" "Really? I've been practicing for 9 years. Surely I can discern it." Her bowing and finger placement techniques are certainly not those of a novice. Yin pondered for a moment. Perhaps her family has given her lessons. Then why would she claim to have never seen a violin and pretended to ask me about the posture? Guanling's impression of Zhong Ying plummeted. Feeling deceived and uncomfortable, she glared fiercely at Yin. "By the way, why are you here? She just mentioned she was speaking with you. What were you discussing?" Yin furrowed his brow. "Yinshin asked me to find her. What does he want with her?" He turned and walked away, while Guanling stamped her feet in frustration, unable to resist chasing after him. Yin, that junior is not behaving. What ill intentions could a junior possibly have? Well, she does have some ill intentions." Upon hearing Yin praise Guanling's prowess, Zhong Ying scoffed, thinking to herself that he was indeed out of touch with the arts, a novice when it came to music, drama, dance, painting, and sculpture, everything that embodies beauty. Although his home housed a considerable collection, most of it was entrusted to professionals for auction. He valued monetary worth over the essence of art. His sporadic attendance at concerts and art exhibitions was merely a result of unavoidable invitations, which he categorized as social engagements. To put it succinctly, his cinematic interests revolved around themes such as tearing apart enemies, burning foes, and military espionage narratives. It is evident how significant his praise was. She did not possess such capabilities. She would not. So why must one unjustly accuse a poor, innocent girl? Such unreasonable entanglement. If the first love girl were to persist in this matter, it would not be long before a rift formed with her first love boy. Oh dear. The cunning girl took the stage, smiling with delight, her ghostly makeup softened by the intense stage lights, appearing vibrant and enchanting. Zhong Ying and her companions donned little naval uniforms, each radiating energy as they danced gracefully to the music of the military port night, executing splits and bows to earn thunderous applause, ultimately culminating in a grand leap and spin. The 5 girls gracefully knelt, forming a wave-like formation, resting their heads on their hands in a sleeping pose, perfectly concluding their performance. The movements may not have been entirely synchronized, yet not a single one was forgotten. Chapter 8. Neither early love nor late love belongs to you. Guanling did not confront her. In fact, after the reunion, 2 or 3 months passed without a glimpse of her. The intensity of the third-year review was undeniable, and the first-year students were not spared either. The school had a rigorous approach to academics, with weekly and monthly assessments, fostering fierce competition among classes. Poor performance even came with penalties, leaving the students in a state of heightened anxiety. Zhong Ying's academic performance mirrored her previous self, neither remarkable nor dismal. Amidst 40 classmates, she consistently hovered around the 20th position. After several examinations, the teachers described her as having an uneven academic focus. "What are you thinking about every day?" she asked Zhong Ying. "I constantly feel that your mind isn't on your studies. Could it be that you're experiencing early love?" The inquiry was not unfounded. Zhong Ying herself had not anticipated that a mere few minutes of group dancing at the National Day celebration would attract a swarm of boys intrigued by her beauty. incessantly inquiring about her class and name, and she received no shortage of love letters. It was perplexing to understand the aesthetic of these youths. Could they truly discern beauty even when she appeared as if painted by a ghost? Yet, she was indeed beautiful, and she would only grow more so. I'm not in early love. I ponder daily why there are no VIP rooms in the bathhouse. Lu Yuanyuan scratched her face. What is VIP? Very important person. A very important person? Your pronunciation is quite strange, Lu Yuanyuan remarked, puzzled. Who could possibly be very important in a bathhouse? Isn't it just a place to wash? Zhong Ying gazed at her with a complex expression. Do you think it is normal to be naked in front of a crowd? Shouldn't such acts of disrobing occur in a private space? Lu Yuanyuan confidently asserted. This is a bathhouse, not the street. Everyone here is a woman. What need is there for a private space? If you wish to bathe alone in a room, who will scrub your back? Her focus always seemed to land on the most peculiar aspects, leaving Zhong Ying unable to connect with her. As November drew near and the weather began to turn cold, she had persisted in boiling water for her daily showers, only to succumb to a cold over the weekend. After extensive mental preparation at home, she took a change of clothes and headed to the family compound's bathhouse, only to rush out 2 minutes later. The shock she experienced upon entering the changing room was indescribable. A woman was tilting her head back to sip a soda, while 2 others sat on a bench, chatting and playfully slapping their sagging bellies. The steamy atmosphere was filled with a constant flow of people coming and going. And their shared characteristic was their complete nudity, blindingly white skin. In a daze, it felt as though she had stumbled into some sort of nudist camp. It wasn't that she couldn't accept nudity, but rather that the thought of bathing under the gaze of others was unbearable. Many actions were inherently private. And how awkward it was to expose oneself before so many. Having gone 4 days without a proper wash, she felt her hair growing oily and her body uncomfortable. A mere face wash, body wipe, and foot soak hardly sufficed to meet her hygiene needs. Each day, she shamelessly inquired among her classmates about who had better family conditions. With independent bathrooms and water heaters, willing to spend money for a sense of relief. In the school, there exists a plethora of high-ranking offspring similar to the Yin brothers, as well as affluent children like Lu Yuanyuan, whose families are engaged in business. However, a significant number of students have ascended from humble beginnings, relying solely on their academic achievements. The perspective of the so-called humble origins may differ from what others perceive, and Zhong Ying perceives herself as one of them. Frustratingly, no household is equipped with a private bathroom, whether wealthy or not. Everyone resorts to the communal bathhouse, and some are even oblivious to the very concept of a water heater. In the back row, a classmate named Gao Haojie, who sits behind Zhong Ying, frequently listens to the discussions about bathing between the two in the front. One day, he cheerfully remarked, I just read in the newspaper this morning that our country has successfully developed its first closed electric water heater. Soon, it will be available for purchase, and we can bathe at home. Zhong Ying responded, Wow, it has just been developed? Lu Yuanyuan, unable to fathom the embarrassment surrounding communal bathing, noticed Zhong Ying's discomfort and offered a piece of sage advice. If you dislike bathing in crowded places, try to go right when the bathhouse opens early in the morning. There are fewer people, and you can enjoy a much more pleasant experience. The family compound's bathhouse is only open twice a week, which Zhong Ying finds unacceptable. Instead, she discovers a serene bathing establishment on Xinhua Street, not far from the logistics department. The entry ticket costs 35 cents, with a discount of $3 for 10 tickets. It opens at 5:30 in the morning and only offers pool baths. Hot water for showers is provided starting at 6. Zhong Ying takes a towel from home to serve as a bath towel and makes an early visit. Indeed, the place is sparsely populated, with only a few cats leisurely soaking in the pool. She discreetly positions herself in the corner under the shower and hastily washes, emerging feeling quite refreshed. Immediately, she pays $3 to purchase 10 bath tickets. Rising early to bathe, she maintained this routine for half a month. After washing her hair, there was scarcely time to dry it, and donning a cotton cap, she hurried to school for morning study. The icy water often trickled down her neck, leaving her shivering. Gradually, she began to perceive bathing as a burdensome chore, sacrificing sleep and wasting energy. She forced herself to grow accustomed to revealing her body in front of others. Having observed that the women and girls around her were far more at ease, engrossed in their own washing without casting lingering glances at her method. Once her boundaries began to wane, a descent into carelessness ensued. By December, Zhong Ying had reached a point where she would bathe whenever she pleased, unperturbed by the presence of others, unafraid to share the shower. After washing, she would, like everyone else. Purchase a bottle of soda and sit in the changing room for a moment of respite before dressing, albeit wrapped in a towel. In such an environment, it seemed ludicrous to cling to notions of modesty. During the midterm examinations, Zhong Ying ranked 265th in her grade, while Yinchen secured the second position. The top student hailed from a rural school, reputed for his outstanding performance in the entrance examination. A fierce competition ensued among the first, third, and fourth high schools to recruit him, with the first school waiving all tuition and accommodation fees to successfully entice him. Though the boy possessed an unremarkable appearance, with a rather bookish demeanor, he consistently outperformed Yin Chun by a narrow margin, just a few points, enough to infuriate him. Prior to the exams, Yin Chun frequently sought out Zhong Ying. It was unclear what Yin Yu had conveyed to him, but the incident involving the rejection of the soap rose had seemingly left no impact. He continued to dash over during brief breaks to catch a glimpse of her, bringing small snacks and sharing laughter as if nothing were amiss. He refrained from mentioning it, and neither did Zhong Ying feel inclined to bring it up. However, she resolutely refused to accept anything from Yinchen, even at times ignoring his visits and turning a deaf ear to the teasing of their classmates. She was waiting, biding her time for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. That moment materialized shortly after the midterm examinations. One day, Yinchen, downcast, passed by class 3 and glanced through the corridor window. Gao Haojia immediately shouted, "Zhong Ying, your boyfriend is here to see you again." Upon hearing the call, Yinchen halted, pouting slightly as he directed a gaze at Zhong Ying that was laden with unspoken woes. Gao Haojia smirked, "As if you've been studying diligently. Don't think I'm oblivious to what you do in class." Zhong Ying closed her book on folk remedies with a huff and stood up to exit the classroom, irritated. "Don't tell me you've brought me bread again. I'm not eating it. If you want to eat, I'm not in the mood to bring anything." Yin Chun, in a dejected tone, lamented, "I was berated by my parents for 2 hours yesterday. It was utterly exhausting. Do you think I want to score lower? If I can't measure up, they just keep comparing me to my brother. They seem to think that having one son like him is enough. They might as well just wish I had never been born." Zhong Ying sighed in exasperation. "They're not wrong. Your mind isn't fully focused on your studies." Yinchen shot her an incredulous look. "Why do you say that too? I've been trying very hard. This is a matter of innate talent, something that can't be compensated for with effort. My brother is a genius. I am not. Edison once remarked that genius is composed of 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Have you truly exerted that 99% of effort? If you have, success would be inevitable. Yet, consider this. Aside from the time dedicated to eating, sleeping, and attending to nature's call, what other activities have you engaged in? Poetry readings, fitness classes, basketball games, and, most alarmingly, finding time to socialize with me. What does that signify? A frivolous waste of time, my friend. While you indulge in leisure, he is diligently studying. When you ponder which snack is tastiest, he is immersed in his studies. And while we engage in idle chatter, he remains focused on his learning." Zhong Ying delivers a motivational speech. This illustrates the disparity between you and the top student in your grade. If you could just cast aside these superfluous activities and consolidate your time for studying, I wager you would struggle to match his performance in the final exams. Yinchen burst into laughter. What do you mean by struggling? In this age of information overload, even socialites are entranced by their phones, effortlessly spouting online banter. Zhong Ying, however, remained serious. "I am not jesting with you. Out of brotherly concern, I urge you to reconsider your choices. For the sake of our future aspirations to attend esteemed universities, I intend to sever ties with you. Your descent into complacency is too detrimental to my academic pursuits." Yet, Yincheng's gloom dissipates, and he chuckles incessantly. "With over 400 students, you are nearing the 300 mark. How could that possibly affect my standing? By the way, did you know that in the recent mock exams for the 3rd year, my brother ranked first? Can you guess who came second?" Zhong Ying squints her eyes in disbelief. "Guanling? No, it was your sister. I was aware that Zhong Jing excelled in her studies. Yet I had no idea she excelled to such a degree." Zhong Ying suddenly realized a pressing concern. If Yin Yu had not arrived, would Zhong Jing have had the opportunity to contend for the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination? If she couldn't secure a spot at the provincial level, at the very least, she could aim for a position at the municipal level. Alas, was the old Zhong family destined to miss this chance to shine? She took a deep breath and thought, "Forget about others. Let us focus on you. You not only disrupt my studies, but also tarnish my reputation." "How have I affected your reputation?" she retorted. "You come to see me daily, bringing food and drink, all while grinning like a fool. My classmates all think you're my boyfriend. Yin Chun cleared his throat, suddenly feeling bashful. We were meant to be close, after all. Whether or not we're in a relationship, who knows what the future holds? Zhong Ying smiled. Yin Chun, I advise you to quickly dispel those unhealthy thoughts. To be frank, I already have someone I admire. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the boy did not turn pale or flustered as she had anticipated. Instead, he merely responded casually. It must be Zhou Qiao, right? Ah, you're still young. Talking about likes and dislikes at this age is rather trivial. Your thoughts may change as you grow older. Zhong Ying regarded him with a cold, discerning gaze, aware of his self-deception. It's not Zhou Qiao. He is merely my brother. Yin Chen shot her a glance. Who is it then? That person from class 5 who wrote you love letters? Or the tall guy from class 7? Whoever it may be, rest assured it is not you. Yin Chen scrunched his nose. Humph, if you dare to engage in early romance, I'll tell your father. Zhong Ying's smile grew even more radiant, yet her words were chillingly indifferent. Whether it's early or late romance, it will never be you. Never. Burn brightly and live passionately, young one. Seize the fleeting moments of youth to engage in endeavors of true worth. Life is ephemeral, and one must not squander precious time on trivial pursuits. The notion of pure friendship between the sexes often blossoms in the innocent realms of childhood. Yet as the years advance, such innocence becomes increasingly elusive. A girl who spends her days amidst a throng of boys is bound to stir feelings of affection and rivalry. It is nearly impossible to avoid such entanglements. Growth is inevitable, and the release of dopamine is a certainty. Zhong Ying does not perceive her discussions of emotions with a 15-year-old boy as inappropriate. While they remain in a state of ambiguity, it is prudent to delineate boundaries early on to prevent the disintegration of their friendship, to allow complications to fester, only to later adopt a stance of coldness and cruelty when deeper entanglements arise, would be rather disingenuous. Chapter 9. The Sisters' Heartache During the New Year's Holiday. Old Zhong took Zhong Ying to their grandmother's home to present gifts. The household was bustling with relatives, 3 uncles, 3 aunts, and a multitude of cousins filled the space with lively chatter. Although old Zhong was welcomed inside, the warmth of familial affection was notably absent. The eldest uncle engaged in polite conversation, while the younger uncle maintained a stern demeanor, and their grandmother, now in her 70s, offered him little regard. With the younger uncle reassigned to a position where he could no longer keep a watchful eye on old Zhong, he harbored suspicions of the brother-in-law's fidelity. Consequently, he summoned Zhong Ying into a room to interrogate her about her father's recent activities. The younger uncle repeatedly cautioned, Ying, your mother endured great hardship to bring you into this world. You must not betray her by siding with your father. The family dynamic, though fraught with tension, was not akin to that of class enemies. However, Zhong Ying began to grasp the extremity of their sentiments. Grandmother has 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter, which clearly indicates the affection she once received from her mother. The death of her beloved has left her kin in disbelief, leading them to unjustly criticize old Zhong, the husband who was absent even during his wife's final moments, and to impose upon him the expectation of chastity, a reaction quite typical in such circumstances. Though the house in grandmother's home is aged, it is spacious. Uncle's family resides there, and Zhong Jing has her own ample room, complemented by a sizable courtyard with a vegetable patch, and equipped with all the necessities such as a television, refrigerator, and washing machine, thus boasting superior living conditions compared to Zhong's family. Conversations flowed as work was undertaken, and idleness was not well received. Observing her aunt and the elderly matriarch perched on small stools, meticulously preparing vegetables, she decided to join them, prompting the elderly woman to glance her way and quip, well, if it isn't the lazy one finally willing to lend a hand. Zhong Ying did not genuinely wish to toil. Rather, she sought to gauge her relative's sentiments towards her. With a playful smile, she replied, Grandmother, it's not that the sun has risen in the west. It's simply that I've grown up. I'm already in high school. Her aunt chuckled. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Ying has matured into a young lady, and this year, it seems you've grown quite a bit taller. The elderly woman's gaunt face bore deep wrinkles, yet her gaze remained piercing. Are you implying that you've become more sensible? If so, why not visit home? The last time I saw you was after your exams. You took my red envelope and disappeared, and for half a year, I couldn't catch a glimpse of you. Zhong Ying feigned embarrassment. I was too busy having fun during the summer, and even had a fall. Afraid you would scold me, so I didn't dare come. Then, as school started, the workload became quite overwhelming, leaving me with even less time. Grandmother abruptly straightened. You fell? When did this happen? And where did you hurt yourself? It appears that the elderly lady is unaware of the situation, which explains why no relatives visited during her recovery. A delicate fringe obscured Zhong Ying's forehead, and upon noticing old Zhang desperately signaling her, she casually remarked, "It's nothing. Just a minor fall. It will hurt for a couple of days, and then be over." The grandmother, exhaling in frustration, shot a furious glance at old Zhong. "I told you to come live with your sister for convenience during school, so your uncle could pick you up in rain or snow. I don't understand your stubbornness. Your father is too rough around the edges to take proper care of a child." The elderly woman's expression darkened as she exchanged glances with her sister-in-law, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. It seemed her ire was directed solely at old Zhong. Her self-sacrificing actions did not elicit resentment from her maternal relatives. Lunch was served at 2 tables, adults at one and children at the other. As the meal commenced, it inevitably led to some unpleasant discussions, such as the issues surrounding the eldest cousin's romantic interests, the eldest cousin's sister's employment struggles, and the student's academic performance. Zhong Ying sat beside Zhong Ying, her face clouded with discontent as she focused intently on her food. Initially, Zhong Ying assumed she was upset with old Zhong, only to realize it was a result of poor exam results. The younger uncle tilted his head to glance at Zhong Ying and remarked, "Don't believe her. She always claims her results are poor, yet she consistently ranks first." The adults chuckled, evidently familiar with this pattern of the top student's modesty. Zhong Ying abruptly tossed her chopsticks down, her eyes reddening after a moment of silence, and through gritted teeth exclaimed, "Who says I must always come first? Should I perish for not achieving the top rank?" The room fell silent, and old Zhong turned to the elderly lady, admonishing, "How can you speak like that? Who taught you to throw your chopsticks?" Zhong Ying abruptly rose from her seat, causing the chair to emit a jarring sound. With an arm raised, she pointed accusingly at old Zhong. Was it truly a spectacle to witness a father-daughter quarrel before elders? Had this occurred within the Su family, they would have been promptly ushered out by grandfather. Her younger cousins chuckled softly. Zhong Ying struggled against her sister, who held her back, continuing, "Grandma, can you guess which university I wish to attend?" Her uncle, aware of her attempt to lighten the mood, chimed in, "Zhuzhou College?" "No, it's Huada," she replied. This elicited laughter from both the elders and the younger ones. Even the corners of old Zhong's tightly pressed lips began to curl upward. "This child is daydreaming in broad daylight," he remarked. Zhong Ying giggled. "One must always have dreams. Today I scored 265. Perhaps next time I might even break into the top 100. Of course, I could also score 266, but victories and defeats are commonplace. There are always those who excel beyond us, so one must maintain an open mind. Without failure, there can be no progress." Her uncle nodded approvingly. "While your score may not be remarkable, your attitude is absolutely correct. With such a mindset, you will surely succeed in whatever you pursue." Zhong Ying's playful banter ultimately eased the tension, and the adults, perceptive to the shift in atmosphere, swiftly changed the subject away from academics. Zhong Ying, having relinquished her earlier agitation, sank back into her chair. Prior to their arrival, Zhong Ying had sensed old Zhang's inner turmoil. She surmised he wished to mend their relationship. Despite receiving a cold shoulder, he maintained a forced smile, hesitating to approach the elderly matriarch, all the while anxiously observing her expressions. A man ill-equipped in the art of flattery. The eldest daughter seemed thoroughly indoctrinated, harboring a profound distrust towards him, and with that, her respect had faded. After the meal, Zhong Ying entered Zhong Ying's room, noticing her sister had spread her books across the table, remaining motionless for an extended period. After sitting quietly for a moment, Zhong Ying spoke up. "Sister, has Dad ever expressed any intention of finding us a stepmother?" Zhang Jing'an retorted, "How dare he, since he has never mentioned it. Why are you so adamant that he harbors such thoughts?" Zhong Ying replied, "If he has no intentions, why would he converse with those women? He even talks to the cafeteria lady. Using that as evidence is unconvincing. I believe Dad is quite upright." Zhong Jing sneered. "Why does the plump lady from the welfare shop deliver soup and meals to you? And why does the female officer visit him at the department? Isn't that because he invited them?" Zhong Ying chuckled. "Look at the figure and appearance of that plump head. Do you think Dad would be interested in her?" "I believe it is merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps he just asked her to help me prepare some nourishing soup for my health, and you've misconstrued it. As for the female officer, if she is young, beautiful, unmarried, and holds a position of authority, how could she possibly be attracted to Dad? He is over 40, with 2 children, and quite thin and dark." Zhong Jing pondered this reasoning and ceased to mention the female officer, instead scrutinizing the plump ant. Why pay someone to cook when there are plenty of options? Why must it be a widow? If you have doubts, why not confront Dad directly? What good does getting angry do? Zhong Ying, seeing her sister's stubbornness, pleaded earnestly, "Don't let Uncle mislead you. His intentions to care for our mother are commendable. But we shouldn't unjustly label Dad, right? There's no evidence, merely speculation. Do you know what this is called? It's called paranoia." Zhong Jing's expression stiffened. "Uncle only has our best interests at heart. Don't fail to recognize kindness. I understand he means well for us, but isn't Dad our closest kin? He has yet to seek a second spring, yet you regard him as an adversary. If he were to find someone in the future, would you resort to violence against him? One day, both of us shall depart from home. Once we are gone, Father will be left without parents, wife, or children, and Grandmother's family does not welcome him. Should he, in a moment of confusion, find himself entangled with a wicked woman, he may face a lifetime of misery. Can you truly reconcile that with your conscience?" Zhong Jing cast her a peculiar glance. "This is not the sort of thing one would expect from someone with your limited intellect. Surely someone has instructed you in this. It seems you are plagued by paranoid delusions and conspiracy theories. Your uncle is no small source of harm." Zhong Ying cleared her throat. "No one taught me. I am no longer a child. You constantly insinuate that Father harbors ulterior motives, so naturally, I cannot help but be influenced and ponder upon it." Zhong Jing understood the essence of old Zhong's character. It was improbable that he had instilled such thoughts in her, so she remained silent. Zhong Ying studied her sister's floral corduroy jacket for a moment. The collar showed signs of wear, and the colors had faded, suggesting it had been worn for more than a year. Zhong Jing's features were delicate, yet her heavy thoughts furrowed her brow, making her appear older than her actual age. "Sister, the educational resources in Beijing surpass those here. Yinyu, being from a competitive background, would not lose face for not passing the exam." Zhong Jing abruptly turned her head. "Yin Chen informed me." Zhong Jing inhaled deeply and slammed her hand on the table. "He is insane. He has already secured a recommendation, yet insists on participating in the college entrance examination. What is he trying to prove? How trivial. Indeed, he is a covert extremist, as evidenced by his views on relationships." Zhong Ying chuckled. "There are far too many high achievers. Can you truly allow yourself to be vexed by it? In merely 6 months, the Gaokao approaches, rendering the obsession with ranking somewhat futile. Would you not agree? My frustration does not stem from his attainment of the first position, but rather from the fact that he occupies a coveted spot at a prestigious university, thereby diminishing our own chances. It is not just him. There is also a young woman who has transferred from Beijing, a place abundant with opportunities. Yet, she insists on encroaching upon our territory." Zhong Jing, infuriated yet amused, remarked that she had heard this girl followed Yinyu all the way to Juzhou, even going so far as to transfer her household registration, a display of utter shamelessness. Their incessant displays of affection trivialize the significance of the Gaokao, such a pair of scoundrels. Zhong Ying immediately retorted, "While they may be somewhat disgraceful, they are not a couple. That girl is merely infatuated." Zhong Jing, with a scrutinizing gaze, inquired, "How do you know?" "It was mentioned by Yinshin," Zhong Ying replied, adeptly invoking her brother-in-law's name. "After all, her brother is resolutely determined to become the top scorer in the Gaokao. It is inconceivable that he would squander time on romance." Zhong Jing's complexion paled as she murmured, "Top scorer," during her second year of high school. Teacher Zhao had once remarked that she possessed the potential to achieve such a status. However, Yin Yu's prowess is formidable. He outstrips her by over 30 points in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English combined. Surely, there are many other exceptional students throughout the province. She feels inadequate, confined within her limited perspective, unable to catch up. The young girl possesses a remarkable capacity for endurance, aware that her status is less than honorable. She treads carefully, maintaining a low profile to avoid annoyance. Yet, through prolonged interactions, Zhong Ying has discerned the deep-seated obsession within her, particularly evident in her academic pursuits. Should she secure the second position in an examination, she would subject herself to a 3-day fast, driven by an almost desperate fervor to study relentlessly until she reclaims her throne, only then allowing a semblance of a smile to grace her face. Regrettably, if Zhong Ying were to rank among the top 50 in the city, Father Su would revel in hosting lavish banquets and boasting to all. Yet, when her sister triumphantly secured the top position in the high school entrance examination, the household remained devoid of celebration. This was because Father Su understood that praising her would only stab at his wife's heart. It was only through complete disregard that she could continue to exist peacefully within the Su family. She yearned to compete with Zhong Ying, to earn a greater share of paternal affection, but alas, as an illegitimate child, she bore the burden of original sin from the moment of her birth. Rising, she patted Zhong Jing's shoulder and uttered a cliché phrase, "Your only adversary is yourself," just as she intended to leave with grace. Zhong Jing turned and grasped her arm. "Wait, I don't need your lessons. I have yet to reprimand you. How dare you flaunt such a low ranking? In the future, do not claim to be Zhong Jing's sister." Zhong Ying could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, General Yin and his wife, Chu Hongsu, believed their conversational pressure had been effective, thinking their son had finally felt a sense of shame and renewed determination. However, Yin sensed something was amiss with his younger sibling. On the last afternoon of the holiday, he knocked on Yin Shen's door. "Shall we go play basketball?" "No," came the curt reply. Balancing work and rest is essential for optimal learning. You cannot strain your eyes by working incessantly from dawn till dusk. Mind your own business. I can practice alone. Yin Yu entered the room and stood beside Yin Chun, who remained absorbed in his work, head down, fervently scribbling on a piece of draft paper. Yin Yu scanned the desk and, amidst a pile of papers, discovered a half-folded magenta petal, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Did Zhong Ying say something to you?" Chapter 10. Standing tall, the rosy illusions in Yin Chen's heart stemmed from the fact that the two brothers had spent every day together during the summer vacation. A realization Yin Yu had come to on his own. In his discourse, there inevitably arose one or two mentions of the name Zhong Ying, despite the concurrent mention of others, such as Li Zhouqiao and Xia Hongjun. Yet, the girl stood alone in his heart. Whenever he spoke of Zhong Ying, his expression radiated joy, and his tone was imbued with abundant admiration and indulgence, extolling her vivacity, straightforwardness, loyalty, and a charming novvet. Yin Yu candidly inquired of Yin Chun whether he harbored feelings for Zhong Ying. Yin Chun reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, leaping up in denial, only to sheepishly add that he wouldn't engage in early romance and implored his brother not to inform their parents. Thus, the two brothers shared a tacit secret, and Yin Chun began to speak of Zhong Ying with ease in his presence, soliciting his elder brother for rides and deliveries without any pressure. Zhong Ying, of course, did not engage in any scandalous or outrageous behavior. Their encounters were rather mundane. Nevertheless, Yin Yu felt an incongruity between her and the portrayal his brother offered, an instinctual dissonance devoid of foundation. Perhaps it was the depth and cunning glint in her eyes that eluded his youthful comprehension, but he was certain it bore no relation to innocence. Yin Yu chose not to disclose his sentiments to his brother, as she was his childhood friend. The girl he admired and his brother's opinion held little significance. Pausing momentarily with his pen on the draft paper, Yin Chun relaxed his shoulders and exhaled despondently. Ying said, "I participate in too many extracurricular activities, that I am not fully devoted to my studies." She herself only ranked over 260, lecturing me with her profound wisdom. "Is that why you have begun to exert yourself so fervently?" Yin Yu chuckled softly. Studying demands a methodical approach. Tackling problems should be targeted. Excessive review of concepts you have already mastered is futile. It is essential to focus on your areas of weakness. You immerse yourself in study, yet your efficiency is lacking and it proves detrimental to your health. Can you truly maintain this for the 3 years of high school? Extracurricular activities are indeed essential. Excess in any endeavor can lead to imbalance. Yin Chun twirled his pen, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, before finally stating, "Brother, I feel that Ying has changed. Previously, she would cling to me to play, but since school commenced, she scarcely pays me any heed." In regard to this notion of change, Yin Yu believed that without understanding, one ought not to voice an opinion. He was not particularly concerned about the nature of Zhong Ying. However, observing his younger brother's troubled demeanor compelled him, as an elder sibling, to impart some guidance. Now that they are in high school, they must both strive for university entrance. You must study, just as she must. Moreover, as girls mature, they tend to enjoy the company of their female peers more, and it is not particularly advisable for boys to constantly associate with girls. Is that so? Then why does Sister Guanling spend every day with you? I have seen you both several times secretly sharing lunch behind the back door of Boai building. We do not spend every day together, Yin Yu retorted helplessly, casting a glance at him. We are merely in the same class. We are not particularly acquainted. She knows only me, and I her. Is there anything amiss with having lunch together? Many students gather there daily. There is nothing clandestine about it. Yin Chen scoffed softly, muttering, "I know you are in a relationship." "Nonsense," Yin Yu replied, giving his younger brother a light tap on the head. What are you constantly thinking about? Yin Shen huffed. Sister Guanling even transferred to Juzhou for you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. I cannot control the decisions of others. Focus on your own studies. Yin Yu was in no mood to console his younger brother. He turned away and headed to the military gymnasium, exchanging his basketball for sneakers. The weather was frigid, and the court was deserted except for him, practicing his shots and dribbling for half an hour, working up a sweat as wisps of vapor rose from his head. The military compound remained tranquil during the holiday, occasionally interrupted by a line of soldiers changing guard. Yin Yu slowed his pace, ceasing his shooting, and casually dribbled the ball around the empty court. He had asked Guanling why she was doing this, and she replied that it was a challenge for herself. This reasoning seemed slightly absurd yet evoked no outright contradiction. The real issue lay in the peculiar attitudes of both sets of parents, who incessantly advised him to take good care of Guanling, assist her academically, and show concern for her daily life, all in hopes that they would both gain admission to Hua University together. Why had it suddenly become his responsibility? He could not guarantee their acceptance at Hua University together. With a mock examination score of 10th place, he found it quite improbable. In his school, only the second-ranked Zhong Ying and the third-ranked Liao Jingye had a realistic chance of admission. Zhong Ying, a face filled with perpetual solemnity, crossed his mind, prompting a chuckle. She was Zhong Ying's sister. Their temperaments and appearances were strikingly dissimilar. As for Yinshen, he could hardly discern that they were siblings. How could children from the same family have such disparate academic performances? It was akin to Yinshen, who, with an exemplary brother to emulate, had never been among the underachievers, while a rank of 265 seemed utterly unfathomable. Did Zhong Ying not tutor her sister? If Zhong Ying were to hear Yin Yu's thoughts, she would surely exclaim that it was not merely a lack of tutoring. She had never tutored her at all. Zhong Ying is not selfish. Rather, she is simply pressed for time. Throughout her life, she has exerted tremendous effort to maintain her position at the top, leaving her with little energy to mentor her younger sister. To be able to offer a few words of encouragement and admonition is already a testament to their deep sisterly bond. In the frigid temperatures, she prefers to endure the discomfort of sitting on the last bus rather than huddle behind old Zhong's bicycle, braving the biting wind. Many students embark on the same route, but as they disembark at the logistics department stop, only 5 or 6 remain. Those with distant homes opt for dormitory living. Unable to comprehend Zhong Ying's choice to spend half an hour in the morning and another half in the evening commuting, they wonder why she does not utilize that time to practice an additional exam or memorize 10 more vocabulary words. In truth, Zhong Ying does not wish to endure this hardship, yet Zhong Jing has increased her private sponsorship from 3 yuan to 5. Old Zhong, feeling sympathetic towards her arduous journeys, secretly supplements her with an additional 5 yuan for pocket money, bringing her monthly income to a substantial 25 yuan, which leads Zhong Ying to compromise for financial reasons. Beauty is cultivated with money, whether it is the creams applied to her face, the products used in her hair, the food consumed, or the clothes worn. Each aspect demands financial investment. Zhong Ying aspires for much, some of which old Zhong deems unnecessary, extravagant, and ambiguous in purpose. Even if she were to request such items, he would refuse to purchase them and criticize her for straying from the essence of being a military family member, compelling her to save money independently. As students come and go, the carriage falls into a tranquil silence, and Zhong Ying overhears someone above her saying, "Excuse me." A boy beside her inquires, "Do you want to sit here?" "Yes, but there are so many empty seats over there." Indeed, as the bus approaches its stop, the carriage is filled with vacant spaces, rendering their conversation rather unusual. Zhong Ying squints and tilts her head to glance, her posture suddenly straightening. "Yin Yu, brother?" Under the dim glow of the compartment lights, Yin Yu, clad in a black jacket, had a few strands of hair falling over his forehead. With one hand gripping the bar, he looked down at the 2 individuals seated across from him, his expression notably grave. He spoke, "I'll move aside." The boy, recognizing from Zhong Ying's voice that they were acquainted, noted the somber intensity in Yin Yu's gaze, which brooked no dissent. Reluctantly, the older boy stood up, grumbling, "The seats are right up ahead. Why insist on sitting together if you know each other?" Despite his words, he hesitated to step away. Suddenly, Yin Yu reached out and yanked him back, his tone icy. "This is my sister. You'd do well to leave promptly." He grasped the boy's wrist, adding, "If you don't go, I might just have to hit you." The boy's expression twisted, evidently feeling the strength of Yin Yu's grip. They held each other's gaze for a moment before he scoffed, freeing himself and trudging toward the front of the bus with his backpack. The carriage fell into an eerie silence. Even the driver remained mute, merely observing the scene through the rearview mirror. Zhong Ying was bewildered. What was transpiring? Why did Yin Yu appear so infuriated? Once he settled beside her, she stammered, Yin. Yu warehouse. What is the matter? Yin Yu did not meet her gaze, still fixated on the boy ahead, and whispered, Why didn't Uncle Zhong come to pick you up? It's unsafe for a girl to travel alone at night. Zhong Ying grew increasingly perplexed. She frequently took this route, surrounded by students, so what was unsafe? My dad is on duty tonight. I'm used to it. It's no big deal. We're all classmates, and the station drops me right at home. After a brief silence, Yin Yu remarked, You shouldn't sleep on the bus. That boy has been touching your face. Can you not feel it? Zhong Ying gasped in shock. Is that so? No. That's not the case. She was not truly asleep. She was merely resting. If someone had the audacity to touch her face, she would certainly have noticed. However, Yin Yu was quite certain. Yes, I saw it. Standing on the bus in the library, Yin Yu immediately spotted Zhong Ying. Amidst a group of students engaged in hushed conversations or reciting aloud, she stood out distinctly. Seated in the back row, with her arms crossed and eyes closed. She leaned languidly, her chin slightly tucked, her head perfectly balanced, as if she were in the midst of a deep slumber. While sleeping is not an issue, the behavior of the boy beside her was decidedly inappropriate. From Yin Yu's perspective, he had been rubbing the back of his hand against Zhong Ying's cheek. And after a while, he stretched his arm behind her, gently caressing her hair. Such incidents have been reported in the Beijing Daily. Where individuals specifically harass girls on public transport, one must be cautious in the future. His classmates and friends were all in Beijing, and he knew few people in Zhuzhou. Zhong Ying was one of them, also a child of the courtyard, and he could not simply stand by while she was mistreated. After hearing his words, Zhong Ying began to understand. In winter, dressed warmly, the sensitivity to physical contact diminishes, and sitting close together for an extended period naturally lowers one's vigilance. The boy, assuming she was asleep, acted inappropriately. Although his actions did not constitute overt sexual harassment, they were undeniably lewd, and Yin Yu caught him red-handed. Surprised by his youthful sense of justice, Zhong Ying felt a warmth in her heart, realizing she could not let Yin Yu's bravery go to waste. Suddenly, she stood up and pointed at the boy by the front door, exclaiming, Hey, you lecher. Which class are you from? Your misconduct on the bus will be reported to your homeroom teacher, your parents, and the police. Just at that moment, the bus arrived at a stop. The driver glanced at the seemingly indifferent young man, hesitated for a moment, and called out, Shall I open the door? The remaining passengers fell into a profound silence once more. Zhong Ying looked at Yin Yu. His expression was inscrutable, seemingly surprised by her sudden outburst. Did she truly intend to have him taken to the police station for not opening the door? Realizing her voice had risen a bit too high and her demeanor overly assertive, Zhong Ying quickly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, settled down, and softened her tone, murmuring, I was merely trying to intimidate him. The driver, not awaiting a response from the rear, opened the door. And the young man fled like a startled dog, vanishing into the night. Yin Yu chuckled, In the future, you should shout out in such situations. People like him dare not bully assertive women. Assertive? Zhong Ying offered an awkward smile, realizing it was far from the image she wished to project. Chapter 11-266 Did he harbor any excess emotions when alone with Guanling? Recalling the gaze of a man in his 40s or 50s. Steady and profound, calm and unflinching, she noted that even in tumultuous moments, she had never witnessed him lose control. His deep, dark eyes fixated on her as if he were an external observer, scrutinizing her every reaction with a chilling detachment. Zhong Ying felt a twinge of regret. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to witness Yin Yu's moments of vulnerability, if she successfully eliminated all obstacles and seamlessly occupied his heart and mind. Would the passionate yet tumultuous love affair cease to exist? In pursuit of immense wealth in the future, she refrained from tormenting Yin Yu. Yet she could not suppress the curiosity that lay within her. What would such a steadfast individual be like when unhinged, heartbroken, dejected, or consumed by rage? Alas, the brazen public lecture exhibited a lamentable lack of resolve. A mere confrontation caused him to retreat. If he were to persist in his obstinacy a while longer, surely she would witness Yin Yu's true nature revealed in action. What a useless fellow. As the end of the month approached, bringing with it the culmination of exams and the promise of winter break, the absence of a school parent group left students anxious about their results, fearing that poor grades would mar their festive season. Yet, Zhong Ying maintained a serene disposition, indulging in leisurely mornings that stretched well into the day. She would rise to practice yoga, sketch a few strokes of her holiday assignments, and engage in light banter through the window with the newly animated Li Shouqiao. She steadfastly declined his invitations to venture out into the biting cold, dedicating ample time to crafting homemade facial masks to care for her skin. Allowing the days to drift by in this manner. On the eve of receiving her report card, Yinchen and Li Shouqiao came to seek her out. Whispering beneath the back window for quite some time, Zhong Ying had long been aware of their presence. As they failed to call her, she chose to remain silent, focusing on her assignments. When the glass was tapped, she drew back the curtains to find one of them wearing a frown, while the other beamed with delight. Their opening lines offered no surprise. "There's a monkey show on Xinhua Street. Shall we go see?" "I shall not," she replied. Li Shouqiao grinned. "It appears you are aware that a scolding is inevitable. You must be feeling rather dismal to refuse going out, yes?" Zhong Ying found his reasoning perplexing. She had declined his invitations countless times. What did her mood have to do with it? "I am in splendid spirits. I simply do not wish to go out. Moreover, what is a scathing rebuke that one cannot escape?" Yinchen, with a furrowed brow, gazed at her and said, "Ying, I visited the school, and the results have been announced. Do you have any idea what score you attained?" "How much?" 509. Upon hearing this score, Zhong Ying was momentarily taken aback. It was lower than she had anticipated, yet not by much, about 20 points. "Your total score in the sciences is 461, placing you 266th in your grade. Your homeroom teacher mentioned that you failed 3 subjects, with politics scoring a mere 34 points. 34 points. I recall your performance in political studies during the entrance exams was commendable." Yin Chun lamented. "Didn't you tell me to refrain from affecting your studies? How can your performance be declining instead? Do you still harbor aspirations of applying to schools in North City?" Li Shouqiao grinned widely, exclaiming, "She simply isn't cut out for academic pursuits, just like me. I've always said it would be much better to obtain a high school diploma and enlist in the army than to endure the humiliation of applying to university. In the first year of high school, there is no distinction between arts and sciences. The total score for all subjects is 901, while the total for the sciences is 701. Zhong Ying's scores were decidedly disheartening. She was not afraid of angering old Zhong, but feared dragging down the class average, which could result in that verbose homeroom teacher singling her out as a negative example. Teachers typically overlook exceptionally poor students, preferring to torment those of average or slightly below average performance, relishing the sense of accomplishment in uplifting them. Observing the fluctuating expressions on her face, Yinchen urgently proposed, "If you don't solidify your foundation in the first year, it will only become more arduous in the second. How about I tutor you during the winter break?" "No need. I am fully aware of my situation." "What do you mean by aware?" Before he could finish, Zhong Ying slammed the window shut, leaving the two outside to exchange bewildered glances. Her mood had soured considerably. "Will Uncle Zhong hit her?" Yinchen inquired. "No. Uncle Zhong is a kind-hearted man. He never strikes children. If Aunt Zhong were still alive, it might have been a different story," Li Shouqiao replied. "Do you feel that Ying has changed a lot?" Zhong Ying was acutely aware of her own capabilities. She had managed to secure admission to a prestigious university based on her own merit, while she dared not claim she could gain entry into top-tier institutions like Huada or Jingda. She was confident that she could be accepted by a slightly less competitive first-tier university in Beijing. It is essential to recognize that, during this period, there was no concept of parallel enrollment options. If one failed to be accepted into their first choice, even a sufficient score for the second choice might not guarantee admission. Moreover, the application process relied on estimated scores, leading to frequent miscalculations and overestimations. With the competition for university spots being intense and the admissions process exceedingly cautious, the flexibility seen in later years was non-existent. It was not uncommon for students to transition from fresh graduates to unfortunate individuals with a history of repeated attempts. Thus, describing the college entrance examination of the 1980s and 1990s as a fierce struggle akin to a horde of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge is indeed fitting. Being able to study in the same city as Yin Yu was already a significant achievement. There was no need for her to wear herself thin attempting to gain admission to Huada, as even that endeavor might not assure her success. 30 years hence, institutions like Jingyu, Jinglin, Geosciences, and Agricultural University would all be in proximity to Huada, allowing for easy visits. Why subject herself to a high-pressure academic environment and endure the anxiety of potential failures once again? Furthermore, he had come of age and could now pursue a legitimate romantic relationship. The specter of a first love, lurking in some hidden corner, might swiftly claim his affections. Even if it were not Guanling, There were certainly other charming suitors, complicating matters, and potentially leading to accusations of being a third party if things went awry. Zhong Ying is caught in a web of contradictions. At this awkward age, her transformation into beauty remains incomplete. How can she leave an indelible mark on Yin Yu's heart without invoking the impression of precocity or ulterior motives? On the day of receiving report cards and attending the parent-teacher meeting, the pride her father, old Zhong, had earned from her elder sister was utterly lost on Zhong Ying. Indeed, she became one of the primary subjects of scrutiny from the homeroom teacher, alongside several classmates who were disappointing yet salvageable, all subjected to public reprimand. The father and daughter kept their heads bowed low throughout the ordeal, enduring the teacher's biting sarcasm and earnest admonitions, while Zhong Ying caught a glimpse of the cold sweat beading on old Zhong's forehead. However, once they exited the school gates, old Zhong did not scold her. He rode his bicycle in silence for a long while before finally speaking. Ying, I left school after junior high to join the army, lacking an education. It took me a decade of hard work to rise through the ranks by virtue of my skills. Now, if I wish to advance further, I must study diligently. You and your sister were born in fortunate times, blessed with the opportunity for higher education. Do not squander it. You have 2.5 years. If you cannot gain admission to a university, we can settle for a college. Attending university is essential. Once you enter society, you will understand the vast difference between choosing and being chosen. Since the onset of winter, Zhuzhou has experienced 3 bouts of sleet, the weather grim and frigid. Aside from the beleaguered seniors who must attend classes, most students huddle at home, awaiting the arrival of the new year. The new year of 33 years ago was quite delightful. The city was alive with firecrackers, and one could hear the exhilarating crackle of fireworks echoing through the streets and alleys. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, from afternoon until dusk, the sound of firecrackers reverberated continuously. Adults busied themselves preparing the festive dinner, while children frolicked with glee. The rain, snow, and biting cold did little to dampen the vibrant spirit of the new year that permeated every corner of the city. Zhong Ying had spent 2 days at her grandmother's house, indulging in a plethora of health drinks and collecting a bag full of red envelopes. That evening, the sisters shared a bed, and Zhong Ying, with a glint of avarice in her eyes, counted the bills repeatedly. Zhong Jing observed silently, remarking, if Mom were still here, she would have saved our New Year's money for us. Zhong Ying suddenly pondered, where did all my previous red envelope money go? Should I ask Dad? Zhong Jing huffed, turning away to sleep. Zhong Ying smiled, realizing that any previous savings were merely a ruse concocted by adults to deceive children. Now, if she were to ask their father, he would likely be at a loss to distinguish how much of the household savings belonged to the children. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the new year, Zhong Ying donned a bright red polyester cotton coat and brand new black snow boots. Her backpack slung over her shoulder as she rang the bell at the Yin family's home. The doorman ushered her inside, where the atmosphere was filled with lively chatter and laughter. After changing into slippers at the entrance, Zhong Ying stepped into the living room, beaming as she bowed to the 4 elders seated on the sofa. Happy New Year, Uncle, Annie. Happy New Year, Ying. Come in. Your Annie has a red envelope for you, called out Chu Hongsu, waving her hand as she reached into her pocket. Zhong Ying quickly shook her head. No. I'm too old for red envelopes now. I'm going to find Yin Chen to do my homework. Thank you, Auntie. With that, she turned and dashed away, her 2 playful braids bouncing joyfully atop her long, dark hair. The sofa bore witness to 2 families, the Yin family of 3 and the Guan family of 3. Before Zhong Ying's arrival, Chief Yin was engaged in a game of chess with Mr. Guan while Mrs. Guan and Chu Hongsu chatted about mundane matters in front of the television. By Yin Yu's side, as expected, sat his childhood friend Guan Ling, who was engrossed in flipping through an album of old photographs. A mere exchange of greetings sent Zhong Ying's mind spiraling with 180 thoughts. Guan Ling, taken aback by her sudden appearance, stiffened momentarily and nudged Yin Yu after she departed, inquiring, what is she doing here? Yin Yu replied nonchalantly, we're all children of the compound. She has played at my home since we were little. Guan Ling felt an inexplicable discomfort, her discontent manifesting in a disdainful huff. Her character is questionable. Do not let Yin Chen associate with her. It's not just a sound she makes, it's a melody she plays. Yin Yu glanced at their parents on the other side, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Guan Ling. He took the album and stood, saying, you stay here. I'll go check on them doing their homework. Guan Ling, frustrated, pouted and turned away, giving the sofa a resentful thump. On the second floor in Yin Chen's room, Zhong Ying spread out a handwritten test paper, pointing to the last challenging question. I cannot solve this problem. Yin Chen scrutinized it for a few minutes, exclaiming, what kind of question is this? It seems far beyond our curriculum. Calculus? If you understand it, that would be miraculous. Zhong Ying smirked slightly, suggesting, why not ask your brother to come up and have a look? The competition prodigy would surely figure it out. Chapter 12. Dangerous Kin. Zhong Ying had no intention of exploiting Yin Chen, particularly after her brother had learned of his little secret. The closer they grew, the more formidable her task of winning over Yin Yu would become in the future. However, without engaging with Yin Chen, she could not approach Yin Yu. It would be utterly inappropriate for her to shamelessly seek his presence. As the adage goes, what is easily obtained is rarely cherished. Zhong Ying has always believed that relentless pursuit is the least effective strategy in the art of courtship. She aspired to elevate her relationship with Yin Yu to the status of marriage, to firmly claim the title of Mrs. Yin, and to ensure that when the time came for a divorce, Yin Yu would willingly part with half of his fortune. Thus, it was imperative that she never exhibit a hint of frivolity or carelessness. She wanted him to remember her whenever he thought of her. She wished he would perceive Zhong Ying as a charming and delightful protagonist. No, a good girl. Over the course of 6 months, she needed to find legitimate reasons to draw near, plant the seeds of affection discreetly, and maintain an air of innocence and naivety, a task of considerable complexity. After much contemplation, Zhong Ying resolved to accept Yin Chen's offer for tutoring. Her status as the 266th student provided the perfect excuse. There could be nothing more earnest than the pursuit of knowledge. Approaching him as an earnest scholar, filled with integrity, no one would be able to discern the true nature of her intentions. Before the new year, when old Zhong took her shopping for clothes, they happened to visit the Xinhua bookstore. Zhong Ying seized the opportunity to purchase 7 or 8 tutorial books in one go. The mock exam papers she created were derived from the exercises in these books. She prepared more than one set, compiling a variety of challenging and unconventional problems, all with the aim of eliciting Yin Yu's guidance. The books, published between 1985 and 1988, bore titles such as Exercises on Certain Topics in Mathematics Explained by Esteemed Teachers. Their contents varied in quality, with narrow question types and rigid explanations, and without some modification, they would hardly suffice for someone of Yin Yu's caliber. Whether Yin Yu will succeed is uncertain, but her intention is not merely to assist him in solving problems. Before Yin Chen could call for her, Yin Yu ascended on her own. Confronted by the eager, inquisitive gazes of the 2 first-year students, she turned her attention to the so-called difficult problem. To find the second-order partial derivative, he raised his eyes to Zhong Ying, inquiring, where did you find this question? In a book. Which book? A mathematics tutorial book. Zhong Ying replied with poise, my father purchased several for me, filled with exercises that I certainly cannot complete all of. So I copied down some I deemed particularly challenging to study with Yin Chen, aiming for mutual improvement. Yin Yu pressed her lips together, pointing to the problem as she asked Yin Chen, can you comprehend the question? Yin Chen shook his head, and when she turned to Zhong Ying, she received a similar response, a rhythmic shake of the head. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Yin Yu remarked, this is too advanced for you. For now, we are discussing the problems, which you will not grasp. Learning must be gradual. First, you should master the key points of your first-year studies. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Ying promptly gestured towards the paper. I have completed the questions I understand, but I am unsure of their correctness. Could you assist me, brother Yin Yu? Look at this trigonometric function. Yin Yu began explaining, while Yin Chen provided assistance and Zhong Ying listened intently, occasionally posing questions and summarizing points to demonstrate her engagement. After half an hour, the Yin brothers noted Zhong Ying's remarkable progress, her ability to draw connections and understand concepts with ease. You are quite capable, Ying, Yin Chen expressed with satisfaction. Haven't you mastered this? I truly do not understand how you only scored 85 in mathematics. Were you not paying attention in class? Zhong Ying sighed. I am quite diligent in class, however. Our math teacher's accent is so obscure that once he accelerates the pace, I find myself utterly perplexed. How could he articulate concepts as clearly as brother Yin Yu does? Yin Yu smiled. High school is like this. The curriculum is rigorous, and teachers typically refrain from extensive explanations. It is essential to rely on post-class reviews and practice. Zhong Ying suddenly seemed to recall something and hurriedly added, I'm sorry for taking up your time, brother Yin Yu. Your schedule is even more demanding. You should get back to your studies. If I encounter any difficulties, I can always consult Yin Chen. just as Yin Yu was about to respond. The door swung open abruptly. Yin Yu, what are you doing? Why haven't you come downstairs yet? Guanling peered in from the doorway. Noticing the three individuals gathered around the writing desk, each holding a pen, with an array of papers strewn across the table, she managed to force a smile. I'm heading out now, Yin Chen remarked. Goodbye, Sister Guanling. Zhong Ying chimed in. Goodbye, Senior. Yin Yu stood to leave, but Guanling shot Zhong Ying a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore her as she simply said, See you tomorrow, Yin Chen. As Yin Yu was about to step out, Zhong Ying called out to him, pulling 2 milk candies from her pocket. She first handed one to Yin Chen and then placed the other into Yin Yu's hand, saying, Thank you, Brother Yin Yu, for helping me with the problems. Please enjoy this candy. With a hint of embarrassment, she rummaged through her pocket and addressed Guanling. I'm sorry, Senior. I only brought 2 candies. Will you be coming again tomorrow? I'll bring some for you then. Guanling forced a smile. I'm not fond of candy. Who has tasted white rabbit milk candy? I don't need you to bring me any. As soon as Guanling laid eyes on Zhong Ying, an uncomfortable sensation surged within her, not solely due to the previous teasing she had endured. Observing this girl smile innocently at Yin Yu, she instinctively sensed a looming danger. This sense of peril was not unfamiliar to her during her time in Beijing. Yin Yu was a figure of great repute, with his academic prowess, striking looks, and being the scion of a prominent family. His grandfather and father both seasoned veterans of the battlefield. He consistently brought glory to the school through various competitions, garnering a multitude of admirers, predominantly female. Each day, a new wave of girls would deliver meals, fetch water, strike up conversations, and write letters. It seemed that boys matured at a slower pace. Guanling, however, discerned the intentions of those girls far earlier than Yin Yu did. From the onset of high school, she had unwittingly assumed the role of his guardian, consuming the meals intended for him, reading the letters meant for his eyes, and subsequently tearing them up. Knowing he remained indifferent, whispers circulated among classmates, insinuating that she regarded Yin Yu as her private possession, clinging to him tightly, but Guanling dismissed their envy with nonchalance. Their 12 years of friendship, spanning from elementary school to high school, was not something that mere mortals could disrupt. Yin Yu had numerous male friends, and the only girl who drew close to him besides Guanling was Yin Fan, the first person who truly made Guanling feel threatened. Yin Fan possessed an alluring charm, her academic performance rivaling Yin Yu's, yet she was far from the stereotypical bookworm. She often presented herself as a knowledgeable individual, engaging with Yin Yu under the guise of intellectual discourse. Their shared participation in several competitions had evidently fostered a closer bond, and Yin Yu had openly expressed his admiration for Yin Fan on multiple occasions. Guanling's academic performance had been mediocre until she overheard Yin Fan mention her aspiration to attend Huada University, which ignited a spark of determination within her. Unsure of her own chances of gaining admission to Huada, she found herself unable to bear the thought of being excluded while witnessing Yin Fan and Yin Yu become alumni. As the end of her second year approached, with Yin Yu preparing to return home, Guanling conducted a calm assessment of her academic standing. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that despite the favorable conditions in Beijing, the competitive environment, teeming with prodigies, rendered her efforts insufficient. Even with the advantage of a capital residency, a year of additional hard work would still leave her distant from the threshold of Huada. Many regarded her decision to transfer schools as a whimsical impulse. Yet no one would jest about their future. The choice to undertake the college entrance examination in Zhuzhou was a collective decision made by her family, thoroughly deliberated. Although S province faced an imbalance between the number of students and available opportunities, the disparity in teaching quality compared to Beijing was significant, leading to a pronounced gap in student performance. In the affiliated school, she was not particularly distinguished, but upon transferring to Zhuzhou No. 1 High School, she found herself among the top ranks. However, the elite remained elite, and she still could not quite measure up. Yet, the elite were few, and beneath her feet lay a multitude of aspiring students, providing her with a glimmer of hope. Moreover, there existed a more clandestine motivation behind her decision, for Yin Yu. Regardless of whether Yin Yu had awakened to his own feelings, Guanling had already confirmed her affection for him, a sentiment she had harbored since childhood. Although the Guan family's status was slightly inferior to the Yin family, her father's successful transition to a government position yielded stability and upward mobility, while her mother's foreign trade business ensured their financial standing was comparable. Yin Yu's grandmother adored her, and Itchu held her in high regard. Coupled with their childhood friendship, Guanling could not fathom anyone more deserving to stand by Yin Yu's side than herself. Her subtle thoughts were known to her parents. Otherwise, they would not have taken the risk to transfer their household registration, deliberately drawing closer to the Yin family. In this pivotal year, she sought to clarify matters. Guanling understood Yinyu and trusted his character. Once both parties expressed their feelings, even if she failed to gain admission to Huada, he would not be swayed by other girls, and the threat posed by Yinfun would naturally dissipate. As for the local girls from Juzhou No. 1 High School, Guanling harbored no concerns, not to mention the brief duration of their time together, which could hardly stir any significant turbulence. With the plethora of exceptional young women from the capital as a benchmark, it would be sheer folly for Yinyu to take notice of them. Just like that Zhong Ying, what good was her academic prowess when she was of average appearance, exuding an air of poverty? A sudden thought struck Guanling. How could she recall the names of two girls, both with the surname Zhong? Meanwhile, the two students in the room were engrossed in their discussion of the subject matter. Yinyu and Guanling descended the stairs together. Glancing at the milk candy in the palm of his hand, he smiled faintly as he unwrapped the candy. Yet before he could taste it, Guanling snatched it away. Yinyu was taken aback. What are you doing? You can't have her candy. Do you want some? Yinyu lingered on the steps for a moment, his warm gaze gradually growing colder. This is my home. I shall do as I please. Why doesn't Yinshin go to her house to work on homework together? I suspect she has ulterior motives. You're being ridiculous. Yinyu found this utterly absurd and was reluctant to engage further, entering the living room. His manner of speaking was consistent. When displeased, he was curt and unyielding, offering no quarter in his retorts. Guanling was acutely aware that a softer demeanor would prevent confrontation, yet she was consumed by an overwhelming ire. The mere thought of Zhong Ying tilting her head in feigned innocence while offering candy to Yinyu ignited her fury. How peculiar it was. Here was merely a naive, adolescent girl, barely of age, yet she felt an inexplicable, intense danger that surpassed even her trepidation towards Yinfun. Perhaps this was an instinct innate to women. A sin of kinship that hinted at a shared possessiveness concealed beneath a facade of normality, secretly regarding this youth with an intense gaze. Unbeknownst to Zhong Ying, the offering of a single piece of candy had sparked a minor uproar, yet she acutely sensed Guanling's disdain and wariness towards her. Initially intending to alternate between study and rest, as her beauty regimen required attention and time should not be squandered on mere exercises. The news of Guanling's return the following day prompted an immediate change of heart. This was indeed an opportune moment for disruption. The more she irritated Guanling, the more splendid it would be to cast aspersions upon her before Yinyu. Look how precociously she has matured, this blossoming young lady, who, before even embarking on a romantic endeavor, is already consumed by jealousy and scheming. What future could her partner possibly have? Yinshun had completely forgotten the minor emotional setback he had experienced with Zhong Ying, his heart now filled with the joy of enlightening a dullard. He considered his contributions substantial and boasted, "If you don't place within the top 100 in the upcoming monthly exam, I'll stand on my head and eat castor beans." Zhong Ying retorted, "Then you better prepare the beans." Yinyu, naturally, was pleased, but amidst his joy lingered a hint of melancholy, prompting him to offer a few words of encouragement to both before drifting away. Yinshin gently closed the door and whispered to Zhong Ying, "Yesterday, my brother had a quarrel with Sister Guanling, and she ran off in tears." Chapter 13. Learning brings me joy. Zhong Ying was well aware of the reasons behind Guanling's dispute with Yinyu. All human suffering, at its core, is a manifestation of the anger stemming from one's own helplessness. Whether this profound observation belongs to Wang Xiaobo remains uncertain. Yet Zhong Ying had experienced its truth firsthand, and thus found it deeply resonant. The inability to realize one's desires and the incapacity to make the world revolve around oneself inevitably lead to a reluctant compromise with reality, giving rise to anguish and frustration. In recent days, Guanling's disdain for Zhong Ying had become increasingly palpable. Each encounter left her with a countenance that was neither here nor there. At her tender age, she struggled to conceal her emotions effectively, and Zhong Ying surmised that as soon as she turned away, Guanling would not hesitate to speak ill of her to Yinyu, wishing fervently to banish her. Regrettably, Guanling seemed to forget that she was merely a guest, and Zhong Ying had committed no wrongdoing. Her visit to Yanshun for tutoring and exercises was sanctioned by old Zhong, who had secured the consent of Yan's parents. With the military's heightened duty during the New Year celebrations, old Zhong was on standby from the second day of the new year, working half the day and resting the other half. The Zhong household was empty in the afternoon, making it inappropriate to leave adolescent boys and girls alone at home. Moreover, Zhong Ying had difficulty rising early in the morning, prompting Chu Hongsu to suggest that she go to the Yin residence. Furthermore, Zhong Ying's purpose was indeed to study. She would complete her tasks and leave without partaking in meals or engaging in unrelated conversations with the Yin family, maintaining decorum and propriety throughout her visit. Yin Yu and she met merely to discuss academic queries, a mere 4 occasions, all initiated by him. Zhong Ying had never taken the opportunity to express herself beyond the subject matter. Chu Hongsu had praised her more than once for her maturity and growth. Thus, Guanling's disdain was unfounded. What reason did she have for such animosity? What had this young girl done to provoke her? After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl, excitable and impetuous. Observing that Yin Yu, despite her attempts to distance himself from Zhong Ying, showed consistent interest in her academic progress only intensified Guanling's jealousy. It all came to a head the day before, when Yin Yu suddenly remarked on Zhong Ying's remarkable intelligence, suggesting that with proper guidance, her performance would rival that of his younger brother. This ignited her fury. As the new school year commenced for the 3rd year of high school, Yin Yu returned to school and presented Zhong Ying with a gift, a box containing 10 practice papers from Beijing-affiliated high school. He encouraged her to approach him with any questions she might have. Of course, Yin Chen's gift was even more substantial, comprising 2 entire boxes. During their brief one-on-one tutoring sessions, she displayed keen focus while listening, engaged fervently during debates with Yin Chen, and exuded excitement when solving difficult problems, allowing both the lecturer and the assistant to savor the joy of nurturing talent. She was not a genius. Rather, she was a student eager to learn. And teachers hold such pupils in high regard. In stark contrast to her evident dedication and progress, Guanling's actions undoubtedly revealed a petty spirit misjudging a noble character. This was merely the beginning. She would continue to champion her studies, lingering in Yin Yu's life as an ever-present shadow, and Guanling could only simmer in her resentment. Having assumed the role of Zhong Ying, she found herself far less antagonistic towards Guanling than future generations would be towards Linda Guan. On the contrary, she felt a sense of sympathy for all the young women who admired and would soon admire Yin Yu. The young Muai is not at fault, however. With profit at the forefront, no one shall encroach upon her rightful marital assets. I must apologize in advance. Yin Chun, whose resolve wavered, found himself restless after a year of confinement. Ultimately, he chose a splendid sunny day for an outing. Alongside Zhong Ying, they enjoyed a film and spent the afternoon wandering through the War Memorial Park. At the monument, she indeed discovered her name inscribed. Gender unknown, hometown undisclosed. She perished in the early months of 1949, leaving behind 4 words, Martyr Zhong Ying, for posterity to honor and remember. The usually mischievous Li Zhouqiao adopted a solemn demeanor in this sacred space. The group bowed before the monument, softly reciting the names of the martyrs, speaking in hushed tones to avoid disturbing the spirits. Zhong Ying cast a sidelong glance. Is it not more difficult to gain admission to a military academy? He chuckled. You do not understand. The admission scores for military academies are significantly lower for those coming from the army. I have already decided to apply to the Changnan Army Academy, reputed as the West Point of the East, quite formidable indeed. West Point? Zhong Ying had heard of it, one of the oldest military academies in the United States. It must be quite grueling, right? Li Shouqiao dismissed her concern. The People's Liberation Army fears neither hardship nor exhaustion. After 3 years of study, I will join the battalion as a squad leader, ready to lead troops into battle. Yin Chen scoffed. In this era of peace, where is the war for you to fight? The imperialists may never relinquish their designs against us. We must remain ever vigilant. Li Zhouqiao leaped up, wrapping his arms around Yin Chen's neck. Do you know why I love hanging out with you? Because I always treat you. Because I admire your father. Yin Chen turned to him, and Li Zhouqiao chuckled. My dad says your dad fought at Changpation. He is a war hero. Yin Chen sighed softly. A war hero is forged through sacrifice. I was not even in elementary school back then. I remember my mother holding me, weeping, saying that my brother and I would become children without a father. If it weren't for my father's fortitude, his name would have been inscribed on a monument today. Zhong Ying held her breath, uncertain of what to say, while Li Zhouqiao remained as cheerful as ever. Uncle Yin has survived great tribulations. Surely, fortune awaits him. Long life, heroes. Yin Chen smiled faintly and asked, Zhouqiao, do you truly wish to enlist? Are you not afraid of war? Not at all. My aspiration is to sacrifice myself for my country. What nonsense. Zhong Ying interjected, unable to tolerate it any longer. What kind of ideal is that? Serving your country and making sacrifices are commendable, but casually speaking of sacrifice is inappropriate. Li Zhouqiao stuck out his tongue. Perhaps I too could become a living hero like Uncle Yin. He then shifted the topic. What about you too? What are your aspirations? Yin Chen replied. I wish to become a scientist. Zhong Ying added, I want to become. She struggled to recall her youthful ambitions in her childhood essays. The professions she wrote about were always the same: scientist, astronaut, angel in white, police officer. As she grew older, she realized that those essays were merely for impressing teachers. Her father had told her early on that upon graduation, she would join the family business, and what she studied bore little relevance to her future career. For a time, she had imagined herself as a powerful businesswoman, but marriage shattered that dream. I never considered that. Plans change faster than one can adapt. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. She yearned to marry early, to become the woman behind a powerful figure, basking in wealth and fortune, living a life of effortless ease. Could she articulate such thoughts? Before two impassioned young men, she felt a sense of embarrassment. If you don't wish to join the military, perhaps you should consider attending a sports academy. You would excel as a physical education teacher. Li Zhouqiao chuckled heartily. The winter sun retreated behind thick clouds, transforming the once clear sky into a gloomy shroud. The north wind, which had paused for a day, began to howl again, heralding the impending arrival of rain or snow. Zhong Ying's attitude towards her studies had improved slightly, though this was merely reflected in her refraining from concocting her collection of remedies during class. Even when the teacher posed questions 100 times, she would raise her hand once or twice to indicate her participation. Yet, her note-taking remained reliant on borrowed answers. And her daydreaming had not ceased. Before the monthly examination, she had visited the Bo AI building 3 times, clutching her notebook and peering cautiously around the entrance of Class 1. Senior 3. Yin Yu, seated at the back of the classroom, was the first to notice her, his gaze inquiring if she needed something. Zhong Ying shook her head and pointed towards the front row, where Zhong Jing was buried under a mountain of books, laboriously studying. She whispered, Sister, sister. At the prompting of her classmates, Zhong Jing spotted her sister but remained motionless, calling out in her usual loud voice, What is it? I have a question I would like to ask you. For the first time, Zhong Jing emerged, furrowing her brow to address Zhong Ying's so-called difficult problem. The second time, Zhong Jing appeared visibly irritated, expressing that she was currently under considerable stress in her revision and questioning why her sister did not consult classmates or teachers instead. Zhong Ying replied that the problem was challenging, her peers were unable to assist, and the teacher's explanations were rapid and chaotic, leaving her bewildered. Furthermore, the number of students visiting the office each day was overwhelming, making it difficult for her to receive individual guidance. Zhong Jing said nothing more and once again provided her with answers. By the third time, impatience had set in. She refrained from stepping outside and merely stated her busyness, suggesting they converse again on Sunday. Zhong Ying, feeling both aggrieved and helpless, stood at the classroom door, gazing longingly at Zhong Jing before turning away. Just as she reached the stairway, someone called her name from behind. A fleeting, triumphant smile graced her lips, but she quickly reverted to her previous expression of distress and turned around. Yin Yu, brother, she greeted. Yin Yu approached with purposeful strides, asking, Are you seeking your sister regarding an issue? Yes, she replied. Let me have a look. She handed over her notebook, and Yin Yu cast a cursory glance. Have you begun tackling competition problems? Indeed. After 2 weekly tests since the start of the semester, I consistently lost points on the last math problem. And my grasp of physics formulas and their applications remains inadequate. You mentioned previously about honing one's thinking skills, so I decided to challenge myself with competition problems, hoping to see a quicker improvement in my grades. Yin Yu regarded her thoughtfully. That is indeed a viable method. The final questions in past college entrance examinations often resemble competition problems. Engaging with them more frequently will certainly provide you an advantage. They exchanged ideas at the stairway for a while, with Yin Yu explaining concepts. Zhong Ying grasped the material effortlessly, her eyes sparkling with realization. So that's how it works. I always relied on rote application of formulas, but now I understand thanks to your explanation. Yin Yu smiled as he returned her notebook. You are quite intelligent. Zhong Ying controlled the upward curve of her lips and, tilting her head to look at him, ensured her gaze reflected admiration tinged with a hint of pride. Did I not mention that you could come to me with any questions? Your sister might be under considerable stress. Yin Yu, what are you doing during self-study? Came an unexpected interruption. Why is she back again? At that moment, Yin Yu caught sight of Zhong Ying's crestfallen expression. He had anticipated her visit concerning the problems, but he did not expect it would not be about himself. Considering the recent circumstances of the classmates, I intended to clarify Zhong Ying's impatience with her sister, hoping to alleviate the young girl's distress. However, I was interrupted as soon as I began to speak. Chapter 14. The sister who defies expectations. On the day the monthly exam results were released, Yinshun encountered his brother in the dormitory corridor. With exuberance, he shared the news that he had finally shed the long-standing title of second place, claiming the top position instead. His brother's expression soured, revealing his discontent. The efforts of the winter break had not been in vain after all. Yin Yu, however, doused his enthusiasm with cold water, cautioning that the margin of scores was too narrow for him to hold the first position for long. Having grown accustomed to such remarks, Yin Shun let them pass through one ear and out the other, continuing to revel in his triumph. Just as he was about to leave, his brother detained him, inquiring about Zhong Ying's performance. When pressed further, Yin Shun reluctantly divulged the truth. After intensive tutoring during the winter break, Zhong Ying had made remarkable progress, achieving a rank of 101st in her grade. She had scored full marks in English and 116 in mathematics, while her performance in other subjects was average, and she still had not passed her politics and history exams. He expressed his frustration, noting that the girl had seemingly exerted herself solely to ensure his defeat, calculating her scores with such precision. Was it truly so difficult to score an additional half-point? Regardless, he would not resort to desperate measures. Yin Yu sighed with relief, noting that she had not been adversely affected. The young girl maintained a steady mindset. On the eve of the first-year monthly exam, Zhong Ying had a fierce argument with Guan Ling in class, causing all the students during evening self-study to lose focus. They were captivated for a full 20 minutes before a teacher intervened to restore order. The once diligent and focused student, who had dedicated herself wholly to preparing for the college entrance examination, revealed her true nature, leaving her classmates in astonishment. So, this is the real Zhong Ying. They had failed to perceive it for 3 years, hidden so deeply beneath her studious facade. She stood on the bench of Guan Ling, cornering her against the desk, and interrogated her. Is the Boai building funded by your family? Did your family donate to the school? What position does your father hold, chairman or prime minister? Guan Ling pushed her away, bewildered. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Zhong Ying, with a swift motion, sent her books scattering across the floor, pointing a finger at her nose, and declared, What am I doing? I want to ask you what you are doing. If you don't clarify things today, you won't be leaving this classroom. What do you want me to say? Zhong Ying scoffed. Do you dare to repeat what you said to my sister here? Who knows who your sister is? You're insane. My sister is Zhong Ying. Don't tell me you don't know her. Yin Yu, seated in the back with his arms crossed and eyes downcast, lifted his head and caught a glimpse of Guan Ling's fluctuating expression through the gaps between several classmates. I don't know. Move aside quickly, or I will call the teacher. Go ahead and shout, Zhong Ying retorted, tilting her chin defiantly, rolling up her sleeves and resting her elbows on her knees like a ruffian. Feel free to call the principal. Let him know that our school has welcomed a privileged class, renaming the Boai building with the surname Guan, declaring who can enter and who cannot. Dare to enter, and don't blame me for being rude. Come on, tell me how you intend to be rude, threatening my sister to avoid you in the future. Who do you think you are, a mere sprout plucked from the ground, so brazen? Without giving Guan Ling a chance to speak, Zhong Ying continued with a cold smile. That day, I overheard you boasting about being a member of the Guarjiak clan, claiming to be a grand princess of the Yellow Banner. How absurd. Is this the source of your arrogance in bullying your juniors? The Qing dynasty has been gone for 70 or 80 years, and yet you still indulge in fantasies of royalty? Perhaps I should mention this to our teacher and suggest that you showcase your so-called authority on the flag platform during Monday's morning meeting. We, the impoverished peasants of the school, could pay our respects to the Grand Princess. What do you think? In the classroom, only Zhong Ying's voice resonated clearly. Her words articulate and sharp, as her classmates held their breath, either staring intently or shielding their faces with books, all watching the unfolding drama. At the mention of paying respects, someone stifled a laugh. Guan Ling's face flushed crimson as she screamed, You're talking nonsense, fabricating lies. I'm being slandered. I never told Zhong Ying to avoid me. I was asking her to. Suddenly, she seemed choked, as if someone had grasped her throat. Zhong Ying raised an eyebrow, urging her, Go on, what were you asking her to do? Guan Ling stood up abruptly, pushing Zhong Ying away with all her might. I want to tell you. Just get lost. You're deliberately provoking me. You two sisters are no good. Yinyu. Yinyu. She is bullying me. Outside the classroom, Yinyu waited for Zhong Ying and informed her that he had not instructed Guanling to do anything and was unaware she would speak to Zhong Ying in such a manner. He mentioned that Zhong Ying had been studying diligently over the winter break, and if this incident led to her poor performance in the monthly exam, he wanted to apologize on Guanling's behalf. Zhong Ying, visibly irritated, retorted, "Apologize for her? Is she dead?" Yinyu, the classmates eavesdropping by the door, were entirely taken aback by the transformation of Zhong Ying's image. Her previously perceived traits of diligence, seriousness, and a slightly somber demeanor were completely overturned. The policy of family planning was only established as a fundamental national strategy in 1982, and it was inevitable for a middle school student to have several siblings studying at the same school. As the incident spread from one person to another, Zhong Ying became an overnight sensation. Unlike her former reputation as an exemplary student or a model of academic excellence, the tales of her actions circulated throughout the school, drawing mixed reviews. Some lauded her as a nurturing elder sister, fiercely protective of her younger sibling, while others criticized her for her sharp tongue and unwillingness to let grievances go. High school life was monotonous, and the quarrel among the senior girls continued to stir the campus, often prompting vivid retellings during breaks. Senior Zhong said, "Greetings to the esteemed elder sister." Senior Guan replied, "At ease," and then the audience would chime in with a resounding, "Yes." Among the three central figures of the incident, aside from the highly scrutinized Zhong Ying and Guanling, Zhong Ying also found herself thrust into the spotlight. Frequently, people surrounded her, inquiring about what Guanling had said that provoked Zhong Ying's furious defense of her sister. Did she truly prevent others from entering the love and compassion building, forcing them to take a detour upon encountering her? Wasn't that excessive? Zhong Ying kept her lips tightly sealed, refusing to answer any inquiries. The teachers summoned Zhong's father and Guan's father to the school, after which Guanling was absent for 2 days. Zhong Ying informed her that Guan's father had apologized for his daughter's inappropriate remarks. If she chose not to come, it was likely due to her guilt. "We are in the right. Why should we fear? If one dares to utter such words, one must bear the consequences." Yet, Zhong Ying felt a sense of unease, sensing that the situation was gradually evolving into something resembling school bullying. At this moment, the students may not yet possess a concept of bullying. They merely judge right from wrong based on their whims. They side with whoever seems to be in the right and believe that those who err deserve criticism. One must not underestimate the insidious effects of verbal bullying. Imagine if Guanling were to stroll through the campus, only to be greeted maliciously by her peers calling her Big Miss, feigning respect. How would she feel? Would it not impede her studies, subsequently affecting her performance in the college entrance examination? Throughout this encounter, Zhong Ying remained silent, quietly observing Guanling's outburst. Fortunately, the term green tea bitch had yet to be coined. Otherwise, Guanling would undoubtedly have found Zhong Ying to fit that description perfectly. As she departed, Guanling left a harsh ultimatum. If she saw Yinyu, she would take a detour, lest she be considered impolite. Her words, tinged with a Beijing accent, became slightly indistinct when spoken quickly. At that moment, Zhong Ying listened to the familiar intonation while contemplating the opportunity to undermine Guanling. Should she seize it? By directly relaying Guanling's words to Yinyu and adding a touch of manipulation, she believed the rift between them would widen to an irreparable extent. However, Zhong Ying was acutely aware of Guanling's fondness for Yinyu. To act upon this would risk a fallout between them, leaving Guanling despondent and heartbroken. With the impending college entrance examination, she could not bear the thought of ruining someone's future over a fleeting desire for revenge. To her, Guanling was simply a young girl at that moment. Yet, she could not let the injustice slide. After much contemplation, Zhong Ying resolved to maintain her innocent persona. Who could she turn to for support at school after enduring such indignities? Naturally, she would seek her elder sister. On Sunday, she approached Zhong Ying, subtly recounting the situation. The fiery sister sprang into action, exclaiming, "My sister can only be bullied by me. How dare that insufferable Guanling, that undeserving woman who steals opportunities, speak so brazenly? Without twisting your dog's head, I can write the character in reverse. All derogatory remarks attributed to are unfounded. She has not mentioned even once. Her sole intention was to humble and temper that entitled princess demeanor of hers. Little did she anticipate that, harboring a latent resentment towards, and would excel so remarkably, igniting the gossip among classmates. Now, as the situation unfolds, finds herself powerless to silence the rumors and must patiently await the storm to abate. The monthly exam was somewhat affected. She had aspired to elevate her rank within the top 100, hoping to deepen admiration for her. However, distracted by thoughts of during the secondary subjects, she lost track of time and submitted her paper, ultimately failing the political exam despite days of diligent study. Perhaps only felt this discontent. She remained cautious, concerned about the issue of campus bullying, deliberately answering several questions incorrectly to avoid drawing suspicion by suddenly ranking highly. Fortunately, her imagined disastrous scenario did not materialize. According to, upon returning to school, no one approached to offer greetings, nor did anyone openly ridicule her. Everything remained unchanged. The only slight alteration was that she had previously befriended a girl, often engaging in laughter together, but now she disregards that companionship, speaking solely to, does treat her kindly? In the girls' dormitory at noon, and her sister sat on the lower bunk sharing an apple. After hearing this, fixed her gaze on in silence for a while. Took a bite of the apple and asked, "What are you staring at?" Zhong Ying squinted her eyes. "I forgot to ask you. Why did Guanling say such things to you? What gives her the right to prevent you from going to the Boei building, or to make you take a detour?" Zhong Ying chuckled. "Did I not mention before? She is envious of your excellent grades, and finds me displeasing as well. That's not right." Zhong Jing's expression became inscrutable. "When I quarreled with her, I did not mention your name. She has no idea who my sister is. She's just pretending. I have sought you out. How could she possibly be unaware? Ah, the heartless and cruel sister who loves poetry. Tell me the truth. Why is Guanling targeting you?" Zhong Ying remained unfazed. In fact, she felt a substantial support beginning to surface. As a candidate for the top scorer in the college entrance examination, with a strong likelihood of being accepted into Huada University, her sister should be aware of the underlying circumstances. After all, in-laws will eventually become family. "I will tell you the truth, but please do not scold me." "All right. Guanling likes Yin Yu." "Excuse me. What?" Zhong Jing erupted in fury, leaping from the bed. "How dare that wretched girl tarnish my pure sister?" Zhong Ying replied. "Shouldn't you calmly inquire whether you like Yin Yu as well? How am I supposed to navigate this awkward situation?" Chapter 15. You think I am compromising my integrity? Zhong Jing was determined to confront Guanling. And despite Zhong Ying's pleas to avoid causing a scene in class, after all, Guanling would lose face. And Zhong Ying could hardly take pride in it. Being embroiled in such ambiguous romantic entanglements was certainly not advantageous for a high school student. In the final year of high school, there were no more amusing topics circulating, and Zhong Jing, having cursed Guanling a few times behind her back, returned to her former state of being a study fanatic. As April arrived, the weather turned warmer, and the students shed their heavy winter coats, joyfully running about the campus. However, the atmosphere around the Boei building grew increasingly heavy and somber. It had been a long time since Zhong Ying had passed by the entrance of the Boei building. Sometimes, when she would sneak into the girls' dormitory to nap on Zhong Jing's bed, she would take a detour around the building. Cowardice, alas, was unavoidable, as Guanling's threats lingered in her mind. Outside the back door of the Boei building, there was a patch of wildflowers and a small grove, in the midst of which lay an abandoned fish pond. Alongside this pond, a few stone tables and benches had been constructed, seemingly with the intention of creating an attractive campus landscape, though it had fallen into disrepair for reasons unknown. The front entrance of the building was conveniently located near the cafeteria, while the back door was close to the dormitories. During warmer days, students often brought their meals to dine in the little grove, where the gentle breeze caressed their faces and the melodious chirping of birds mingled with the fragrance of flowers. A far more pleasant environment than the crowded cafeteria filled with greasy tables and the lingering stench of leftover food. The habit of napping on beds had only recently begun. On one hand, the arrival of spring brought with it a sense of drowsiness, making it difficult for Zhong Ying to stay awake during afternoon classes without a midday rest. She would use Zhong Jing's dormitory pass, and since the dormitory supervisor could not discern whether she was a senior, she would return the pass to the gatekeeper after her nap, allowing Zhong Jing to retrieve it later for her own use. On the other hand, it was also due to a particular incident. Once, while following Zhong Jing along the back path of the Boei building to the dormitory, she had spotted Yin Yu and Guanling in the grove. Each held a lunchbox, appearing to share no conversation, yet they sat closely together, with Guanling even offering Yin Yu some food from her own box. Indeed, could the trivial disputes between girls truly undermine the steadfast bond of their friendship? A few quarrels and explanations amount to nothing of grave consequence. With a playful pout and a softening demeanor, Guan Ling would soon turn the page on this chapter. With just 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, Zhong Ying resolved not to add to Guan Ling's troubles, hastening past the grove with unwavering focus. Their encounters were intermittent. Occasionally, when they crossed paths, Zhong Ying would subtly avert her gaze, feigning that the eyes that had just met hers belonged to a complete stranger. It was of no significance. Yin Yu shifted from beside Guan Ling to sit across from her, urging her to eat quickly. The following afternoon, he caught another glimpse of the young lady from a distance. As she approached along the pathway, upon noticing him with Guan Ling, she bit her lip in frustration, raising a book to shield her face and quickening her pace. Though the pathway was sparsely populated, it provided ample cover for her retreat, allowing her to vanish toward the dormitory before Guan Ling could perceive anything amiss. Yin Yu remained composed, inquiring, "What did Guan Ling say to Zhong Ying?" "You must ask her yourself. Individuals of our genteel upbringing do not utter such things," was the reply. Yin Yu retorted, "Guan Ling and I are merely classmates. Our feelings are nothing more than platonic. Who cares?" Zhong Ying interjected, her expression fierce and menacing. "If she isn't using your name to threaten my sister, do you think I would waste my breath with you? In any case, you are responsible for resolving this matter. Should I hear any more of her nonsensical ramblings, even if it means facing disciplinary action, I shall not hesitate to silence her." Through his words, Yin Yu became acquainted with Li Zhouqiao, Xia Hongjun, Gu Nanping, Yuan Dan, and other companions, hearing countless tales of games they had played together and the foolish antics they had engaged in. Naturally, among them was Zhong Ying. After impulsively uttering a certain remark, he secretly regretted it, fearing that his younger brother would be embarrassed and consequently distance himself further. Yen Shen neither admitted nor expressed anger. He merely blushed and asserted that he would not engage in early romance. Yin Yu felt that his brother was genuinely a pure-hearted and obedient sibling. The emergence of Zhong Ying became a catalyst for strengthening the bond between the two brothers as they found common ground because of her. Assisting others, running errands, and attending supplementary classes, over the course of 6 months, discussions about Zhong Ying became the most frequent topic of exchange outside of their studies. Yin Yu refrained from revealing to his brother that Zhong Ying regarded him merely as a good friend. However, Yen Shen took the initiative to inform his brother that Zhong Ying had feelings for another boy, asserting that a relationship between them was impossible. What could Yin Yu say? He had never experienced love himself and was at a loss as to how to win a girl's affection, so he could only comfort Yen Shen, assuring him that there was plenty of time ahead. The younger brother's fleeting melancholy did not last long, abruptly ceasing after the new year. When he was with Zhong Ying, he remained as carefree as ever, and she too was forthright. They were both singularly focused on their studies, resulting in notable improvements in their academic performance. Yin Yu, observing them, couldn't help but reminisce about his own relationship with Guan Ling, a childhood friend with whom he shared a profound bond, believing that they would remain friends for the long haul. However, ever since Guan Ling transferred to Juzhou, he began to harbor a subtle sense of unease, which only intensified after she repeatedly targeted Zhong Ying. He felt as though their friendship was gradually deteriorating, and he was ill-equipped to navigate such dilemmas, having no experience in this realm whatsoever. During his second year of high school, a friend jokingly remarked that not even a single peach blossom would fall upon his head. For Guan Danyu was known to be quite formidable. He had witnessed a confrontation between a girl and Guan Ling, who had questioned why the girl posted her letter to Yen Yu on the school bulletin board. Although he disagreed with the act of posting the letter and personally apologized to the girl, he believed that Guan Ling's intentions were rooted in goodwill. His second year proved to be the most demanding, filled with competitions, interviews, and examinations, leaving him with little time to address trivial matters unrelated to his studies. Guan Ling assisted him with these issues, for which he was genuinely grateful, never once contemplating her motives. Wasn't friendship, after all, the true motivation? Zhong Jing's words extinguished any flicker of hope within Yen Yu. He needn't inquire with Guan Ling to surmise what she and Zhong Ying had concocted. The paranoia had escalated to a point where it bordered on excessive interference in his life, and he could no longer deceive himself into believing it was purely out of friendship. Without having seen Yen Yu and Guan Ling, Zhong Ying need not feign urgency, leisurely meandering forward. As she approached the rear entrance, a figure suddenly emerged, blocking her path. "Oh dear," Zhong Ying startled, causing the books in her hands to tumble to the ground. Upon recognizing the person who had obstructed her, she hastily bent down to retrieve her books, intending to flee. Hello, Brother Yinyu. Goodbye, Brother Yinyu. Yinyu, with a swift stride, once again intercepted her, Zhong Ying. Her petite face contorted with anxiety as she glanced around nervously. I'm not here for the Bo AI building, nor am I looking for you. I'm simply heading to the girls' dormitory for a nap. I can only take this route. Her anxious demeanor left Yinyu feeling an inexplicable frustration, prompting him to soften his tone. I understand that you take a nap in the dormitory every day. I'm not specifically waiting for you here. I merely wish to convey that you should not be swayed by others. Pursue your own desires. No one has the authority to infringe upon your freedom. Zhong Ying seemed not to absorb his words as she shuffled her feet towards the eaves, glancing up at the classroom windows above. I understand, she murmured, her face betraying her tension as she yearned to escape. Yinyu sighed, feeling that his attempts to detain her resembled the bullying of a tyrant, and continued. I've heard that you performed admirably in the past 2 monthly exams, securing a place in the top 100 of your grade. Yes. Zhong Ying waved her hands dismissively. No need for that. I have enough exercises to tackle. Yinyu insisted. Let Yin Chen bring them to you. Working on competition problems will benefit you greatly. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me. Zhong Ying fell silent, her expression reminiscent of a distressed character from a tale, as if to say, you are putting me in a difficult position. Although Yinyu was unfamiliar with this fat tiger, he could discern her unease, igniting an inexplicable ire within him. How had they managed to pressure such a diligent girl into this state? Guanling had yet to acknowledge her own faults. While she had confessed to harboring biases against Zhong Ying in his presence and vowed to restrain herself from troubling her further, she had not ceased her complaints. Occasionally, she would murmur disparaging remarks about the Zhong sisters, and it took Yinyu losing his temper twice before she quieted down. He truly wished to ignore Guanling. Yet their families shared a bond, and Guanani frequently lamented to his mother about her daughter's picky eating, indulgence, and frail health, imploring Yinyu to look after her at school. Being picky and spoiled is indeed true. Her frailty is confined to physical education classes. Yet, he has witnessed her engaging in brawls, pulling hair and delivering flying kicks. Feeling irked, his domineering nature slipped through. You need only approach me. No one dares to bully you. Zhong Ying pouted. Never mind, just hand me the paper. I'll have my sister spare some time to explain it to me. I won't trouble Brother Yinyu. Your sister is swamped with revisions, and you are also under pressure for your studies. I'm not anxious. The college entrance examination poses no challenge for me, and I have ample time. All right, I understand that the top scholar is within your grasp, so do not flaunt it. From the moment they became acquainted, Yinyu perceived a certain complexity in Zhong Ying's gaze, one that defied immediate comprehension. Regardless of whether she exhibited openness, curiosity, admiration, excitement, astonishment, disappointment, grievance, or wariness, there lingered an enigmatic nuance. Unable to decipher her, he assumed she was inherently sensitive. Same city, same school, no need to spend on postage. Yinyu chuckled. It was precisely her intelligence that rendered her sensitive. She was reluctant to exacerbate tensions or burden him, devising such a solution, feeling stifled and helpless. Where was that fiery spirit from the bus? With a good sister, why fear Guanling? If she did not confront her today, she might truly become a stranger to him in the future. Yinyu ceased to press the matter, discussing problems on paper, uncertain if it would prove as futile as discussing strategy without action. We shall see by trying. Agreed, it is settled then. Zhong Ying gazed at the corners of his lips, which curled into a gentle smile, revealing shallow dimples. Mischief sparkled in her eyes. You believe I am compromising. Yet in truth, I am playing right into my hands. Under the impetus of her formidable teammates, Guanling and Zhong Jing, she has taken a significant step that will profoundly influence the forthcoming 2 years, venturing into the realm of written communication. No, it is the right to textual dialogue. Reflecting upon the flourishing future of online conversations, writing letters, despite its inherent slowness, is not devoid of merit. Chapter 16. A new kind of love letter. Shortly after receiving the competition paper from Yin Chun, Zhong Ying composed her first letter to Yinyu. It contained a physics problem involving motion diagrams, transcending the knowledge typically expected of a first-year high school student. She meticulously transcribed the question onto the letterhead, marked her answer, and penned her reasoning, albeit incorrect. At the conclusion, she inscribed 3 words, uncertain. She slipped the letter into a brown paper envelope, and, the following day, delivered it to the security office upon her arrival at school. The elderly guard remarked, "That will require a postage stamp costing 8 cents. Zhong Ying explained that the letter was not intended for mailing, but rather for placement in the receiving box. The guard, glancing at the recipient's address on the envelope, queried, "Why not simply deliver it directly to the class of a senior student?" Zhong Ying shook her head in exasperation, refusing to comply. Such a method of internal correspondence, devoid of postage and signatures, would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, she intended to leave the initial letters unsealed, inviting scrutiny for those who might harbor doubts, hoping that they would grow accustomed to it over time. Upon receiving the letter, Yinyu noticed the crumpled seal and furrowed his brow, asking, "Do you think I believe this?" "I do not," replied the class monitor with nonchalance. "It is unsealed. I have not seen it." Yinyu was aware of the unsealed nature, yet the coarse edges of the brown paper and the prominent creases suggested it had been opened frequently. He took a seat, extracted the letter, and after reading, cast a sidelong glance at the monitor, Zhang-san. The committee member was perplexed. Do you know Zhang-san?" "No." "Then what significance does your question hold?" The committee member scratched his nose and shot a glare at Yinyu. Guanling had gone to the restroom and missed the moment when Yinyu received the letter, but a week later, as the second letter entered the classroom, it landed in her hands. "Yinyu, your letter?" Guanling, who had a reflexive aversion to the word letter, sprang up from her seat and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Give it to me." The life committee member was caught off guard as she snatched it away before Yinyu could approach. "Resistor, diode." She looked up in confusion. "Who wrote you this letter? Why is it a physics problem?" Yinyu replied coolly, "Li Si." The life committee member responded, "Is the next letter from Wang or Matzi then?" "Huh. Who is Li Si?" Guanling glanced over the letter again. It resembled a girl's handwriting. "Li Si? Or Li Si?" Before she could finish her thought, Yinyu snatched the letter back. "In the future, please refrain from touching my letters. Opening someone else's correspondence is quite impolite." Without sealing it, Guanling stomped her foot. "What do you mean?" Literally. Guanling was furious. It was one thing to bicker privately with Yinyu, but being publicly humiliated, especially in front of Zhong Jing, was intolerable for her. Enduring a moment does not equate to forgiveness. Yinyu has humiliated her. He must apologize, soothe her, and clarify the origin of the letter, or else she shall never acknowledge him again. When the third letter arrived, the life committee member jested about Wang or Matzi, and Yinyu took the letter, whispering a few words to him. The life committee member nodded. "That works for me. It saves me trouble." He was engrossed in reading the letter, the paper trembling slightly between his fingers, a faint smile playing upon his lips, his gaze concealed beneath lowered lashes, his demeanor gentle. The primary product formed from the heating of urea reacting with NaOH. Guanling flipped the envelope and paper back and forth, scrutinizing it from every angle. Discerning no peculiarities. There was no salutation, no signature, only a chemistry problem accompanied by its solution. Yinyu, unusually tender, had sent her a chemistry problem? This was inconceivable. She glared fiercely at the characters and elemental symbols, wishing to bore a hole through the paper with her gaze. The handwriting, slender and delicate, was undoubtedly that of a girl. What did it mean to write a problem for Yinyu? A novel form of love letter? Since they had never truly fallen out, and she believed they never would, she regarded Yinyu's words during their quarrels as mere expressions of anger, dismissing them after a moment, though they weighed on her heart. However, recently, due to the Zhong sisters, Yinyu had shown some discontent towards her. Whenever the topic arose, he would grow visibly upset. On one occasion, he solemnly asked her, "What are you to me?" Guanling longed to respond with "my partner," yet lacked the courage. Altering her words to "friend," he replied, "Indeed, we are friends, but one cannot have only a single friend." Guanling countered, "You have Dai Yuan, Yen Ran, Gong Lihai, Gong Lijiang, and a whole multitude of friends." Yinyu wore a half-smile, his bright gaze piercing her heart as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that I can only have you as a friend of the opposite sex?" Guanling internally shouted an affirmative, yet stammered, "Not at all. You and Yin Feng are friends too, and there are also Do Do and her companions from the military compound, several friends of the opposite sex. With her presence, Yin Feng would have no opportunity for solitude with him, and as for Do Do and Ni, they were merely elementary school children, posing no threat." Yinyu refrained from refuting her, instead stating, "I truly cherish the friendship we share. However, Guanling, focus on preparing for the college entrance examination and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you." Yet, she sensed a warning in Yinyu's tone, suspecting that Zhong Jing's reckless antics had entangled him, causing his displeasure. Realizing this, Guanling endeavored to avoid mentioning the Zhong sisters in Yinyu's presence, and indeed, Their relationship returned to its usual state. Her father visited every fortnight, while her mother remained in Juzhou to accompany her studies. Renting a house for an extended stay and maintaining close contact with Aunt Chu, Guanling had initially planned to confess her feelings to Yin Yu after the college entrance examination. As long as he did not oppose, their families would be united. She envisioned an engagement, adopting the title of betrothed, with plans to marry after university graduation. It is not an exaggeration to say that Guanling had even contemplated where they would reside post-marriage and what they would name their children. She believed that Yin Yu would be taken aback, but would ultimately not refuse. Having just reached adulthood, it was natural that he had not considered such matters. She was certain that with time to ponder, he would come to understand. After 12 years, who else could there be but her? Guanling's confidence shattered upon witnessing Yin Yu's expression as he read the letter, an unprecedented tenderness gracing his features, as if he were gazing upon a treasure of immeasurable worth. It must be acknowledged that a woman's capacity for imagination is innate. Without yet knowing the truth, Guanling has already conjured a dramatic narrative of betrayal, abandonment, and infidelity from a mere expression. One Friday morning, Zhong Ying entered the school and stood before the guardhouse. As she rummaged through her backpack for a letter, an individual suddenly obstructed her path, ominously inquiring, "Are you sending a letter?" Zhong Ying glanced at the person with an impassive expression, continuing her search within the bag. She then leaned against the window and addressed the guard. "Uncle Li, has the accommodation permit for Gao San Yi's Zhong Jing been left here?" The elderly man, engrossed in the morning news on the radio, sifted through a stack of accommodation permits on the wide table and replied, "Here you go." Without so much as a glance at the stranger, he tossed his ponytail and departed, leaving behind a lingering, fiery gaze. Zhong Ying chuckled softly. She chose to retreat gracefully, opting not to exacerbate Guanling's distress. However, since the latter was unwilling to let herself off the hook, she might as well indulge in her theatrics. During the break between the first and second classes, which was extended by 5 minutes, Zhong Ying darted towards the guardhouse like an arrow released from its bow, depositing her 4th sealed letter. Fortunately, her quick thinking saved her. Had she been caught, a confrontation at the school gate might have ensued. This letter was indeed distinct from the previous ones. Zhong Ying not only penned a title, but also illustrated a bowing stick figure alongside a small red heart, eliciting a chuckle from Yin Yu. This time, she did not casually tuck the letter into her book, but rather slipped it into her pants pocket. "Who exactly is writing you these letters?" During the lunch break, Guanling ambushed Yin Yu in a small grove. Remarkably, they had not exchanged a single word for an entire week. If she remained silent, Yin Yu simply ignored her existence. Fully aware that such a direct inquiry would yield no response, Guanling could not restrain herself any longer. After Yin Yu's departure, she rummaged through his desk, yet found no letter, leading her to conclude he must have it on his person. How infuriating! That wretched individual, whether named Li Si, or Li Si. If you possess the audacity, let us confront each other face to face and clarify matters. Is it shameful to clandestinely engage in a romantic affair? Guanling's eyes blazed with fury, her heart aflame with indignation. "You are secretly involved in a relationship. I shall inform Aunt Chu." He rose from his seat, having barely touched his meal, and closed the lid with an air of indifference, stating, "Go ahead, inform whomever you wish." Though he did not voice it, his gaze unmistakably conveyed profound disappointment in her. They brushed past one another without hesitation, even as he witnessed the tears cascading from her eyes. Yin Yu conversed with his mother for 20 minutes, and upon ending the call, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Much later, Yin Shin remarked to Zhong Ying, "I believe my brother can be rather heartless at times." When Guanling was so gravely ill, he showed no desire to even visit her. Zhong Ying refrained from commenting, understanding that the distinction between cold-blooded and warm-hearted individuals varies. While visiting the sick is commendable, it becomes rather distasteful when a mother and daughter, under the guise of illness, coerce an 18-year-old young man into engagement. Chapter 17. The Purple Realm. Every individual harbors a sense of luck and a tendency towards procrastination when time is measured in years. One tends to comfort oneself with the notion that there is still time, assuring that a comprehensive review can be accomplished before the crucial examination. As the significant day draws near, many become increasingly anxious, perpetually feeling that there are aspects overlooked, questions unaddressed, and key points yet to be thoroughly memorized. After completing her morning routine, Zhong Jing settled down at the round table, where Zhong Ying promptly presented her with meat buns and a bowl of spicy soup. "Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal," she said. Zhong Ying shot her a glance, exclaiming, "Such virtue!" With but a week remaining before the college entrance examinations, Zhong Ying was living a life of utter contentment. Eschewing study and writing, she indulged in meals and then returned to slumber. Her grandmother had dispatched her uncle with an abundance of meat and fruit, cautioning that the elderly lady's heart could not withstand excitement and would refrain from visiting during the exams. It was the father's duty to ensure Zhong Ying was well cared for, leaving no room for error. The Zhong family received these instructions, with the ever-dutiful old Zhong overseeing the 3 daily meals, while the young eunuch Zhong Ying was tasked with entertaining and amusing her, ensuring her spirits remained high. Miss Su, the esteemed socialite, was exceptionally adept at flattery, possessing an innate ability to read the room, which seemed improbable. Yet, from a young age, Grandfather Su had deliberately nurtured this talent within her. He often recounted, "When serving your great-grandfather, you must present the chest jar, accompany him in painting fan faces, and stroll with him, always speaking auspicious words. Utter a single unkind remark, and I shall reprimand you." At that time, her father was still youthful in his 20s, reveling in play, frequently leaving her in Grandfather Su's care. Grandfather Su delighted in taking her to visit the elderly gentleman, where the little one learned to be both obedient and charming. Even as a toddler, she could deftly articulate the phrases that delighted her elders, being the first great-granddaughter and thus managing to procure many treasures from the old gentleman's hands. Of course, all these treasures eventually found their way to Grandfather Su, then to her father, and subsequently. Alas, who could have foreseen that the illustrious Su family would ultimately rely on marrying off daughters to uphold their standing? Making Zhong Ying smile was, for her, a task of utmost ease. Zhong Ying inquired several times, yet she was met with refusal, as it was purportedly a surprise for her sister. On the evening of July 6th, Zhong Ying unveiled a fabric bag, producing a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts for Zhong Ying. The wholesale market truly is a treasure trove. It had gone unnoticed for far too long. "You shall wear this tomorrow." "What is this?" "A red shirt, symbolizing a propitious start. Wearing it ensures you conquer all challenges with an imposing presence." Purple shorts. A homophone for purple bottom can work, signify that no problem is insurmountable, and a refreshing wash in the morning will invigorate you. Zhong Ying disregarded her sister's complex expression and retrieved several more garments from the bag. "Tomorrow, I shall don this chi pao for the exam, signifying a victorious outset. This is what I intend to wear the day after, a yellow shirt paired with gray skirt, destined to achieve brilliance. And this is for the day after when I come to fetch you." Zhong Ying interrupted her, pulling open the bag that had been concealed for 2 days, revealing a new pair of sneakers, a dress, an umbrella, several hairpins, and an assortment of hair ties in various colors, along with vests and shorts. She turned to Zhong Ying. "Did you purchase all of this?" "Yes." "For me?" "Ah." Zhong Ying scoffed. "Only the red shirt and purple shorts are mine. Take whatever you fancy. We sisters share everything." Zhong Ying pointed at her. You, taking advantage of the situation for your own gain. Look at you, always overthinking. What is mine is yours." Zhong Ying shot her a playful glare. Holding the chi pao against herself, the fabric subpar, threads protruding, the embroidery merely printed on, at a mere 10-odd yuan. What more could one expect? "Does it look good?" Despite her reluctance, Zhong Ying donned the red shirt early the next morning. While checking her stationery and exam admission ticket, someone abruptly tugged at her waistband, startling her into a gasp. Zhong Ying, grinning mischievously, remarked, "Let me see if you're wearing purple underwear. Purple is quite the charm." With such a traditionalist, there was little to discuss. Zhong Ying, ever independent, watched as old Zhong pedaled away with Zhong Ying, heading towards the Li family's residence. Zhou Qiao. "It's time to go," she called out. When Li Zhou Qiao emerged, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in astonishment. His eyes roamed from top to bottom and back again, murmuring, "That's the outfit you bought the other day. It looks splendid." Zhong Ying, holding a delicate white floral parasol, wore a pink printed short-sleeved chi pao that gracefully fell just above her knees, accentuating her exquisite figure and elegant demeanor. She paired it with a set of white sneakers, foregoing socks, which imbued her look with a spirited athleticism that softened the chi pao's inherent seductiveness. Her hair was styled into 2 playful neza buns, with the rest cascading down, adding an extra touch of vivacity. It was no wonder Li Zhou Qiao was momentarily speechless. Even she couldn't help but admire her reflection. Recognizing that in an era where quality was paramount, one must rely on thoughtful combinations to exude a unique charm, Zhong Ying clicked her tongue in approval. You have good taste. Hurry and push the bike. The examination venue was at their school, and by the time Zhong Ying arrived, the entrance was festooned with red banners and teeming with people. While the number of candidates was not overwhelming, each individual was accompanied by their family, creating a bustling scene that choked the streets. Amidst such chaos, Zhong Ying stood out as the most dazzling presence on the entire street. She gracefully navigated through the crowd with a parasol in hand, her pace unhurried. Whenever someone was captivated by her appearance and glanced in her direction, she would beam and say, "Keep it up, young man or young lady." Most would respond with a knowing smile, while a few appeared momentarily bewildered. To her, they were all akin to older brothers and sisters, some of whom would blossom into pillars of society over the next 30 years, achieving remarkable success across various fields, while others might fade into obscurity, leading lives shrouded in anonymity. Yet at this moment, they all exuded the same vitality and youthful exuberance, poised to embark on a shared starting line as they approached the first significant examination that would shape their futures. When their edges had been softened by the passage of time, would they still remember this day? Would they recall the exhilarating tension of this moment, the silent, late-night study sessions, the early mornings filled with the brilliance of starlight, and the fervor of their youthful aspirations? Inspired by the atmosphere, Zhong Ying felt a wave of emotion as she observed the youthful faces, silently wishing for their dreams to come true. Gu Namping's brother, Gu Beiping, was also sitting for the college entrance examination, along with Yin Yu and Zhong Jing, making 3 individuals from their courtyard gathered for the occasion. Li Zhouqiao called out loudly to her from beside Lao Zhong, but Zhong Ying could only see the back of the standout youth among the crowd, his presence strikingly distinguished. Yin Yu quickly shifted his gaze, smiling at her Neza hairstyle, sensing that the day's warmth exceeded the forecast. Chu Hongsu fanned herself with a hand fan and, upon seeing Zhong Ying, exclaimed in admiration, "How wonderful are these 2 children from the Lao Zhong family. They are both beautiful and academically gifted. Just look at how lovely Ying looks in that little dress. She truly shines when she dresses up." Namping's parents. Indeed, girls are preferable. Old Zhong chuckled. Sister-in-law? What are you saying? Xiaoyu and Xiachen from Beiping and Namping are far more outstanding than the 2 of them. Zhong Jing subtly curled her lips in disdain. Yin Chun and Gu Namping approached her, gazing at her as if she were an enigma. Ying, you dress as though you are attending a modeling competition. Zhong Ying replied with a smile. I specifically donned a chi pao to wish for a victorious start and to bring good fortune. I hope my sister, Yin Yu, and Beiping can all achieve remarkable results. The parents once again showered her with praise, commending her thoughtfulness and maturity. At 10 minutes to 8, the examination hall opened its doors. The candidates conducted a final check of their household registration books and admission tickets before gradually entering, the air filled with encouragement and cheers. The 3 candidates from the courtyard walked together, and after a few steps, Zhong Ying exchanged a glance with Li Zhouqiao and shouted at their retreating figures. Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing, you will surely succeed. Zhong Jing, Zhong Jing. Shut up. Many eyes turned in their direction, and Zhong Jing's face flushed with embarrassment. Unconsciously, she touched her waistband, disregarding Yin Yu and Gu Beiping, and quickly ran away. Li Zhouqiao leaned in. Cheering for your sister. Why is she upset? Gu Beiping. Chu Hongsu laughed heartily. Oh dear, Ying, you are simply delightful. This was well prepared, a rehearsed speech. Yin Chen frowned. Why wasn't he included in the cheer? The Gu family exchanged glances, torn between laughter and finding nothing amusing. 3 days after the college entrance examination concluded, Zhong Ying unexpectedly encountered Yin Yu at school while collecting her report card. He stood at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, hands tucked into his pockets, leaning casually against the window, gazing down at the playground below. The corridor was bustling with students, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Yet Zhong Ying instantly spotted him amidst the crowd. Lu Yuan, perplexed, inquired why. I will tell you later, she replied, adjusting her hair before gracefully stepping out of the classroom and merging into the throng of students, heading towards the other end of the corridor. Zhong Ying. Lu Yuan called out breathlessly from behind. Your book. Thank you. Without casting a glance towards the opposite side, Zhong Ying smiled slightly, affectionately linking her arm with Lu Yuan's, and turned to walk together. What on earth are you doing? Lu Yuan whispered, feeling a bit uneasy. Shu 1, 2, 3. Zhong Ying whispered, tightening her fingers to suppress the urge to burst into laughter, and softly told Lu Yuan, you go on ahead. I will bring you beef jerky when school starts." A spark of realization flickered in Lu Yuanyuan's eyes, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Chapter 18. There's potential. Yin Chen clutched the student handbook, striding out of the classroom alongside his rival, who walked a few paces ahead. He raised his fist towards the rival's back. Suddenly, the rival turned. "Yin Chen, let us work hard together next academic year." Yin Chen's fist froze in midair, and only after his rival had walked away did he exhale a heavy sigh, grinding his molars, the frustration within him unspoken. Third place is acceptable, and a fifth isn't so painful. Why must it be second? The first year of high school thus concluded on an imperfect note, and Yin Chen felt he had tasted the bitterness of Zhou De's predicament. "Brother!" he shouted in a fit of frustration, yet the corridor was devoid of Yin Yu's presence. Yin Yu lingered at the classroom door for a moment. His desk had long been cleared before the college entrance examination, requiring no further tidying. His arrival here was purely coincidental. Everything unfolded so naturally. Upon encountering Zhong Ying on the first floor, he inquired about her grades, only to discover that the door to Yin Chen's classroom remained shut. The corridor was bustling with students, a cacophony of voices and movement, and as they walked together, engaged in conversation, they unknowingly descended the stairs. The campus was alive with laughter and playful shenanigans, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the tranquil Boyai building, strolling as if in a leisurely promenade. Since they were already there, it seemed only fitting to ascend and take a look. Thus, the two found themselves inexplicably halted at the entrance of the third-year classroom. The corridor empty and the building serene, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. It could be said that the moment Zhong Ying fell silent, the discomfort became palpable. The only reason Yin Yu had been drawn out to spend some time alone was due to her eloquence and subtle suggestions. When she spoke, Yin Yu responded. When she took a step, he felt compelled to follow. Achieving this natural flow was no small feat. Firstly, it was essential to avoid any lulls in conversation. She initiated the topic with her final exams, revealing the arduous effort that lay behind her commendable rank of 53rd in the grade. And the narrative of her academic journey could fill 3 days and nights with discourse. Of course, one could not overlook Yin Yu's contributions through his tutoring. Each challenging problem had been effortlessly solved under his guidance, and their correspondence bore witness to her remarkable growth. Zhong Ying carefully navigated the delicate line between gratitude and flattery, striving to bring him joy and pride. She couldn't help but recall the whimsical figures she had drawn in her later letters, little beings adorned with question marks, deep in thought with propped chins, bowing in gratitude, and raising their arms in triumphant exclamation. From Yin Yu's expression, it was evident that he appreciated it. A simple stick figure, crafted with minimal strokes, transformed the otherwise dreary academic discourse into something lively and engaging. Who could possibly resist such charm? After discussing her studies, she turned the conversation to his. Yin Yu estimated his score to be around 680, causing Zhong Ying to stumble slightly, nearly losing her balance. Even her eloquence faltered for a few seconds. A total score of 701. What did a 680 signify? Were it not for her steadfast commitment to maintaining her persona, she might have cried out in disbelief. "What? You have stolen my sister's title as the top scorer. I shall never forgive you." On the day the college entrance examination concluded, Zhong Ying fervently calculated for an hour before tossing down her pen and succumbing to sleep. Zhong Ying peered at the bewildering array of numbers on the paper, where a prominent line indicated 637. If Zhong Ying's estimate proved accurate, she would either secure a place at Huada or Jingda, undoubtedly gaining admission. However, gaining entry to a prestigious university was not Zhong Ying's sole aspiration. She sought perfection, wishing to honor the years of her diligent efforts, perhaps even harboring a tinge of guilt for never having assisted her sister, who had seen her grades steadily decline. Only the title of top scorer could absolve her. Then Yin Yu appeared, having already eclipsed the students of Beijing, now poised to overshadow those of Juzhou, brutally shattering the dreams of not just Zhong Ying, but many others. This estimation was a silent killer, and no one could rival him. How splendid! Brother Yin Yu was surely the provincial top scorer this year, and perhaps even the national top scorer was within his grasp. She smiled with surprise and sweetness, yet secretly worried about how to convey this unfortunate news to Zhong Ying. The disparity in intelligence between people is undeniable. Dear sister, you must accept your fate. Perhaps. Yin Yu's words were ambiguous, but the confidence was unmistakably etched in the corners of his eyes and brows. How infuriating! As they approached the third year of high school, Zhong Ying fell silent, refraining from initiating conversation, allowing the awkwardness to spread. Her hair was neatly styled, with the fringe slightly longer, a few strands brushing against her brows, reminiscent of the youthful hairstyles of the 1980s. No matter how much a plain person attempts to groom themselves, they remain unattractive. Conversely, even a shaved head becomes appealing on a good-looking individual. His complexion was fair, and his lips moved with little motion while speaking. If one did not gaze into his eyes, he could appear somewhat arrogant and dismissive. Zhong Ying later reflected that some habits and traits formed during childhood are nearly impossible to change throughout one's life. At one point, whenever he spoke in that manner, Zhong Ying felt he looked down upon her father, and a family that sacrificed their daughter for money. So why on earth did he still choose to marry? Am I so lowly that you consider yourself noble? Yin waved his hand in front of her, seemingly lost in thought. What was he pondering? Zhong Ying closed her eyes and suddenly smiled, half seriously declaring, I was thinking that my sister is about to cry. Her estimated score is over 630. That's excellent. Such a score ensures acceptance into Hua University. Upon mentioning Guanling, Yin Yu's expression noticeably soured, and after a pause, he replied, Sanzhong. I wonder how she performed. I don't know. The tone was somewhat stiff as Zhong Ying raised an eyebrow. I know a few students preparing for the college entrance examination, and there is no need to mention you and my sister. I hope Beiping and Senior Guanling will also gain admission to their desired universities. Yin Yu fell into silence for a moment before hesitantly replying, Zhong Ying, don't take to heart what Guanling has said to you. She has a tempestuous nature and sometimes speaks thoughtlessly. Zhong Ying tilted her head in curiosity. Do you know what she told me? I do not, but I understand her well enough. It likely wasn't he kind. Zhong Ying giggled. I was a bit frightened at the time, so I confided in my sister. Reflecting on it now, it's not a big deal. In fact, Senior Guanling is quite a good person. She speaks her mind and loves passionately. She simply misunderstood me. After all, I am still a student, and my priority is my studies. I never considered competing with her. She paused her thoughts, then, after a few seconds, shyly glanced at Yin Yu, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At this juncture, it is necessary to pause and elucidate the technique of blushing. One can achieve a rosy complexion at any moment by holding one's breath. Of course, this varies from person to person. Those with thicker epidermis may not experience as pronounced an effect and may need to hold their breath a little longer. In the corner of his eye, Yin Yu noticed the girl's ears tinged with pink, and for a fleeting moment, his heart raced at her glance. Recalling the image of her approaching with a petite parasol just days prior, her eyes sparkled with liveliness, her smile radiant, and her cheongsam clung perfectly to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. On ordinary days, her attire bore no distinction from that of other girls. She often sported a ponytail, donned crisp shirts, cotton skirts, hand-knit sweaters, and oversized coats or quilted jackets. The only impression that Yin Yu found remarkable was during their face-to-face tutoring sessions. Her lips were particularly luscious and red, parting and closing like delicate petals as she posed her questions. Her lashes were exceptionally curled, and as she lowered her head to focus on her work, the shadows cast by her lower eyelids formed a captivating fan shape. Zhong Ying remarked that the redness of her lips was a result of her applying cheap lipstick each time they met, dabbing it with tissue 3 or 4 times until the color appeared remarkably natural. As for her eyelashes, only members of Middle Eastern royal families were naturally endowed with such curls, she quipped, suggesting a matchstick dipped in aloe vera juice as a remedy. Yin Yu had witnessed the girls of North City exuding confidence in leather jackets, boldly donning ultra-short skirts, and flaunting bell-bottom pants paired with floral shirts, which were collectively deemed eccentric by their teachers and strictly prohibited on campus. Yet, he had never before encountered a girl dressed in a cheapao complemented by sneakers, as if she had stepped out from a bygone era, yet imbued with the vibrant spirit of the new age, delicately charming, playfully spirited, and possessing an allure that was subtly ineffable. Guanling is not my girlfriend, Yin Yu blurted out, immediately regretting his words. His hand, tucked into his pocket, clenched into a fist. What was he saying? Why was he explaining this to a young girl? What did it have to do with her? I meant to say, Guanling. I don't. His thoughts suddenly became a chaotic tangle. He had never felt this nervous even when speaking as a representative of outstanding students at a grand conference in the state guest house. Zhong Ying descended the stairs in silence, her heart bursting with laughter. Was there a chance for something more? Did he remember her now? This was just the beginning. Could he not withstand the pressure? Once again, the truth was reaffirmed. The order of appearance mattered little. Rather, the timing of an encounter held paramount significance. 2 years prior, she flaunted her charm in front of Yin Yu, yet he likely scarcely spared her a glance. Her efforts were in vain, for he was yet to awaken to such matters. Despite Yin Yu's exceptional intellect, at that moment, he was merely a youthful lad, brimming with confidence as he prepared to outshine his peers. On the day he would bask in glory, memories of that encounter would surely resurface, and he would recollect her. The effort she put into her appearance, the slogans she crafted, what significance did they hold if there were no discernible progress? How laughable. Zhong Ying feigned ignorance. Yin Yu, what are you talking about? Let us hurry. Yin Chun must be waiting impatiently. Yin Chun, growing increasingly agitated as he awaited their return, finally spotted his brother and Zhong Ying together, his irritation palpable. Brother, where have you been? Didn't you say you would wait for me by the classroom door? Yin Yu blinked innocently. I went upstairs to fetch something. Fetch what? Yin Chun inquired skeptically, casting a glance at Yin Yu's hand hidden in his pocket, before turning to Zhong Ying. Ying, what brings you here? Zhong Ying, oblivious to Yin Yu's apparent guilt, sauntered confidently, unencumbered by hesitation. I have my report card, just as you do. Why shouldn't I be here? I arrived early, encountered Yin Yu, and decided to accompany him to Bo AI building to see if there were any supplies we overlooked. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. How did you fare in the exam? Did you secure first or second place? With a deft change of subject, Yin Chun relaxed his shoulders, sulking slightly. Let us not discuss that. It's utterly vexing. Is Yu Song still overshadowing you? Do you know he taunted me? He flaunted his first-place victory just to provoke me. Provocation? How excessive! He exclaimed. Yin Yu observed his younger brother and Zhong Ying walking ahead, animatedly gesturing and conversing. He let out a long sigh. Saying goodbye to Zhong Ying left him with an inexplicable discomfort, a mix of anxiety and confusion in his heart. What was this feeling? When would they fill in their college applications? After washing her hands, Zhong Ying popped a grape into her mouth, but quickly spat it out, finding it neither sweet nor sour. Zhong Jing shot her a sideways glance. Applications? We filled them out before the college entrance exam. What? How could that be? Zhong Ying was taken aback, knowing only about estimating scores, unaware of the perplexing procedure of filling out applications prior to the exam. It's always been this way. You fill out your applications after the preliminary exam, and then you take the college entrance exam. But what if you perform well on the preliminary test and apply to a good school, yet falter in the actual exam? Fate, Zhong Jing replied succinctly, silencing Zhong Ying. The pressures of being a college applicant in this day and age were overwhelming. Mere diligence in studies was insufficient. One's fortune also played a significant role. She couldn't help but worry about her own fate 2 years down the line. Steadying herself, she inquired, which university did you apply to? What, of course. Do I need to say more? Zhong Jing replied lazily. Since middle school, it has been my sole ambition. I didn't even bother with a second choice. Suppressing the urge to express her frustration, Zhong Ying asked, does Dad know you're this headstrong? Everyone in the family knows. How infuriating. Another insufferable genius. I truly find them detestable. Observing Zhong Jing's regal demeanor and her condescending gaze, Zhong Ying smirked. I didn't intend to bring you down. But your arrogance is unbearable. Sister, what do you think Yin Yu estimated his score to be? 680, I suppose. She appeared languid and indifferent. How do you know? During the mock exam, she scored 676. Surely she cannot perform worse in the actual test? It turned out that her apparent indifference stemmed from having been disheartened. In an instant, Zhong Ying shifted her mindset and began to feel sympathy for her. Sister, the college entrance examination is not the culmination of your studies. There will be opportunities for you to surpass him in the future. This laughter, which reflects a surrender to self, is it a result of being numbed by setbacks? Chapter 19 Farewell Gathering. In early August, Zhong Jing received her admission notice. She granted herself a month-long respite, and upon confirming her acceptance, she resumed a regimen of strict self-discipline, rising early to jog, practicing calligraphy in the morning, and spending 3 hours in the library in the afternoon. The family compound was abuzz with joyous events this month. Gu Beiping was accepted into Jinling University of Technology, and Zhong Jing gained admission to Huada. The logistics department awarded them both military family scholarships, each receiving 200 yuan. Gu Junyi and Old Zhong instantly became the envy of the crowd, inundated with congratulations and praises, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Her 3 uncles jointly hosted a teacher appreciation banquet for Zhong Jing at the Juzhou Grand Hotel, with 40 tables set. Banners proclaiming heartfelt congratulations for her acceptance into Huada were unfurled, and flowers, balloons, and firecrackers were in abundant supply. The eldest and second uncles donned impeccably tailored suits, while the youngest uncle, old Zhong, appeared in his military uniform, all the aunts elegantly adorned, standing at the entrance to welcome guests and receive gifts, reminiscent of a wedding celebration. Zhong Ying was astonished to discover the extensive social network of her maternal grandparents. All 40 tables were filled, with some children left without seats, being held on their parents' laps. The main table was exclusively reserved for Zhong Jing's homeroom teacher, various subject instructors, the director of education, and a vice principal, all of whom bore the telltale signs of fatigue, their eyes puffy and faces glistening, clearly having indulged in libations throughout the month. Grandmother, radiant with health, embraced Zhong Jing throughout the event as guests arrived in waves to extend their congratulations. At times, she beamed with joy, while at others, tears welled up, sharing heartfelt sentiments with relatives. The child has made us proud. If Huijin were here, she would surely rejoice. Zhong Jing had become a talisman of good fortune. Her only task was to sit there, wearing a smile, shaking hands with each visitor, allowing them to bask in her happiness, or posing for an endless stream of photographs. Zhong Ying overheard someone instructing the photographer, "Please print several copies of the photos, laminate them, and inscribe a commemorative photo with the outstanding graduate of Huada." Zhong Jing endured this for 2 hours, scarcely tasting her meal, yet the fatigue was palpable. Once their own festivities concluded, the family moved on to the Gu family, and after that, to yet another family celebrating their child's acceptance into a prestigious school. It was the season of college entrance exams, a time of gratitude ceremonies, and an endless celebration of joyous occasions. In previous years, Zhong Jing's illustrious achievements would not only grace their family's banners, but also be celebrated on the school's bulletin board, even making its way into the local newspaper, the Juzhou Daily. Alas, this year, another prodigy had emerged, relegating her to a humble second place, her name begrudgingly overshadowed, as the admission to a distinguished institution and astonishing scores seemed to elicit little excitement. Yin Yu, with a total score of 683, achieved perfect marks in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English, becoming the top scorer in S province and tying for first place nationally. When Zhong Ying learned of this news, she reassured Zhong Jing, saying, "Tying for first is not the same as being singularly exceptional. Our nation is rich in talent and potential. There will always be someone to surpass him. Does that ease your heart a bit?" The Yin family did not host a wedding banquet, nor did they accept interviews from the daily provincial newspaper, maintaining a low profile as if the event had never occurred. Nevertheless, Yin Yu's name continued to resonate throughout the campus of Yizhong, disseminated by banners and announcements, fervently promoted by the principal and education officials, reaching countless households. His father's status provided him with substantial protection. The military and civilian life were two disparate realms, and without permission, no one dared to unveil his background or disrupt his tranquility. What the public could ascertain was merely a name. That evening, Yin Shen arrived at the Zhong residence, knocking on the door to inform that his brother was leaving and invited Zhong Jing to dine at the military guest house the following night. Zhong Jing, with a perplexed expression, replied, "Me? I'm not very familiar with your brother. My mother insists that you must attend. After all, you and my brother will soon be university classmates. Besides, there's also Bei Ping and Sister Guan Ling, along with 2 classmates from your class whom I do not know." Since Yin Yu had not been in Juzhou for long, his acquaintances were limited. A small farewell gathering was entirely reasonable. The Zhong family had previously hosted a teacher appreciation banquet, and Xu Hong had always been courteous, though they did not hold a banquet this time. Such kindness could not be disregarded. After some contemplation, Zhong Jing agreed. "Ying, you should go too." Zhong Ying was taken aback by the suddenness of the farewell. She had assumed that Yin Yu would remain until the end of August. However, this development did not significantly alter her plans, as whether he departed a day earlier or later, they were destined to be apart for 2 years. She shook her head in response. "But Yin Yu has invited me. How could he not? My brother specifically instructed me to ensure you attend. He considers you an acquaintance. They are having a class gathering. What purpose would I serve there? I can bid farewell to Yin Yu when he leaves. Go on, otherwise. It would be rather dull for me to mingle among the senior high school students alone. You should take Zhou Qiao with you." But my brother didn't invite Zhou Qiao. "Come accompany me." With a decisive tone, Zhong Jing presented her compelling reasoning. "I have nothing to converse about with the male classmates, and I find Guan Ling bothersome. If you don't go, I shan't either. Zhong Ying and Yen Chun. Having resolved to attend the gathering, Zhong Jing inquired of old Zhong for some money, intending to prepare a red envelope for Yen Yu to repay Aunt Chu's kindness. However, Zhong Ying was somewhat overthinking it, struggling to sleep throughout the night. If this were to be the last meeting before their reunion, she could not let the opportunity to leave an impression slip away. The following day, after awakening, Zhong Ying began teaching Zhong Jing how to braid a fishtail braid. Although her elder sister was sharp-witted, she was rather clumsy with her hands, pulling out several strands of her sister's hair, resulting in a rather pitiful outcome. Zhong Ying contemplated giving up, yet Zhong Jing's competitive spirit was ignited, as she toiled persistently throughout the morning. Finally, after successfully crafting a stable and intricate hairstyle, Zhong Jing was immensely pleased, holding her sister's head still to admire her masterpiece. How does it look? Good. My sister is truly exceptional at everything she undertakes. That's a bit exaggerated. Why are you so sweet-tongued now? It's acceptable. I might choose mathematics or social sciences. Zhong Ying immediately interjected, don't be foolish. Switch to computer science. You must study computer science. Business administration is also a good option. Or electronic information. Don't pursue mathematics or social sciences. They are of no use. I know someone who majored in mathematics at Peking University and has been unemployed for 10 years. He eventually ended up working for a security company. Zhong Jing was bewildered. Who is that? I wasn't aware of this. Graduates used to be guaranteed job placements. How could he be unemployed? The newspaper stated, believe me, in the next 20 years, the field of computer finance will undoubtedly flourish. You have made an excellent start, and there is a possibility of studying abroad in the future with limitless prospects ahead. Choosing the right major is essential for achieving great wealth. Zhong Jing grimaced in disdain, exclaiming, wealth? How could you harbor such a mundane thought? Our studies are not solely for the purpose of amassing riches. Instead, we should immerse ourselves in the profound wisdom of the ancients. Reciting the poignant verses of Zheng Xixiao's chrysanthemum and Yu Qian's lime ode, your mindset is misguided. Zhong Ying reflected, perhaps I have been rather superficial. As dusk fell, the two sisters made their way to the dining establishment, which primarily catered to military personnel and their families. While local residents could dine there, but were not permitted to stay overnight. Zhong Ying had meticulously adorned herself, while Zhong Jing remained unadorned. Clad in earthy-toned trousers and a blue shirt, her hair casually tied up, creating a stark contrast between the two. However, as she walked alongside her sister, she only offered a few remarks about Zhong Ying's excessive focus on appearances, maintaining a demeanor of tranquility, devoid of any envy for her sister's elegance. Approaching the entrance of the restaurant, with the sky still bright and the lights yet to illuminate, Zhong Ying clutched her stomach, saying, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Zhong Jing, without suspicion, entered first. At that moment, there were no private rooms available, and the military guest house was rather simple. The dining area resembled a cafeteria. In the main hall, two tables were occupied by the Yen brothers, Gu Beiping and Guan Ling, who had arrived earlier. Yen Chen waved. Jingjie, come quickly. Where's Xing? She'll be here shortly. Yen Yu, engaged in ordering, nodded slightly to Zhong Jing and gestured for her to take a seat. Guan Ling sat opposite Yen Yu, appearing significantly thinner, her complexion a sallow hue. She lowered her head, avoiding eye contact and remaining silent. Zhong Jing placed a red envelope before Yen Yu, exclaiming, congratulations. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, he replied. It's from my father, you should return it to him. Yen Yu reluctantly accepted it, offering another expression of gratitude. A few minutes later, Yen Yu's two roommates arrived. Having lived together for a year, their bond was somewhat closer than with other classmates. Gu Beiping, a student from number 3 high school, although unfamiliar with the number 1 students, had played with Yen Yu during childhood and was also neighbors with Zhong Jing. Sharing similar ages and experiences, they quickly became acquainted and engaged in conversation. Their discussion revolved around their respective schools and chosen majors. When asked about her choice, Zhong Jing smiled and said, I selected mathematics, but I am considering switching to civil engineering or social sciences. My sister insists that I study computer science, though I know little about it. Gu Beiping interjected. Is it calculators? Does Huada even have a department dedicated to calculators? Guan Ling suddenly let out a derisive snicker, muttering softly, country bumpkin. Although her words went unheard, the scorn in her laughter instantly chilled the atmosphere. Just as Yen Yu was about to speak, Zhong Jing shot her a sideways glance, saying, the dishes are being served. Don't sneeze over the table. Who knows if you're sick? Guan Ling turned her head sharply. exclaiming you. All right, it's time to eat, Yin Yu interjected, urging them to temper their words. Chen should go greet Zhong Ying. Ling, filled with pent-up frustration, cast a resentful glance at him. As dusk settled and the city lights began to twinkle, the restaurant illuminated its overhead lights, casting a bright glow over the hall. The son of the chief of staff hosted a gathering, and the kitchen staff moved with an unusual swiftness, continuously bringing forth an array of cold and hot dishes to the table. As Chen approached the entrance, he noticed a graceful silhouette gliding toward him in the twilight. Ying, where have you been? The dishes are already served. I'm here. I'm sorry, Yin Yu. I got held up with something. It's all right. Take a seat. From the moment she entered, Yin Yu's gaze remained fixated on her. He felt somewhat impolite for staring so intently at the girl. Yet today, as Zhong Ying was unexpectedly captivating, her beauty striking in its surprise. She was gazing at Yin Yu, just as he was at her. While Ling's eyes flitted back and forth between the two, her expression radiating palpable resentment. Little vixen, she silently cursed. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhong Ying disregarded everyone else, smiling as she settled beside her sister, with Chen seated between her and Yin Yu. This dress was purchased before the college entrance exam, with half of the 50 yuan given by old Zhong spent on it. The fabric was thick, making it somewhat warm for summer wear, and the craftsmanship left much to be desired, with the waistline sewn askew and an astonishing number of loose threads inside, causing discomfort against her skin. Nonetheless, the design was appealing, and that was its sole merit. She had shaped her eyebrows with the household scissors, applied a blend of a faux whitening cream and pecoin to cover pores and blemishes, and utilized a low-quality lipstick that served both her lips and cheeks. Her eyelashes, nourished by aloe vera juice, were as thick and curled as ever. Such natural beauty is often meticulously crafted. There is no such thing as a flawless bare face, so one must not be naive. The young boys were utterly oblivious to her deliberate demeanor. Amidst their jovial feasting and revelry, they would unconsciously cast glances in her direction. Chen, seated close to her, incessantly inquired, Ying, why have you been wearing skirts so often lately? Although her sister did not particularly admire her flamboyant attire, she merely attributed it to a penchant for beauty, never criticizing her in front of others. Perhaps only Ling could discern her insidious intentions. Ignoring the gaze from diagonally opposite her, which seemed to nearly scorch her, Zhong Ying gracefully consumed her food and beverages, sharing laughter with Chen and raising a toast to Yin Yu. Brother Yin Yu, she said, turning slightly, one hand holding a bottle of energy drink while the other gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Wishing you a bright future and boundless prospects. Yin Yu smiled subtly, replying with a simple, thank you. The conversation at the dining table was limited to this exchange. A few male classmates, feeling unsatisfied with the drinks, proposed having beer. Yin Yu did not object and ordered 3 bottles of Tsingtao. Chen, eager to partake, extended his cup towards his brother, who shot him a stern look. Nonetheless, Yin Yu begrudgingly poured him half a cup. Naturally, Zhong Ying abstained from alcohol, and neither did Zhong Jing. She was deeply engaged in a discussion about university life with Gu Beiping, both enjoying a harmonious rapport. Having eaten her fill, Zhong Ying leaned back in her chair, observing as they became increasingly animated in their conversation, seemingly incapable of concluding any time soon. Thus, she stood and made her way outside. Zhong Jing called out to her. Where are you going? It's hot. I'm just going to get some fresh air, she replied, standing at the side of the entrance steps. She gazed at the streetlights across the road, hands clasped behind her back, her feet together, gently swaying. The oppressive heat of the day had dissipated significantly, and the night breeze playfully tousled the loose strands of hair at her temples, her eyes shimmering with a deep, vibrant darkness. Aren't you afraid of mosquitoes standing out here? A clear and melodious male voice resonated in her ear as Zhong Ying turned her head with a gentle smile. The moment I heard the footsteps, I knew it was you, Brother Yin. Am I not perceptive? Chapter 20. The fish has taken the bait. Father Su had once imparted to her the wisdom that in any endeavor, one must deliberate before acting. Whether in matters of career or family, it is prudent to allow oneself a moment of reflection, be it an hour or merely 10 minutes, to calm the mind and weigh the pros and cons. Never should one allow emotion to overshadow reason. Regrettably, when he uttered these words, he had already entangled his life in chaos, his family business in disarray. With an air of melancholic wisdom, reminiscent of one who speaks with the foreknowledge of impending demise, he imparted this lesson to her, disclosing the most measured and rational decision of his life, the alliance with the Yin family. Zhong Ying felt a tumult of resentment and understanding towards him. The path was not entirely closed. Perseverance might yet lead to redemption. However, to believe that a single daughter, a modest dowry, and a wedding could salvage the Su family's crisis was undoubtedly the swiftest and least damaging solution. This was his calculated choice. Clearly, in the face of greater benefits, the sacrifice of his daughter's happiness was deemed a negligible detriment. At that moment, the youthful Yenyu stood beside her, his porcelain skin flushed, perhaps due to the wine he had consumed. He sought to meet her gaze, yet hesitated, the frequency of his blinking betraying his inner turmoil. My ears are quite attuned. How can you tell it's me? It's an instinct, I suppose. Your footsteps possess a distinct rhythm, one I find hard to articulate. Yenyu inhaled deeply, longing to say something, yet uncertain of where to begin. He turned slightly, sharing with Zhong Ying the view of the streetlight across the road. A swarm of flying insects flitted around the light, unable to touch the flame yet unwilling to depart from the luminous circle, ensnared in a senseless dance. This peculiar scene resonated with him in an odd way. Are you full? Yes. Then, he had intended to suggest they go inside, as there were mosquitoes outside. But suddenly, Zhong Ying turned her face towards him. When are you leaving, Brother Yenyu? The day after tomorrow. Oh, I must visit my grandmother the day after tomorrow. So I cannot see you off. A faint trace of disappointment clouded her brow. You've gone to university in Beijing. It seems I may not see you again. Her voice was soft and gentle, tinged with a mix of annoyance and affection. Yenyu instinctively disregarded the term sister, feeling a flush spread across his neck, cheeks, and forehead. After a moment, he replied, You are quite intelligent and progressing rapidly. Just give your best in your studies. Beijing has not only Huada, but many excellent universities to choose from. If I cannot get into Huada, then going to Beijing would be meaningless. Yenyu's heart skipped a beat. Why would it be meaningless? Because I only want to attend the same school as you. Zhong Ying blurted out, quickly realizing how this statement could be misconstrued. She hastily added, and my sister, you are both my role models. With that, she immediately lowered her head. However, Yenyu's expression had already grown quite complex, filled with confusion. Though her faade was flawlessly maintained, Zhong Ying felt a surge of self-mockery within. In her future, she would be compelled to forego the enjoyment of love, but who would impose such a fate upon her now? She could easily choose to distance herself from Yenyu, to embark on one or multiple passionate romances, loving fervently to the point of agony, completely forgetting that deep, dull man who perpetually wore a faade of elderliness. Yet, what does she choose? Benefit. It turns out she is fundamentally no different from Su's father. While she proclaims her hatred, her unwillingness, and her resentment, she cannot resist the tantalizing carrot dangling before her. Is it not too exhausting to forego that which lies before her? She recalls her wedding day vividly. Walking arm in arm with Su's father into the hall, where he handed her over to Yenyu. What did he say then? Ying must learn to be sensible, obedient, and filial to her mother-in-law, and to harmoniously coexist with her husband, reminiscent of the moment he entrusted her to her teacher on her first day of kindergarten. A smirk briefly flickered at her lips as she thought, Look, father, how well-behaved I am. In this new life, I have willingly approached your savior, ready to sacrifice my youth for immense gain, and this time, I do so with a willing heart. Are you pleased? You have taught me well. Having sensed the unusual glint in Yenyu's eyes, she anticipated a breakthrough in their plans, her thoughts swirling momentarily in introspection, hesitation, and resolution. Thus, she decided to continue down this path. After all, she could not bear to part with the opulence and grandeur. The dynamics between individuals are a delicate matter, and discerning the preferences of one's social circle is a fundamental skill for a lady of refinement. Through the subtleties of eye contact, tone, and micro-expressions, one can discern the next course of action. To cultivate amicable relations, it is essential to grasp the art of language, engaging in conversation with measured finesse, subtly catering to the other's preferences. An understanding of body language is equally crucial. One must express concern at opportune moments without overwhelming the other, maintaining a comfortable distance. Furthermore, an appreciation for the art of appearance is vital, cherishing each encounter and leaving only delightful impressions in one's wake. To respect others is, in essence, to honor oneself. In summary, it can be articulated thus: I admire you, I like you, perhaps even harbor a fondness for you, though you sense it. There exists no tangible proof. This approach is effective even with older gentlemen, let alone youthful lads. Every reaction from Yenyu tonight fell well within Zhong Ying's expectations. Prior to dining, the restaurant remained dimly lit. She lingered outside, feigning hesitation before entering. In the half-light, her carefully curated appearance resembled a vain gesture to a blind man, yielding little effect, for it was only in the brilliance of light that Yin would experience a visual impact. Just how captivating I am. Even I am moved by my own reflection. Dare you claim that your heart remains untouched? Clearly, it does not. Upon entering, his gaze was unwavering, once seated. He leaned forward, and throughout the meal, despite the presence of Yin Chun, Zhong Ying could feel the subtle glances emanating from his left side. Occasionally, she feigned indifference, allowing their eyes to meet. With a smile, he promptly averted his gaze, nervously rattling his chopsticks. At the tender age of blossoming emotions, who comprehends the concepts of soulmates and inner beauty? Such profound insights are cultivated through the passage of time, born from myriad experiences, interwoven with responsibility, obligation, and the complexities of affection. Yet, even mature men, when confronted with allure and novelty, may find their thoughts wandering down paths of temptation. For instance, why does Mr. Yin not seek companionship with women of his own age to reminisce about first loves? Wouldn't peers evoke greater resonance and bridge the generational divide? Aside from her visage, what else does she have in common with his first love? Ultimately, it seems he is merely captivated by her youth and beauty. The pursuit of beauty by men remains an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Aware of her allure, she skillfully employs it, tempered by a touch of modesty and a hint of pride, leaving the youth with no choice but to submit. Zhong Ying appeared even more flustered than Yin Yu. In a moment of impulsive candor, she blurted out her thoughts, fraught with anxiety, and turned to flee, exclaiming, "There are so many mosquitoes. I'm going inside." The staircase was narrow, and he stepped forward, blocking her path. "Please write to me. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, just let me know, as you did before." He momentarily forgot his earlier promise made during the winter and summer breaks, as well as the fact that Zhong Ying would be his classmate for at least the next 4 years. The instant Zhong Ying turned away, he felt an overwhelming sense of finality, as if this departure might lead to an irrevocable loss of contact. Standing face to face, Yin Yu gazed at her and softly said, "On the day of my college entrance examination, you cheered for me. When it's your turn, I will cheer for you as well. Believe in yourself. Your dreams will undoubtedly come true." Zhong Ying lowered her eyes. Her face flushed like a ripe tomato in the dim light, and she nodded before swiftly bypassing him. Yin Chun, oblivious to how much he had secretly drunk, leaned against his brother's shoulder, grinning foolishly. Zhong Jing greeted Yin Yu briefly before leading her sister away. Neither sister bid him farewell, one felt no need, while the other was unwilling to speak. As they neared the back gate of the family compound, a hurried footstep echoed from behind, accompanied by a voice calling out, "Zhong Ying, what is the matter?" Zhong Jing spoke on her behalf. "I sought a private conversation with Zhong Ying, dismissing any involvement from you." "Hey, are you attempting to intimidate my sister again, casting aspersions upon her? If you have something to say, do so in my presence. I am not at ease with private discussions." Zhong Jing showed no regard for Guanling's feelings. In a fit of agitation, Guanling retorted, "What intimidation? It's merely conversation. I want to permit it." Zhong Jing sensed that Guanling's current state posed no genuine threat to her sister, especially in front of their home, and thus remarked, "Fine, let us converse, but do so respectfully. Should you dare utter any disrespectful words towards my sister again, do not blame me for retaliating." Guanling, filled with resentment, waited with narrowed eyes for Zhong Jing to enter the residential complex, muttering, "Your sister is nothing but a shrew." Once her sister departed, Zhong Ying's innocent demeanor vanished instantly. With a languid posture, she crossed her arms and clicked her tongue, saying, "Why can't you learn to behave? Do you not understand that calamity often arises from careless speech? Speaking recklessly can easily create enemies." Guanling was momentarily taken aback. "You." Zhong Ying regarded her with disdain, not bothering to meet her gaze, and replied with a faint smile, "What is it you wish to discuss? Are you inquiring whether I like Yin Yu, or perhaps whether he harbors feelings for me? You have witnessed it all, so why subject yourself to unnecessary discomfort?" Guanling's expression resembled that of someone who had encountered a ghost. You. Today, she had made a notable effort in her appearance. Donning a white dress and styling her hair into 2 low ponytails, her slender frame evoking a sense of fragile beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. If only her eyes did not radiate such animosity, she regarded Zhong Ying as though she were a foe. In the brief 10 minutes that she and Yin Yu spent outside, fending off mosquitoes, Zhong Ying caught a glimpse of the girl in the white dress twice at the side of the restaurant's entrance. Guanling could sense the presence of a kindred spirit. and she felt it even more acutely. However, unlike before, she refrained from confronting them, leading her to ponder how much this girl had matured. At that moment, Zhong Ying remained oblivious to the unfolding dynamics between her and Yin Yu. Merely observing their distant and awkward aura was sufficient for her to draw a negative conclusion about their relationship. Do not persist in this. You and Yin Yu shall remain good friends. In 30 years, you may even advise him to seek a divorce, she remarked. Sister Guan, you are soon to depart from Juzhou. As a parting gift for our brief acquaintance, allow me to impart this wisdom. Channel your energy elsewhere rather than towards the girl. It is exhausting and futile. Approach everything with a broader perspective. Wishing you happiness. Upon concluding her words, Zhong Ying entered through a small door, greeting the attendant as she skipped along, her braids swaying playfully, exuding a lively charm. It was as if the person who had uttered those sharp and rebellious words beneath the dim streetlight moments ago was entirely unrecognizable. Guanling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she watched Zhong Ying's silhouette fade into the darkness, a chill coursing through her, igniting a profound desire to confide in someone. She urgently needed to inform Yin Yu that something was amiss with Zhong Ying. She was not quite right. Chapter 21. The photograph of the younger sister in the midst of the 1990s. Old Zhong received a promotion, becoming the deputy director of the military supply department. He promptly applied for a military line at home, and that same year, magnetic car telephones were installed on the campus of Huada University. Every weekend, Zhong Jing would call home, expressing concern for Zhong Ying's studies and inquiring about old Zhong's health and well-being. Upon entering university, Zhong Jing's horizons remarkably broadened. It is said that among her 4 roommates, one comes from a broken family, another has lost both parents, and alongside her, who mourns the loss of her mother. They form a trio of tragic backgrounds. However, the other 2 students have not succumbed to fate. Instead, they have resiliently thrived in adversity, diligently pursuing their studies with optimism, ultimately achieving outstanding results that secured their admission to Huada. This not only evokes a sense of kinship in Zhong Jing, but also stirs within her a tinge of shame. While at home, she had not felt it, but away from Juzhou, she discovered a longing for her family, her grandmother, uncle, younger sister, and father. Her mother had passed away over 4 years ago, and next year her sister would also be leaving for her studies, leaving their father to face solitude. Would he not feel lonely? Zhong Ying, still unwilling to agree to Lao Zhong finding a partner? How selfish of you. Throughout her entire junior year, she quietly progressed, inching her way from beyond the 50th position to stabilizing within the top 10 by the end of the school year. It would be implausible to claim that she relied solely on her past achievements without exerting any effort. The academic content and examination rules differ significantly from those of the future, particularly in the comprehensive political exams, which hold a higher weight than biology, necessitating exhaustive memorization. Under the brilliant glow of Zhong Jing's accomplishments, Zhong Ying's progress shone like a flickering firefly, easily overlooked. She was referred to in school as the younger sister of the Huada senior, even when her homeroom teacher commended her. It was often accompanied by the remark, "Though not as remarkable as your sister, you are doing well." If Zhong Ying were indeed a typical 17-year-old girl, she might have been driven to despair, much like Yin Xian, who would be infuriated to the point of exasperation with every examination by Yi Wensong. Certainly, Yin Xian is deserving of the esteemed title of Honorary Brother of Huada University. His excellence has been unwavering from the very beginning, consistently ranking among the top 2 in his class, and he has also embarked on a path of active participation in competitions, garnering numerous accolades that contributed to his college entrance examination score. Speaking of additional points, Guanling gained admission to Jingyu College through minority status advantages. Prior to her examinations, she suffered from a severe illness, which hindered her performance. As a result, she failed to secure a place at her first choice, Huada. And with her second choice being Renmin University, which is relatively close to Huada, her scores fell short, forcing her to settle for her third choice, Jingyu. This institution primarily focuses on providing Chinese language education for international students, attracting a limited number of applicants. Somehow, the Guan family managed to navigate the admissions process, utilizing both additional points and lowered admission standards to secure her acceptance. Ironically, after a mere month at university, Guanling penned a letter to Zhong Ying, filled with grievances and bitterness, vehemently denouncing Zhong Ying as a vixen disguised in human form, hypocritical and pretentious at such a tender age, deceiving Yin Yu momentarily, yet certain that eventually he would unveil her true nature. It seems she failed to find affirmation from Yin Yu, leading to her mounting frustration. Her advice fell on deaf ears, and this young woman is bound for a tumultuous romantic journey ahead. After Yanyu departed from Zhuzhou, Zhong Ying no longer needed to feign innocence as a naive girl, gradually returning to her true self. At school, aside from brief conversations with Lu Yuanyuan, her relationships with classmates remained notably distant. She avoided collective activities whenever possible, feigned illness to skip physical education classes, and adopted a solitary demeanor, transforming herself into an invisible presence. During breaks, she remained confined at home, using her studies to repel any attempts by friends to coax her out. Yin Shun has lamented on multiple occasions that her personality has undergone a significant transformation, rendering her a completely different individual from her childhood self. Li Zhouqiao concluded, she has grown up. His sister, Li Zhoushan, was a little devil in her childhood, but blossomed into a graceful lady as she matured. After entering into a relationship, she spoke in a high-pitched voice that was utterly nauseating. Yin Shun expressed concern. Ying is dating now? Li Zhouqiao reassured him, not yet. I plan to wait until after high school graduation to speak up. Yin Shun remained skeptical. Zhong Ying, holding a stack of letters, waved them at the two boys outside the back window, who appeared to be confronting her. I'm not dating, but I have a pen pal whose eloquence is remarkable. I find his writing exquisite. Once I enter university, who knows, it may evolve into something more. Yin Shun disdainfully replied, don't you already have someone you like? Why bother with a pen pal? The friendship ads in newspapers are the least reliable. You haven't even met him. What if he turns out to be unattractive, overweight, or old? Zhong Ying, feigning infatuation, retorted, a person's character is reflected in their writing. If the writing is beautiful, so too must the person be. Yin Shun attempted to counter her argument, but was pulled away by the somber-faced Li Zhouqiao. He shot Zhong Ying a glare and scoffed. Go ahead and indulge in your pen pal nonsense, you heartless creature. Zhong Ying watched as the now taller boy embraced Yin Shun and departed, his unruly hair standing on end, his demeanor carefree and unrefined, prompting a wry smile from her. Her correspondence plan progressed smoothly. Initially, she wrote a letter each month, the content as innocent as before, posing questions and providing answers, perhaps adding a whimsical little drawing. After a few exchanges, Yanyu added a personal touch to his responses. How have you been lately? One can easily envision the delightful feelings that enveloped Yanyu upon receiving the photograph. She not only wished for him to remember her, but also aspired to etch her image into the tapestry of his life. In the bustling university campus of the metropolis, where beauties abound, a fleeting good impression alone could not secure one's heart for long. Yet, Zhong Ying intended to send him this photograph only once. Her journey of growth did not require his witness. She preferred to await the arrival of surprises in quiet anticipation. From that moment onward, their correspondence blossomed with abundant content. Yanyu would describe the weather in Beijing, the picturesque scenery of the campus, the meals served in the cafeteria, and amusing encounters with Zhong Ying, who would often roll her eyes at him. By the summer of 1991, Zhong Ying had become intimately acquainted with every facet of Yanyu's university life, including the names and hometowns of his dormitory mates, their favorite dining hall, their preferred basketball courts, the research groups they participated in, and the accolades they achieved. Yanyu felt compelled to refrain from disrupting her studies. The unspoken dedication in her words revealed her unwavering focus on her aspirations. As the college entrance examination drew closer, his anxiety for her intensified. He pondered the disappointment she would face if she failed to gain admission to Huada. Opening the book on discrete mathematics, he was greeted by the enchanting profile of the young girl. Her long, lush eyelashes framed her slightly upturned nose, and her lips were pressed together in concentration as she diligently tackled the problems before her. Perhaps it was taken by Uncle Zhong at home. She had not styled her hair elaborately, allowing it to cascade loosely into a simple bun, with stray strands catching the light of the desk lamp. The table was cluttered with textbooks and examination papers, exuding an effortless, natural beauty that was simply astonishing. He had perused this photograph countless times, never bothering to place it in an album, for the act of flipping through one felt too cumbersome. Nestled within the pages of a book, he gazes at the photograph almost daily. Compared to another image of a girl cradling a cat, he finds this one more appealing. The lighting is gentle. The girl possesses a delicate beauty, and her profile is close to the lens, as if she is right before him. Should Zhong Ying discern Yanyu's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of satisfaction. Is she beautiful? Indeed, that is precisely the point. My efforts in capturing this moment were not in vain. I recall that weekend when Li Zhouqiao was thoroughly exhausted by her antics, and even the cat endured her relentless energy. In the same setting and posture, They nearly expended an entire roll of film. In an era devoid of digital cameras, instant gratification from viewing photos was unattainable. Thus, Zhong Ying meticulously contemplated the lighting and composition, the positioning of a stray strand of hair, the angle of her lowered gaze, the direction of her fingers holding the cat, the expressions of both the feline and herself, whether her back was straight or slightly bent. And if squatting would cause her calves to bulge like radishes, she adjusted every detail with utmost precision. The cat, a mere offspring of a wild feline, was only a month or two old, frail and helpless, yet surprisingly cooperative. However, its mother vociferously protested, frequently attempting to launch attacks on Zhong Ying from various angles, considerably hindering their photographic progress. A roll of film was not inexpensive, as it was purchased with Zhong Ying's pocket money, yet she felt no remorse, promptly sending the first 2 scenes for development after capturing just 2. Subsequently, she selected the 2 she was most satisfied with to send to Yanyu. The next 2 for Zhong Ying, while planning to dispose of the remainder, only to have Li Shouchao snatch 2 of them away. Are you drooling over your girlfriend again? A sudden slap on his shoulder jolted Yanyu, prompting him to close the book and turn to meet a beaming face. Don't be absurd, this is my sister. With a sardonic tone, someone feigned acknowledgement, remarking, indeed, our little sister is but a child. Surely, you harbor no untoward desires, save perhaps for furtive kisses upon her photograph in the solitude of your bedchamber. Felt a sense of resignation, despite his efforts to conceal it for over half a year. His roommate had stumbled upon Zhong Ying's photograph. After relentless interrogation, they concluded that he harbored inappropriate feelings for a high schooler. Consequently, upon exiting the dormitory, he was hailed as a prodigy, the professor's prized pupil, a member of the multimedia research group, and a celebrated mainstay of the basketball team. Yet, upon returning to the dormitory, he was branded as a hypocrite, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a philanderer who preyed upon underage girls. Explanation was futile. For to explain was to confirm, and confirmation was the truth, according to his roommate's logic. Unable to contend with their collective mockery, resigned himself to their taunts. After 2 years of cohabitation, he had mastered the art of survival in a university dormitory. Never defend yourself when mocked, but retaliate with unwavering zeal. As expected, a few humorous retorts diffused the situation, and his roommates ceased their teasing. One of them inquired, "Are you not participating in the match against the School of Economics and Management next week?" Smiled and replied, "There will be future opportunities to cross paths with him. My brother's college entrance examination is of paramount importance." His roommate rolled his eyes. "Surely, it is your little girlfriend's college entrance examination that is of utmost importance. Is it not? She is my sister." Even after being mocked countless times, remained steadfast in his assertion. Old Zhong also sighed, lamenting that his youngest daughter was so opinionated, making decisions about her future without consulting anyone. Zhong Ying paid them no mind, leisurely finishing her meal, showering, changing clothes, retreating to her room to apply a natural-looking makeup, styling her hair into a side braid, and quietly sitting on the bed with a book in hand. Zhong Ying was still in the living room explaining to old Zhong what a slip of the gear meant. At 7:50, a gentle tapping sound came from the back window. Zhong Ying turned on the desk lamp, lowering the lamp head slightly, casting a soft glow that illuminated her figure as she gazed out into the dimness. Rising, she drew back the curtains to reveal a tall young man in a white shirt standing beneath the window. Yanyu frowned slightly. "Wasn't your first choice Hwada?" Chapter 22. Has the application been changed? Zhong Ying lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment. "Please wait for me." She closed the window and pulled the curtain shut, watching as the slender silhouette gradually receded into the distance. 5 minutes later, a soft sound echoed from the front door, accompanied by the almost imperceptible sound of approaching footsteps. Behind the Zhong residence was a small shed, once used for storing military supplies, now vacant. To the left and right were narrow alleys leading to the north and south gates of the residential complex, devoid of streetlights, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from the small courtyards of nearby homes. As she spoke, she extended her hand, revealing a round, dark object. "Yanyu go. I brought you a peach. I've washed it." Night insects chirped in the grass, and the evening breeze brushed against her nose, carrying the mingled fragrances of soap and talcum powder. The young girl had grown taller and thinner, her chin sharpened, yet her eyes remained downcast. Yanyu's previously concealed impatience dissipated significantly. After a year apart, their first encounter was marred by his inquisitive tone, devoid of a proper greeting. Nevertheless, he had been quite anxious upon his arrival. It was one thing to not apply to Huada, but why was her first choice not a school in Beijing? Thank you. He accepted the peach, shifting it from his left hand to his right, then back again, and softly inquired, Zhong Ying, why didn't you apply to Huada? I can't get in. You have consistently ranked among the top 5 in your grade last year, with 3 instances of surpassing the historical admission score. Why not take the chance? One cannot afford to be overly cautious. Yin Yu sighed, expressing his concern. You lack confidence in yourself. I am fully aware of the effort you have exerted over the past 2 years. How can you ascertain your capabilities without attempting? Even if it does not yield the desired results, you still have a second choice to fall back on. Imagine achieving a high score and regretting not attending Nanda. Oh, Nanda. Zhong Ying. Ying. Where on earth have you run off to? Just as Zhong Ying intended to speak, Zhong Jing's loud voice echoed through the courtyard. Startled, she grasped Yin Yu's arm tightly, urging, let us move forward. My sister must not see us together. Yin Yu felt the sudden rush of warmth from her grip on his bare arm, rendering his mind momentarily blank as he allowed her to pull him briskly down the south alley. In truth, Zhong Ying only held on to him for a fleeting moment before releasing her grip within 2 seconds. When Zhong Jing called out several times without a response, she indeed emerged through the front door to investigate. Zhong Ying hurried along, akin to a thief. As they progressed, the light grew increasingly bright, leading to the back door of the cafeteria where street lamps and fluorescent lights illuminated the area brilliantly. Zhong Ying exhaled in relief, slowing her pace to walk alongside Yin Yu as they approached the south gate. With a soft chuckle, she mused, if my sister were to catch us conversing outside at this hour, she would surely scold me mercilessly. Yin Yu swiftly recalled the events of 2 years prior and the disdainful attitude that Zhong Jing often directed towards him. He remarked at that time, Guanling was rather immature. You are not upset, are you? I was never angry before. It seemed that Zhong Ying was indifferent, and I empathized with Senior Guan's feelings. It merely caused my sister a slight misunderstanding. She dreaded that my interactions with you would lead to trouble. Hence I only dared to write letters, haha. His words were not fundamentally flawed, yet they left Yin Yu feeling melancholic, and he murmured, Guanling and I are merely classmates. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, on the day before I left Zhuzhou, did Guanling come to see you again? Zhong Ying raised her brows in surprise. How did you know? Why? Recalling that night, Guanling had fervently insisted that Zhong Ying was not the demure girl she appeared to be. Rather, she was hypocritical, deceitful, and, in truth, malicious and spiteful. Yin Yu had been exasperated at the time, unable to comprehend Guanling's transformation. Everything had been clarified with their parents, and she had promised not to impose further, but to maintain a genuine friendship. As they were on the verge of departing Zhuzhou, what purpose did it serve to malign Zhong Ying? She had been so intimidated by Guanling that she hesitated to report to Beijing school, and Zhong Jing must surely believe that he had inadequately managed Guanling, harboring significant discontent towards him. What did she say to you? Did she have a quarrel with your sister? Zhong Ying shook her head. There was no argument with my sister, and she said nothing. This was the truth, yet Yin Yu remained unconvinced. After entering university, Guanling indeed ceased to be as clingy as she once was, yet she would still visit him from time to time, attending open lectures together, dining in the cafeteria. And on weekends, she would join him at his grandmother's house for meals. On one occasion, a confrontation occurred between her and Yin Fun at the basketball court. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, he refrained from intervening. In retrospect, it is evident that she had not given up, now that Zhong Ying had arrived in Beijing. She might very well continue to target her. Yin Yu felt a surge of frustration. She is being unreasonable. Yet one should not allow external influences to sway one's original intentions. With both me and your sister by your side, you need not fear her. Zhong Ying replied calmly, Brother Yin Yu, you misunderstand me. I am not afraid of her. I simply possess a clear understanding of my own capabilities. Moreover, it is too late to discuss this now. My application has already been submitted. There is still a week left, and changes can be made. The pair had wandered onto the street, and it was only a little past 8. Shops were closing, and pedestrians were few. The city was devoid of nightlife. Preparing to drift into slumber, Zhong Ying did not venture far, pausing in front of a store selling labor protection supplies. Her hands habitually clasped behind her back, straightened, as she gazed intently at the old-fashioned door and remarked, You really wish for me to gain admission to Huada? Her phrasing was peculiar, laden with ambiguity. Yin Yu stiffened momentarily, then responded with a slight affirmation, saying, I do not wish for you to regret this decision in the future. Huada is excellent and worth striving for. Nanda can be your second choice. Your grades are quite impressive, trust me. Zhong Ying let out a soft chuckle, her bright eyes shifting to his face, and her smile widened, radiating genuine joy. Her deep blue floral silk dress had a slightly oversized neckline, which had nearly slipped off one shoulder due to her posture, revealing a half-finger width of white strap beneath. When she smiled, her shoulders subtly lifted, and her collarbone along with a hint of skin on her chest shimmered under the streetlight. Yin Yu's heart raced as he came to the profound realization that Zhong Ying had matured. She was now 18, an adult, her demeanor far less childish than it had been 2 years prior, replaced instead with a vibrant allure that made it difficult for him to breathe as he stole glances at her. Unable to meet her gaze directly, he turned his head and asked, "What are you laughing at?" With a playful tilt of her head, she leaned closer to his face and said, "Yin Yu Gu. Can you guess what the motivation is?" The intoxicating scent enveloped him, and his mind buzzed. His breath was not merely difficult, it had ceased altogether. I don't know." 7 days later, Zhong Ying, Yin Chun, Li Zhou, and Gu Nanping would partake in the college entrance examination, each assigned to different testing locations. Yin Yu, having accompanied his younger brother, could not see Zhong Ying off and could only offer silent encouragement in his heart. He was unaware if Zhong Ying had changed her preferred major and had no opportunity to inquire. Once the exams concluded, Zhong Ying's maternal uncle whisked the sisters away to Shenzhen to visit his son and enjoy a brief holiday. Zhong Ying's estimated scores delighted Zhong Jing, who eagerly pressed her husband for a substantial travel fund, arriving at the forefront of the reform and opening up era. The elder sister's eyes widened in amazement while the younger sister became utterly enchanted, diving headfirst into various wholesale markets for a shopping spree. After their time in Shenzhen, they ventured to Guangzhou, exploring the west side, Shangxiaju, and the newly opened Beima clothing market, where Zhong Ying nearly shed tears of joy. What a treasure trove! Fashion is a cyclical phenomenon. Classics endure through time. As long as one possesses an eye for beauty, she would remain the epitome of style, whether 30 years ago or 30 years hence. Having exhausted her travel fund, she even borrowed a few hundred yuan from her uncle. Zhong Jing was not averse to intervening. However, her sister had a knack for selecting garments that resonated deeply with Zhong Jing's tastes. Each piece she chose seemed to accentuate her sister's strengths while cleverly concealing her weaknesses, rendering every outfit strikingly attractive, so much so that she was reluctant to part with them. After acquiring clothes, there was an insatiable desire for shoes, and once the shoes were procured, accessories became a necessity. She spoke with such conviction, as if the outfit could not be donned without the perfect finishing touches. Upon boarding the train for their return journey, fellow passengers, noticing their copious luggage, inquired, "Are you also sourcing goods for sale in Yang City? What styles are you bringing back? Are they in demand?" In the early days of market liberalization, opportunities abounded. With a willingness to toil, one could profit immensely from a monthly round of buying and selling. Given Zhong Ying's discerning eye, it was plausible she could amass a fortune within a year. Yet, regrettably, she lacked the fortitude for hardship. Upon returning home, exhaustion rendered her almost lifeless, mirroring Zhong Jing's earlier tendency to sleep for an entire day and night. Awakening to a phone call, she engaged in a brief exchange. "Oh, what is the estimated score?" "Approximately 509. That's promising. Have you changed your preferred major?" "No." A prolonged silence permeated the call, the static buzzing in the background punctuating the stillness, the clicking of the operator's monitoring system distinctly audible. "Hello? Is the conversation over?" "Still here." The operator swiftly disconnected. And after a moment of quiet contemplation, Yin Yu finally spoke. "When you go to report, please write to me with your address. We shall continue our correspondence, all right?" "All right." Perhaps Zhong Ying's tone was too indifferent, but she could sense the profound disappointment and resentment emanating from the other end of the line as it clicked off. Zhong Ying, in a vague manner, mentioned that she had consulted him regarding the choice of her major, and he had offered her some advice. Zhong Jing, with a change of demeanor, retorted, "Why are you asking him while I'm right here? I advise you to steer clear of him. His reputation is far from commendable. Haven't you learned from Guiling's experience?" Intrigued, Zhong Ying inquired, "In what way is his reputation poor?" "In matters of romantic relations." Zhong Jing exclaimed indignantly, "Do you think Guiling is merely an isolated case? If you inquire around the school, you'll discover that Yin Yu from Class 2 is notorious for his flirtations, seeking attention, and is perpetually surrounded by a throng of girls vying for his affection, eager to shower him with treats. They are practically ready to fight over him. If you get too close to him, prepare to be torn apart." Resting her chin on her hand, Zhong Ying remarked, "Wow, he sounds so impressive. Zhong Ying shot her an angry glance. Impressive? Your judgment is severely flawed. Lao Zhong interjected. Xiao Yu isn't that type of child. The discipline in the chief of staff's household is quite stringent. Skeptical, Zhong Ying replied. If so many people are infatuated with Yin Yu, how could he possibly steal someone else's girlfriend? Don't spread misinformation. Yin Yu's reputation has been tarnished by the gossip mongers among you. Isn't that her father and his mistress? Chapter 23. Enchanted by voice chats, Zhong Ying wondered if she had ever contemplated replacing her mother. However, it was certain that Su's father would not divorce, as his elders would not permit it, and he loved his wife. Is it amusing? There are countless scoundrels, yet Su's father is the type that genuinely loves his wife. His faults lie in the fact that he also loves others. He has claimed that he would never toy with women. He invests his genuine feelings into every relationship. Such a man, filled with broad love and profound affection, is none other than Zhong Ying's biological father, leaving her utterly speechless. Fortunately, with the Su family as her support and the esteemed identity of a Huazhong University scholar to serve as a veil, otherwise, considering the outrageous deeds of Su's youth, being charged with lewd conduct would be entirely justified, and he would certainly have faced several years of incarceration. If Zhong Ying's recollection serves her well, Su's mother should currently be attending a teacher training college in her hometown of Jianxi, and a year hence, she would accompany her grandfather to the northern city to visit old friends. The original intention was to arrange a match with the son of an old acquaintance, but unexpectedly, she was intercepted by the young master Su residing next door. A Jiangnan girl, with her soft Wu dialect, striking beauty, and a blend of delicacy and playful charm, captivated Su Weidong, stirring profound emotions within him, leading him to love her with an intensity that was both fervent and consuming. Not only did he win over Su's mother, but he also achieved a profound union in a remarkably short span of time. The following year, when her pregnancy became undeniable, her grandfather, enraged, paid a visit, prompting Su's father to decisively propose marriage to provide a resolution and encourage his son to be more responsible. Do you think that Su's mother was the only one who found herself in such a predicament due to Su's father? Why did no one from her family pressure for marriage? The truth is that her grandfather's family is a prestigious lineage in Jianxi, with her uncles and elder brothers holding positions in the central government of Beijing, making their family background a worthy match for the Su family. Those who could be dissuaded were, while the others were concealed. Over the years, only one sister was introduced to the family, which can be considered a testament to Su's father's caution. Su Weidong, at his core, is described by Su's mother as an old lecher. She even remarked, "If I had married your Uncle Lu back in the day, things would have been different." Uncle Lu, the son of her grandfather's old friend, was the man Su Weidong despised most throughout his life, without exception. Zhong Ying was aware that one day she would inevitably encounter her relatives and acquaintances from her past life. However, she did not wish to force such a meeting or approach it with intent. If they crossed paths, she would treat it with a sense of indifference. After all, one cannot simply rush forward to acknowledge one another. As for Su Weidong, what did it matter? Even if he were to father another daughter, she would not be the same. All of his affection and kindness towards her had been settled when he married her off to an older man in their previous life. Zhong Ying expressed a lack of desire to engage, preferring instead the realm of ghostly tales and curiosities. When the phone rang again, it was answered by Zhong Ying, who erupted like a thunderclap. "What do you want with my sister? Speak to me if you have business." This left Yin Yu too intimidated to contact Zhong Ying for several days. Eventually, Zhong Ying took the initiative to call him, feigning curiosity about his intentions, subtly implying that she kept her phone at hand to catch the evening news broadcast. Yin Yu's grandmother's home also had military lines, requiring several transfers through the switchboard. The advantage was that it was free, but the downside was the unstable call quality, coupled with the risk of being overheard by the operators. Initially, he might have felt a bit shy, racking his brain for topics to discuss. He inquired about Zhong Ying's summer plans, whether she wished to visit Beijing, the unique characteristics of the city where Nando was located, and which majors might suit young women. Or he could have drily talked about computer technology and the latest alien information published in science fiction magazines. He remained uncertain if Zhong Ying had any interest in these subjects. Although she did not freeze him out, engaging in whatever he said, her thoughts were far from conventional, often leaping in unexpected directions, rendering their conversation akin to speaking past one another. When discussing travel, she remarked on a mountain notorious as a site for suicides. In relation to her field of study, she mentioned a film where a university established a department for idlers. Speaking of computers, she predicted that in 20 years, Her classmates would all be bald, and regarding extraterrestrials, she whimsically suggested that Earth serves as an incubator for the Pandora aliens. Yinyu interjected, "Do you dislike listening to me?" To which Zhong Ying replied, "Not at all. Speak freely. I feel we connect well." Her summer life was rather mundane, filled with either languid idleness or beauty and fitness routines, leaving her to encourage Yinyu to find topics to discuss. She discovered that he seemed to relish her nonsensical ramblings, as his laughter would resonate joyfully whenever she unleashed her flights of fancy. Of course, there were moments when she felt emotionally drained and occasionally preferred silence, offering him half-hearted replies. Yinyu would inquire if she was feeling down, asking what troubled her that day. When she remained unresponsive, he would simply accompany her in silence, listening to the soft crackling of the line for a few minutes. Eventually, she would recall her immense wealth, revitalizing her spirit, and would adopt an affected tone to say, "Sister scolded me, I'm unhappy, or it's a secret, which I shan't divulge." Initially, she called him Brother Yinyu, which later evolved to Yinyu Gu, and in moments of delight, she would refer to him as Gu or Yugu. When pressed by Yinyu about her mood, she would respond with a hint of reluctance, dragging out her words, "So annoying, Brother Yinyu," a tone that sent shivers down his spine. Her voice conjured endless fantasies. With every shift in Zhong Ying's intonation, Yinyu envisioned her as either spirited and animated, cunning and clever, languid and dreamy, or lost in contemplation. Enriched by their growing affection, the imagined figure of the girl became irresistibly charming. Yinyu believed that their communication had reached a profound depth, and that Zhong Ying had let down her guard, revealing her true self. Little did he know that Zhong Ying was reclining at the head of Lao Zhang's bed, casually crossing her legs, gently rubbing her stomach while engrossed in Journey to the West, all the while emitting a sweetly affectionate tone as she referred to him as Yinyu Gij. Zhong Ying felt it was time to establish some distance. She decided to let her hormones settle before allowing them to resurge, ensuring a lasting effect. Thus, when the phone rang that evening, she instructed Zhong Jing to answer it, tell him I'm out, and if he asks where, just say you don't know. Zhong Jing scoffed, "This is getting out of hand. If Dad asks about you, and Yinyu, I want to keep it from him." Zhong Ying feigned innocence. "There is nothing between Yinyu and me. We're just chatting." When the phone rang again after a brief silence, Zhong Jing impatiently picked it up, stating, "She is not here." Before the caller could utter a word, she hung up and scolded Zhong Ying, still being obstinate. "Do you even realize what you're doing?" Zhong Ying shrugged. "What am I doing? Is there a law against talking on the phone with friends? Do you have feelings for Yinyu?" This long-awaited question finally surfaced after 2 years. Since she began having late-night conversations with Yinyu, Zhong Jing had been a silent observer, occasionally sitting beside her, listening to her laughter and the saccharine exchanges that could provoke ire. She had admonished her more than once, recounting Yinyu's various misdeeds at school, advising her against lengthy conversations with boys, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Later, she was inundated with motivational platitudes, emphasizing that at merely 18, her academic pursuits should take precedence, and that embarking on romantic relationships too early would be imprudent, as the journey ahead was long, and she would encounter many remarkable individuals. Despite the clarity of this advice, Zhong Ying remained resolute in her own path, merely chatting, not engaging in a romance. Did they assume she was Na'vi? It was evident that being associated with Yinyu would render her a target of scorn, a thorn in their side, a receptacle for disparagement. How could she permit her sister to wade into such murky waters? She had not yet reached the stage of affection, yet Zhong Ying asserted, however, "Brother Yinyu likely holds me in high regard." Zhong Jing cast her a sidelong glance. "What gives you such confidence? Are you aware of the multitude of girls in his vicinity?" Zhong Ying twirled around. "Are those bookworms more attractive than I? If I were to enroll in your school, who else could lay claim to the title of school belle? Years of dedicated yoga practice, a regimen of milk consumption, and a fortnight's worth of a single jar of moisturizer devoted to full body care had culminated in the addition of facial cleansers, ginseng creams, and various cosmetics to her drawer. Tireless massages, stretching, maintaining a balanced jawline, perfecting her gaze and smile, focusing on the sculpting of her entire form, and rigorous daily sun protection. She had not faltered for a single day. After such extensive effort and investment, should she not possess an alluring figure with a slender waist, long legs, and radiant skin? Zhong Ying felt she could easily compete in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Shallow. You spend your days either preoccupied with adornment or aspiring for wealth, while your education has gone to waste. How utterly superficial. On the evening the admission letter arrived. Yinyu's call rang promptly, but it was Zhong Jing who answered, and, with a curt dismissal, sent him away once more. Zhong Ying was genuinely not at home. She had been summoned by Li Shouqiao to meet at the abandoned building located at the easternmost edge of the residential complex. The very site of the unsolved mystery from 3 years ago, where trousers were mistakenly donned over one's head. Perhaps Li Shouqiao's rare, somber demeanor had moved Zhong Ying, prompting her to agree to this late-night rendezvous with a lone male in a deserted building, yet once she arrived, regret washed over her. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, littered with broken bricks and scattered debris, while mosquitoes buzzed around her ears like relentless bombers. To fend off the bites, she had applied nearly half a bottle of floral-scented repellent, wrapping herself in layers of clothing, though her face still bore the marks of several bites. As she turned, she felt a firm grasp on her arm. "Zhong Ying, I have something to say to you." She had no inclination for a romantic drama. "Stop right there. No matter what you wish to convey, I will not acquiesce." Li Zhouqiao's grip tightened momentarily before he replied with calm resolve. "I will undergo military examination at the end of the year. Once I arrive at the army, I wish to correspond with you. Will you not agree? Correspondence is certainly not an issue. If I were to visit your school during my break, would that be permissible? Visiting is acceptable. However, could you tell me, what is it that you would unequivocally refuse?" "Ah, young man, you are already delving into military literature, mastering the art of feigned vulnerability to confuse the adversary, only to strike back fiercely." Chapter 24. Closing the door to happiness. Zhong Ying's soul embodied that of a mature adult, regardless of how much Li Shouqiao, Yan Yu, and others might evolve into cunning and shrewd individuals over the next 30 years. At this moment, they stood before her as mere younger brothers. If the intellect aligns with her age, Zhong Ying should be feeling a mix of embarrassment and agitation at this moment. Hesitant to utter the words rejecting my offer to be your girlfriend, especially since Li Zhouqiao's last playful confession occurred 3 years ago. Throughout these 3 years, he has steadfastly adhered to the role of a friend, his words and actions devoid of any ambiguity, playfully teasing her as he always had, leaving an illusion that his youthful foolishness had vanished entirely, and that he genuinely regarded her as a brother. Yet, how could his little secrets escape the keen perception of Miss Su, who is well versed in the intricacies of courtship? Never mistake a man's willingness to be at your beck and call, to cater to your whims, and to exhibit boundless patience as an indication that he perceives you as nothing more than a platonic friend. Try asking his sister, his brother, or any of his other female classmates instead. If he truly regarded you as a brother, his response would be, "Get lost, I'm sleeping, gaming, or busy with something far more entertaining than accompanying you on your trivial pursuits." Zhong Ying had no desire to drag Li Shouqiao into every endeavor, yet she found herself unable to enlist anyone else's help. For instance, when she needed assistance carrying bags, or when she called for cheers during an exam, or even when she wanted someone to endure a day of photography under the scorching sun. She first approached Yuan Dan, who lived closest to her, but he declined, saying it sounded boring. Then she sought out Xie Hongjun, only to find that he was either preoccupied with roller skating plans or engaged in martial arts classes, even attempting to persuade Zhong Ying to join him. Such are the fickle friends. However, Li Shouqiao wholeheartedly immersed himself in her requests, eagerly offering assistance without even being asked. What could she do? On the day they were to develop photos, Li Shouqiao inquired why she was putting so much effort into this endeavor and whom she intended to send them to. It dawned on her that this was a splendid opportunity to sever emotional ties, and she candidly confessed that she planned to send them to the boy she liked. He then asked, "That pen pal?" She nodded, and Li Zhouqiao remarked, "You are truly hopelessly foolish." Despite the gravity of the situation, he still deemed her pen pal pursuits as foolish, failing to recognize that she intended to sever his insidious thoughts. In all honesty, Zhong Ying was reluctant to lose this friend. Compared to Yin Shun, Li Zhouqiao and the original self had been companions since their innocent days. Back then, both Lao Li and Lao Zhang served in the 2nd Division, later transferring to the military headquarters, one in the repair shop and the other in the supply depot. Their units were closely situated, and their housing allocations were not far apart. The two families shared a close bond, with their children born around the same time, fostering deep affection through frequent interactions. Zhong Ying was certain that before her arrival, the original self had not awakened to romantic feelings for any good friend. She perhaps favored Yin Chen slightly more, for he had always been charmingly innocent, tidy, academically accomplished, and possessed the admirable quality of being generous and hospitable. In contrast, her relationship with Li Zhouqiao felt more like that of siblings, despite him being merely a month older. Regardless of the nature of these feelings, Zhong Ying had already chosen her path, destined to disappoint the affections of the young men. More importantly, her soul had been weathered by the experiences of an older man, rendering her incapable of feeling the naive, vague, pure, and sacred flutter of first love. Zhou Qiao, I know what you wish to say, but please, do not utter it. I am sorry. Under the moonlight, Li Zhouqiao's eyes shimmered with an eerie glow. What apology? What do I want to say? Go ahead, speak. Li Zhouqiao scoffed. What grand scheme? The grand scheme of friendship. Zhong Ying responded earnestly. 18 years of friendship is more precious than anything. Why must you seek to destroy it? Li Zhouqiao squinted casually. Oh, it seems you have some understanding in your heart. Are you just pretending with me every day? Ultimately, the truth had to be spoken. Zhong Ying, no longer polite, retorted. What do you mean pretending? Is it wrong for me to lack that intention? If you truly have no such feelings, why didn't you tell me earlier? In an exasperated tone, she continued, for heaven's sake. You're the one turning the tables here. Zhong Ying spread her hands in frustration. Brother, did you ever make it clear to me? How could I just confront you out of the blue and say, Li Zhouqiao, I don't like you? If you call me crazy, where would I put my face? You don't like me. His voice suddenly deepened, a tone that was both a question and a statement. As he stared unblinkingly at Zhong Ying, his gaze revealing a sorrow deeper than merely standing here, swatting mosquitoes. I told you back in 5th grade, but you never took it to heart. Whether I took it to heart or not is a different matter from liking someone. So, you don't like me. Now it was a definitive statement. Alas, Zhong Ying sighed in frustration, rubbing her face vigorously. Zhou Qiao, must we continue like this? If I said that our friendship holds more significance in my heart than my future romantic endeavors, would you believe me? I don't believe you. You're heartless. After a few more years apart, you could forget me entirely. In the army, there are only single men. I wouldn't fall for anyone else. But you've already started developing feelings for someone else, exchanging letters and sending photos. Are you happy? The conversation veered further off course, and Zhong Ying, exasperated, took a deep breath, inadvertently inhaling a mosquito, leading her to cough for an extended moment before spitting it out. Li Zhouqiao hurriedly patted her back, anxiously inquiring, Did you choke? Would you like some water? He was momentarily stunned. Yin, the one you admire is him? It felt as though something within his pupils had shattered, his gaze flickering between brilliance and darkness, quickly succumbing to a profound silence. To be so ruthlessly wounded by the girl he cherished for the first time was unbearably cruel. However, the hope she instilled was an even greater cruelty. Zhong Ying turned away, softly reiterating, Maintaining our friendship is the key to our enduring bond. As she began to walk away, her arm was grasped once more, the boy's voice drifting like a whisper. Ying, grant me a chance. Zhou Qiao. The chance to write and to play together. Though those sentiments were not hers, they emerged from her experiences and empathy. On a summer night 30 years ago, under the moonlight, amidst derelict buildings and a chaotic heap of rubble, stood a melancholic, sorrowful youth. Each element was exquisitely romantic, a shattered beauty, a cruel romance. Zhong Ying remained silent, the pen gliding across the paper. Zhong Jing queried again, Are you even listening? What are you doing? Zhong Jing was momentarily taken aback by her words. What madness is this? Zhong Ying murmured. Those who are passionate often suffer from the indifference of others. Yet it is only the heartless who possess the greatest invincibility and strength. Gains and losses are inseparable. Nothing in this world is flawless. Zhong Jing abruptly yanked the blanket. Flipping over, Are you composing poetry? Perhaps you should have Dad take you to a psychiatric hospital. The rest no saving you. Zhong Ying had refrained from answering Yin Yu's calls for over half a month, partly to allow him to diminish his hormones, and partly due to an unreasonable misdirected anger. In pursuit of wealth and grandeur, she closed the door to happiness, leaving not only Li Zhouqiao without hope, but also barring any chance encounters with charming young men in the future. This was due to Yin Yu, an older man, who was steadfast in his principles of integrity. Zhong Ying began to suspect that perhaps his first love had ultimately betrayed him. He loved her deeply yet could not accept the betrayal, leading to an exacerbation of his obsessive cleanliness and compulsive tendencies. In 2018, a renowned actress known for her purity became the spokesperson for a significant product under the conglomerate. Within 3 months, she was exposed by paparazzi for entering a hotel with a wealthy businessman, Yin Yu. Regardless of whether the businessman was a relative of the actress or if their hotel visit was for a wedding celebration or business matters, resolutely terminated the endorsement for violating the clause of maintaining a good public image. Do you understand? How could a married public figure be seen entering a hotel with another person of the opposite sex late at night? Regardless of the purpose, such behavior is fundamentally flawed. Zhong Ying cautiously inquired, What if she is unmarried? Yin Yu responded, then we must thoroughly investigate whether she is in a romantic relationship with that individual. Implicitly, he indicated that even casual encounters or one-night stands were unacceptable, absolutely intolerable. Zhong Ying distinctly remembered a remark Yin Yu made on their wedding night. You are a good girl. It was infuriating. She had preserved her purity in hopes of finding true love to whom she could wholly surrender herself, only to have her virtue undermined by money. Being labeled a good girl brought her no joy. The sentiment remained unchanged. Whatever the circumstances, one must maintain distance from the opposite sex. He had no affinity for unclean women. Under the relentless insistence, pouting, and various tactics of Zhong Ying, Lao Zhong and Zhong Jing were compelled to answer dozens of calls from Yin Yu, maintaining a unified response. Ying is not at home. She has gone to her grandmother's house. I am sending a classmate to university in the southern city. Is he repeating a year? Isn't there anyone at his home to see him off? School is about to start. Aren't you delaying his studies? You should have called me earlier. I could have sent someone to take him. I wish to escort him personally. Who is it? Yin Yu did not respond, and Chief Yin refrained from further inquiries. With the autumn military exercises approaching, he was preoccupied with troop deployments and plans, having little time to concern himself with his son's whereabouts and sentiments. Just as Zhong Ying hung up the phone, it rang again. Are you at home? I will arrive at the south gate in 5 minutes. Could you step out for a moment? For some reason, Zhong Ying discerned an impatient tone in his voice, as if he were slightly agitated, causing her to hesitate momentarily. Is there something urgent? It's already 8 o'clock. There is something, 5 minutes, south gate. I will wait for you. He concluded the call abruptly, offering no chance for refusal. Zhong Ying stood in stunned silence for a moment, baring her teeth in frustration as she clawed at the air a few times. What an infuriating fellow. After a few days of silence, he is throwing a tantrum. What does he intend? To hold me accountable? You have only just begun to sip this poisoned chalice of love. The intoxicating flavors lie ahead. Chapter 25. A string of safety for you. The urgency of Yin Yu's desire to see her was evident from the time he had allotted. Traversing the military compound and crossing 2 streets to reach the south gate in 5 minutes would surely leave one breathless. 5 minutes, he said. But Zhong Ying did not agree. When inviting a girl out at the last minute, one must be prepared for an anticipated waiting time multiplied tenfold, which is directly proportional to the degree of importance she places on the other person. If she arrives not only on time but even early, one should cherish this rare bond of brotherhood. With a calm demeanor, Zhong Ying leisurely combed her hair and changed her clothes, applying a light, natural makeup. As the mid-autumn festival approached, the moonlight grew increasingly radiant each day, and the streetlights near the south gate shone brightly, providing ample illumination for her to refine her appearance. No longer did she resort to inferior lipstick to serve as blush. After 3 years of accumulation, her collection of cosmetic products had expanded significantly. The blush she used now, perfectly enhancing her complexion, was a genuine hue. Just as she was engrossed in her makeup, a couple of knocks echoed from the back window. The brightness inside contrasted with the darkness outside, casting her shadow on the curtains, leaving no time to hide. Zhong Ying frowned, wondering if Yin Yu was getting anxious. She quickly assessed her reflection, applied a light layer of lipstick, dabbed it with tissue, and drew back the curtains. Prepared with a look of surprise tinged with a hint of apology, she was caught off guard upon seeing the person outside. It was Zhou Qiao. Since their encounter at the abandoned building, it had been nearly 20 days since they last saw each other. Li Zhou Qiao wore an old white tank top, revealing broad shoulders and well-defined biceps, suggesting he had just emerged from a shower, his hair still damp and dripping. He leaned back slightly, his dark brows and eyes glistening as if veiled in moisture. Ying, my father enrolled me in the militia training camp with the armed forces. I leave for the mountains tomorrow for a month-long closed training session. Zhong Ying immediately grasped the implication. Oh, does that mean you can't see me off? That's all right. Focus on your training and stay safe. When do you start your winter vacation? Uncertain. She recalled that her sister's school usually commenced around the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, varying each year. A sudden pang gripped Zhong Ying's heart. The impending farewell caught her off guard once more. After this parting, it would be at least 1.5 years, perhaps 2, before they could hope to reunite. Shou Qiao's expression remained inscrutable, yet his eyes grew increasingly somber. After studying Zhong Ying for a moment, he offered a faint smile. Once the military assignment is finalized, ask my mother for the address and write to me, understood? Yes. Don't deceive me. By February at the latest, your letter must reach me, along with photographs. Otherwise, when I get my leave, you won't have a pleasant time. I will certainly write to you. At least 3 pages. Good. Zhou Qiao's smile blossomed, revealing his characteristic exuberance as he displayed his broad, white teeth. You heartless creature. You promised to lag behind with me. Yet you clandestinely studied and managed to gain admission to university. But I do not envy you. Serving in the army is the highest honor. Child, if you feel like crying, let it out. If you find it hard to part, express it. If necessary, you may even hit me to vent your frustration. This fade of indifference is unbearable for an old lady like me. I'm sorry, Zhou Qiao, Zhong Ying murmured, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Though she had done nothing wrong. In the stark contrast of youthful, fervent emotions, her materialistic inclinations laid bare her inner turmoil, leaving her utterly ashamed. Zhong Ying paused in surprise. Partner? You mean Yin Yu, right? Indeed. The mere utterance of that word made Li Zhou Qiao exceedingly uncomfortable, revealing his true nature. Bah, what a ridiculous notion of a partner. We are not even on the same wavelength. Perhaps they'll part ways by tomorrow. I wonder how long you two can last. Well, as long as it brings you joy, he retorted. Zhong Ying awkwardly pressed her lips together. Have you encountered him? Li Xiao gestured to the ground beneath his feet. I ran into him right here yesterday afternoon. He seemed rather intent on attempting to pry open your window, so I felt compelled to intervene. Zhong Ying replied. Stop spouting nonsense. He came to my house, but why didn't he seek me out? How would I know? He did inquire if you were home, and I told him you were. Then he asked if you had been around before, to which I replied that you were always at home, either indulging in slumber or watching Journey to the West, laughing like a fool, or bickering with your sister. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Li Zhou abruptly fell silent. Zhong Ying, trembling with indignation, pointed at him. You. He hastily exclaimed, I did not spy on you. I merely passed by. I am always just passing by. Frustrated, Zhong Ying struck the table. Why did you have to say so much? You've put me in a predicament. Leave me be. I shall no longer write to you. You dare. I simply won't. Will you write or not? In a fit of urgency. He leaned against the windowsill as if intending to leap through. Zhong Ying quickly pushed him away. All right. I will write. Just go. Go. The farewell ritual concluded at that juncture. Whether Li Xiao departed with reluctance or satisfaction remained ambiguous. Zhong Ying glanced at the clock. It was 5 minutes to 9. Over 40 minutes had elapsed since their agreed time, and he had not come to her home. Was he still waiting at the south gate? After a moment of contemplation, she shed her delicate strappy dress and heart-shaped collar shirt, opting instead for a white cotton linen skirt, the belt tied loosely, giving the impression of sleepwear at first glance. Her meticulously braided hair cascaded down as she slipped into the flip-flops procured from the wholesale market in Yancheng. From a drawer, she retrieved a red string to adorn her wrist, and with a final adjustment to her makeup, she stepped out. Yin Yu had already been waiting for over an hour beneath the second streetlight to the right of the south gate. He had sprinted to the designated meeting spot, arriving precisely on time, casting glances at the green gate with a frequency of once every 10 seconds. Initially, there were people coming and going, but by 8:30, the main gate closed, the smaller gate followed suit, and the shops lining the street gradually shut down, leaving the road deserted save for the occasional bicycle or car passing by. By 9 o'clock, even the vehicles had disappeared, and he found himself alone on the street. The accumulation of 2 days' worth of questions, impatience, frustration, and unutterable longing began to fade into the deepening night. Time, marked by the 5-minute intervals, seemed to pass with astonishing swiftness. Perhaps she had just left. It would take her 5 minutes to arrive. He decided to wait a little longer. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was 9:25, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. 5-minute intervals had elapsed, and if he continued waiting, even the military gate would soon close. This final 5 minutes would be the limit. If she did not appear, he would truly move on. Just as this resolution settled in his mind, the slightly ajar gate swung open, revealing a foot adorned with 2 slender straps crossing the threshold, the body still angled within the doorway, conversing with the attendant. Yin Yu's gaze lingered on the delicate ankle, then shifted to the round, plump toes. He mused silently. Her toenails were painted a shade of pink. How peculiar that someone would have pink toenails. Pink and lustrous, this defies logic. It is, after all, merely nail polish, foolish one. The trend of nail lacquer had flourished in the country since the 1920s and 30s, and Yin Yu was certainly aware of nail polish. Yet he was oblivious to the concept of nail art. Zhong Ying had procured a considerable quantity, mixing colors and adding glitter, striving for a look that was both natural and subtly cunning, visually appealing yet understated. She wished she could naturally possess a dazzling pink hue, but but her genetic endowment fell short. With the appearance of someone just awakened, she donned a wrinkled white cotton dress, her long hair cascading in gentle waves, and she shuffled about in slippers. Upon opening the door, she hesitated momentarily, one foot poised outside and the other inside, timidly gazing at him, words caught in her throat. Yin Yu's earlier irritation had been largely dissipated by the prolonged wait, and he could only let out a resigned sigh. Come here. Pouting slightly. Zhong Ying fidgeted with her hands at her abdomen, akin to a child caught in mischief, slowly making her way to him. Her large eyes blinked earnestly as she murmured, Are you angry? I can explain. His demeanor was somewhat disheveled. His white shirt hung loosely outside his trousers. Sleeves rolled up to his elbows in a haphazard manner that suggested agitation. His hair was tousled, and 2 buttons of his collar were undone, revealing a prominent vein in his throat that became increasingly pronounced as he spoke. I'm not angry, merely anxious from the wait for you. Zhong Ying did not rush to clarify. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back and fidgeted for a moment. Extend your left hand. For what purpose? He replied, his voice lacking vigor. Just extend it, she insisted. Seeing her endearing smile, Yin Yu reluctantly complied, and she deftly slipped a red cord bracelet onto his wrist. As her fingers brushed against the back of his hand, Yin Yu froze. This is a peace bracelet I prayed for at Guangxiao Temple in Yangqing. It has been blessed. I offer it to you as an apology gift. May you find peace and joy, and be less prone to anger. Yin Yu's arm felt heavy, as if burdened by a weight, and a tingling sensation coursed through him. He attempted to smile, yet even the corners of his mouth felt numb. I am not angry. How can you give me the peace bracelet you prayed for? I have more. I requested more than one. My father and sister each have one, Zhong Ying murmured, adding softly, this was originally meant for you. His face flushed, and his heart raced. Yin Yu had completely forgotten the initial reason for inviting her out. The trivial grievances he held had long since vanished. He gazed down at the red string, gingerly running his fingers over it. Thank you. Zhong Ying tilted her head. Let's walk a bit further. I have something to discuss with you. Side by side, they strolled eastward, the streets eerily deserted. The sycamore trees swayed gently under the moonlight, casting dancing shadows. The night was tranquil, broken only by the soft sound of Zhong Ying's slippers brushing against the cobblestones. Did you inform Uncle Zhong that you were out so late? I did, but I can't linger outside for too long. My father only allowed me half an hour. Zhong Ying shook her head. I know you waited for me for quite some time. If I do not explain myself, neither of us will sleep well tonight. I truly am not angry. You don't need to. My father forbids me from answering your calls, and my sister disapproves of our friendship. I am truly sorry. I cannot navigate through this. Please forgive me, Uncle Zhong. My sister is not being unreasonable. Startled, Yin Yu inquired as to the cause. Zhong Ying, gracefully sweeping her hair behind her ear, tilted her head, revealing the delicate curve of her neck. Do you believe I harbor no desire to answer your calls? However, my sister has advised me to curtail my interactions with you, suggesting that you are already romantically involved. She believes it would be inappropriate for me to associate with you so closely. Yin Yu was taken aback. I do not have a girlfriend. My sister claims you do. From the School of Economics and Management, named Malian, I believe. She also mentioned that you might have stolen someone else's girlfriend. Yin Yu inhaled sharply, remaining silent for a long moment. Zhong Ying paused, gazing at him with a melancholic expression. Is it true? Preposterous. Yin Yu declared unequivocally. How could your sister possibly believe such an absurd tale? She said it's the talk of the entire campus. Yin Yu was clearly unaware of the speed and extent to which rumors spread. Like the tale of Xingxin's alleged murder, the person involved is often the last to know, while outsiders have already judged and condemned him. Yin Yu explained with resignation, of course not. She's merely a manager's assistant for the school basketball team. We've exchanged a few words, nothing more. No wonder that senior student was always picking fights. I had assumed it stemmed from disagreements on the court. Yin Yu regarded her thoughtfully, then chuckled. Quite the performance. Are you considering a career in law? Perhaps as a barrister? Zhong Ying raised an eyebrow. Not particularly. Both law and medicine demand a considerable amount of effort, and I am rather indolent. I'll simply choose a major and study casually. What major have you chosen? Tentatively, business administration. Although, I would be quite interested in studying Marxism. But the School of Marxism only admits postgraduate students. Does Nanjing University have a School of Marxism? Zhong Ying blinked and, after veering off the previous topic, made a sudden shift. Brother Yin Yu, have you ever heard the saying? What? Once you wear my cord, you are mine. Yin Yu's mind became a whirlwind, and he stared at her in astonishment, only to hear her continue. When you have a girlfriend, Gift her a safety cord to bind her to you, and she shall never leave your side. I hope my future boyfriend gifts me one as well. When I have a girlfriend, I shall give her a cord. She gave me one. She wishes her boyfriend would gift her a cord. Yin Yu felt he comprehended each word, yet was utterly bewildered by the underlying logic. I do not have a girlfriend yet. He could only respond mechanically. The forest-themed attire complemented the summer night perfectly. Zhong Ying played with her seaweed-like long hair, striving to prevent it from resembling a ghost, smiling gently. I do not have a boyfriend either. So, Yin Yu held his breath, his heart pounding, anxiously yet expectantly gazing at her. Do you still remember why you were angry, young sir? Forgetting is fine. Chapter 26. Not attending Nanda. Establishing a relationship now would not serve Zhong Ying's long-term plans well. In 2 years, she and Yin Yu would reach the legal marriage age. Yet she would not have graduated from university, and Yin Yu would be pursuing further studies, with an uncertain future. Discussing marriage at this point seemed rather abrupt. Love is a matter between two individuals, while marriage involves both families. The state encourages late marriage, and the new generation of parents no longer regards procreation as the paramount concern. They invest effort into education, hoping their children achieve academic success and become self-reliant and resilient. Especially for someone like Yin Yu, a child of destiny, the Yin couple surely harbors lofty aspirations for him. With the winds of fortune at his back, the future appears exceptionally bright. However, the notion of marrying young seems akin to a celestial being burdened with an unwieldy load. Conservatively estimating, by the time Yin Yu graduates, and she too has completed her studies, both having secured stable employment, they may find themselves contemplating matrimony after 4, 5, 6, or even 7 years of courtship. Zhong Ying is not adept at captivating men through her inner qualities. Frankly speaking, she believes she possesses little of substance. While she can communicate well, forging a deep emotional connection eludes her. She knows how to achieve her objectives and then withdraw, for she cannot maintain a facade indefinitely. Lacking the ability to be a soulmate, she should refrain from engaging in a protracted romantic endeavor. Once married, she can naturally reveal her true self, secure in the belief that as long as she remains faithful, Yin Yu will not seek divorce. He is destined for greatness and cannot afford to fixate on his wife constantly. Thus, without the assurance of marriage in the near term, sustaining a long-term romantic relationship could prove perilous. Yin Yu is merely a novice in the realm of love, his judgment clouded by hormones. Although he is exceptionally intelligent, once the thrill of romance fades into monotony, Zhong Ying cannot guarantee that her true nature will not be uncovered. Furthermore, attraction wanes not only with time, but also through the phenomenon known in psychology as stimulus saturation. To illustrate, consider a luxurious diamond handbag. Zhong Ying may believe she will cherish it forever. Yet, upon acquiring a more exquisite platinum diamond bag, she may find herself drawn to the allure of the more expensive and beautiful. After 4, 5, 6, or 7 years of courtship, even a celestial being may grow weary. Having savored Michelin-starred cuisine, he may yearn for the simplicity of street food. To maintain his perpetual restlessness before marriage, one must ensure he is always on his mind, yet remains elusive. 2 years ago, Zhong Ying arrived at university with a suitcase and a bedding set. Now, observing her sister's luggage, she earnestly suggested, perhaps it would be wise for Dad to take you for a mental health check. If only there were a shopping platform available now, Zhong Ying would not be in such an awkward predicament, as her belongings were simply excessive. Just the clothing and shoes from a single semester filled an entire suitcase, 2 handbags, and 2 large boxes. Additionally, there were cosmetics, bedding, pillows, the portable cassette player, and dozens of tapes that her father had purchased upon her acceptance to university, all lacking proper storage space. In truth, she felt unjustly accused. Autumn and winter clothing tends to be bulky, and packing 2 down jackets and 3 sweaters fills a suitcase quickly, giving an illusion of abundance. Zhong Ying picked up a small fan filled with batteries. Winter is approaching. Why on earth are you bringing this? I've never lived in a dormitory before and fear it may smell. I brought it to serve as a ventilator, she replied. Zhong Ying then seized a heavy plastic bag. Do you truly need to bring so many underwear and socks? There must be 20 or 30 pairs here. Washing and changing regularly. 3 to 5 pairs should suffice. While I certainly change them often, washing them is another matter. Zhong Ying retorted. You are overly optimistic. The dormitory offers barely enough space for each person to have a cabinet and a desk. Where will you possibly fit all of this? Pouting, Zhong Ying tugged at their father's shirt, twisting anxiously. Dad, I'm not accustomed to sharing living quarters. What if my roommate has a foul temper, is chatty, enjoys stirring trouble? or looks down upon me? What if they resort to petty theft? Others manage to live together. Why can't you? Overcoming difficulties is essential. However, I find it challenging as I dislike sharing living quarters with strangers, which disturbs my focus on studies. If not in a dormitory, where else could one reside? Perhaps renting an apartment for my sister and me could be an option. In our household, two of us have successfully entered prestigious universities, a feat that elicits envy from many. He has become an educational expert in his field, with colleagues and comrades seeking his guidance on how he nurtured such exceptional daughters. The elder daughter is indeed remarkable. She is disciplined and diligent, having earned scholarships for 2 consecutive years in university and now engaging in a laboratory, meticulously planning her future without causing him any worry. As for the younger daughter, she is commendable in her own right, having settled down in high school, displaying no mischief and focusing on her studies. She has gained admission to a university he once thought unattainable, truly remarkable. However, she has a tendency to spend extravagantly. Even when she receives money, she does not forget her roots, cheerfully singing songs of gratitude, proclaiming that only a father is good in this world. Given her hard work in academics, Mr. Zhong has remained patient, striving to keep her spirits high. Previously, he would manage to save over 100 yuan each month, but for nearly a year, his savings have dwindled to nothing. Fortunately, after his promotion, his salary increased. Otherwise, he would have struggled to cope. The household, having already acquired a refrigerator and a washing machine, has now added a dual cassette recorder, initially intended for Zhong Ying's English studies. However, she now insists on purchasing a portable music player for greater convenience. Having purchased a portable music player, I find myself in need of cassette tapes. Yet I have only encountered a few English tapes, all filled with popular songs, priced at 5 yuan each, which is rather steep. Renting a house. Old Zhong was infuriated, his temper flaring. I should not have indulged you. What do you mean by renting a house? Is there a tiger in the dormitory ready to bite you? Don't even think about it. I insist you focus on your studies. It is unreasonable to spend extravagantly without earning a single penny. We come from a military family. If you cannot adhere to simplicity and hardship, then seeking comfort is utterly unacceptable. Zhong Ying scratched her ear. Is our family devoid of money? Absolutely, he retorted. She chuckled playfully. Dad, please do not be angry. Just because we lack funds now does not mean we will forever. Trust me. Let us go to North City to purchase a house, regardless of whether it is within the 2nd or 3rd ring road, and whether it is new or old. Even a dilapidated shack will suffice, as long as it is for sale. In 20 years, no, in 10 years, you will be prosperous. Before old Zhong could erupt in anger, Zhong Jing interjected. I mentioned taking her to the hospital for a checkup. I have long noticed her mental state is concerning. Zhong Ying's words would resonate with many in the years to come. All who were close to her received her insights. Beyond merely hoarding property, she advised investing in futures, chemical stocks, e-commerce, medical aesthetics, and wellness industries, foreseeing great wealth in the future. Regrettably, no one heeded her counsel, thus missing opportunities to become millionaires, multimillionaires, or even billionaires. As for Zhong Ying herself, her lack of initiative to amass capital for wealth was rooted in her laziness and disdain for such trivial sums. In later years, a prominent real estate mogul named Yin in North City, whose family possessed keen foresight, quietly amassed a considerable portfolio of properties in the mid to late 1990s. When the real estate market flourished, a substantial fortune was amassed, leading to the creation of a renowned domestic property brand through astute investments. Properties were sold prolifically, yielding significant profits. However, in comparison to Yenyu, one could say, albeit politely, that there exists a notable disparity. The immense wealth that Zhong Ying referred to truly was staggering. In 5, or at most 10 years, Yenyu emerged prominently, rapidly accumulating wealth and ascending to the pinnacle of fame and fortune. With so many lucrative opportunities at her disposal, abundant shared assets awaited her. Why would she exhaust herself with real estate speculation, stock monitoring, and market analysis, when she could embrace the monetary blessings more joyfully? It was said that old Zhong forbade her from answering calls, and for the past few days, Yenyu had refrained from engaging in voice conversations with Zhong Ying. Promptly at 7 in the evening, she would wait beneath the back window, seizing the opportunity while Zhong was engrossed in watching television to exchange a few words. She inquired whether her luggage was packed, which tickets she had purchased, the train she would take, and her assigned seat. Gradually, Zhong Ying grasped that Yenyu wished to personally escort her to Nanda. With a playful smile, Yenyu remarked, a few days' delay is of no consequence. Is Uncle Zhong accompanying you? Worry not, I shall not sit beside you. If Uncle Zhong discovers me, I shall merely say I am visiting a classmate. Zhong Ying felt a slight warmth. It was rather thoughtful of him. Given the vast distance between the north and south, why would he wish to accompany her? I fear you might be flustered. It is rather inconvenient for a young lady to manage her luggage alone. Zhong Ying shot him a playful glance. Do not underestimate my lack of university experience. My sister has told me that upperclassmen are always present to welcome freshmen and handle arrangements efficiently. My father will assist with my luggage, and at the very least, there will be upperclassmen to help. Yin Yu suddenly coughed and remarked, Those upperclassmen who offer to help you with your luggage do not have pure intentions. Zhong Ying chuckled softly. Are you referring to yourself? Last year. Did you help any girl with her luggage during orientation? Yin Yu lowered his gaze, his ears flushing crimson. Stop talking nonsense, and just tell me which train you bought a ticket for. After 3 years of guidance and mutual assistance, including communication through texts and voice chats, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Coupled with a subtle hint of ambiguity, their interactions danced between tentative flirtation and comfortable camaraderie, reaching a state that was more than friendship yet shy of romance. As long as no deliberate teasing occurred, their time spent together felt effortlessly natural. Zhong Ying sighed, exasperated. Brother, I originally intended to surprise you, but since you are not playing by the usual rules, I have no choice but to speak the truth. Yin Yu, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? I am heading to Renmin University. Let us travel to Beijing together the day after tomorrow. My uncle has arranged transportation to help me with my luggage, and since my father is not seeing me off, there should be enough space for you as well. Yin Yu was taken aback, his lips parting in astonishment. Renmin University? Yinshin told me your first choice was Nanda. Zhong Ying shook her head. I filled out applications for schools in Beijing. When Yinshin asked, I mentioned Renmin, but he must have misheard. Initially, I intended to tell you when you first asked, but I got sidetracked. Later, I planned to surprise you and find you in Beijing, but then you mentioned escorting me to school. Yin Yu found himself in a state of bewilderment, unsure how to respond to this unexpected surprise. No wonder you expressed a desire to enter the school of Marxism. After all, where could one find such a department at Nanjing University? Zhong Ying observed the discontent etched upon his features and inquired, Yu Ge, are you unhappy? I did not intend to deceive you. I genuinely wish to surprise you. I am quite pleased that you can attend school in Beijing. Indeed, Zhong Ying exclaimed, forming a peace sign with her hands and playfully creating rabbit ears above her head. A failed surprise is still a surprise, after all. I've heard that Renmin University is not far from your school, so I can frequently visit my sister for meals and shopping. Yin Yu chuckled softly. Your sister may not have the time. What about you? Do you have time? Before he could respond, Zhong Ying suddenly leaned over the desk, her curiosity evident. I once heard Yinshin mention that you attended Renmin University Attached High School, the finest high school in Beijing. At that moment, I thought how impressive it was that my brother could gain admission to such a prestigious institution. If the attached high school is so remarkable, then the university must be even more extraordinary. It's not that I lacked the courage to apply to Huada. It was just that when I was filling out my applications, Renmin kept swirling in my mind. I realized I had always remembered this school fondly, and I couldn't help but apply. Attending the main university there, even if I couldn't enter the high school my brother attended, would fulfill a dream of mine. As Yin Yu listened to her gentle narration, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, his gaze upon her clear as a mountain stream and gentle as moonlight. Zhong Ying smiled radiantly, acknowledging that her decision not to apply to Huada was undoubtedly due to insufficient scores, while her choice to apply to Renmin was because of its proximity to Huada. Could you truly not detect a hint of absurdity in this fabricated journey of thought? Chapter 27. I have a boyfriend. As the end of November approached, the north wind began to rise, heralding the onset of a chill in the air. The sky, untainted by smog, was a brilliant azure, while the venerable ginkgo trees on campus burst forth in a splendid display of gold. A few students strolled along the red brick path, books in hand, engaged in cheerful banter. The door to room 303 on the second floor swung open, and a sharp, piercing cry resonated within. A girl clad in a deep purple, thick jacket hurried inside, shutting the door tightly behind her before swiftly approaching the source of the sound and unplugging it. Zhong Ying, someone is looking for you downstairs. The lower bunk on the right side of the window remained unresponsive. Half the blanket was nearly slipping off the bed, revealing long, bare legs stretched out, while the other half was cocooned around her upper body, with only a tuft of black hair visible on the pillow. Keep an eye on the kettle. If it boils over and you don't unplug it, it will be noisy. If the dorm supervisor finds out, we're all in trouble. Still, There was no movement from the bed. The girl marched over and yanked the blanket off. I'm talking to you. You can't use the heater in the afternoon or evening. It's too easy to get caught. Zhong Ying curled up, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the bright light streaming in, and irritably muttered, "You're more annoying than my sister." The girl retorted without hesitation, "You're lazier than my younger sister. You're still sleeping when it's time for lunch. Pigs don't sleep as much as you do. Get up. Someone is looking for you downstairs." "Who is it?" "Li Jiayin." Zhong Ying clutched the blanket tighter and rolled over, exclaiming, "Pretend I didn't hear." In the 6-person dormitory, 5 were girls, with an upper bunk left vacant for luggage. The room was bright and the beds were tidy. Those fortunate enough to share the space were generally pleased. Except for Zhong Ying, who was profoundly dissatisfied. The university does not offer single dormitories, nor even double rooms. Her aspirations were dashed, and she contemplated settling for a shared 4-person room, only to be informed by the administrative office that such accommodations were reserved exclusively for graduate students. She inquired if paying extra might change the situation, but the response was that it was not a matter of money. Oh, so it is a matter of hierarchical suppression and disdain for one's identity? Undergraduates are deemed unworthy of a 4-person room. Yet how can one explain the accommodations at Huada University? Such musings are best kept to oneself, for voicing them would surely invite ridicule. If Huada is an option, why not apply there? She had never experienced dormitory life. Whether studying domestically or abroad, her family had always arranged independent living quarters for her, complete with a housekeeper and chauffeur. Her sole experience had been during high school, where she briefly observed the interior of a dormitory while taking a midday rest. The thought of cohabiting with 5 strangers, sharing every aspect of day-to-day life without a semblance of privacy, was utterly intolerable. The myriad complaints about roommates circulating online could wrap around the earth numerous times, and she harbored concerns of encountering an eccentric individual. Thus, on her first day of residency, Zhong Ying adopted a cold demeanor, bristling with defensiveness, ever prepared for conflict with her 4 dorm mates. However, as 3 months passed, surrounded by 4 diligent, industrious, helpful, and earnest contemporary students, Zhong Ying came to the realization that the most peculiar individual in the dormitory was, in fact, herself. Fate had conspired to bring them together, and the bonds of friendship among the girls were effortlessly forged. They participated in military training, orientation events, and a myriad of activities, sharing meals, living closely, and engaging in endless conversations, quickly growing familiar and affectionate with one another. On the day of the report, Zhong Ying merely twisted her ankle while ascending the stairs, resulting in a slight limp as she walked. Upon entering, she noticed that all 3 lower bunks were occupied, causing her limp to worsen. Zhong Jing, who accompanied her, turned to Zhao and inquired if her sister could sit down, as she had difficulty with her legs, while she went to make the bed for her. Zhao Yuelon immediately responded, questioning why they should ascend further when she was already limping, insisting that she should sleep here instead. Due to this straightforwardness, Zhong Ying raised both hands in approval of Zhao Yuelon as the dorm leader, the shy and demure girl from Huizhou, Pingwan, the fresh and charming girl from Sunan, Jiang Wenjing, and the vivacious and cheerful girl from Beijing, Yan Lei, all unanimously agreed. Zhao Yuelon did not perceive this as a burdensome task and joyfully remarked that since they were all younger than her, they were like her little sisters, and as the elder, she ought to serve them. From that moment on, Zhao Yuelon became quite familiar with Zhong Ying, treating her as if she were her own sister. The others were quite conscientious, ensuring that the dorm leader did not have to worry, except for Zhong Ying, who was laid back and carefree, often exuding a certain petit bourgeoisie charm. Zhong Ying remarked, "It's the 90s. Can we refrain from using such antiquated terms to describe people? Just say I'm fashionable." "No need for that. Li Jiayin is still waiting downstairs for you. Tell him to go to hell." Yan Lei burst into laughter. "Li Jiayin truly has perseverance. Waiting for you every day, why not just give in to him?" Zhong Ying turned and shot her a glare. "Huh? He has nearly become a scenic spot on the 2nd floor, Zhao Yuelon commented. "You've only just started university. If you don't handle this matter properly, it will affect your reputation. Isn't it his reputation that's at stake? You too are affected." Zhong Ying slowly sat up, exhaling deeply. "All right, I understand. Let us go for a meal." The girls who had engaged in various activities during class were oblivious to the chill in the air, while the inactive Zhong Ying had already wrapped herself in a thick coat. With her long hair cascading down, her face devoid of makeup, she donned a large white cotton mask as she descended the stairs. Passing by the entrance of the building, she ignored the tall, slender figure waiting expectantly. trailing behind Zhao Yuan as though he were invisible. Zhong Ying. Unfortunately, her distinctive features made her easily recognizable. She was perhaps the only one on campus who ventured out wearing a mask and a hat, sometimes even carrying an umbrella. Li Jiayin immediately recognized her and stepped forward to block her path. Zhong Ying cast her eyes downward, uninterested in his eager expression. Is there something you need? Li Jiayin rubbed his hands together. It's about the dance party. Would you agree to be my partner? No. This marked Zhong Ying's third rejection of his invitation. Yet the boy seemed oblivious, failing to grasp even the simplest of truths. You have no partner. Wouldn't it be more convenient for both of us? I have a partner. Who is it? My boyfriend. The revelation astonished not only Li Jiayin but also the listening roommates. Just last week, during a late-night discussion, Zhong Ying had claimed, like everyone else, to be untouched by the blush of romance. Yet here she was, declaring she had a boyfriend this week? Yan Lei nudged Zhao Yuan and whispered, She's deceiving Li Jiayin. Li Jiayin clearly disbelieved her, chuckling ruefully. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to befriend you. Why would you feel the need to deceive me? Such pursuers have been encountered numerous times before. They are best ignored, treated with indifference from beginning to end. Those with a modicum of decency will naturally retreat upon facing difficulty. Should any entanglement occur, the police and her bodyguards are not to be trifled with. Li Jiayin does not excessively cling, his behavior resembling that of an infatuated suitor. Yet it seems the concept of retreating in the face of adversity is absent from his lexicon. For an entire month, he has relentlessly approached Zhong Ying, attempting to persuade her to join the mountaineering club, inviting her to be his dance partner, and seeking friendship. Zhao Yuan expressed that failing to resolve this matter appropriately would tarnish her reputation, a point Zhong Ying finds difficult to comprehend. He pursues his desires. What concern is that of mine? Every attractive girl has her share of admirers. Must each one waste time on elaborate resolutions? Does life still go on? Yin, you may have heard such rumors, which might explain his comments on their wedding night. Having married in a past life. Yin Yu's surprise at the blind box could be deemed fortunate. Her reputation bears little consequence. However, she cannot allow things to unfold unchecked in this life. As Yin Yu has yet to claim her, a tarnished reputation could indeed impact her future persona and the execution of her plans. Zhong Ying raised her gaze. Indifferent, my boyfriend is a senior from high school, studying at the School of Computer Science at Huada. You will meet him at the New Year's dance. Therefore, Li, I have no interest in mountaineering, nor do I wish to befriend you. Kindly maintain your distance to avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend. Li Jiayin's chest heaved, his tone slightly urgent. Then why didn't you say so before? When we were in the infirmary, why did you offer me candy? You initiated the goodwill, did you not? Any misunderstanding is of your making. Am I so familiar with you that I owe you an explanation of my private matters? Zhong Ying, clutching her lunchbox, opened her hands and cast a glance at several roommates. Have you witnessed the real-life versions of the farmer and the snake, and Donghua and the wolf? It's vividly alive. Li Jiayin was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate a response. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan smacked her thigh, exclaiming, Li, you have truly crossed the line. Just because Zhong Ying offered you a piece of candy, you've become utterly dependent on her? The roommates nodded in agreement, casting scornful glances in his direction. I'm sorry, that is not what I meant. Li Jiayin's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I know Zhong Ying means well. I simply wanted to befriend her because I appreciate her kindness. And she is beautiful too, right? Zhong Ying retorted with a cold scoff. I have no desire to be your friend, do you understand? If you block my path again, I shan't be so accommodating. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Yin Lei leapt onto her shoulder from behind, asking, Zhong Ying, do you really have a boyfriend from Huada? Li Jiayin turned to observe their retreating figures, noting how Zhong Ying's tone softened, becoming warm and amiable. Yes, we started dating in high school. I came to Beijing for him. Wow, you're impressive. Will you bring him to the New Year's dance so we can meet him? Sure. My boyfriend is quite handsome. So don't drool when you see him. Get lost. Li Jiayin clearly heard her words, his lips curling downward, gradually forming a despondent frown. How do you expect to pass the exams when you skip classes every day and don't study? I will. Zhong Ying's confidence left Zhao Yuan at a loss for words. As she spread her cosmetics across half the table, she deftly applied a few strokes here and a gentle brush there in front of the mirror. Upon completion, her eyes remained unchanged, her lips neither black nor red. Yet her complexion radiated an unparalleled vitality, rendering her an enchanting vision of beauty and freshness. Whenever Zhong Ying adorned herself, her roommates would gather around in fascination. Zhong Ying curiously touched her eyebrow pencil, exclaiming, "What exactly have you done? I can hardly discern a thing." With an enigmatic smile, Zhong Ying replied, "It's all about the magic of Mikey." Dressed in a short, thin white cotton coat paired with snug, ankle-hugging pants and black, high-top leather boots. Her legs appeared as if they had split from her navel, long and straight. With her hair elegantly styled in a bun, she confidently stepped out, bidding farewell. "Goodbye. Please mark my attendance and save some treats for me." The four of them, with 8 curious eyes, watched her depart, while Zhao Yuan remarked, "Those who still have time to date in high school are truly exceptional. The distance from Renmin University to Huada is not particularly recent. What is recent is the proximity to Jingda, where Yinshan attends. However, Zhong Ying lacked the prowess to gain admission to Jingda, leading her to Huada, which necessitated a 3-stop bus ride. Upon reaching the southern gate of Huada, she found that the area was beginning to take shape as a food street, bustling with vendors pushing carts. During the afternoon classes, the campus was devoid of students idling outside. With her student ID in hand, Zhong Ying registered at the duty room before entering the campus. In the past 3 months, she had only visited Huada once. The first month was consumed by military training, leaving her quite occupied. In mid-October, she had ventured out for a meal with Zhang Jing, while Yin was away in the northwest with his mentor. This month, she refrained from disturbing her sister. At the behest of his mentor, he had acquired a pager, funded by the university, and before his departure, he shared the number with Zhong Ying. Walking north along the tree-lined path, one must pass 2 academic buildings, the library, and then traverse a sports field to reach Yin Yu's location. He was not free in the afternoon and instructed Zhong Ying to entertain herself for a while before meeting him at 4 o'clock. What amusement could the campus offer? At the library entrance, Zhong Ying admired the inscriptions for a time, observed several boys running in the sports field, and was preparing to leave when she noticed a couple quarreling by the bushes on the eastern side of the field. The boy was gripping the girl's arm while she struggled to break free, shouting, "Are you annoying? It's over. Stop pestering me." The boy yelled back, "You think it's over just because you say so?" "I absolutely disagree." Zhong Ying walked past, her eyes averted, reflecting on how even top students were not immune to the enchantment of love. When embroiled in a quarrel, they were no different from common folk. As she moved on, the boy continued to scream, "Have you any shame left? She's clearly told you she doesn't like you anymore. Is it amusing to keep pursuing her? It's none of your business. This is my affair. If I don't agree to break up today, it's damn well my concern." Zhong Ying widened her eyes at his face, a torrent of emotion surging within her, her lips twitching, her tongue betraying her. "You look like you deserve a beating." Chapter 28. He has a girlfriend. The phrase calm and unruffled is easy to utter, but difficult to embody. Zhong Ying had imagined herself handling the situation with a serene smile, but upon witnessing the reality of that individual, her idealism crumbled. He was impatient with children, never involved in her basic needs, but delighted in taking her out for fun, providing material satisfaction to the utmost, his words sweetly soothing both women and daughters alike. Before the age of 23, Zhang Ying believed he was a good father. He would say, "Dad will always love you, and I'm sorry, my child." The young man was taken aback. The beautiful girl spoke with a sharp tongue, and although he had not yet lost his temper, she began to cry, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was wrong with her? With reddened eyes, Zhang Ying fixed her gaze upon his face and approached him step by step. "Are you Su Weidong?" she inquired. Who else could he possibly be? She had seen his college photographs, a 3/7 parting, a slender face, high cheekbones, a pointed chin, cruelly thin lips, and mischievous dancing eyes that sparkled with a devil-may-care smile, but could also turn cold and expressionless, as if contemplating some nefarious scheme. He raised his chin, regarding her through flared nostrils. "What? Do you know me?" "I do not," Zhong Ying retorted through gritted teeth, wiping away her tears. "I cannot stand to see you bully girls. I am prepared to fight for justice." "Huh. Show me your weapon," Su Weidong scoffed. "What business is it of yours to interfere in my conversation with my girlfriend? You were not speaking civilly. You were being aggressive." Su Weidong's amusement deepened. "So you have come to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? You must be the new freshman, quite spirited, aren't you? Which department do you belong to?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhong Ying from head to toe, wickedly whistling. Zhong Ying's mind exploded with indignation, her reason evaporating, and she blurted out, "You are truly shameless. How could there be such a scoundrel at Huada? I will report you to the school for bullying girls, deceiving emotions, speaking sweetly while harboring malice, and being more beastly than a brute." She nearly shouted, her voice piercing, drawing the attention of students from across the playground. Su Weidong was incensed. Is this how you repay kindness? Who the hell do you think you are? I am your nightmare, your nemesis. The avenging angel that will leave you with a guilty conscience for the rest of your life. Clenching her fists, glaring with intensity, and stamping her feet. She spewed words like a child embroiled in a petty quarrel, directing her ire towards Su Weidong. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he struggled to find an appropriate descriptor. Pointing at her in disbelief, truly, which psychiatric institution allowed you to roam free? The girl accompanying Su Weidong wore a rigid expression, perceiving the scene before her as both bizarre and surreal. Although this girl claimed to champion her cause, her gaze never wavered from Su Weidong. Her eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions, the fervor of her denunciation suggesting that this was not their first encounter. She felt an uncanny sense of alienation. Attempting to depart, she found her wrist firmly grasped by Su Weidong, rendering the situation exceedingly awkward as she twisted her arm in vain. Finally, Zhong Ying cast her a glance, her fury intensifying. Let go of me. If she has no desire to engage with you, why persist in your unwelcome advances? Is it amusing to press your warm face against a cold shoulder? Before she could finish her tirade, a sudden beeping sound erupted from behind her. He reached for the source, extracting a hefty black brick-like device from a leather case attached to his belt, biting the antenna to activate it, and held it to his ear. Hello? Sangu? What? A fight has broken out? All right, I'm on my way. Zhong Ying thought to herself. Could this possibly be the very object he would treasure 2 decades hence? The mobile phone? Clad in denim and a flamboyant houndstooth short coat. Padded shoulders accentuated his broad frame, rendering his neck nearly invisible from behind. Su Weidong, the scoundrel, the morally bankrupt father. The girl was caught in an awkward limbo, neither staying nor leaving, and after a moment of hesitation, she managed to utter, "Thank you." Zhong Ying shifted her gaze to the girl's face, her eyes darkening momentarily. And after a prolonged silence, she suddenly smiled and replied, "You're quite beautiful at this moment." A peculiar sensation washed over her. Was that a compliment? What did it mean to be beautiful at this moment, and not at another? The girl twitched her lips and said, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. As she reached Mingda building, the girl exhaled in relief. So will I. Let us go together. This strange girl continued to follow closely behind her, causing an unsettling chill to creep along her spine, making her feel as though she were pricked by thorns. Zhong Ying walked beside her, catching sight of the girl's eyelids fluttering nervously, her demeanor clearly flustered. With a slight smile, she initiated the conversation. Which department are you from? Business management. And you? Me too. What year are you in? I'm in my 2nd year. How about you? Freshman. Oh, a junior sister. The girl relaxed slightly, adding, I'm in charge of welcoming new students this year. I don't believe I've seen you around the department. I'm from Renmin University. The girl paused, surprised. Are you looking for classmates in Mingda building? I'm looking for my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend also in computer science? Zhong Ying asked with an ambiguous chuckle. So? Does that mean your boyfriend is also in computer science? The girl hesitated, producing a vague sound from her throat, reluctant to provide a clear answer. Observing the girl's expression, Zhong Ying noticed her eyes brighten, and before she could say anything further, she called out, You go. The handsome young man clad in black attire chuckled upon hearing the sound. Ying, it is 4:17. I was just about to head to the south gate to greet you. Zhong Ying rushed over, wrapping her arms around his, pouting playfully. 17 minutes late is quite generous of you, don't you think? Yan Yu stiffened momentarily, taken aback by Zhong Ying's sudden display of affection, completely unprepared for such an intimate gesture. Over the years, their closest contact had likely been during their journey to the capital. Zhong Ying's uncle drove, while Zhong Jing, feeling nauseous, occupied the front seat. The two of them, along with several boxes of luggage that could not fit in the trunk, sat side by side in the back for several hours. At one point, she dozed off, her head resting on his shoulder. An unfamiliar yet delightful fragrance lingering in the air, a few strands of hair cascading onto her smooth forehead, causing his heartstrings to tremble in tandem with her gently fluttering eyelashes. In that fleeting moment, he entertained an inappropriate thought, to let her remain in that state forever, never to awaken. Alas, such bliss was short-lived. Within 5 minutes, Zhong Jing called her awake, insisting on switching places with him. As school commenced, both were preoccupied. Having met only twice in 3 months, once dining out with Yinshin and once exploring Huada with Zhang Jing before having a meal together, scarcely spending any time alone. They had merely agreed to converse every Saturday afternoon, with her waiting by a magnetic card telephone at Renmin University while he called punctually. Before heading northwest, he had purchased a pager, yet today was the first time Zhong Ying had summoned him, requesting his assistance. As he waited under the Mingda building at 4 o'clock, growing anxious with each passing moment, he feared she might get lost, prompting him to prepare to fetch her. Through the layers of thick clothing, Yin could still perceive the warmth emanating from the young girl, the outline of her fingers, and the soft sensation pressed against his arm. He instinctively spoke in a gentle tone, Ying. The young girl, however, turned her head with a smile, saying, Senior, he's here. I won't accompany you to Mingda building. Goodbye. It was only then that Yin noticed another girl, furrowing his brow. He contemplated greeting her, but deemed it unnecessary, merely offering a casual nod. The girl's complexion was pale as she inquired, Yin, is she your girlfriend? Suddenly, the fingers gripping his arm tightened. Yin observed Zhong Ying raise her head and wink at him. Yes, Senior, do you know my boyfriend? Yin. Another sharp pinch. This time with real force, causing him to take a shallow breath. Yes. The girl's lips trembled. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Didn't you say you didn't have a girlfriend? Zhong Ying wore a half smile, loosening her grip and distancing herself slightly. A pang of anxiety gripped Yin as he instinctively replied, Did I say that to you? You must be mistaken. Yet, Wang Haitao and the others had all said the same. Zhong Ying scoffed, fixing an unkind gaze upon the girl. Senior, your words are quite strange. What concern is it of yours whether Yin has a girlfriend? Aren't you in a relationship yourself? It seems inappropriate to meddle in another boy's affairs here. Yin smiled faintly, pressing his lips together. Let us go. They had never shared fried tofu together, and Yin was unaware of who Wang Lar was. Yet he discerned Zhong Ying's intentions. The two strolled arm in arm, warmly engaged with one another, passing by the girl without sparing her a glance. Half of my warm body suddenly turned cold. Yin felt the chill in the air, as the northern wind nipped at him. Are you angry, Yugu? Why would I be angry? Because I drove away your potential girlfriend. Nonsense. Yin stuffed his hands into his pockets, observing Zhong Ying, who stood with her arms behind her back, her long legs leisurely striding forward, a smile gracing her lips. It seems you know who she is. Yin's shoulders slumped as he looked at Zhong Ying helplessly. Not funny. However, I changed my mind halfway. A girl who can so easily shift her affections is hardly a good one. Moreover, she and her boyfriend were entangled in a muddled situation, which makes me think she is unworthy of you. What does morality mean to them? It is nothing. A pair of scoundrels. I have already told you that I am not close to her, and I have made things clear in public. Yet she still seeks to entangle you, which indicates a significant flaw in her character. A simple rejection was insufficient, so I stepped in to help you and sever her intentions. Should similar situations arise in the future, you can always call upon me to shield you. I will sharpen my discernment to help you see which girl is truly worth your time. Yin smiled, a hint of complexity in his expression. Thank you very much. A path led to its end, revealing the Huada Auditorium and the Science Museum ahead. The sun drifted westward, and a few sparrows settled on the golden grass. Unafraid of nearby footsteps, hopping about plumply, Zhong Ying paused before the lawn. No need to thank me. I have something to ask of you. What is it? Pretend to be my boyfriend. Yin stood at approximately 185 centimeters tall, his posture more erect than that of a man 30 years his senior. When perplexed, his brows furrowed, lending a depth and allure to his gaze. Zhong Ying, at 165 centimeters, found herself face to face with him, requiring her to tilt her head slightly to meet his eyes. Our school mandates attendance at the New Year S-Ball for all freshmen. There is a boy in our department who insists on being my dance partner. Truth be told, I have no desire to dance, but he seems to harbor ulterior motives. As if he wishes to pursue me. As she gazed into Yin's eyes, he was captivated by her lips, moist and rosy, with her pearly white incisors peeking out as she spoke. The last few words were imbued with emotion, her lips pouting slightly, resembling a small heart. He momentarily lost his focus, unaware that his face was inclining closer. Brother you? Huh. He abruptly stepped back, startled. What did you say? I mentioned that boy is bothersome. He constantly waits for me downstairs at the dormitory. When I get irritated, I tell him my boyfriend will be my dance partner. It's quite easy to have one's cover blown in school. So for the New Year S-Ball, would you come and pretend to be my boyfriend? Yin remained silent, and Zhong Ying felt a surge of anxiety. This was too good an opportunity to hesitate. Could it be that he had other engagements for the holiday? If you're busy, that's fine. I can ask my sister to help me find a senior from her department to fill the role. Yin finally spoke, his voice deep and steady, Is there a boy pursuing you? Waiting for you by your dormitory? Zhong Ying blinked, her response swift. Not just one. He is the most bothersome. Yin Yu's expression turned slightly cold, his eyes narrowing. Why didn't you inform me earlier about the harassment? What are we waiting for? The new year? We should go to your school now, and I'll have a word with him. I told him you would only go during the new year. Let us go now. His tone was calm and unhurried, devoid of any domineering flair, yet Zhong Ying felt a strong sense of familiarity, 30 years later. This was precisely how Mr. Yin would speak. Gentle and unassuming, yet self-evident, beyond question, and impervious to dissent. Well, all right then. A smile crept onto Yin Yu's lips as he playfully patted her head. First, I'll take you to eat Wang Lao Er's fried tofu. This marked his first deliberate contact with Zhong Ying, causing the old fox to feel a flutter in his heart. The young man was growing up. However, it seemed that there was no brand by the name of Wang Lao Er in the fried tofu realm. Chapter 29. Worthy of me. As they exited the school gate, they encountered Yin Yu's roommate, a boy of average height with small eyes. It might have been his high prescription glasses that made his eyes appear particularly tiny. During the introduction, Yin Yu simply stated, "This is my classmate, Gao Gao, my sister, Zhong Ying." They exchanged polite greetings, and the small-eyed boy pulled him aside to whisper a few words, occasionally glancing at Zhong Ying, his brows raised in mischief, a playful glint on his face. After bidding farewell, Zhong Ying inquired, "Is he the senior you're currently collaborating with on a project? You often mention Gao Gao. What is his full name?" "Gao Donkey." Zhong Ying shivered slightly and turned back to look at the boy. Upon reflection, she noticed a resemblance in his features. Gao Donkey, a name that resonated like thunder. Was he not a gaming mogul in the future? The games developed and launched have become immensely popular, leading to the establishment of his own agency, through which he manages several elite teams. Among the most renowned esports masters in the country, a considerable number are under his contract. He is quite slender, with a notably thick head of hair. Yin Yu chuckled, remarking on the abundance of it, predicting that he would not suffer from baldness in 20 years. However, the young man was mistaken. Boss Gao eventually transformed into a rather portly and balding middle-aged man, his only unchanged feature being his small eyes, which even bifocals could not redeem. Aware of his less-than-ideal appearance, he seldom appeared in public. Yet, Zhong Ying had encountered him at a charity gala in Deep City, where he auctioned off 10 original Nintendo Game Boy consoles, with one fetching a staggering price of 200,000. At that moment, Zhong Ying felt that the attendees were merely showing respect to Mr. Gao and acknowledging the sincerity behind the charitable act. However, she had no intention of spending 200,000 on such a trivial item. She would rather purchase the Venus de Milo's missing arm instead. The second-best student in the provincial college entrance examination, the senior who lived above her, looked like this. Yin Yu gazed at her in astonishment, impressed by her remarkable memory. Noting that she still recalled a comment he had made in passing. "I remember everything you've written to me. I often revisit your letters for review," she replied. Her words sent Yin Yu's heart racing, and as he glanced at her repeatedly, his expression was genuine and open, seemingly oblivious to the underlying ambiguity in his statements. "You frequently read our old letters?" Zhong Ying responded with a sweet smile. "Indeed, during the most stressful times of our final year. It was your letters that provided me with relief. I can even recite your words of encouragement from memory." Suddenly, Yin Yu felt the north wind was not so biting, and warmth spread through his heart, enveloping his entire being. He could not help but reach out to gently stroke Zhong Ying's head, not patting but caressing it softly. "I can recite those 53 problems as well." Zhong Ying paused momentarily. Over the 2 years of correspondence, she had sought his guidance on 53 challenging competition questions. She had painstakingly sifted through books and exam papers, ensuring they were sufficiently difficult, yet remained within the confines of high school knowledge. When he claimed he could memorize them, was it due to his extraordinary gift of photographic memory, or was it akin to her frequent revisiting of their letters? Zhong Ying believed it to be the latter. In truth, this was inconsequential. When one develops feelings for another, it is only natural to cherish every detail about them. And her understanding of his repeated readings of their correspondence was reasonable. What astonished her was the implicit meaning behind Yin Yu's words, almost palpable. Surely, a perceptive and intelligent girl could grasp it. Yet Zhong Ying remained oblivious, naively exclaiming, "Brother, you has such a remarkable memory. I can only recall the last 2 or 3 questions." Yin Yu hesitated, caught between words, as she turned her attention to the buildings along the roadside, inquiring about the names inscribed on them. He had no choice but to follow her lead. For Yin Yu, uttering such a statement was no small feat. He had always been an exemplary student, his achievements shining brightly, and with an air of pride, he had often been pursued by girls. Having zero experience in reciprocating such affections, he sensed Zhong Ying's fondness for him, yet he could not discern whether it was romantic or merely a sisterly admiration and trust. Hidden within his subtle tests lay profound expectations, but alas, Zhong Ying appeared not to comprehend. He lacked the courage to express himself more directly. Experiencing for the first time in his life a fear of failure, a trepidation that all of this might merely be his own misguided sentimentalism, Zhong Ying deliberately disregarded his lingering gaze, engaging in casual conversation with an air of ease. An 18-year-old girl, unaware of her own allure. Conversing with someone who failed to comprehend her charm, was that not quite ordinary? Your insinuations are so veiled. Who could discern whether you were merely boasting of your remarkable memory? The moment is not yet ripe. When you come to realize that I am indispensable to you, the words will flow naturally. Within her own school, Zhong Ying had yet to encounter any classmates, while Yin Yu had already met some familiar faces. Two boys approached him, greeting him warmly and clapping him on the shoulder. They were his peers from the same cohort, former alumni of the affiliated school, and they decided to sit together, sharing food and conversation. His introduction of Zhong Ying remained as my sister, and the upperclassmen, oblivious to whether she was his cousin or sister, merely acknowledged her as a fellow student, promising to look after her in the future. As the cafeteria grew increasingly crowded, the four of them finished their meal and departed together. Passing a long table, Zhong Ying felt a tug on her sleeve. Zhao Yuelan, Jiang Wenjing, Peng Wan, and Yin Lei were gathered at a table, gazing at her with eager eyes. Upon her halt, the three boys also paused in their tracks, their gestures overtly directed toward her. Zhao Yuelan glanced between her and the three boys. Are you dining with them? Yes, she replied. Just as her words fell, a hurried figure approached from the front, carrying a takeout box, and directly confronted Zhong Ying. At last, I found you. You didn't attend class this afternoon. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for ages. Waiting for me for what? She inquired. I wish to apologize to you. Zhong Ying cast a discreet glance at Yin Yu. No need for that. I only hope you keep your distance from me. Listen to me. I have been contemplating this matter. A tall figure interposed between the two, completely shielding Zhong Ying. Who are you? The boy momentarily lost his composure. I was speaking with a classmate. What is your issue? Did you not hear her request for you to keep your distance? What is it to you? Who are you anyway? I am Yin Yu from Huadai's class of 89, Department of Computer Science, and Zhong Ying's boyfriend. Li Jiayin was instantly taken aback, as whispers of astonishment arose from those around. The four roommates forgot to chew their food, craning their necks to fixate on the tall, handsome boy with a stern expression. The two seniors exchanged glances. This was monumental news. The iron tree had blossomed, and the dreams of the female alumni from the affiliated school were shattered. Yin Yu had a girlfriend. The sister had instantaneously transformed into a girlfriend. Was this a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? It was regrettable that there was no WeChat group, for the lively expressions and furtive glances exchanged between the two would surely incite an immediate desire to divulge the latest gossip. Yin Yu stepped forward, his stature and aura imposing upon Li Jiayin. I've heard you frequently seek out Zhong Ying. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Li Jiayin's complexion turned pale, and he stammered. I have nothing to say. You may not, but I do. The cafeteria is crowded. Perhaps we should converse outside. I haven't eaten yet. It won't take long. Yin Lei tilted her head at Zhong Ying, who was hiding behind Yin Yu with an expression of delight, silently mouthing, is it true? Zhong Ying nodded, giving a thumbs up. It was already established. Any opposition to Yin Yu's decisions was futile. He remained perpetually calm, even sporting a faint smile, exuding an air of non-aggression, though this was merely a facade. Those who found themselves targeted by him might have harbored an entirely different sentiment. The reasons behind Li Jiayin's compliance and accompanying him remain a mystery. Perhaps, due to his youth and timidity, he was easily swayed, or perhaps he was misled by Yin Yu's immediate introduction, believing that no harm would come his way. However, had it been Zhong Ying in his place, she would undoubtedly have fled, for emotional trauma can oftentimes be more agonizing than physical harm. The incident went largely unnoticed in the bustling cafeteria, with only a handful of students aware of the subtle confrontation. After a few boys departed, the roommates exchanged bewildered glances, and Zhao Yuelan remarked, Zhong Ying, your boyfriend is quite impressive. Handsome, Yin Lei interjected, truly handsome. I thought you were pulling my leg. With that height and looks, he could easily become a movie star. Zhong Ying nodded in agreement. No wonder you were dating him back in high school. You had foresight. Zhong Ying chuckled. Appearance is but one facet. He won the AMC First Prize and the EPO Gold Medal during high school, dominating various national competitions. He was recognized as one of the top 100 students in the country and one of the top 10 members of the Communist Youth League in Beijing. He forsook the opportunity for direct admission to Huajing to take the college entrance examination, emerging as the top student in S province and ranking first nationwide. By his second year, he was independently working on development projects and had published papers in professional journals. This year, he even accompanied his mentor to a confidential unit in the Northwest, though that seems unmentionable. In any case, he is quite exceptional and worthy of me. The four roommates were left speechless. Zhao Yuelon struggled to find words. Well, how are we supposed to respond to that? I am aware of what you wish to convey. My resume does not shine with such brilliance, so how could I dare to claim he is worthy of me? Zhong Ying, with a hint of pride, tossed her hair and declared, "It is because of my beauty." Her roommates rolled their eyes in unison. For contemporary educated young women could only disdain such superficial and mundane remarks, such trivialities. When seeking a partner, one is not merely searching for a colleague. Naturally, one should seek someone who is pleasing and cherished. High achievers may indeed favor beauty. If it is their choice, the opinions of outsiders are irrelevant. Those notions of tenderness and indulgence are mere fabrications of her roommates. Differing mindsets lead to altered perceptions. Zhong Ying felt no sense of his gentleness. Instead, she perceived a hint of arrogance in his smile. As winter descended, darkness enveloped the campus early, and by 6:30, lights illuminated every corner. Zhong Ying accompanied Yinyu outside. Their steps languid as they deliberately chose a winding path rather than the main road. What did you say to him? I said nothing of consequence. Merely that he should refrain from disturbing you in the future. He likely won't. In your presence, he feels utterly inadequate. Yet, Yinyu held a contrary view. This classmate Li possesses a rather stubborn disposition. To be precise, he is both timid and obstinate. Even knowing you have a boyfriend, he still attempted to elucidate the reasons for his affections towards you, believing himself blameless. Although he has promised to cease his harassment, I suspect he will continue to watch you from the shadows. Zhong Ying, feeling anxious, wrapped her arms around herself. He won't do anything irrational, will he? He won't. Yinyu initially intended to stroke her head, but ended up gently patting her back instead. He was timid, with a pronounced self-serving inclination, and he lacked the courage to engage in misdeeds. He had heeded my warnings. Zhong Ying gazed at him with admiration. Have you taken psychology as an elective? You seem adept at reading people. No, he is merely an 18 or 19-year-old boy. It is not difficult to see through him. You are only 20 yourself. Zhong Ying said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. With your keen insight, can you discern what kind of person I am? Yinyu chuckled softly. You are a kind-hearted girl. When you see someone uncomfortable, you offer them a piece of candy. Such compassion. Zhong Ying frowned. That sounds like sarcasm. It is not sarcasm. Yinyu replied earnestly as he turned his head. You are right to help others. Li's classmate is merely using the situation to his advantage. However, you must trust that not everyone will misconstrue your goodwill. For those who do, I will assist you in resolving the matter. Zhong Ying remained silent, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. So are there more? What? Did you not mention there was more than one? Let us leave out those who haven't harassed me. Zhong Ying began to doubt whether using Li's family as a means to an end was a wise decision. Why did it seem that Yinyu had been somewhat stimulated, with increasingly evident proactive tendencies? Li's classmate had ceased to pursue me. Did it truly matter whether I had a dance partner? If a boy invites you to dance at the ball, would you accept? Zhong Ying admonished herself to halt, resisting the urge to provoke him further. The relationship must not progress too swiftly. However, a mischievous heart could not contain itself, and impudent words slipped forth. Let's see if he is pleasing to the eye. Yinyu furrowed his brow in response. If he is pleasing, will you accept him? Zhong Ying blinked her eyes rapidly, tightly sealing her lips. Allow me to be your dance partner, he said, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. And I shall assess how many handsome young men are present at the ball. Chapter 30. A dramatic farewell. The hosting of a ball by the university is a cherished tradition, dating back to the era of Balian University. Perhaps, in times of yore, when entertainment was scarce, the institution sought to invigorate the students' enthusiasm for learning and to foster a sense of belonging to the campus. On significant occasions, rather than screening films, they organized balls, serving as a subtle form of social gathering. The lighting need not be enchanting, nor must the music be sultry. As long as young men and women come together, Even a simple tune like Unity is Strength could spark the flames of romance. Throughout the month of December, Zhong Ying navigated her days in a state of inner turmoil. It was indeed a challenge to conceal her striking beauty at the ball. Before Yin, she presented herself with grace and allure, unwilling to deliberately feign plainness. Yet, what if a gentleman were to be captivated by her charm? Inviting her to dance and engaging in flirtation, provoking Yin to make a rash confession? In such a predicament, accepting would not be appropriate, nor would declining. She would find herself ensnared in a dilemma. A proud individual, upon rejection, would not pursue further. He would not shamelessly continue to play the role of an older brother, rendering her previous efforts futile, returning her to a state of vulnerability. To accept would be equally inappropriate. Yin was hardly a mature carrot. Consuming him now would merely satisfy a fleeting craving, not satiate her hunger. The fragile barrier between the two was irreparably breached, leaving their ambiguous relationship no longer sustainable. Should one compromise, maintaining a semblance of what once was? She sat there, entangled in her thoughts, sighing deeply. While her 4 roommates became increasingly engrossed in discussions on how to captivate the charming and talented male companion. For several consecutive nights, they engaged in late-night conversations pondering whether they had ever encountered a peer who could rival Yin during their high school years. The handsome ones lacked academic prowess, while the studious were often less aesthetically pleasing. Those who possessed both attributes had already slipped through their fingers. Yin lay, in frustration, pounded her bed, lamenting, alas. Our normal university-affiliated high school had its own male beauty, yet I was so consumed by my studies, my mind filled with definitions and formulas. There was an occasion when he accidentally struck me with a basketball and approached to apologize, but I foolishly ignored him and walked away. How naive I was to squander a chance at love at first sight. Zhong Ying interjected, the real question is, were you as stunning as Zhong Ying during high school? Yin sprang up in protest. I wasn't he lacking, was I? Zhong Ying retorted, at 173 centimeters. You were hardly delicate. Zhao Yuelon chimed in, weighing 140 pounds. You resembled a shot putter. Peng Wan stifled her laughter, covering her mouth. In exasperation, Yin exclaimed, enough? The pressures of high school were immense. Could one possibly survive without indulging in a bit more sustenance? I refuse to believe that you all were so attractive in high school. I doubt Zhong Ying had the leisure to concern herself with her appearance back then. Zhong Ying. Speak up. Zhong Ying, with a wistful tone, replied, I have been curating my appearance since I was 15, never allowing myself a moment's respite, even during the Gaokao. Today, you behold my resplendent beauty, yet you remain oblivious to the sweat and effort that lie behind it all. For individuals. Yin, forgive me for extinguishing the light too swiftly, rendering your brilliance invisible amidst the darkness. Zhao Yuelon, perplexed, remarked, at 15, I was still a fool, utterly ignorant. What was the purpose of your toil? Were you already infatuated with your boyfriend back then? Indeed, it is true. It is only when one entertains such misguided thoughts that one experiences hardship. However, such notions ought not to be imparted to innocent and pure young girls. Zhong Ying, with a gentle smile, replied, dressing beautifully allows me to feel good about myself, enhancing my self-confidence, rendering me unafraid of any occasion or person. Upon entering the examination hall for the college entrance examination, I believe I am amongst the elite. When I encounter admirable young men, I confidently engage with them. I do not pursue actively. Good men will naturally seek me out. Even in the face of failure, I remain undaunted. What is there to fear? At the very least, I possess beauty. This realization brings a sense of liberation. Zhao Yuelon countered, what use is beauty alone? Knowledge is power. I concur, hence, am I not currently sharing a space with knowledgeable youths? Moreover, I have a boyfriend. I do not advocate for beauty to overshadow talent. Superficiality deserves disdain. However, as we step into society, we will encounter diverse individuals and myriad opportunities. Should they suddenly present themselves, can you assure that you are always in your finest state? Talent must also be accompanied by opportunities for display, and sometimes that opportunity arises from first impressions. Thus, why not cultivate beauty while simultaneously nurturing talent? In the harsh future job market, these two aspects are not only compatible, but also mutually reinforcing. Zhong Ying, in confusion, inquired, opportunities? Graduates from our university are typically assigned to either state institutions or public organizations. What is the workplace? Is it truly as daunting as you suggest? The system is not immutable. Did you not listen to the teachers in class? With the economy evolving, an increasing number of individuals will venture into entrepreneurship. When that time arrives and they thrive in their endeavors, will you not feel discontent holding on to an iron rice bowl that merely sustains you? Indeed, Yin Lei concurs. My father has stated that our generation of university students is destined to become the vanguard of the times. The aspirations of 18 or 19-year-old girls may be somewhat limited. But after listening to Zhong Ying, they each pondered their own thoughts. Ping once softly inquired, Zhong Ying, how did you manage in high school? What do you mean? Just studying, being pretty, and having a boyfriend. What is your dream? Financial freedom. What does freedom mean? I will possess happiness beyond your imagination. Such intimate discussions transpire almost every night, as the girls are captivated by Zhong Ying's words. Her seemingly unconventional views subtly influence them, appearing nonsensical at first, but revealing a hint of wisdom upon reflection. At the beginning of the school year, Zhao Yuan, who only brought a bottle of facial oil, now possesses both facial cleanser and lipstick. Zhong Ying is right. The notion that women adorn themselves solely for the pleasure of others is a relic of feudalism. It is more appropriate to beautify oneself for one's own satisfaction. Taking a little time for self-care elevates one's mood and invigorates one's studies. As the end of the month approached, Zhong Ying's internal conflict finally reached a resolution. She devised a clever plan that would neither provoke Yin Yu nor diminish her own beauty, and on the weekend, she took Yin Lei to the wholesale market at the zoo to procure some small items. On the afternoon of the 26th, Zhong Ying was in her dormitory crafting her secret weapon when Ping Wan entered and announced, "There is someone downstairs looking for you." "Who is it?" "It can't be Li Jian again, can it?" "No, it's a boy I don't recognize." Zhong Ying remained low profile on campus, aside from her classmates and her major. Many had never truly seen her face. She preferred to cover herself thoroughly when going out, not out of fear of unwanted attention, but to adhere to her year-round sun protection principle. Since Peng Wan did not recognize him, he must not be a student from her major. And Zhong Ying couldn't fathom who it might be, preferring not to go down. Peng Wan added, "He is wearing military attire, much like our training instructor." A flash of recognition struck her mind, and she abandoned her current task to rush downstairs. The tall boy stood in the foyer, his hair cropped short, dressed in a military-style uniform devoid of insignia, curiously surveying his surroundings. "Zhou Qiao." A familiar smile broke forth, his bright white teeth radiating warmth. "Ying Ying." He opened his arms wide, and Zhong Ying playfully retorted, "Dream on." He reached out to pinch her cheek, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Zhong Ying felt a mix of surprise and joy. "What brings you here? You've donned your uniform. Are you about to leave? How do you have time to come to Beijing?" Her delight was genuine, stemming from her heart and intertwined with the emotions of her original self. Perhaps due to her own emotional turmoil, she felt an unusual pang of guilt towards the boy who had once laid his heart before her. His unwavering friendship, despite past grievances, left her astonished. "I have been assigned to the 28th Army, stationed in Yin County, over 60 kilometers from Beijing. Initially, I was to depart with the commanding officer, but after considering that we hadn't seen each other for several months, I realized that once I entered the new recruits battalion, I might never have the chance to visit again. Thus, I persuaded my father to leverage his connections, and I will report alone the day after tomorrow." "And us?" she inquired. "You and Yin Shun." "Oh, I see," Zhong Ying replied, suddenly enlightened. "You came alone?" "My father brought me here," he said. "Finding you was quite a challenge. Uncle Zhong didn't even know your exact address. He mentioned you never wrote letters, only called. I asked quite a few people at your school." Zhong Ying chuckled, "Don't worry. I promise to write." Li Zhouqiao playfully flicked her forehead and said with a smile, "Let's go. The car is waiting at the school gate. We should find Yin Shun and have a meal together." Zhong Ying had no reason to decline. She went upstairs to change her outfit, picked up a lipstick, and then set it down, deciding that simplicity would be better for dining with Zhou Qiao and Yin Shun. Uncle Li drove a 212, looking weary from travel, with Zhou Qiao's brother-in-law, also a military officer, seated in the passenger seat. After exchanging pleasantries, they drove towards Jing University. Zhou Qiao and his brother-in-law entered the school to find Yin Shun, while Zhong Ying chatted with Uncle Li in the car. Speaking of old Zhong, Uncle Li remarked, "Both your sisters are away, and your father must be feeling rather lonely." Zhong Ying sighed. Indeed, having some company would be nice. The image of Zhong Jing as a fierce mother has deeply ingrained itself in people's minds, and it is certain that old Zhong has shared his grievances with his steadfast comrades. Zhong Ying chuckled softly, saying, "My father's affairs should be decided by him. I, for one, am in agreement." Uncle Li's eyes brightened at her response. "That is splendid. Is there any news?" Zhong Ying leaned against the car window, lost in thought. The true obstacle to old Zhong's remarriage does not lie with Zhong Jing. Rather, it is the emotional ties on her grandmother's side that pose the greatest challenge. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Zhong Ying observed three figures emerging from the west gate of Jing University. Yin Shun, clad in a blue cotton jacket, was engaged in conversation with Shou Qiao while casting glances into the distance, seemingly waiting for someone. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhong Ying. What are they up to? 10 minutes later, everyone boarded the vehicle, and Zhong Ying found herself almost squashed. She straightened her back and glanced to the far right, where she met the gaze of a person who was also looking her way, a smile dancing in their eyes. She whispered to Yin Shun beside her. Did you invite him? Zhou Qiao had suggested they gather together. Uncle Li was on his way to meet an old comrade, and her brother-in-law had not lingered to dine with them. He dropped them off at the Juxian Villa restaurant, not far from Jing University, promising to return in 2 hours. The three peers, having not seen each other for quite some time, were animated and thrilled, with Yin Shun overflowing with excitement as he chatted incessantly with Zhou Qiao. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his features had matured, and with clear brows and a pair of glasses, he presented an air of scholarly elegance. However, when he began to speak of his university life, peppering Zhou Qiao with questions, he still bore the naive demeanor of his youthful days. Zhou Qiao inquired, "Don't you ever visit Ying?" Yin Shun pouted. "Even if I did, she would hardly pay me any mind. We only shared a meal at the beginning of the semester. Later, when I called her, she mentioned that she was studying and couldn't go out to play." This excuse had become all too familiar since high school. Zhong Ying feigned a smile, saying, "With so many courses in my freshman year, who has time to think about fun?" Yin Shun looked at her with a knowing expression. "You just don't want to hang out with me." Zhong Ying remained silent, continuing to offer her insincere smile. Zhou Qiao glanced at the person beside her and remarked, "If Ying doesn't seek out Yin Shun, she will certainly look for brother Yin Yu, right?" Yin Shun, taking a bite of his food, responded in confusion, "Why would she want to find my brother?" Zhong Ying shot him a glance. "I mentioned that I'm busy with studies and rarely go out. I raised my cup in lieu of wine, toasting you. Wishing you all the best in the army." "All right, thank you." Their glasses clinked together, and Zhou Qiao took a sip of beer before continuing. "Brother, you didn't grow up in Juzhou and doesn't know about the countless embarrassing moments the three of us shared as children. The adults always said I was the mischievous one, but it was actually Ying who was the most troublesome. At 6, she threw stones into a dung pit while I merely stood by watching, and in the end, I was the one who got punished. At 7, she buried Yin Shun in a pile of sand, nearly suffocating him, and Aunt Chu came to blame me. At 9, she poked her father's tire valve, shattering the vase her parents received as a wedding gift, and insisted I had instigated her. At 11, she attempted a performance of breaking a stone on her chest, which failed, and I ended up dislocating my arm while moving the stone. Yin Shun burst into laughter. "I remember being buried in the sand. And I recall the stone-breaking act as well. Haha, Ying always blamed you for her mischief. Why doesn't she ever blame me? Because she has liked you since childhood." Zhou Qiao. Zhong Ying's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yin Shun felt somewhat awkward, remarking, "Why take childhood matters so seriously?" Li Zhou Qiao, with a smile that danced between jest and sincerity, replied, "All right then, let us speak no more of it. Time to eat." Nearby, someone nudged Zhong Ying, whispering, "He can't be allowed to drink anymore." Frustrated, Zhong Ying retorted, "He doesn't listen to me." Their heads briefly drew closer, prompting a swift glance from Li Zhou Qiao, who seized a bottle and filled a glass, presenting it to Yin Yu. "Brother Yu, I want to insist you drink, but just this one, all right? I've always looked after Ying, now I entrust her to you. Please take good care of her." Yin Yu, maintaining his composure, accepted the glass, affirming, "All right." Yin Shun glanced around, silent inquiries exchanged with Zhong Ying, who mirrored his gesture, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn it, Li Zhou Qiao is still putting on a show before leaving. It's infuriating." As the meal progressed, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhong Ying remained silent, as did Yin Yu, while only Yin Shun accompanied Li Zhou Qiao in light-hearted banter. With his arm draped over Yin Shun's shoulder, Li Zhou Qiao rambled nonsensically, his gaze frequently drifting towards her. Zhong Ying feigned ignorance, suddenly turning to Yin Yu with a gentle smile, only to have Li Zhou Qiao's glass clink sharply against the table. After the meal, with no sign of the brother-in-law, the four lingered at the restaurant's entrance. Zhong Ying and Yin Yu stood close together, while Li Zhou Qiao boasted to Yin Shun, "Once I achieve merit, you'll truly see my prowess. It's no less glorious than your university accolades." It's not easy for an engineer to gain merit. You must put in the effort. Do you look down on engineers? Not at all, not at all. In a playful scuffle, Yinshan remained focused while Shou Qiao was momentarily distracted. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Ying, who wore an open light beige coat, with a black sweater collar pulled up to her chin, accentuating her petite face. One side of her long hair was tucked behind her ear, cascading down her shoulder, appearing soft and inviting. He was uncertain of how it would feel to the touch and dared not dwell on it. Long ago, Zhong Ying had gradually distanced herself from his preconceived notions, her transformation becoming increasingly pronounced. At that moment, he discerned an unexpected gentleness in her demeanor. How could Zhong Ying ever embody meekness? Those two words seemed utterly incompatible with her essence. Although Yinshan often remarked on her changes, Li Zhouqiao believed it merely reflected the pretentiousness that accompanies a girl's maturation, akin to his sister, who feigned charm while her inherent domineering nature remained unchanged, still resorting to physical reprimands with him. She was engaged in conversation with Yenyu, her heels slightly raised, leaning in close. He leaned in to listen, nodding in response before affectionately patting her on the back of her head, their smiles concealing an unspoken understanding. Li Zhouqiao chuckled ruefully. Indeed, much like his sister, her gentility was only a fade meant for a singular audience. Ying. Zhong Ying turned her head upon seeing him wave. Come here, brother, I must leave. Tomorrow. I head to Yin County, and I must report early the day after. You won't see me again for a while. Aren't you going to bid me farewell? Zhong Ying retorted with a hint of annoyance. Your words are devoid of any auspiciousness. There is plenty of time ahead. The army is quite close to Beijing. How could you possibly not see me again? I'm more concerned that once you get leave, you'll come to the city to disrupt my time with Yinshan. Yinshan chuckled. Given his temperament, that is certainly how it will unfold. Li Zhouqiao scoffed, dismissing their words as inconsequential, as if I were particularly fond of you too. Why the eagerness? When the jeep halted by the roadside, he swiftly pulled Zhong Ying into his embrace, tightly encircling her neck with his arm, ensnaring both her and Yinshan, as he gazed at the brilliantly lit street and chuckled. What a bore. Let go. Zhouqiao, you brute, you're suffocating me. Her protests went unheeded as he held them snugly, ignoring Zhong Ying's struggles, and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. I must be out of my mind to have summoned your boyfriend. What a nuisance. Yinshan, towering at 6 feet tall, resembled a small chick subdued by a bull, bending over with his head nearly touching Zhong Ying's. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, he caught every word. The farewell was nothing more than a mere wave. Zhong Ying understood his mindset today. He merely wished to create a minor inconvenience before departing, yet his execution fell short, leaving him more hindered than he anticipated. Why bother? On this early winter night, the chill was pervasive, and her thin coat offered little protection against the wind. Zhong Ying hastened to the phone booth, dialing the number for the operator, and after reporting her own number, she hung up and nestled inside the booth, waiting. Have you arrived? Yes. Where are you? I'm at the small shop at the intersection, buying something for Yinshan. Yuga, please do not misunderstand what Zhouqiao said tonight. What did he say? He mentioned that you should take care of me in the future. We've been close since childhood, and he has always regarded me as a sister. Concerned that I might be bullied later on. He speaks rather informally, so please do not take it to heart. Chuckled over the phone, remarking that Li Zhouqiao seemed to favor Zhong Ying more than his own sister, a sentiment that puzzled him. He wondered aloud what clandestine secrets might exist between Zhong Ying and Li Zhouqiao, and what Zhong Ying might have said about him. He mused that Zhong Ying should try to guess. As Li Zhouqiao's actions were often unpredictable, S. breath was barely audible through the receiver before he inquired what Zhong Ying thought he might misunderstand. Zhong Ying, having already prepared her response, smoothly articulated that he might misconstrue her intentions as trying to take advantage of him, burdening him with future troubles and disrupting his studies and work, especially since he had explicitly offered his help. She reassured him that she knew her limits, as he was not her biological brother, just as Li Zhouqiao is not. Not a biological brother, but better than one, she quipped. What could say to that? Could he suggest that she consider him as a brother? He took a deep breath and asked what she perceived their relationship to be. Zhong Ying seemed perplexed, pausing before asking if wished for her to regard him as a brother. She then inhaled audibly, making a soft hissing sound, and confirmed their meeting at the Minci Auditorium at 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow, advising him not to arrive too early as she might be late. All right, replied. Emerged from a small shop on the street, marked by a sign that read public telephone. He patted his companion on the back, offering to walk him home, mentioning that he had something to discuss. In the frigid streets of North City, The shadows of the two brothers lengthened and shortened under the streetlights. After several cycles, remained silent. Yin-Shin could no longer endure the silence, and, with a determined effort, performed 2 deep breaths before speaking. Brother, do you harbor some unspoken troubles? Feel free to share. I may provide you with a satisfactory answer. Yin-Yu cast a glance at him. Oh really? Do you think I will inquire whether you still have feelings for Zhong Ying? Yin-Shan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that the case? Did you not believe that if you confessed your affection, I would say, brother, I support you? Not at all, Yin-Yu replied with a dispassionate tone. I merely wish to ascertain what type of boy Zhong Ying is fond of. You have known her for many years. You must have gleaned something about her preferences. Yin-Shan felt as though he had been struck by an arrow, stumbling back a couple of steps. Brother, what Zhou Qiao said is true. You really do have feelings for Ying. It is I who is alone, he said, lowering his gaze to his own shadow. A hint of resignation in his voice. She does not seem to share such sentiments. Yin-Shan was engulfed in profound shock. How could this be? When did you? His words were so candid, so composed, that Yin-Shan found himself at a loss as to whether to commend his brother for his gentlemanly demeanor or to chastise him for his apparent coldness. Do you not consider my feelings? Have you forgotten how you once encouraged me, saying that there is plenty of time ahead? Yin-Yu glanced at him once more. You are my younger brother. It is my duty to encourage you. The reason I am disclosing this matter to you today is that, through observation, I believe you no longer harbor feelings for Zhong Ying. Yin-Chun was left speechless, grasping his chest and gasping for breath. How did you come to this conclusion? Throughout the entire 3rd year of high school, you never mentioned her during our conversations. Even during the college entrance examination, you showed no concern about her examination location, and when inquiring about her aspirations, you mistakenly noted the wrong institution, revealing just how distracted you were at that time. Despite attending school in the same city, you never took an interest in her recent circumstances, nor did you seek her out. You only made a single call, and that was merely a passing remark during my phone call. At our last meal together, you spent more time gazing at the dishes than at her, and the same occurred this time. Your affection for her remains, albeit it appears to be no different than your fondness for Li Zhouqiao. Yin-Shin's pupils widened in shock. Brother, you are truly frightening. Yin-Yu smiled. I simply do not wish to jeopardize our brotherly bond. After a considerable pause, Yin-Shin remarked, the older I get, the more distant I feel from Ying. We used to have endless conversations in our childhood, but since entering high school, it seems our interactions have dwindled to mere academic discussions. She has explicitly stated her lack of interest in me, and gradually, I have come to realize that my previous feelings might have been rather juvenile. Perhaps it was not genuine affection, but rather a reluctance to lose my best playmate. Now that she no longer plays with me, I have no lingering feelings. Yin-Yu nodded, echoing his sentiments. However, I cannot accept her as my sister-in-law. Yin-Chun exclaimed in exasperation. Sister-in-law? Yin-Yu was taken aback, as the image of Zhong Ying's bright, sparkling eyes flashed in his mind. That sweet, clever girl hardly seemed to match such a heartfelt title. It is premature to speak of that, he stated. Yin-Chen recalled Zhou Qiao, scoffing. Have you done something to cause misunderstanding? Zhou Qiao mentioned that you are Ying's partner, and it seems he is quite upset about it. He harbors affection for her, a fact unbeknownst to you, and has even confided in me that he intends to confess his feelings after the college entrance examination. Whether he has done so remains a mystery. In matters of the heart, you cannot compare to him. Yin-Yu raised an eyebrow. A confession? Oh. He has finally come to the realization that the young lady was feigning ignorance during their telephone conversation. She was already aware of Li Zhouqiao's feelings for her. During their time in Juzhou, she had once enlisted him as a shield, which is why Li Zhouqiao uttered those words. Their every action that evening was under scrutiny. And Yin-Yu could not fathom why, after a confession was rebuffed, the two could continue to interact as if nothing had transpired, even engaging in intimate exchanges. I wholeheartedly support Zhou Qiao. Having Ying as my sister-in-law is far preferable to having her as my sister. Yin-Yu regarded his naive younger brother with a sardonic smile. On the afternoon of the 28th, at 3 o'clock, the auditorium of Renmin University was bustling with activity. This venue was filled with first-year students from the School of Economics and Management, several senior students, and a number of curious outsiders, amassing several hundred individuals in one space. The grand hall was adorned with festive decorations, and melodious music filled the air as the organizers of the Youth League's New Year's dance addressed the gathering. Zhong Ying dawdled, only being dragged down to the auditorium by her roommates at 3:30. Unsurprisingly, the journey to the hall garnered her countless glances. The sign-in attendants for Class 3 were Li Jiayin and another classmate, who stood behind the table, fixated on the girl among the five. Watching her inscribe the name Zhong Ying, unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "What happened to your face? Are you all right?" Zhong Ying ignored him entirely, casting down her pen and proceeding into the hall. All her classmates were observing her, whispering and pointing. Zhao Yuelon approached her, saying, "I can't help but feel that this isn't low-key, it's rather high-profile." Zhong Ying replied nonchalantly, "As long as they do not know who I am, that's all that matters." Yin Lei rolled her eyes, remarking that his actions were utterly redundant. Knowing who he was made no difference. "As if I'd bowed down to you," she thought, realizing that later on, her friend would claim it tarnished her reputation, which was quite bothersome. At precisely 3 o'clock, Yin Yu arrived, choosing not to enter the auditorium. Instead, he stood by the flower bed on the side, gazing intently at the approaching crowd. Clad in a sleek black ski jacket paired with black trousers, he exuded an air of striking handsomeness and a cool demeanor, attracting the attention of numerous girls. The bolder among them approached him, only to be politely dismissed with a brief apology as he awaited his girlfriend. Amidst the throng, Zhong Ying remained oblivious to his presence, yet he recognized her instantly. Among the 5 girls who had come hand in hand, she stood out as the most radiant and unique. Despite the biting cold, everyone was bundled up warmly. Even the fashion-conscious girls opted for thick sweaters instead of cotton jackets. The trendiest attire featured fluffy mohair sweaters with batwing sleeves, complemented by slightly flared denim jeans. Zhong Ying, however, was forever distinctive. She wore a snug white sweater beneath a matching ultra-short skirt, her legs clad in knee-high boots that left a portion of her pale thighs exposed. Bare to the chilling wind without even the cover of knee-high socks. Such an outfit might be deemed vulgar, especially in the eyes of the school authorities, prompting her to don a red hooded cape with sleeves to mitigate the impropriety. The boots were purchased in Yanqing, while the cape was custom-made by a tailor last winter, for which she had sketched the design, and the total cost amounted to 95 yuan. Her father hadn't bought her any new clothes for the new year, and she had worn the ensemble several times in Zhuzhou, though Yin Yu had never seen it before. As she donned a hat and concealed her face with a mask, her raven hair and crimson lips complemented her flowing cloak, resembling a character from a fairy tale, like Little Red Riding Hood approaching with a whimsical air. At the zoo market, she purchased a plastic mask resembling Tang Song, adorned it with pheasant feathers, scraps of fabric, and sequins, transforming it into a unique creation that left only her nose and lips exposed, rendering her visage a mystery to all. How enchanting and enigmatic she appeared. Let the naive young men relish the sight. Yet once the mask is removed, the affection dissipates, leaving no trace to be found. "Yuga, do you recognize me?" she inquired. "Your creativity makes it hard not to," he replied with a chuckle. "But tell me, why the mask?" "Because today, my dance partner is you. I wish to dance solely with you, without interruptions from others." Yin Yu felt his heart race gradually. Could a mask really deter interruptions? "Of course," Zhong Ying replied, playfully pinching her chin. "People harbor fear of the unknown. If everyone else is unmasked and I wear one, they'll assume something is amiss with my face, and they won't dare to expose me. This creates a vast realm of imagination, birthmarks, scars, acne, anything but the truth that I wear this for beauty." She paused, a mischievous laugh escaping her lips. "For what reason?" he pressed. "Oh, it's nothing really," she replied. "Perhaps because I'm beautiful and wish to avoid trouble." Zhong Ying, unashamed, tilted her head. "What does that smile mean, Yuga? Am I not beautiful?" Her eyes, hidden deep within the mask, accentuated her luscious lips. And as Yin Yu watched her pinch her chin, tracing her lips with her finger to form a heart shape, he felt a flutter of emotions surge within him. "Ying, I have something to discuss with you." Is it possible to talk about it another day? Let us go inside. It is quite chilly outside." "No, that is not right. It shouldn't be so hasty. The foolish young men have yet to make their move. What has provoked him?" Chapter 32. "I know what you wish to convey." Zhong Ying shivered slightly. "I am underdressed. It is truly cold. Shall we warm up inside for a moment before continuing our conversation?" A few minutes later, they found themselves seated on a long bench at the edge of the auditorium, as the loudspeaker announced the melodious strains of endless rivers and mountains. In the center of the hall, couples had already begun to dance, predominantly female pairs, while the few heterosexual couples present were teachers. With arms raised high, they danced and called out to the surrounding crowd, "Come, come, fellow students, let us all join in." The first-year students, eager to partake in such an event for the first time, quickly saw boys inviting girls to the dance floor. The music transitioned from Chinese to foreign, shifting from night jasmine to the river of Babylon, and gradually, more people filled the dance floor. This was a setting devoid of strict rules. The music was loud, the voices boisterous, and Zhong Ying and Yin Yu found themselves surrounded by a constant flow of people. She felt somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated such a scene before arriving. Though it may not rival the grand banquets she had attended in the past, one would expect at least a hint of artistic romance in the atmosphere. Yet none was to be found. The dance area was a chaotic mix of bodies. While the leisure zone resembled a bustling reunion, some were observing the dancers, others were reconnecting with friends, and many were simply engaged in chatter, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a public bathhouse. Yin Yu and Zhong Ying sat awkwardly amidst the throng, attracting glances from passers-by, primarily due to Zhong Ying's peculiar attire. She sat beside him, lips pressed together, her feet neatly aligned and slightly inclined, hands gracefully resting upon her thighs. Her posture was upright, exuding an air of poise that set her apart amidst the lively and spirited university girls around her. There was an elegance that felt out of place, tinged with a hint of the modesty characteristic of bygone eras, a stark contrast to her usual vivacity. The cloak she wore had parted slightly, revealing a patch of porcelain skin that lingered in his peripheral vision, impossible to overlook. He had noticed several boys intentionally passing by, lingering nearby, their inquisitive glances directed at Zhong Ying, causing him to furrow his brow. There was also Li Jiayin, who, too timid to approach, concealed himself within the crowd, peering toward them from a distance. Yin Yu found that rather than being deterred by the raucous atmosphere, his desire for conversation intensified, a flame stoked within him. What could the young lady be thinking? Wasn't concealing her beauty behind a mask merely drawing more attention? Her lustrous black hair, crimson lips, and striking figure, complemented by her unique aura, were impossible to conceal. He yearned to speak with her, to engage in a private exchange. Just as he was about to inquire if she wished to step outside, Yin Lei excitedly pulled Jiang Wenjing over. "Hello, senior. Why aren't you two dancing?" Yin Yu nodded at her, turning his gaze back to Zhong Ying. Zhong Ying's expression soured. "There are so many people. The crowd is advantageous for blending in. No one would suspect we can't dance the social waltz," he countered. "If you two don't go, we shall. Wenjing is my partner for tonight," Yin Lei declared. Jiang Wenjing pouted. "She blocks every boy who asks me to dance. How domineering." Yin Lei retorted fiercely, "A good sister must share the burdens. Since no one has asked me, you must accompany me." The statuesque Yin Lei gracefully led the petite Jiang Wenjing away, their two ponytails swaying merrily, creating a delightful harmony between their contrasting heights. Zhong Ying spoke up. With Yin Lei's stature, most boys would hesitate to approach her. If she wears high heels in the future, she should at least find a boyfriend taller than 188 centimeters. You go. You wouldn't be able to hold your ground. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, rendering her voice barely audible. Yin Yu leaned closer to her. "Last year you were 165 centimeters. Have you grown taller this year?" "Barefoot. I'm now 165.4, she replied. Yin Yu smiled. "I am 186. Does that seem suitable?" Zhong Ying feigned ignorance. "Suitable for what? Is it suitable considering your height?" Determined to candidly express herself, Zhong Ying realized that continuing to feign ignorance was a futile endeavor. It was nearly impossible to expect a 20-year-old young man to suppress his surging hormones. Upon reflection, there seemed to be no barriers between them that could pose an obstacle. Both were of legal age, similarly situated in life. He was educated, and she was not unlearned. Both hailed from military families, with his father serving as a deputy commander and hers having ascended to deputy director. This was their first romantic involvement, devoid of past relationships, their hearts and minds untainted, leaving no apparent reason for incompatibility. If one were to nitpick, it would only be regarding feelings. But how could Zhong Ying dare to admit her lack of affection for him? To say she did not like him would be akin to expressing disdain for wealth, a sentiment too disingenuous for her to utter. "Let us dance. Let us go out." The enigmatic classmate in the red mask finally rose to stretch, accompanied by a tall and handsome senior. As they stood in the center of the room, they effortlessly commanded the attention of the entire gathering without needing to strike any particularly impressive poses. As the strains of Casablanca filled the air, Zhong Ying delicately placed her fingertips in Yin Yu's palm, while her other hand rested lightly upon his shoulder, mirroring the weightlessness of the arm encircling her waist. Though Yin Yu's dance steps were not particularly polished, he never trod upon her toes. Their bodies remained apart, devoid of a leader or a follower. Regardless of whether she glided to the left or the right, he effortlessly matched her movements. "Can you dance?" Yin Yu inquired. Zhong Ying laughed. I merely flail about. Indeed. Her dancing lacked natural talent. She could only ensure she did not falter, unable to express anything more. For socialites, dancing merely served as a means to navigate social interactions. And no one aspired to become a professional. She recalled their first dance at the wedding banquet, a restrained waltz that merely hinted at elegance. Her thoughts wandered. She cast her gaze left and right, deliberately avoiding his eyes. He ventured to ask, "Who are you searching for?" "I'm looking for the exit," she replied, her gaze drifting to the youthful visage before her, his clear, bright eyes reminding her of Mr. Yan's fine lines and his deep, icy gaze. Even the sensations of their palms differed. His was fervent, while hers was merely warm. Ing. At her steady gaze, Yin Yu's heart raced. He gingerly cradled her fingertips, yearning to draw her closer, yet fearful of overstepping boundaries. "Shall we step outside? I have something to discuss with you," he urged once more. "I know what you wish to say, Yugu," she responded. As the music concluded, Zhong Ying withdrew her fingers, her smile faint. "Please grant me a moment to ponder. If you would, you understand?" Yin Yu regarded her, a blend of joy and concern in his gaze. "Zhong Ying, why did you leave back then? Why must you insist on this? Let me tell you, after your departure, your boyfriend has become quite the sensation, with numerous girls approaching him for conversation." Zhong Ying, languidly clutching a pillow, retorted, "Is there anyone more beautiful than I? If not, I have no cause for concern." Zhao Yuan, accustomed to her whimsical nature, remarked, "Are you suggesting that your boyfriend is superficial, only valuing beauty? Do you not believe that he is with you for your myriad other virtues, such as, intellectual depth?" Zhong Ying chuckled joyfully. "Indeed, I am profoundly insightful, yet it was my looks that originally captivated him." After neglecting a phone call, the following day arrived. A Saturday. Following lunch, she made her way to the phone booth, and precisely at 12:20, the phone rang. Zhong Ying, donning a large mask, stood aside, allowing the phone to ring and cease, then ring again, then cease once more. A classmate passing by attempted to answer, but Zhong Ying interjected, "That is my call." "Then why do you not pick up?" "I simply do not wish to." After 3 consecutive rings, silence enveloped the booth. The next day, the scene repeated itself. Zhong Ying surmised that by tomorrow or the day after, Yin Yu would surely arrive at the school. She had devised a particularly cunning plan, one that would allow her to subtly reject Yin Yu while rendering him voiceless in his grievances, ensuring he could not hold her accountable, all while maintaining their current relationship. Thus, she deliberately refrained from allowing him to express himself fully, merely stating, "I know what you wish to say." After all, she was not a mind reader. How could she possibly know? Observe how pure the thoughts of the young girl are. When you express your intentions to her, she, recalling the previous day's entrusted words regarding the bridge, interprets it as a desire for her to be regarded as a sister. Yet beneath this, she harbors an indistinct and unarticulated feeling, an instinctive reluctance to assume the role of your sister. A person as astute as Yin Yu must surely grasp the dual implications of this situation. On one hand, there is disappointment. Zhong Ying's understanding has diverged from the positive expectations he had contemplated. Conversely, there exists a flicker of hope. Why would she not wish to be his sister? This stems from her fundamental ignorance of what such feelings entail. At this juncture, can he dare to confess his affections? Zhong Ying believes it would be inappropriate. The transition from sister to girlfriend seems a moral degradation, a distortion of humanity. She naively assumes that his feelings for her are purely fraternal. How could he possibly have the audacity to deny this in her presence, to admit that he is indeed enamored with her? Even if he were to confess, a transitional period to clarify Zhong Ying's feelings towards him would be essential. Thus, a delay of 6 months to a year should pose no issue. However, on the day of their parting, Yin Yu had intended to escort her to her dormitory, but was intercepted by a classmate outside the auditorium, who insisted on discussing an important matter. Consequently, Zhong Ying departed alone. Upon reaching the first corner after 100 steps, she removed her mask and, inadvertently glancing back, discovered that Yin Yu was still watching her. As he matures day by day, the thought of waiting for 5, 6, or even 7 years before claiming her seems a bit unfair. After careful consideration, Zhong Ying resolved her decision. With 2 days of holiday for New Year's Day, followed by another half-month of classes before the winter break, she found herself unable to venture anywhere on the first day, as she spent the entire day receiving visitors. After lunch and bidding farewell to her sister, she was visited by the rare guest, Yin Shun. Zhong Ying accompanied him at the library for an entire afternoon, and their conversation was rather disconcerting. "My brother said it himself. Isn't that rather alarming?" It's acceptable. What does acceptable imply? Surely, you wouldn't genuinely consider engaging him in conversation? I vehemently oppose that notion. He is your brother. How could you undermine him so? I am not undermining him. I am merely reminding you, out of our profound friendship, not to be deceived by my brother's exterior. He possesses a rather cold-hearted nature. Even as a child, he took pleasure in dismantling things. My mother's sewing machine, my father's watch, and even the lights, television, and radio at my grandmother's house fell victim to his curious hands. He has even dissected small rabbits and frogs, you know? Our psychology professor mentioned that those who harm small animals in their youth may harbor the potential to become psychopathic killers. Does he perhaps aspire to be a doctor? Practicing his skills in advance. The rabbit was one I kept at my grandmother's, and the frog was beneficial. If he wished to practice, why not dissect the four pests? That makes sense. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Take Guanling, for instance. They were once incredibly close. And my mother even suggested that Guanling should marry into our family. However, before their college entrance exams, Guanling fell gravely ill, reportedly nearing death's door. My mother urged my brother to visit her, but he refused, stating that this matter was non-negotiable. If pressed further, he would sever ties with the family. How kind Guanling was to him. Doesn't that illustrate his cold nature? I hesitate to comment without a full understanding of the situation. My brother indeed possesses many commendable qualities, yet I believe he is unsuitable as your boyfriend. Zhou Qiao would be a better choice. Ying, I regard you as my dearest friend, so please, speak honestly with me. Yinchen seems to be deeply concerned about her lifelong commitments. Do you harbor feelings for Zhou Qiao? Yes, but not in that way. What about my brother? In what aspect is he superior to Zhou Qiao? Aside from his academic qualifications, is it appropriate to speak of your brother in such a manner? Observing his expression, it doesn't seem like he just arrived. Chapter 33. Are you foolish? Would Yinchen fear his brother? What a jest. The two have been at odds since childhood. Their grandmother dotes on the eldest grandson, while their parents favor the youngest, rendering their statuses within the family quite equal. Not only does he not fear his brother, but he also dares to voice his grievances. After years of rigorous academic pressure from him, it is audacious for him now to covet his good friend, the girl he once admired. In matters of the heart, his elder brother cannot compare to the significance that Zhong Ying and Li Qiao hold in his affections. Upon noticing Zhong Ying's expression, Yinchen discerned that his brother had arrived, perhaps even overhearing his previous remarks. He calmly turned to face the pale visage of Yin Yu and scoffed. Yin Yu approached, hands tucked into his pockets, cold-blooded, perverse. This is your assessment of me? Yinchen replied defiantly, I uphold justice over kinship. Speaking out to prevent Ying from innocently straying onto a misguided path. Straying onto what misguided path? Yin Yu quickly glanced at Zhong Ying, who sat with her head bowed. Her eyelashes partially lowered, a hint of a stiff smile playing upon her lips. He found the situation absurd and helpless. After contemplating for so long and summoning the courage for his confession, it was instead uttered by his younger brother, following a barrage of disparagement directed at him. Uncertain whether he had misjudged the bond of brotherhood, or if Yin Chen's subtle intentions had not been entirely dispelled, Yin Yu found it incomprehensible that his brother would go to such lengths to undermine him. He approached Yin Chen, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Let's have a word outside, he declared. Yin Chen struggled in protest. What for? If you bully me, I'll tell Mom and Grandma. Yin Yu responded sternly, this is the school's library. Do not act foolishly. Zhong Ying sat quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips, not one of embarrassment or helplessness, but genuine amusement. With Yin Chen's meddling, the veil had been lifted, and she felt compelled to take a stand. Instead of approaching, she descended the steps and headed towards the dormitory. Yin Yu noticed and hurriedly called out, Ying. He quickened his pace, eager to escape being stopped. Yin Chen observed her forced smile with unease. Is Ying upset? He wondered as he watched his brother rush to Zhong Ying's side, grasping her arm and leaning down to meet her gaze. Zhong Ying seemed disinclined to engage, turning away. But he circled around her, blocking her path, fixated on her with unwavering attention, attempting to explain himself. A blend of tenderness and urgency surfaced on his face, a sight unfamiliar to Yin Chen. He had never witnessed this side of his brother before. The seemingly gentle and humble figure could adopt such a tenacious demeanor in pursuit of a girl. Yin Chen felt a mix of amusement and discomfort. The fact that his brother was pursuing Zhong Ying made him uneasy. It was akin to when Zhou Qiao played with her without including him. He was irked with both Zhou Qiao and Zhong Ying, as if two daggers had been thrust into his chest. His brother told him that Zhong Ying did not harbor feelings for Zhou Qiao and had already rejected him. He replied, "If it isn't Zhou Qiao, then it cannot be you either." His brother suggested, "Would it be acceptable to consider someone you are not acquainted with?" After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. His brother then expressed his relief, though he was unsure what there was to be relieved about. Before he could grasp the situation, his brother added, "Focus on your own matters and don't concern yourself with others. Have you registered for the National College Physics and Technology Innovation Competition next April? Bring your immature project plan to me for review." Yen Chun felt a surge of irritation. Thus, when he witnessed Zhong Ying shaking off his brother's hand and darting away, while his brother, caught between pride and hesitation, followed closely behind, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. He despised running, to evade it. He had succumbed to every ailment imaginable from high school to university. Had it not been for Yen Yu's tall stature and long strides, she would never have forced herself to run. After a moment of silence, Peng Wan observed that Zhong Ying was dozing off and inquired, "Aren't you going out to have some fun?" "No, I'm utterly exhausted and need to sleep for a bit." Oh, Peng Wan was not one to pry. It was New Year's Day, and everyone else was out celebrating. She assumed Zhong Ying was on a date with her boyfriend. As evening approached, the sounds of laughter from Yen Lei and Jiang Wenjing echoed in the corridor, and soon the dormitory door swung open. "Zhong Ying, your boyfriend is downstairs." Zhong Ying remained unresponsive, prompting Yen Lei to nudge her awake. "Hey, why are you sleeping? Your boyfriend is waiting for you downstairs. Aren't you going to join him?" Peng Wan expressed her surprise. Her boyfriend hasn't left yet? Zhong Ying, abruptly awakened, was in a foul mood. "I was sleeping, what's the fuss about? Let him wait. For it is not I who made him do so." The three exchanged glances, and Yen Lei quietly inquired of Peng Wan, "What happened? Have they quarreled?" Yen Lei clapped her hands, exclaiming, "They have indeed quarreled. I was wondering why those girls from room 306 were loitering outside, and it turns out they were eavesdropping on Senior Yen. Zhong Ying, even if you are upset, do not make anyone stand in punishment, especially in this frigid weather." Zhong Ying sat up straight, her hair tousled across her face, and pleaded, "Spare me. All I desire is to catch a bit of sleep. At 6 o'clock. What sleep can one possibly have? Do tell me, was it a quarrel with Senior Yin? What was the cause, and how did it unfold? What has he done to wrong you? Should you require assistance in rebuking him, I shall not hesitate to lend my support. From now on, when any sister in the dormitory embarks on a romance, we shall assume the role of vigilant guardians." Zhong Ying replied, "That is entirely unnecessary." Yen Lei and Jiang Wenjing had already encountered Yen Yu, and it would be disingenuous for her to feign ignorance. She had not answered his calls for 3 days, and today she had endured over 2 hours in the biting wind. Should she continue to ignore him, it would lead to misunderstandings of rejection. Why had she applied her eye makeup in such a manner, resembling someone who had been weeping? Yen Lei and Jiang Wenjing leaned against the desk, observing her makeup closely. "It is because I slept poorly, resulting in puffy eyes. Do you not think that redness and swelling create a more fitting look?" The reason for this fittingness eluded them. But when it came to the matter of cosmetics, the girls were novices. Whatever Zhong Ying declared was deemed true. Yen Lei watched as she applied a lighter shade of lipstick, followed by a layer of lip gloss, pressed with a puff, and then lightly brushed another layer of gloss. Her lips bore no trace of makeup, appearing naturally rosy as if tinted by their true hue. The edges were subtle, while the center was slightly deeper, with faint lip lines, exuding an essence of pure naturalness. It was as if she had applied nothing at all. Zhong Ying initially donned a long, thick cotton coat, only to change her mind and switch to a stylish overcoat. Grabbing a wooden comb, she tidied her hair and mused, "Great music is silent, great forms are formless. The greatest path is the simplest, and great power is majestic." Yen Lei looked puzzled and asked, "What is great power?" "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to mention 4 greats." Zhong Ying replied. She tousled her freshly combed long hair, realizing she had forgotten her gloves and scarf, and nonchalantly stepped outside, saying, "I'm off. Don't wait for me to eat." To her right was the bicycle shed on the 2nd floor, where her unfortunate companion stood as punishment. Was waiting 2 hours truly that long? If he weren't her benefactor, she wouldn't even spare him a glance for a night's wait. After all, she had made others wait for her before. Men, in love, often fail to cherish what they have unless they endure some hardship. As she was about to exit, Zhong Ying quickened her pace, hurriedly descending the stairs, her chest rising and falling with urgency as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. The sky had darkened, and the lights in the room behind the bicycle shed flickered on, revealing a tall figure that was not difficult to locate, yet she somehow overlooked him. Searching frantically, she found no trace and resolutely walked in the opposite direction. Ying. She did not approach but stood her ground, frowning with a mix of resentment and anger as she gazed at him. Yin Yu had stood in the cold for 2 hours, his legs stiffening as he slowly approached her and whispered, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Many boys frequented the second floor, yet Yin Yu undoubtedly stood out among them. Even with slightly bluish lips, his striking appearance drew the attention of passing girls. "Who made you wait?" Zhong Ying refused to meet his gaze and turned to leave, heading towards the main road. "Where are you going?" He grasped her arm again, scrutinizing her face. "Have you been crying?" "No. Would you care to join me for a meal?" Zhong Ying shook off his hand. "If not, then I'll go alone." Yin Yu was persistent. "Come on, you must be hungry, right? What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Zhong Ying slightly relaxed her grip, pouting as she muttered, "You must be the one who is really hungry, huh? I fell asleep earlier. If my roommate hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were still here. It's so cold. How could you wait for so long? Aren't you foolish?" The last few words were laced with a touch of complaint but softened by a delicate tone, causing Yin Yu's heart to feel as though it had been submerged in warm water. "I was worried you might overthink things." Zhong Ying cast him a fleeting glance. Hungry. 20 minutes later, they settled in a hot pot restaurant about 300 to 400 meters outside the North Gate. On New Year's Eve, the establishment was bustling with patrons. A sea of youthful faces filled the space, predominantly students from Renmin University or nearby Beijing University of Technology. In truth, Zhong Ying had not preferred this place. She had always held disdain for cuisine that left one reeking of strong odors. Just next door, there was a quaint music restaurant named Son of Dusk, its modest facade adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass draped in sheer curtains. A man with a guitar stood at the entrance, smoking, while the neon sign exuded an alluring charm. Although the name was somewhat peculiar, it appeared quite romantic, fitting for a date. However, just as she approached the entrance, a vintage black Santana rolled up from behind and halted slightly ahead of her. A young man clad in a brown 25-style windbreaker alighted from the vehicle, embracing a young woman, followed closely by 2 others as they entered a hot pot restaurant. Upon catching a glimpse of the man's features, she immediately reconsidered her intentions. After all, the Son of Dusk could wait for another day, for she had just spotted her wayward father. Zhong Ying herself was perplexed by her thoughts. Su Weidong's reckless escapades had no bearing on her life, yet witnessing him grinning lewdly at the young woman ignited a fury within her, and her hands itched with the desire to strike him. The restaurant was nearly full, and the server led them to a cozy table beside the staircase, shielded from the drafts of the doors and windows. Sitting across from each other at a square table, Yin Yu handed the menu to Zhong Ying, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" Throughout the journey, she had scarcely uttered a word, and when Yin Yu attempted to break the silence, she turned away, sulking and unwilling to engage. This left him in a state of unease, bewildered by her mixed signals. She had agreed to come downstairs and dine with him, yet she remained irate. "I'm indifferent. You may order," he offered. Zhong Ying glanced around, searching for Su Weidong but to no avail, and then called over the server. "Are there private rooms available?" "Yes, there is a private room on the second floor, with a minimum spending of 100. But it's fully booked," the server replied. Zhong Ying's expression darkened. Her profligate father, imposing a minimum expenditure while beckoning friends and women. Could he not simply dine in the main hall? The concept of prudent friendship and rational spending seemed utterly lost on him, blindly expanding his ventures to the point of collapse. Who did he expect to foot the bill? His daughter? She bore the surname Zhong now. What of it? Yin Yu noticed her demeanor shift, her gaze icy and fixed upon the staircase handrail as though it were her adversary. "It's nothing," she dismissed. Zhong Ying lowered her head, then raised it again with an expression of serene composure. "Is everything ordered?" she inquired. "I do not consume lamb, brain, tripe, luncheon meat, loach, or cilantro. If there are fresh shrimp, please order some for me, though frozen will suffice." Yin Yu glanced at the menu in his hand, silently taking a pen and crossing off items one by one. Zhong Ying placed her hand on the pen's tip, saying, "Don't strike them out. If I don't eat it, you can. Aren't you particularly fond of lamb?" Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know?" Zhong Ying, equally surprised, replied, "I heard it from Yin Shun." Yin Yu regarded her with a puzzled expression before lowering his gaze to continue ordering. Yin Shun was unaware of his fondness for lamb, nor were their parents or aunt. The only one who knew of his affection for lamb was their grandmother, who would prepare a copper pot of lamb in winter and braised lamb chops in autumn. He merely indulged alongside her in these delightful feasts. A boy should not be picky. He would eat what was available, and what was not mattered little. Such trivial preferences he had never shared with anyone. Chapter 34. A smile to dissolve grudges. As the little mandarin duck pot began to bubble, the dishes arrived in full array. Zhong Ying submerged all the meat into the spicy broth, while she herself tended to the clear soup with cabbage. Yin used a ladle to fish out meatballs for her, to which she replied, "I do not eat spicy food." Consequently, half the pot of meat was claimed by Yin Yu. While Zhong Ying consumed vegetables at a pace of 1 slice of cabbage every 5 minutes and 2 slices of winter melon every 10 minutes. Having shed her coat, she wore only a thin pullover adorned with delicate lace at the round neckline and sleeves. As she reached for the vegetables, the sleeves slipped slightly, revealing her fair skin and slender wrists, accentuating the graceful contours of her forearms. Yin Yu gazed at her wrist for a moment, then suddenly reached into his pocket, producing a sleek black box and presenting it to her. "I happened to pass by Longfu shopping mall the day before yesterday and thought this would suit you perfectly. I intended to give it to you today, but nearly forgot." Zhong Ying noticed his lingering gaze on her wrist and, with a playful gesture, adjusted her plate and pushed her bowl aside, showcasing her enchanting wrist. "Look at this captivating wrist of mine. Isn't it lovely? I take care not to overuse my hands. Regularly massage and exercise my joints, and diligently apply moisturizer every day. Coupled with the invincible vigor of youth, how could I not be beautiful?" With sleeves rolled up, her delicate hand shone, and the bare wrist seemed to yearn for a golden ring. Did he truly intend to gift her something so thoughtful? "For me?" Zhong Ying hesitated, puzzled by the gesture. Yin Yu advanced the box a little closer. "It's New Year's Day. After all, consider it your New Year gift. Open it and see if you like it." Zhong Ying accepted the box, which was about the size of her palm, embellished with the gilded characters for eternal life, reminiscent of an unheard-of diamond brand, though she knew it couldn't be. A bracelet? A bangle? With anticipation, she lifted the lid to reveal a red satin lining cradling a petite silver fountain pen. A fountain pen? Zhong Ying's smile froze for a moment before blossoming anew. Wow, such a tiny pen. How adorable. The moment Yin Yu first laid eyes on this newly launched ladies' fountain pen from the Eternal Life brand, he felt an instinctive connection. It was destined for Zhong Ying. Crafted entirely of flawless silver, its exquisite workmanship was a perfect match for her delicate fingers as she wrote, each enhancing the other in harmonious beauty. He hadn't merely passed by Longfu Tower. He had deliberately chosen this gift for her. After the ball, Zhong Ying did not answer the phone, leaving him in a state of anxiety, his mind plagued by chaotic thoughts, unable to concentrate on his reading, time dragging on painfully. He had intended to seize the opportunity of the new year to present her with a gift and ascertain her feelings, but unexpectedly encountered his younger brother. An unforeseen stumbling block. At that moment, seeing Zhong Ying accept the gift without resistance brought him a measure of relief. "Do you like it?" "I do, thank you." "You go," she replied, nodding repeatedly, though soon became flustered. "But I haven't prepared a gift for you for the new year." "No matter. You have already given me something truly precious." Was it a kind expression? Zhong Ying teased, her face a picture of confusion. "What?" Yin Yu tugged at his sleeve, extending his left hand. "Here." Zhong Ying subtly pulled down her sleeve, pondering why she had to be so fair-skinned. "What about those of us who have to rely on postnatal whitening? Are we not entitled to some respite? Where are you wearing it?" She shyly averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, the hint of red around her eyes intensified by the humidity. Yin Yu gazed at her tenderly. "I will wear it always." "That won't do. Once you have a girlfriend, it should be relinquished to her." Zhong Ying's eyes darted, her words rising and falling in a tone that unmistakably conveyed a playful, yet teasing note. Yin Yu chuckled wryly. Ying, I don't have a girlfriend. And you know very well how I feel about you." "I don't know," she interjected, crossing her arms before her face. "I don't know anything." "Don't say." Fearing he might utter something alarming, she swiftly rose from the table. "I'm going to the restroom. At times, I find myself understanding. Yet at other moments, I am utterly perplexed. The intricacies of a girl's heart are unfathomable, leaving Yin Yu in a state of agitation and restlessness. At the tender age of 20, he has merely begun to sample the myriad flavors of love, with each experience remaining shrouded in mystery, fresh and novel. And devoid of prior knowledge, he can only respond passively to the whims of his heart. Zhong Ying is inquiring with the waitress about the location of the restroom. Her figure is graceful, clad in a waist-length short sweater and black leggings that embrace her perfectly sculpted lower body. Her long, rounded, and straight hair captivates the eye, making it difficult to look away. Many young men around are entranced by her presence, their unabashed gazes making Yin Yu feel a sense of violation on Zhong Ying's behalf. His aunt, who had been targeted by her husband at the tender age of 17 or 18, often reminisces about how, a decade later, she was once a standout among the university students of workers, peasants, and soldiers, lamenting why she had only one suitor, their uncle, with no options to choose from. The uncle remarks, "If I give you room to choose, what becomes of me?" His words resonate with profound wisdom. To show mercy to one's adversaries is to be cruel to oneself. At that time, Yin Yu perceived these words as laden with meaning, and now, reflecting upon them in the context of his affection for a girl, they seem nothing short of aphorisms of love. He does not wish to press her, yet he feels an incessant unease, as if danger lurks just beyond the horizon. In the vast hot pot restaurant, there is but a single restroom, serving both men and women. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhong Ying surveys the area before hesitating. The restroom is filthy, disheveled, and there is a queue, leaving her without an appetite after dining. With a composed expression, she stands her ground, blocking the path. He shifts left, she shifts left, he moves right, she moves right. A man extinguishes his cigarette, gazes at her intently, and his eyes momentarily brighten with intrigue. "Oh, is this not the avenging angel?" Zhong Ying chuckled coldly. "You have quite a good memory." The man, flushed from drink, surveyed her from head to toe with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, I have always been unable to forget beautiful ladies." Zhong Ying scoffed, "Oh really? You only remember my beauty but not the fact that I berated you?" Unfazed, he replied, "Being scolded by a beauty is a stroke of fortune. I am not such a petty person. Today, by chance, we meet. Why not join me for a drink? Let us laugh away our grievances." Zhong Ying, exasperated, retorted, "How did you manage to get into Huada? Your demeanor is no different from that of a ruffian. Ruffians are not frightening. What is truly daunting is a cultured ruffian, such as yourself. You seem rather carefree." Rubbing her temples, Zhong Ying stepped aside. "You should leave. I have no desire to converse with you." "Oh no, it's rare for us to cross paths. The line ahead is long. And I am not in a hurry to relieve myself," he insisted, blocking her way with a grin. "You know, I was quite irked by your remarks the other day. But upon reflection, why should I bicker with a young girl? You acted out of righteous indignation. I find your fiery nature quite appealing. By the way, where are you from? Are you from the mountainous city of Yuqing? I must tell you, I visited there last year, and the hot pot is far more flavorful than what we have here. Truly, you are remarkable, so carefree, never holding a grudge against women." He arched an eyebrow, his gaze dreamy as he leaned against the wall without concern for its filth. Noticing Zhong Ying's reluctance to move, he grew emboldened. Lighting another cigarette and exhaling rings of smoke while rambling on, Zhong Ying gazed at his youthful visage, her heart tumultuous with ire, despondency, and melancholy, until only a singular phrase incessantly echoed in her mind. "Father, I am sorry." After turning 30, he assumed his grandfather's business, frequently confronting the media, attending various functions, and meticulously concealing the reckless nature within him. He crafted an image of an affluent gentleman, exuding aloofness and composure, as if everything were effortlessly within his grasp. Yet, Zhong Ying comprehended that his adolescence had likely concluded alongside hers. "Who was the woman you are with?" she inquired, her seriousness catching Su Weidong off guard. "She is not the girlfriend you mentioned that day, is she?" The gravity of her expression stifled his usual jest, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Just a friend," he managed to utter. "An ordinary friend or a girlfriend?" "Just a friend," he reiterated without hesitation. "You embrace her as a friend? Given your stature, wouldn't it be more fitting to embrace me instead?" "Excessive." Zhong Ying scoffed at herself. "How pathetic am I? Why do I insist on provoking him? How utterly pitiful." She ceased her inquiries, lowering her gaze as she attempted to circumvent him. "I truly despise fickle men, profoundly, intensely. What's the matter? We were having a pleasant conversation. Why the abrupt departure? If you must leave, at least leave your name behind. I still do not even know what to call you." "Zhong Ying," she replied, averting her eyes, her voice tinged with tears. "My surname is Zhong." Su Weidong panicked. "Oh dear, I have done nothing to provoke you today. So why are you crying again? In this bustling crowd, if someone sees, they might think I have wronged you." Zhong Ying broke free from his grasp, bidding farewell. "Hey, which department are you from? Wait a moment." Su Weidong, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly retrieved a pen and a small notebook from his coat pocket, scribbling a few lines before tearing off a sheet and chasing after Zhong Ying to thrust it into her hands. "Call me if there's something you need." Feel free to reach out even if there isn't. Zhong Ying shot him a glare, her eyes filled with disdain. Shameless. Su Weidong clicked his tongue in response. Is it unbearable for you not to insult me? He added, it's chilly outside. Don't catch a cold. Zhong Ying was slightly taken aback. She had arrived without a scarf. And Yin Yu had walked with her all this way without offering his own. Now, feeling warm from the meal, she wondered why he suddenly seemed considerate, unbeknownst to her. During her brief visit to the restroom, Yin Yu had been idly observing the world around him, noting the caring gestures of several couples as they left the restaurant. Wrapping a scarf and draping a coat were lessons he had learned on the spot. Regrettably, Zhong Ying had no bag. Otherwise, he would have gladly helped her carry it. The charming young man, eager to learn and unashamed of practice, was undeniably romantic and thoughtful. Sadly, Zhong Ying could not perceive the refreshing scent of him woven into the scarf. Instead, it was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of hot pot. Not only the scarf, but also her sweater and coat were permeated with this suffocating smell, desperately in need of a dry cleaner's intervention. Nevertheless, Zhong Ying concealed her discomfort and pulled the scarf up a bit, nestling her little face within it, sweetly proclaiming, it's warm, you're so kind, you go. Yin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, gently ruffling her hair as he replied, am I really that good? Yes, she affirmed, thus dispelling the notion of him being cold-hearted and perverse. Zhong Ying chuckled softly. Why should you be bothered by what your brother says? He has his opinions, and I can see for myself. However, there is one truth in what he said. Zhong Ying crossed her arms and said, do not speak. The waiter brought the bill, and Yin Yu let out a sigh of frustration. After settling the payment and stepping outside, he could not help but inquire, why can't I speak? I do not favor this setting. Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes gradually sparkled with curiosity. Where do you prefer? He failed to comprehend the depth of her words, yet it did not hinder the delightful fluttering in his ears and heart. His reason and emotion both slipped away, leaving him standing still while his spirit soared. As Zhong Ying stepped out, she glanced at the starry night sky and smiled. Her fondness for him had been clearly conveyed. Yet without any pursuit on his part, how could she readily agree? After 3 years of turmoil, it was high time for him to take action. They were like exclusive carrots dangled before each other. The more they stretched their necks to reach, the sweeter the carrot became once attained. Chapter 35. I am frugal enough. The Lunar New Year fell on February 4th, with winter vacation commencing in mid-January. Zhong Ying contemplated the seasonal change as school reopened. Spring and summer clothes needed to be brought back to campus, while her winter attire was too cumbersome to transport. However, her dormitory was simply too cramped. The closet and space beneath the bed were completely filled, and the bed designated for luggage was monopolized by her alone. Her classmates were accommodating, yet she could not exploit their kindness, lest in the future, when the internet flourished, her roommates might post, let us gossip about the extraordinary individual who slept in the bunk below me. She had never been one to endure hardship willingly. When purchasing a train ticket home, she insisted on a sleeper, and it had to be a soft sleeper at that. However, there exists a considerable pile of unworn clothing and shoes that she finds too cumbersome to carry, even if someone assists her in placing them in the vehicle, and another helps her bring them home. There remains a considerable distance from the drop-off point to her destination. What is she to do? It is inconceivable for her to bear the weight herself, not even a single step. On the evening of her ticket purchase, she called Yin Yu to inform him, casually lamenting the excessive amount of her belongings. She expressed her concern that upon returning from the holiday, the situation would only worsen, leaving her dormitory insufficient to accommodate everything. She feared her roommates might have objections and felt uncertain about how to proceed. Yin Yu promptly offered to store her items at his home, as his room often lay vacant. He assured her that any luggage she did not require could be kept there, and he would gladly assist her whenever needed. Overjoyed, Zhong Ying agreed, but before she could even step inside, her belongings would already be entering. If his grandmother were to inquire, how would he respond? Zhao Yuelon sternly criticized her for being overly extravagant, emphasizing her lack of understanding regarding the hard-earned money of her parents. She pointed out that clothing and shoes are not meant to be worn for just a single season, warning that such lavishness would lead to future misfortunes. While others might make do with a 2-yuan towel, she would opt for a 10-yuan one. Where they used sulfur soap, she preferred Lux. When high-end skincare products such as Rain West and Zhang Mingming began to emerge in the market, she would rather forego meals than not possess them. A coat costing over 300 yuan was exorbitantly priced for a college student in the early 90s, leading her to plead with Zhang Jing when funds fell short. Ultimately, she acquired the coat, earning herself the dubious honor of being labeled a New Age spendthrift by her sister. The other three friends were not as extravagant, yet they also tended to budget their finances, refraining from unnecessary purchases. Upon comparison, it is difficult not to associate Zhong Ying's actions with a sense of vanity, particularly given that her family's circumstances do not support such a level of consumption. To say that one cannot discuss ice with summer insects may be somewhat excessive, yet they indeed inhabit disparate worlds. They are unaware of the environment in which Zhong Ying was raised, oblivious to the fact that she is adorned with diamonds in her very bones, and that money was once merely a digit to her. Having been touched by a hint of red, the Su family's ventures in textiles, medical supplies, and import-export trade have thrived. Miss Su was born in the second year following the Southern Tour speeches, a time when the national economy began its ascent, and by then, Mr. Su was already a renowned entrepreneur in Beijing and a pioneer of reform. The extent of their wealth can be gleaned from the present-day Su Weidong, who wields a mobile phone of distinction and drives a Santana. By the time of his wedding next year, the patriarch will bestow upon him a grand Siyuan, complete with a garden. Zhong Ying was born into such affluence, raised by attendants, with every desire fulfilled, enjoying the finest of everything, and her allowance was limitless. Not only was she perpetually indulged, but every classmate's birthday was also an occasion for celebration in a reserved venue, the expenses covered by Mr. Su, until she completely lost interest in such festivities upon graduating from kindergarten. This establishment thrived for over 20 years, continuing to generate profits for the Su family even at the time of Zhong Ying's demise. It is important to note that in the 1990s, joining franchises was not an option, and the conditions for licensing were exceedingly stringent. While one might assume Mr. Su's motivations were solely to please his granddaughter, he also recognized a business opportunity. However, had she not caused a stir, the textile magnate would not have ventured into the culinary realm. She had never worked a single day in her life, and even during the decline of the Su family's fortune, she continued to live extravagantly, throwing money around with abandon. Subsequently marrying Yen Yu, she maintained her previous standard of living, even bettering it. Her spending habits were ingrained in her very being. Yet, she considered herself a rational individual. And upon traversing into this new reality, she had made earnest efforts to adapt and assimilate. For 3 years, she lived frugally, washing her hair with soap, applying cucumber slices to her face, residing in a house without air conditioning, battling flies and mosquitoes, utilizing public restrooms, bathing in communal facilities, and repeatedly wearing the same piece of clothing. Lacking a stylist, she had to rely on her own hands for everything. And the low-quality lipstick she applied was close to causing lead and mercury poisoning. The thought that Yen Yu's rise to prominence would take many more years only exacerbated her headache. The dreary existence felt endless. The following day, Yen Yu arrived to assist her in moving her belongings. Zhong Ying's mood was far from buoyant. Her lips were pursed in discontent. As they prepared to leave, she opted to sit atop her suitcase, allowing Yen Yu to push her along. With her back turned to him, her hands braced against the edges of the suitcase. Her legs swung back and forth. Today, she wore a simple black short cotton jacket and had styled her hair in a low ponytail. Yen Yu noticed her penchant for cropped tops, which, with a slight bend, easily revealed her lower back. At that moment, a narrow strip of her skin was exposed, flickering in and out of view with her movements. Concerned, Yen Yu inquired if something was bothering her. She offered a few dismissive responses before falling silent for an extended period. The vehicle he procured was parked at the northern gate, a well-worn Xiaoli. Behind the wheel sat a young man, roughly Yen Yu's age, sporting slick-back hair and a white scarf, casually holding a cigarette with one hand, resting it against the car window. I saw Yen Yu pushing a girl out, a subtle and ambiguous smile immediately appearing on his slender face. That girl was my friend. Zhong Ying, feeling perplexed, glanced down at herself. Her attire was perfectly appropriate. So what was up with the big shot's behavior? Soon, he regained his composure and stepped forward to introduce them. Zhong Ying, this is Yen Ran. He refrained from referring to her as my sister, a mere name sufficing to indicate a shift in his mindset. Upon seeing Zhong Ying's appearance, the man named Yen Ran was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He discarded his cigarette, exited the car, and extended his hand. Hello, your name is Yen Ran? As in the rising yen? Zhong Ying shook his hand, her gaze lingering on his face, a hint of hesitation surfacing. Indeed, what's the matter? Did Yen Yu mention me to you? No, she replied, offering a gracious smile befitting a socialite. Your name is quite lovely. It is a pleasure to meet you. The two proceeded to the trunk, where Yin Ran whispered something to Yin Yu, eliciting a playful punch and a burst of laughter from him. Once their belongings were secured, Yin Yu opened the back door. Get in. Zhong Ying appeared momentarily stunned. I suppose I need not visit your home. These are all trivial items. You need not count them in my presence. You may discard them if you wish. Yin Ran, standing on the opposite side of the vehicle, chuckled. This sister is amusing. Yin Yu went out of his way to collect these things for you, and you suggest throwing them away? Wouldn't that mean our efforts were in vain? Yin Yu frowned slightly, finding Zhong Ying's cheerful demeanor somewhat jarring, especially the way she addressed him as Brother Yin. The girl seemed rather glum today, indifferent in her speech. Yet here she was, laughing so heartily. Relenting, Zhong Ying ceased her refusals and obediently climbed into the car, while Yin Yu chose not to sit in the passenger seat, opting instead to join her in the back. Yin Ran glanced at the two through the rearview mirror, her tone teasing. Hey, quite the achiever. It was unclear to whom she was referring. The military district was located in the eastern part of the city, a considerable distance away. As Yin Yu and Yin Ran engaged in casual conversation, they discussed the recent circumstances of mutual acquaintances, during which Guan Ling was mentioned. Yin Ran chuckled. A few days ago, I heard from Gong Er that you have a partner. I didn't believe it at first, but it turns out to be true. Zhong Ying immediately turned to glare at Yin Yu, who chuckled softly but did not deny it. I suppose Lingzi is still unaware of this. Yin Ran shrugged her shoulders. You should keep it well hidden. Guan is quite the tempest when she finds out. Yin Yu responded coldly. I have no relationship with her beyond being classmates. Whether or not I am in a romantic relationship is none of her concern. Yin Ran's expression in the rearview mirror was one of eager curiosity. Oh, sounds like there's some juicy gossip here. Did something happen during your year in Juzhou that we're unaware of? Yin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Ying, who was gazing out the window, seemingly indifferent, and replied nonchalantly, nothing at all. Yin Ran raised an eyebrow in the mirror, exaggeratedly mouthing, this girl is quite the stunner. Yin Yu shot her a look, prompting her to chuckle. In your third year, just like your esteemed Yin Yu. Zhong Ying overlooked the less flattering remarks and continued to inquire, what major are you studying? Animal husbandry, Yin Yu replied. Zhong Ying was taken aback for a moment. So? You aspire to become a veterinarian? Yin Ran burst into laughter. Where would I find work as a veterinarian? I'm just aiming for a university diploma. Oh, Zhong Ying smiled. With your impressive demeanor, being a veterinarian seems beneath you. Surely you should be pursuing something more substantial, like a construction contractor. Yin Ran's smile faltered slightly as she pondered for a moment before asking Yin Yu, why can't I discern whether this is praise or criticism? Of course it is praise. You, Mr. Yin, are destined to become the most prominent and affluent contractor in North City. Can you not recognize the good wishes being bestowed upon you? Chapter 36. Yin Ran's dubious idea with the gaming tycoon Gao Duke ahead and the real estate magnate Yin Ran behind. Zhong Ying felt that Yin Yu would be remiss not to leverage his connections. She was acquainted with Yin Ran, or more accurately, with her nephew Yin Jingheng. They had both attended the same university abroad and had participated in a rather absurd club named Rich Killer, a name that hinted at its ludicrous nature. A chapter of her past Zhong Ying preferred to forget. Zhong Ying, thoroughly disgusted by the remnants of feudal ideology, deliberately mentioned that her father had also entrusted her to take over the family business entirely. Yin Jingheng chuckled and replied, so your brother is nothing at all? It seems your father dotes on you quite a bit. Perhaps he intends to recruit a son-in-law? This remark struck her like a sardonic prophecy. Although she wished to refute Yin Jingheng's gender bias, she found herself powerless to reverse the precarious situation. After 2 decades of education, she ultimately sought to revive the Su family's fortunes through marriage. Yin Jingheng must have been laughing behind her back, considering the sale of a daughter to be even less favorable than acquiring a son-in-law. The military district is divided into an office area and a residential area. As long as one affixes a pass to the car window, the residential area is easily accessible. Yin Ran drove into the forest path, passing buildings adorned with various slogans such as external image of trees, internal strength of character, and close to real combat, technological advancement in military affairs. The structures ranged from new to old, and in a small grove by the roadside, there were remnants resembling artillery barrels and vintage tanks. Much like the Juzhou Group Army's compound, the area was impeccably clean and exuded tranquility. Zhong Ying had never been here. Both her grandparents had passed away by the time she married, and her mother-in-law resided in the Southern District's retirement home. The place had long since welcomed a new batch of senior officials' families. The car came to a halt in front of a small garden villa nestled deep within the forest path, where a blue plaque with the number North 3 hung on the iron gate. Inside the iron fence was a sizable courtyard, featuring several trees of unknown varieties, with pots of evergreen and chrysanthemums arranged beneath them. The cement walkway was meticulously cleaned. Yin Ran stepped out to open the trunk, while Yin Yu leaned toward Zhong Ying, pointing to a second-floor window adorned with green curtains. "That is my room." Zhong Ying pressed her face against the car window. "Oh, shall we go up and take a look? What is there to see?" Yin Yu was uncertain what to show her, realizing his room was rather desolate and lacked anything of interest. He chuckled and suggested, "How about we go inside, sit for a while, and have some water? I'm not thirsty. Grandma isn't home." He assumed she was apprehensive about meeting the elder. She gasped in surprise, leaving Yin Yu momentarily speechless, their eyes locked for 3 seconds. Suddenly, Zhong Ying blushed and pushed against his chest. "Why are you so close? I haven't settled the score with you yet." Yin Yu leaned back, his heart racing, as he glanced down at the scant space between his knee and her thigh, whispering, "What score?" Zhong Ying's face flushed deeper, her anger palpable. "What nonsense have you been spreading?" Yin Yu clearly understood her implication. "It wasn't me who said that. If it wasn't you, then why would Yin Gu say such things? It's a misunderstanding." Before he could finish, someone rapped on the car window. "I say, you two lovebirds. Could you not disregard my presence? I've already carried your luggage down. Are you expecting me to take it inside as well?" Zhong Ying appeared on the verge of tears, twisting away and ignoring him. The window was open, and their conversation was easily overheard. The middle-aged woman, dressed like a caretaker and speaking with a familial tone, was entirely unfamiliar to Zhong Ying. She had never encountered this person among Yan's relatives. Upon reaching the upper floor, Yin Ran raised her eyebrows. Yet another childhood sweetheart. Yet another cousin, and now a girlfriend as well. Your charm with women is truly enviable. Yin Yu set down one suitcase, neatly stacked another on top, and pushed it against the wall. "Stop your nonsense. A cousin is just a cousin, and Guanling is merely a classmate. They have nothing to do with me." Yin Ran clicked her tongue. "I see. From the vast river of possibilities, you have chosen but a single cup to drink from. And it seems you've taken a liking to that girl from outside, right? No wonder you broke your vows. Zhong Mei is indeed quite striking." Yin Yu, unwilling to conceal his feelings before his childhood friend, muttered, "Please refrain from making baseless claims in front of her. She isn't even my girlfriend yet." "What?" Yin Ran exclaimed in surprise. "How can that be? Didn't you just tacitly acknowledge it? It was merely to save face for me." Yin Yu sighed helplessly. She knew of his affections, yet she had never given him a definitive answer. Yin Ran furrowed her brows, expressing her discontent. "That's not right. Knowing you have feelings for her, she should either agree or decline. What does it mean to leave you hanging, acting nonchalant while relying on you to move things around? It's like she's fishing for something." Yin Yu, not pleased with her words, retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. I've known her since she was 15. She's just a naive little girl who has only turned 19 this year. What does she understand? I believe she doesn't harbor any feelings for me. She simply sees me as an older brother and has quite navigated this situation yet." Yin Ran rolled her eyes. "If you've already analyzed it, why are you still discussing it with me? If she hasn't figured it out, then you should help her along. Just clarify things with her. She doesn't allow me to speak about it." Yin Ran smirked, revealing a mischievous side. "Let me tell you this. Women should not be indulged. If she doesn't want you to speak, does that mean you simply remain silent? This vague interaction is absurd. Pin her down. No, not literally, but confront her directly. Ask her plainly whether you are together or not. If she doesn't give you a clear answer today, she shouldn't expect to leave. As young boys enter adolescence, they become restless, naturally drawn to girls. Yet, being so young, they find it difficult to act on their desires. Consequently, they resort to crude banter, indulging in risque conversations to satiate their cravings. Yin Yu's group of childhood friends was no different. They began engaging in such talk at the tender age of 13 or 14, but as they matured, they became more discreet. He had long grown accustomed to Yin Ran's private demeanor. What if she were to say she wasn't interested? How would he navigate that? When dealing with a woman who speaks with a forked tongue, there is but one approach. Yin Ran, with a playful smile, mischievously suggested, "Handle her." Yin Yu shot her a stern glance. "Are you actually inciting me to commit a crime? What a crime this is. I merely suggested that you kiss her, and I assure you, with just one kiss, her temper will vanish." Upstairs, Yin Ran was concocting dubious ideas for Yin Yu, while downstairs, the aunt had already emerged and approached the Xiaoli car. From a distance, she noticed that there appeared to be someone inside the vehicle. Y&T they exited upon reaching the doorstep. As she approached, Zhong Ying, feigning ignorance, opened the car door and greeted, "Hello," with a slender figure and exquisite beauty. She truly resembled a delicate young maiden. The aunt smiled warmly. "Oh, hello? You must be Rand's friend, right? Please, come in and sit." Given that she was in Yin Ran's car, it was clear that she could not be anyone else's friend, certainly not Yin Yu's. Aside from Guanling, Yin Yu had never brought other girls home, and Guanling had never visited uninvited. She always took the initiative to come. "I am a friend of you, Go." "Thank you, Auntie, but I want to be going in." The aunt's smile faltered for a moment. "A friend of Xiaoyu? A classmate, perhaps?" "No, just a friend." Classmate was an inaccurate term. She could only refer to him as a senior. Nevertheless, Zhong Ying preferred to define their relationship with a more intriguing term, friend. Regardless of the flirtation and hesitation between her and Yin Yu, she needed to project an image of them as a couple, or at least on the verge of becoming one, in front of outsiders. This way, when she encountered rivals in the future, she would stand on moral high ground. Having entertained the idea of stepping into his family's domain, she felt no need for secrecy. She could drop hints and let him face the inquiries. Zhong Ying was confident that at this moment, he would not only acknowledge their relationship, but would also seize the opportunity to solidify it. The aunt's smile faded momentarily before suddenly reappearing. "Not a classmate, dear girl. What is your name, and how do you know my little Yu?" Zhong Ying observed the peculiar shift in her expression and replied, "My name is Zhong Ying. I am a classmate of Yin Shun and have known you Go for quite some time." "And you are?" The aunt's face lit up with realization, her demeanor instantly relaxing. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, you are Zhong Ying. I've heard so much about you from Chin Chun. You are good friends, aren't you?" "I am Chin Chin and Yu's great aunt. You may call me aunt as well. Come in, have some water, and I'll get you some cookies." "No, thank you. Come in, come in." Her sudden warmth was overwhelming as she insisted on pulling Zhong Ying into the house. Just then, the two individuals descended the stairs. Zhong Ying furrowed her brows, and Yin Yu immediately interjected, "Aunt, no need to fuss. We're leaving now." Yin Yu nodded, "Perhaps next time." After bidding farewell and exiting the courtyard, twilight began to descend, with vehicles and pedestrians bustling through the streets. Yin Ran enthusiastically suggested they go for skewers, and Yin Yu inquired about Zhong Ying's preferences. Considering Yan's desire for skewers, she agreed that they sounded delightful. However, Yin Ran not only wanted skewers but also insisted on beer, and he adamantly urged the two of them to join in. He argued passionately, "What is the point of skewers without beer? Are we just eating? No chatting, no boasting, and then we leave? I might as well have a bowl of warm and filling liver noodles." Indeed, with warm and satisfying food available, why venture out into the cold for skewers? The allure lay not in the beer or the skewers, but in the camaraderie and the stories exchanged. Once the beer was opened, the floodgates of conversation could not be restrained. Mr. Yan, with his loquacious nature, regaled us with tales from his childhood alongside Yin Yu. As 5 skewers of meat accompanied a bottle of beer. Every so often, he would raise a toast with Zhong Ying, lamenting their grievances. "We have no outlet for our woes. Just look at him, handsome, studious, and in splendid health, with a throng of young ladies trailing behind. You have struck gold, my dear sister." Mr. Yin was no slouch either. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I am inferior?" He jested, his heart evidently stung. He would subtly probe Zhong Ying about her sentiments towards Yin Yu, yet no definitive conclusions were reached. Instead, Zhong Ying launched into a discussion about the economy, asserting that in a decade, the price per square meter in the second ring would soar to at least 3,000, and in 20 years, it could rise to 40 or 50,000. Yin Ran dismissed her claims as sheer folly, exclaiming that such notions were nothing short of fanciful. Zhong Ying proposed a wager. If her predictions came to fruition in 20 years, Yin Ran would owe her 1% of his company's shares. Conversely, should she be mistaken, she would gift him 1% of her own company. Yin Ran erupted into laughter after merely a few days of studying finance. "You think you can gamble differently from others?" Zhong Ying, seemingly emboldened by the alcohol, grew more familiar and relaxed in her demeanor. "Do you dare to wager? Let Yin Yu serve as our witness. Whether you win or I do, we shall honor our word. A true man keeps his promises. Desire is not solely at your discretion. Interest will ultimately dictate your choices. If it remains unspoken, so be it." With a sudden turn, Zhong Ying grasped Yin Yu's lapel. Pulling him closer, "I have a question for you." Suddenly, Yin Yu lunged forward, nearly colliding with Zhong Ying's face. Realizing the proximity, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He neither dared to draw closer nor wished to withdraw, maintaining an awkward stance. What's wrong? Who is Xiaowan? Yin Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. My cousin. Zhong Ying's gaze became somewhat vacant, her breaths noticeably quickening as she stared at him, repeating the query with a hint of confusion. Cousin? Recalling Yin Rant's ill-fated suggestion. Yin Yu felt a pang of regret. He should not have heeded his urging. The young lady seemed somewhat disoriented, and pressing her for answers now felt like taking advantage of her vulnerability. He attempted to clasp his hands over his chest, but raised them only to let them drop again. Softly, he murmured, I'm sorry, Ying. I shouldn't have let you drink. Zhong Ying blinked, pushing him away with her hands. Leave, I don't know you. Xiaowan is waiting for you to have dinner. Observing Yin Yu's self-reproachful smile, she lamented his naivety. Even in her drunken state, he did not offer her support, but rather awaited her initiative. Then she recalled something vital she had just overlooked. Yin Ran was driving under the influence. Chapter 37. A surprise without intent, she said. Everyone must experience many firsts. If you take me once, can you do so for 4 years? Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Yu replied, of course, for years and 8 winter breaks. That's quite manageable. Zhong Ying continued, but what about after 4 years? I want to work, to travel, to explore the magnificent landscapes of our country. I'll have plenty of opportunities to take the train alone. I cannot depend on you for a lifetime. At that moment, Yin Yu's voice on the phone was husky and low as he said, as long as you wish, I will accompany you. Zhong Ying chuckled lightly, half in jest and half in earnest, saying, what do you mean by gifts? Yu Gu is truly foolish. Can't you just invite me to join you? In that moment, Yin Yu felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Indeed, he should have suggested that. How had he overlooked it? Xiaowan is indeed Xiaowan, the third child of his cousin, merely a relative. Grandmother hails from a rural area in Linqing. Having left her hometown decades ago to partake in the revolution, where amidst the chaos of war, she united with grandfather in matrimony. She traversed the battlefield with a radio transmitter on her back, earning accolades and recognition, evolving from a humble signal operator to the esteemed secretary of a high-ranking official. And now, she enjoys the comforts of retirement, savoring her twilight years in the military district. Before grandfather's passing, grandmother managed the household without any help, tending to both him and Yin Yu with utmost care. However, after his demise, her health began to decline, necessitating constant companionship. Father wished to bring her to Juzhou, but she was reluctant, not wanting to hinder her sister's work. Thus, she summoned her niece, the daughter of her sister who toils in agriculture. To assist her, this is the aforementioned cousin. Employing help is not without cost. The cousin is provided with meals, accommodation, and a monthly salary. The eldest son has secured an urban residency. The second son has been arranged with a job, and the youngest daughter has been brought to Beicheng for her studies. With all tuition and living expenses covered by the Yin family. She is quite demure, always calling him Xiao Yugu upon their encounters, though their exchanges remain sparse. Is Xiaowan not beautiful? Setting aside any thoughts Xiaowan may harbor, it is evident that the cousin is utterly entranced by the lifestyle of the elite. She incessantly prattles on about her cousin, unperturbed by the potential tarnishing of her daughter's reputation, her intentions to matchmake glaringly apparent. What dreams of spring and autumn do you entertain? Here I stand, and not even a single female mosquito shall dare approach Yin Yu. She gazed up at the starless, moonless sky, her brows furrowing in melancholy, and suddenly recited a poem. I am like a fallen blossom, your heart akin to flowing water. The fallen flowers dance in the wind, while the water flows inexorably eastward. I direct my heart towards the bright moon. Can the moon discern my feelings? A noble man is open and forthright, while a petty person's efforts are in vain. Yin Yu. At first, he felt a surge of excitement, sensing an implicit confession, but the final line shattered the atmosphere entirely. Zhong Ying rubbed her hands together, exhaling a puff of frosty breath. It's so cold, Yugo. Do you know where it's warmest? The dormitory? You fool. The correct answer is, of course, in my embrace. Zhong Ying cast him a discontented glance, gradually inching closer until their breaths mingled, and slowly slipped her hands into his coat pockets. Yin Yu felt that if this continued, it would only be a matter of time before his heart faltered. The young girl did not press against him. Her face and body remained at least a fist's distance away, yet her hair brushed against his nose, her breath tickled his chin, with their toes touching and her arms encircling his side, resembling an embrace. Yugu, the young girl said softly. I've noticed that Yin Ran intends to ply me with alcohol today. Why is that? He was so startled that he could barely muster a sound, as if speaking would frighten away the ethereal spirit before him. Did you tell him not to speak recklessly, and he is standing up for you? No, not at all. Zhong Ying lifted her head, her eyes shimmering like water in the dim light. A unique and familiar fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of magnolia mingled with a subtle hint of cream, a scent he could never forget after encountering it just once. Her slightly parted cherry lips were almost brushing against his, and in that moment, Yin found himself devoid of thought, his blood rushing, consumed by instinct. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, leaning in for a kiss. Yet, Zhong Ying was swifter, just a second before his lips could meet hers. She deftly withdrew her hands and stepped back. He perpetually oscillated between agreement and hesitation, and with a dash of liquid courage, Zhong Ying boldly delineated her intentions, hoping this naive romantic might awaken to the realities of love amidst the winding journey ahead. The impending eruption of passion, coupled with the sudden void of loss, rendered Yin Yu's emotions indescribable. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally found his voice. I like you. Do you like me? But what did it matter? He could not bear to wait any longer. Such a blockhead. I don't know. Zhong Ying huffed, stamping her foot before swiftly running away. Yin Yu stood outside the university gates, lost in thought amidst the cold night air for a long while. On January 18th, Zhong Ying boarded a train home, departing at 8 in the evening and arriving the following morning at 6. She waited at the station until just before ticket checking. Yet she could not catch a glimpse of Yin Yu. Zhong Jing chattered incessantly about how crucial her job at the pharmaceutical factory during this winter break was, emphasizing not only its role in supporting her studies, but also its significance in bridging theory and practice, laying a foundation for her future career. The department offered limited slots, and she had fought hard to secure one. She could not afford to lose this opportunity and hoped her father and grandmother would understand her absence, especially her grandmother. She brought only a small bag containing her toiletries and cosmetics, and with a light load, she boarded the train, found her designated berth, and settled in. Inserting her earphones, she extracted a book on macroeconomics, preparing to coexist in a confined space with 3 strangers for the next 10 hours. To avoid awkward small talk and uncomfortable eye contact, she feigned engrossment in her reading, as her phone was defenseless against such social perils. As the train prepared to depart, 2 men entered the soft sleeper compartment, an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man, both of considerable age. Without lifting her gaze, Zhong Ying leaned against the small table, absorbed in her book, slightly lowering the volume of the soothing melodies emanating from her headphones, listening to the sounds of their luggage being stowed and the arrangements for the upper berths. 5 minutes before departure, the final occupant arrived. From the corner of her eye, Zhong Ying caught sight of denim jeans and high-top leather boots approaching, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. How unfortunate. 3 men in total. Would the air in this cramped space be breathable come morning? Men are unreliable, she silently lamented, deciding to seek out the conductor. As she remained engrossed in her book, a long, slender, pale finger suddenly pointed at her page. You've been on this page for 3 minutes and still haven't finished? Startled, Zhong Ying looked up, her expression betraying her surprise. You go? He was clad in a sleek black overcoat, beneath which lay a beautifully knitted gray sweater. With neat hair, bright eyes, and a handsome visage that could make anyone's heart flutter, he regarded her with a smile. Why are you so startled? You came to see me off? It was evident he had not. The train was already in motion. Zhong Ying mused to herself. What a splendid performance. With dialogue so exquisite it could rival the finest idol dramas. Zhong Ying could not deny that at the moment she saw him, her cunning heart was struck with surprise. It seemed as if he had either received guidance from a sage or consumed some miraculous elixir. She endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, yet her smile could not be contained, bubbling forth uncontrollably from her eyes and lips, her voice laced with mirth. Pray tell, did you eliminate the original occupant of this seat? The upper bunk quivered slightly, and the elderly gentleman diagonally above cast her a glance. The vigilance of the crowd was remarkably high. Zhong Ying, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly added, Isn't it rather difficult to change tickets? I didn't change it, I purchased it. Isn't that quite fortunate? Yin Yu replied, feigning nonchalance. Zhong Ying shot him a sideways glance. Stubborn, aren't we? Yin Yu, unable to maintain his facade any longer, let out a light chuckle, then turned to retrieve a bulging plastic bag from his satchel. From within, he produced an iron lunchbox and a thermos, exclaiming, My grandmother personally prepared these tea eggs, duck feet, duck wings, pig liver, and pigtails, each in small portions for us to enjoy on our journey. She specifically instructed me to ensure you eat well, preferably finishing everything. Zhong Ying thought she must have misheard. Your grandmother instructed you to feed me? Indeed. How would your grandmother know that I was on the same train as you? I mentioned it, after all. The excuse of accompanying my father for the new year is rather flimsy and would not deceive a shrewd old lady. Zhong Ying's voice quivered. What did you say? The upper bunk trembled once more, and the elderly man above shot her another glance. Zhong Ying remarked, You too are of such an age, yet still susceptible to such torments? Let us all applaud for the lovebirds graduating from kindergarten. Meanwhile, I extend my deepest sympathy to the Deputy General Yan, who cannot even muster a proper excuse. Chapter 38. The red-eyed train who could have anticipated that the luxurious soft sleeper ticket purchased at a high price would prove to be of no use. As she and Yin Yu stood together at the junction of the compartments until dawn, initially, Zhong Ying stood upright, but after an hour, while her lower body remained straight, her head had tilted onto Yin Yu's shoulder. After midnight, he enveloped her in his embrace, wrapping her in his coat, as she leaned against his chest, mumbling incoherently in a state of delirium. At that moment, the train wheels clattered over the tracks, producing an incessant clanging sound. And the chilly wind seeping through various crevices could not compete with the weariness that only allowed for intermittent awareness. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, while the interior was illuminated by a dim yellow light, casting the reflections of the two bewildered young figures embracing each other on the glass. Did they not resemble a pair of star-crossed lovers from disparate backgrounds, clandestinely eloping under the cover of night, as the train sped through the interminable darkness? They were oblivious to whether the journey would culminate in light or shadow, in paradise or perdition. Much like the paintings of Bosch, filled with sin, despair, degeneration, and a hauntingly beautiful sense of unease. Do you know who Bosch is? No, alas. You remain estranged from art, and you gaze down at the young girl leaning against his neck, her eyelids drooping, and in her stupor, she began to babble nonsensically. She had truly reached the limits of her exhaustion. The long-desired warmth of jade-like tenderness was cradled in his arms, yet at that moment, he felt no romantic inclinations. Only a sense of heartache. No, let me lean for a while. Is it almost dawn? With her small hands clutching his sweater at the waist, Yin Yu adjusted her slipping waistline, leaning against the wall as he extended his legs, positioning his body at an angle that allowed her to rest comfortably. He tightened his embrace around her. As the clock struck 10, the lights dimmed, making it impractical to converse within the soft confines of their seats. However, Zhong Ying was immensely intrigued by Yin Yu's process of confessing his feelings to his family, prompting her to pull him into a folding chair in the aisle to continue their discussion. Before long, a conductor approached to usher them away, stating that those with tickets could enter, while those without were to leave. The aisle would not accommodate anyone overnight, nor could they speak and disturb the rest of other passengers. She stepped out, and so did Yin Yu, both seeking the conductor to request a change of compartment. The conductor replied, Look at the time, everyone is asleep. Who would be willing to switch with you? Moreover, if you find it noisy, others might not. Passengers possess a myriad of peculiar habits, and encountering a snorer is simply unavoidable. With her usual pampered mentality, Zhong Ying insisted, I'll pay extra. The conductor retorted, As long as you can find someone willing to swap, it's not my concern. Yin Yu decided to assist her in finding someone to exchange with. But upon opening the first door, he was startled by an entirely different style of snoring. The second door repelled him with an unpleasant odor. Zhong Ying sighed, Never mind. You go to sleep. I'll just stand here. Yin Yu, however, could not bear to let her stand alone outside, so he willingly accompanied her, fetching snacks and drinks, leading her from one end to the other, only to discover the adjacent compartment was locked. They were left to converse in the connecting area, chatting for the better part of the night. Their discussion meandered from the reactions of family members, with Zhong Ying's thoughts sharp and incisive in the first half of the night, posing challenging questions that struck at the heart of matters. She brushed off her grandmother's joy, her aunt's curiosity, and Yin Shen's threats to inform their parents with a smile, offering no judgment. Yet she focused intently on inquiring about her cousin's response. To speak frankly, the peculiar reaction of my cousin was indeed unexpected for Yin Yu. Yin Shen, incensed, exclaimed, Did Ying ever agree to you? How shameless of you. She is merely 19 years old. You are luring an unsuspecting young girl. Grandmother interjected, I married your grandfather at 18, and within the first year, I was expecting your eldest uncle, followed by your second uncle the next year. Had it not been for the war, your father would not have been the only child. At 19 or 20, one is hardly a child. If Chun Chun has a suitable companion, he should seize the opportunity to pursue a relationship. I am eagerly anticipating your marriage and the arrival of grandchildren to enliven our home. The Yin family is rather sparse. The elderly lady, reminiscing about hardships and sweetness, shed tears, leaving Yin Chun with no choice but to sulk in silence. At that moment, my cousin suddenly remarked, "Isn't that young girl, Zhong Ying, your girlfriend? I've heard you mention her incessantly. Your mother has also mentioned that you two have been close since childhood, spending years together eating, playing, and sleeping. Akin to a betrothal in our village." Before Yin Yu could respond, Yin Shin erupted again. "When have I ever slept with her? Aunt, please do not make baseless claims. I have many good friends, not just Zhong Ying, but also Zhou Qiao, Hong Jun, Nen Ping, and others. I have not made any betrothal with her." Later, when the aunt arrived, my cousin ceased her comments. Yet Yin Yu still sensed the oddity in her words. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying chuckled. "You've already picked up on the strangeness, so I suppose there is no need for me to remind you, is there? Remind me of what? To beware of falling into a trap. When you encounter your cousin at home in the future, to be cautious of the food and drink your aunt offers you." Yin Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation, astonished. Could it be that someone would dare to poison me? Poison would be excessive, if it were fatal. What would remain for us to perform? After a pause, she continued, "Yet, perhaps not entirely unthinkable. Your family does have two eligible young men. If one path is blocked, another may yet be traversed. Yin Shun is not entirely safe either. I must remind him another day." Yin Yu lightly tapped her forehead. "What on earth occupies your mind all day?" Zhong Ying, with an air of seriousness, patted his shoulder. "Young man, do not immerse yourself solely in your studies. Take time to peruse extracurricular literature. The world can be treacherous." Yin Yu chuckled. "So your whimsical notions are gleaned from such readings?" From that moment on, she had a personal bodyguard, who accompanied her both domestically and internationally for many years. After marriage, Yin Yu assigned her an additional 2 for bodyguards capable of thwarting nefarious individuals. Yet they could not deter her reckless drinking and driving. Zhong Ying, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned her head on Yin Yu's shoulder. "One must always be wary. Henceforth, many will be drawn to you." Yin Yu clasped and then released her hand behind her back, finally gently wrapping his arm around her. "Do you like me?" "Indeed," came the reply. Instantly, Yin Yu felt the anxiety and fatigue of the past few days dissipate, joy illuminating his features. "So you agree to be my girlfriend?" "Not quite. That's a different matter altogether. I still have affection for Xiao Ma Gu. Can I be his girlfriend?" she murmured softly. Yin Yu found himself baffled by her logic once more. Who is Xiao Ma Gu? You haven't even watched A Better Tomorrow? Last year, the video hall was bustling with excitement. Xiao Ma Gu resembled Chow Yun Fat, exuding an extraordinary charm. I was unaware that Fa Gu was so strikingly handsome in his youth. How could you find time to visit a video hall during your final year of high school? Zhong Ying cast him a sidelong glance, abruptly pivoting 180 degrees to stand with her back to him, yet still resting her head upon his shoulder. They were already in an embrace. To quibble over the nuances of closeness seemed overly sentimental. Without any mental preparation, Zhong Ying transitioned from crossing her arms over her chest to relaxing her grip around his waist, eventually encircling him entirely with her arms. In her moment of utmost fatigue, with her defenses lowered, she thought to herself, "What is wrong with embracing my husband? If he is not to serve as my human cushion, then who else could?" This human cushion had supported her for at least 4 hours. Though not particularly soft, he radiated warmth, rendering this red-eye journey less interminable and even somewhat enjoyable. Merely by imagining it, she found the scene to be enchanting. Under divine favor, traversing through time and space, she envisioned herself nestled against the youthful and handsome benefactor within the slow-moving green train, the rhythmic clattering of the tracks creating a peculiar sense of dislocation. It felt akin to elopement, to wandering. He loved her passionately, and she reciprocated with equal fervor. The flames of love burned intensely in their hearts that night, a single night stretching into eternity. This eternity concluded at 5:30 in the morning when the conductor initiated the wake-up service, inadvertently rousing 2 individuals who had purchased soft sleeper tickets, yet had spent the entire night entwined in a peculiar embrace at the junction. How young they are, the conductor mused, perhaps too shy to share a bed like the old rascals do. Yet, once the blanket is draped, who really cares? After disembarking, no one would recognize anyone else. She had grown accustomed to such scenes. Having taken only a few steps, An unexpected voice called out from ahead, Ying. Yanyu abruptly released his grip, momentarily frozen, before shouting, Uncle Zhong. Zhong Ying lifted her eyelids, and, beneath the dim light of dawn, she saw old Zhong dressed in winter military attire, pushing his cherished bicycle, standing about 10 paces away from them. His eyes widened in astonishment, darting between Zhong Ying and Yanyu, before he suddenly bellowed, Come here. Yanyu pursed his lips, returning the small bag to her. Go on. Zhong Ying yawned, shaking off her drowsiness, and asked, How will you get home? I'll take the bus. Then call me when you get home. Okay. Noticing his slightly awkward expression, Zhong Ying felt a strong urge to comfort him, thinking to herself that old Zhong was merely a paper tiger, and they had nothing to fear. While she would have preferred to take a taxi over a bicycle, she quickly realized that old Zhong was the perfect foil for her refined girl persona. How dare he take her daughter's hand without her consent? She was only 19, after all. You are forbidden from coming to my house, and you shall not seek out Ying. If you dare to entice the daughter of a deputy commander, I will not hesitate to confront you. Though she and her wealthy benefactor may have engaged in some intimate moments under the cover of night, she had never agreed to be his girlfriend. After all, he was merely a charming green tea, no, a refined young lady. With her thoughts settled, she cheerfully waved goodbye to Yanyu and merrily rushed towards old Zhong, exclaiming, Daddy, I miss you so much. Chapter 39. Not a penny to spare. Yanyu had breakfast on the street outside the military headquarters and, bathed in the morning light, returned home. The attendant greeted him. Xiaoyu, why are you back so late? Aunt Chu has been waiting for you for 2 hours. Glancing at the clock, Yanyu realized it was only 7:30. His mother had risen at 5:30 to wait for him. A vague sense of unease washed over him, but he remained silent, lowered his head to change his shoes, and entered the living room. There, he found Chu Hongsu, arms crossed, leaning against the sofa, her expression as dark as the stormy sea. Mom, he called. I just had breakfast before coming back. Why did you wake up so early to wait for me? Where's Dad? Out for a run. Chu Hongsu huffed. Aren't you curious why I waited for you, or how I knew you were coming back today? Yanyu forced a smile. Xiaoqin called you, didn't he? Chu Hongsu remained non-committal, glaring at him with indignation. What is the meaning of this? My ticket is ready for departure the day after tomorrow, and yet you decided to come back. Her son's hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his complexion haggard. His black overcoat was crumpled, and his shoes were marred with scuff marks, resembling someone who had spent the night in a cramped seat. Chu Hongsu could scarcely contain her frustration. Was this a spur-of-the-moment decision? You would rather ruin yourself than secure a ticket to return? What could possibly be so urgent? Have you abandoned your grandmother, your mother, and your brother? You won't even celebrate the new year. Yanyu managed to smile. Why do you say that as if my father doesn't deserve to celebrate the new year? I came back to keep him company. Speak the truth to me. With a suddenness that mirrored her ire, Chu Hongsu arose from the sofa, exclaiming, I've never witnessed such filial piety from you in years past. And you dare deceive me. Yanyu, in a gesture of surrender, raised his hands. All right, the truth be told. Didn't you already surmise it? It's for the young lady's sake. Is that acceptable? Hearing his admission, Chu Hongsu was consumed with vexation. Clenching her fist, she advanced and delivered a blow to his chest. What do you intend to do? Knowing full well that your brother and Ying are betrothed, you still engage in such actions? 2 brothers vying for the affections of the same maiden. Where would that leave your father's reputation? Yanyu was taken aback. Who said Xiaoqin and Ying are an item? Did he declare it himself? Chu Hongsu, heartbroken and beside herself with anger, blurted out that Ying, too, is quite something. Harboring affections for Xiaoqin, yet becoming entangled with you. You've only met a handful of times. It has nothing to do with her. Yanyu's countenance darkened. Despite a sleepless night, his mind remained lucid and composed. Mother, first tell me, who placed the call to you? Your eldest aunt. Your grandmother may indulge you, but I will not. This concerns reputation, and I cannot allow you to run amok. Yanyu scoffed. Oh, so my eldest aunt phoned you to say Xiaoqin and Zhong Ying are an item. Did Xiaoqin personally confirm this? Did Zhong Ying personally affirm her affections for Xiaoqin? Let's not dwell on childhood fancies. Isn't it rather ludicrous to take the innocent words of a decade ago as gospel? Chu Hongsu furrowed her brow. What are you implying? The weariness in his bones rendered him incapable of offering his mother further explanations. He merely stated, with a detached air, I am not attempting to steal my brother's love interest. I implore you to ascertain the facts before you castigate me. Refrain from being swayed by hearsay. I am quite fatigued at present and in need of rest. I suggest you give Yinshin a call. He holds certain reservations regarding me. Yet I have faith in his integrity, believing he would not fabricate falsehoods like some individuals do. She spends more time with her younger son, which may subtly skew her biases, as she perceives that her mother-in-law and sister-in-law are undoubtedly more inclined to favor the elder son, potentially persuading Yin Shen to yield. After all, as the first grandson, it is only natural for him to establish his family first, but why should the younger brother concede? It is truly an egregious injustice. Previously, my mother-in-law mentioned Guanling, suggesting that if Xiaoyu had an interest, as a mother, she would facilitate their union, ideally leading to marriage upon her graduation from university. Hence, she treats the Guan family with warmth and regards Guanling as a prospective daughter-in-law. However, it appears that all of this was misguided. The children do not require their elders to orchestrate romantic connections, as they possess their own strong opinions. What of Zhong Ying? She finds it unacceptable. This young lady has always been quite to her liking, beautiful, spirited, with an exceptional elder sister, and a father of commendable character, making her an unproblematic choice as a daughter-in-law. Yet, the elder son is also smitten, inevitably stirring feelings of discontent and discomfort. Should not a sense of discretion prevail between the two brothers? A good girl's demeanor ought not to be so. The Yin family's mother and son left the meeting in a state of agitation, while the Zhong family's father and daughter reunion hardly radiated warmth and harmony. Old Zhong remained silent, pedaling his bicycle with a heavy heart, while Zhong Ying leaned against his back, drowsily fighting sleep. Upon entering their home, Zhong Ying immediately retreated into her room without a word. Old Zhong called out to her, "Aren't you going to have breakfast?" "No, I'm utterly exhausted." "Exhausted? Did you not purchase a sleeper? Did you not sleep a wink last night? Then what were you doing last night?" Zhong Ying blinked her large eyes twice and said, "I haven't done anything, just tossing and turning while making pancakes." Lao Zhong regarded her with suspicion, and after a moment, he replied, "I'll go buy you some porridge. Eat it before you sleep." "Oh, no need, Dad." As she drifted in and out of consciousness, Zhong Ying suddenly sensed that something was amiss. She squinted her heavy eyelids and scanned her surroundings, then widened her eyes in astonishment. The cement walls were painted a pristine white, the writing desk had been refinished. The wardrobe, previously without doors, was now fitted with new ones, and the cobwebs in the corners had vanished. Furthermore, upon entering, she noticed that the small courtyard was spotless, and the soot and coal dust that had lingered by the kitchen door for 3 years had been cleared away. A few potted plants adorned the entrance to the living room, and most suspiciously, the clothesline was filled with garments. Although the family owned a washing machine, Lao Zhong would never wash clothes in bulk, especially his winter military uniform, which he only washed at the change of seasons. What did this imply? It suggested that the little snail girl had quietly entered the Zhong household while the sisters were unaware. Zhong Ying chuckled mischievously, thinking, "Well, from now on, you shall obediently be my best assistant. I promise to help you turn raw rice into cooked meals. Otherwise, you shall experience the formidable prowess of my whistle-blowing." She slept soundly until the world outside grew dim, and at dinner time, father and daughter finally sat down to converse. In stark contrast to Lao Zhong's furrowed brow and hesitant demeanor, Zhong Ying appeared invigorated and composed, radiating an aura of bravery that seemed to spring from nowhere. She dismissed the money with a smile, saying, "If you don't give it to me, then don't buy it. I can always choose not to go out. Indeed, father, after 6 months apart, I see you have become quite diligent. The courtyard is immaculate, and look at how pristine the walls are. Oh, there are artificial flowers on the dresser, and the sofa is adorned with a lace cover. How is it that once my sister and I left, you have suddenly developed a sense of aesthetics?" She rose to her feet, wandering about the room, imitating the demeanor of an old commander, pointing at the clock. "Comrade Zhong, you are no longer as simple as before." Old Zhong's face flushed, though it was hard to tell, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Without you to clutter things up, naturally, it remains tidy. Your mother kept it this way when she was around." At the mention of their mother, Zhong Ying instinctively glanced towards the portrait and was suddenly alarmed. "Where's Mom?" "I took it down to my room when I painted the walls," he replied. Zhong Ying fell silent, her gaze fixed on him for a while, making old Zhong feel increasingly uneasy. "What are you staring at?" he asked. His trembling finger pointed at her nose. You. Zhong Ying smirked. "Did I guess correctly? Last time, Uncle Lee spoke of you in North City, and I had a premonition but didn't dare to question you. In truth, I support your intention to remarry. My sister and I are grown, and there is no reason for conflict with the stepmother. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. However, my support hinges on one condition, it must not affect our father-daughter bond. The notion of a wife overshadowing a daughter is utterly unacceptable. Old Zhong was at a loss for words, unwilling to admit or deny her claims. What nonsense are you talking about? You are my own daughters. How could it be as you say? Zhong Ying scoffed. Why is that impossible? Look, you won't even spare 100 yuan for me. Who are you saving that money for? Lao Zhong. So you have been waiting for him here. Zhong Ying, with an air of indifference, replied, I am unfamiliar with the route, and after getting off the bus, I was utterly exhausted. What is wrong with Yin Yu helping me with my luggage and giving me a hand? How did you two happen to meet? Are you quite close? Why does he only help you and not others? You are a girl. Don't you realize how inappropriate it is to let a young man hold your hand? Now that you are here, the supportive work can commence. Zhong Ying lowered her gaze, revealing a bashful expression. I didn't let any other young men hold my hand. It was Yin Yu. We are quite close. If it weren't for him, my grades in high school wouldn't have improved so rapidly. Let alone my admission to such a prestigious institution as Renmin University. You know well how I used to perform academically, Dad. Lao Zhong, perplexed, inquired, what does he have to do with it? Do you truly believe I achieved this on my own? It was all thanks to Yin Yu. Whenever I encountered difficulties, I would write to him. He patiently explained the problems to me and even sent me numerous practice papers from renowned schools, which were unavailable in Zhuzhou. For 2 whole years, I cannot express enough gratitude to him. Lao Zhong recalled the summer after Zhong Ying's college entrance examination and the phone calls he had received, particularly from that hesitant young man. The old father felt a jolt to his soul. Have you two maintained contact all these years? So, are you and Yin Yu? Are you? He struggled to articulate, and Zhong Ying filled in the blanks. Are you asking if we are in a romantic relationship? No, he is pursuing me, and I have yet to decide whether to accept. Lao Zhong, exasperated, exclaimed, how old are you? What are you chasing after? Your primary task is to focus on your studies. You must not engage in early romance. Zhong Ying wore a perplexed expression. Dad, I am 19. Last year hardly counts as early romance. Our teachers at school do not oppose students dating. Regardless, it is out of the question. Your sister has yet to date. If you dare to let me try, I will vehemently oppose it. All right, if you give me 100 yuan, I promise not to date. If Brother Yin calls, you should scold him thoroughly. Although she jested about her father forgetting his daughter due to having a wife, she knew deep down that he was not that kind of man. It was only after he had sent both children off to college that he began to contemplate his own personal matters, a fact that sufficiently attests to his devotion as a father. Even someone as casual about relationships as Su Weidong was infuriated the first time he found a boy presenting flowers to Zhong Ying. He personally went to confront the boy and admonish him in front of his parents. In the eyes of a father, a daughter is eternally a child. Old Zhong felt utterly bewildered by his daughter, who was both worldly and innocent, both clever and naive, unable to discern when she was feigning and when she was sincere. When she wished to thwart others, her words could pierce the heart. Yet when she sought something, she adeptly played the fool. It was truly distressing to be gazed at with those eyes that seemed to accuse him of not loving her anymore. Upon handing her 100 yuan, her gaze would instantly transform into one that proclaimed, I knew you still love me, rendering him unable to be angry or amused. Thus, could her promise not to date be trusted? The notion of that boy from the Yin family fixating on her left old Zhong deeply unsettled. No matter how clever his daughter was, she was still just a young girl. Without a defined relationship, her hand could easily be taken, and one could not guarantee that the young man had not whispered some sweet nothings to ensnare her. Women are most susceptible to flattery. This was a lesson imparted to me by my comrade during my courtship with Jingjing's mother. No matter how much labor he undertook for her, it paled in comparison to a single compliment about her beauty. A single praise would lead to holding hands, 2 praises to a kiss. And after half a year of such adulation, she willingly married him, a mere soldier of modest means. He felt assured of the Yin family's values, yet he, too, had once been young and understood that youthful hearts sometimes falter. His concern was not that the Yin family would be irresponsible, but rather that his own daughter might tarnish her reputation before marriage, which would lead to disdain from her in-laws. His thoughts wandered far and deep, causing a chill to run down his spine. After dinner, he engaged in a moral discourse with Zhong Ying, subtly conveying that she should refrain from romantic relationships and avoid intimate interactions with boys, emphasizing that any such relationship should meet parental approval and cautioning against the allure of vanity that could lead to being deceived by a boy's trifling favors. Zhong Ying assured him, I understand, Dad. You are so good to me, providing for my needs. How could I be swayed by the trifles of outsiders? While this awareness should have brought him comfort, old Zhong felt an unsettling chill in his pockets, as if his wallet were under some strange scrutiny. During their conversation, the phone rang, prompting old Zhong to answer, "Hello?" Receiving no response, he repeated his greeting, only to hear a voice on the other end. "Uncle Zhong, it's Yanyu. Is Zhong Ying home?" A jolt of concern struck old Zhong. "Ah, Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" He recalled receiving a silent call that morning while Zhong Ying was still asleep and he was preoccupied with work. When he answered, there was no reply, prompting him to hang up. Now, reflecting on it, he suspected it was indeed this young man. Why the silence? Was he feeling guilty? "My mother mentioned that she would invite Ying over for lunch at our home tomorrow." Lao Zhong responded, "Oh, all right, I will inform Ying." I expressed my uncertainty, stating that if I was not permitted to attend, I would refrain from doing so. How could you possibly decline an invitation from the wife of the deputy commander? On the other end, Yanyu hung up the phone and remarked to his mother, "In truth, this was unnecessary. I only relayed this matter to my family out of compulsion. Grandmother's request for me to bring food was already quite surprising for her. Your special invitation will only make her feel that I am pressuring her." Chu Hongsu, her face etched with displeasure throughout the day, retorted, "What is wrong with inviting a child I have watched grow up for a meal? I am not coercing her into anything. I merely wish to gauge her feelings on the matter. You do not inform me of your affections towards her," and Yinshin remained silent about his lack of interest. If your own son does not speak the truth to his mother, who else can be blamed for the misunderstandings? Did you and father inform grandma and grandpa about your romance? My relationship with your father was introduced by your grandfather. Yanyu, feeling exasperated, simply wished to advise her not to jump to conclusions. Next time you wish to know something, ask me or Yinshin directly. The words of outsiders are unreliable. At this mention, Chu Hongsu's expression darkened further. What does your aunt mean? She spoke with such certainty over the phone that I assumed you two had a falling out. Yanyu scoffed coldly. This matter has nothing to do with her. Grandmother and aunt did not utter a word regarding this. Do you not find it peculiar that she is so eager to relay this information? She seems rather mischievous, this cousin of ours. Suddenly, Yanyu recalled the incident from several years ago when his cousin mentioned that Guan Ling had stolen the elderly woman's jade bracelet. At the time, he found it hard to believe. Although Guan Ling had a rather fiery temperament, she would never engage in petty theft. Eventually, the elderly woman chose not to pursue the matter, and it faded away without resolution. In hindsight, it seemed more like a deliberate slander. Chapter 40. Love directed towards offspring. Out of respect for Deputy Commander Yin, old Zhong initially refrained from exhibiting overt disdain towards Yanyu, believing that each party bore their own responsibilities. The Yin family's son would naturally adhere to their upbringing, and he expected his daughter to cultivate her self-respect and dignity, avoiding any transgressions. After all, Yanyu had never pursued his daughter directly. So Zhong felt it was unreasonable to regard him with suspicion based solely on a premonition of danger. However, Zhong Ying's account of her interactions with Yanyu completely overturned his desire to maintain a facade of dignity. Since the beginning of high school, he had tutored her, comforted her during moments of despair, and even proposed to maintain correspondence after their separation. Their phone conversations spanned 2.5 years, during which he masqueraded as her boyfriend to fend off suitors, waiting for her outside the dormitory for hours. They had danced together, exchanged gifts, and dined out, with him even relinquishing his own room to accommodate her clutter. Zhong Ying described it as mere junk that was neither needed nor worth discarding. Most alarmingly, he had abandoned his family in Beijing on New Year's Eve solely to accompany Zhong Ying back to Juzhou. She was deeply touched, recalling how, during their train journey, as she tossed and turned while making pancakes, Yanyu had stayed awake beside her throughout the night. Old Zhong felt his blood pressure rising. This young man had been fixated on his daughter for years, and at that time, how old was Ying? Just 15. Terrifyingly, he, as a father, remains utterly oblivious. He harbors intentions towards you. Indeed, have I not already mentioned that Yanyu has been pursuing me? I have yet to decide whether to accept his advances. Over these past few years, has he exhibited any inappropriate behavior towards you? It has always been she who has acted indiscreetly, mind you. Zhong Ying, with an innocent expression, replied, I don't believe so. He has merely patted my head, rested his hand on my shoulder, wrapped a scarf around me, and held my waist while dancing. Oh, and he once held my hand. I have observed others in romantic relationships, displaying far more affectionate gestures. and I think Yin Yu has been quite proper. Such minor actions hardly cross the boundaries of everyday interactions. It is impossible for friends to entirely avoid a modicum of physical contact. Not to mention, even strangers must hold hands or embrace while dancing. It is simply the nature of the dance, and old Zhong ought to understand this. However, when the words touch, rest, wrap, hold, and grasp are aggregated without context or antecedent, a vivid image of a wolf cub, greedily fixated on his daughter and seizing every opportunity to act inappropriately, is conjured in old Zhong's mind. Observing his displeasure, Zhong Ying tenderly reassured him, "Father, you need not worry. Since I have promised you, I shall refrain from dating for now." Just as old Zhong began to feel a sense of relief, she added, "However, given how wonderful Yin Yu is, I find it a bit difficult to let go. Is it acceptable if I consider resuming our relationship next year? What makes him so remarkable?" Old Zhong, having regained his composure, thought clearly. Has he truly considered your well-being? As you mentioned, he has traditionally spent the new year in Bay City with his grandmother. This year, under the pretense of accompanying you, he has departed from home. What might his family think of you? Yin Yu's brother remarked that his grandmother was quite pleased. He insisted, "You must believe it. How could she possibly show a sour face to her grandson? If anyone were to frown, it would be directed at you." To his astonishment, the seasoned soldier, who had spent his entire life within the confines of military barracks, displayed an understanding of such domestic intrigues. Zhong Ying chuckled lightly. What could he possibly show towards me? I am not a member of his family. Old Zhong felt a bit flustered, exclaiming, "What nonsense! How could a grown man discuss such matters with a child? There's no need for explicit words. A mere attitude suffices. Yin Yu is quite perceptive. He will certainly comprehend." He added. Old Zhong perceived that his daughter did not harbor deep feelings for Yin Yu. Just moments ago, she had expressed reluctance to part with him. Yet now she seemed to relinquish those sentiments without a trace of sorrow. Their closeness over the years appeared to stem more from gratitude than affection. While Yin Yu was widely acknowledged as intelligent and remarkable, old Zhong grew increasingly intolerant of the notion that this excellence was merely bait to entice his daughter into a romantic entanglement. As Yin Yu exited the Zhong residence, he accepted a piece of fruit and couldn't help but inquire, "Did Uncle Zhong reprimand you yesterday?" Zhong Ying responded lethargically, "What do you think? He watched as you took my hand to leave the venue, and then subjected me to intense interrogation. I steadfastly maintained that I leaned on you solely due to fatigue. He didn't believe me and, lacking evidence, has been ignoring me since this morning." Yin Yu chuckled awkwardly. Why not just tell him the truth? Zhong Ying shot him a sidelong glance. What truth? That I spent the entire night in your embrace in the car, making holding hands seem trivial? Just dare to utter that, and I assure you my father would turn me into a cripple. Not only does he dislike you, but he now harbors a deep loathing. Believing that your grasp upon my hand has sullied my innocence, she remarked with a hint of jest. Yin Yu chuckled in response. Then I shall take responsibility, huh? What a delightful thought. By the way, why didn't you invite me to dinner? I missed you, Zhong Ying replied, raising her eyebrows meaningfully. In matters concerning a mother-in-law's affections for a daughter-in-law, without extenuating circumstances, such occurrences are seldom spontaneous. With everyone eager to assist her, she felt no hesitation in accepting their support. Aunt Chu personally prepared several dishes, and as Vice Commander Yin was, as usual, absent, the three of them gathered around the table, enjoying their meal and conversation in a cheerful atmosphere. Zhong Ying found great joy in the gathering. The original owner frequently visited the Yin household, and although she now felt too grown up to impose on their hospitality, she felt no restraint in sharing an occasional meal. She pointed at a bowl with a small chip and laughed. I remember this bowl. It was broken when I played the drumming game with Zhou Qiao and Yin Chun. And Chu still keeps it? After half a year apart, Zhong Ying had grown taller, her hair tied in a lopsided ponytail, dressed in a red cotton jacket. Her large eyes and arched brows glimmering with laughter, her features faintly reminiscent of her childhood self. However, as she matured, she appeared even more lively and enchanting. When making eye contact, her eyes sparkled like pools of water. Aunt Chu had often praised her transformation, and upon hearing her mention the bowl, she laughed. You three are undoubtedly the most mischievous children in the entire family compound. You didn't just break one bowl. Aunt Chu chuckled heartily. And you have the audacity to say that. It was always you three, and none could escape. Yin Yu quietly served soup and dishes to the two. Feeling somewhat outside the conversation about Zhong Ying's childhood, Chu Hongsu glanced at her son and sighed. Indeed, Ying Ying has transformed remarkably as she has matured. She is becoming increasingly beautiful, and her temperament has changed as well. In her childhood, she was lively and energetic, but now she has become quite serene. It's no wonder she has developed a close friendship with Xiaoyu. He tends to be rather reserved, and his closest friends are all studious and gentle. Zhong Ying thought of Guanling and Yin Ran, her lips twitching slightly at the thought. Could these two truly be associated with studiousness? She nodded, to be precise. Brother Yu has been like a mentor to me, always guiding and assisting me. My admission to Renmin University is largely thanks to him, for which I am deeply grateful. At first glance, her words seemed unproblematic, yet upon reflection, they appeared to imply a denial of something deeper. Chu Hongsu maintained her smile. Isn't that what he ought to do? Ying has been in Beijing for quite some time. Has she had the chance to explore? Just out shopping with classmates. That's fine. Zhong Ying quickly waved her hands. No, I wouldn't dare trouble Brother Yu. I've been in Beijing long enough. I can explore these places with my classmates later. I shouldn't take up Brother Yu's study time. But one cannot study all day. University life should be vibrant and diverse. You should spend time with him. Zhong Ying continued to shake her head. Brother Yu is quite busy in his third year. Chu Hongsu turned to Yin Yu. Are you busy? Not too much. Zhong Ying's stiff expression was hard to conceal as she interjected, It's not ideal. Really, it's fine. Throughout the latter part of the conversation, she elaborated on how Yin Yu had assisted her, explaining countless difficult problems, and how he had encouraged her before and after the college entrance examination. Her gratitude was so profound that one would think she was on the verge of singing a heartfelt ode of thanks. Chu Hongsu sat on the sofa, sighing in exasperation. It's hopeless, my son. I can see that Ying has no feelings for you. She merely regards you as an acquaintance. If she had even the slightest affection for you, her reaction just now would have been entirely different. Yin Yu wanted to protest. That's not true. She explicitly stated that she likes me. However, he hesitated, fearing that his mother would question why, if she liked him, she wouldn't agree to be his girlfriend, and why she behaved so evasively in front of her parents. In truth, he was equally perplexed, sensing that Zhong Ying's heart was in a state of turmoil. She clearly liked him, yet it seemed as though she was fearful of something. Observing the changing expressions on Yin Yu's face, Chu Hongsu approached and gently patted his shoulder. You like her, do you? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Yes, I do. Chu Hongsu was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard her eldest son articulate his feelings so plainly. His interests had never been particularly pronounced, whatever he became fascinated with. As long as the adults disapproved, he would quickly lose interest, whether it was dismantling electronics or engaging with model aircraft. The only hobby he had steadfastly pursued over the years was basketball, encouraged by his father who believed in the benefits of physical exercise. Frankly, Chu Hongsu didn't even know what her son liked to eat, as he never made demands like Yin did. He would eat whatever was given, not picky at all, much like his father. Now, this exceptionally considerate child had finally admitted to having feelings, yet those feelings were directed towards a person, not an object. And parents could not simply offer their approval on a silver platter. Chu Hongsu felt a pang of concern. If you like her, pursue her. Your mother supports you. How do I pursue her? He wondered, having already laid his feelings bare. What more could he do to pursue her? His mother sighed. Do I really need to teach you this? On that day, I came across a phrase in a youth digest, suggesting that pursuing a girl is undoubtedly effective. However, I pondered whether my son could truly accomplish this. What does it entail? Boldness, meticulousness, and a thick skin. Nevertheless, my son is a source of pride, excelling academically and consistently bringing honor to his parents without causing any trouble. Now that he has developed an affection for a girl, as a father, I find myself unable to provide significant assistance. A gentle nudge in the right direction would suffice, fulfilling my wife's wishes before her departure. One day, while inspecting the logistics department, I fortuitously encountered old Zhong. I amiably suggested that Zhong Ying visit our home to spend time with Xiaoyu, fostering their relationship. I even specified the days, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday when I, as the duty officer, would not be at home, ensuring that Zhong Ying would feel at ease. Should old Zhong agree, I also proposed that Yin Yu visit Zhong's home. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, Today's youth prefer not to engage in matchmaking and instead value free love. We must adapt to the times, creating a conducive environment without excessive interference. Am I right, Director Zhong? Old Zhong responded with confusion. What nonsense is this? Don't think that just because you are a deputy commander, I won't dare to confront you. I truly wouldn't, but I can certainly disdain you. Trying to exert power over others? Seeking personal gain through authority? Dream on. I, old Zhong, am steadfast. The fifth call was again answered by old Zhong. Hello, Uncle Zhong. This is Yin Yu. Is Zhong Ying there? She has gone to her grandmother's house. When will she return? After the new year. Is there a phone number? There isn't. Could you tell me where her grandmother's house is located? A cold chuckle echoed from the receiver. I can't. Ying Ying will be staying at her grandmother's until the start of school. Zhong Ying abruptly drew back the curtains, revealing a hazy silhouette outside the glass window. She hastily pushed open the window, the cold wind sending a shiver down her spine. Clad in a fur-lined hat and a military overcoat, the figure appeared similarly built. With delight, she extended her hand. Zhou Qiao. The person lifted their gaze from beneath the low brim of their hat, frost clinging to their eyelashes. Unwrapping their scarf, their complexion appeared pale and lips darkened, their speech slightly halting. Are you waiting for Zhou Qiao? Zhong Ying paused for a moment, quickly altering her expression. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reached out even further. No, you heard wrong. I am, of course, waiting for you, you go. Please help me escape. My father won't let me see you and has confined me. Chapter 41. Night tumbles into daughter's window. Yin Yu remained silent for a while, then lifted his stiff hand to grasp hers. I merely came to see you. Knowing you are home is enough. Rest now. I shall take my leave. Zhong Ying clutched his palm, which was both hard and cold, akin to holding a block of ice. Have you been here long? She had heard the weather forecast this morning predicting snow, with temperatures around -10 degrees. The old house of the Zhong family had a pipe stove, radiating warmth. Zhong Ying nestled in his room, indulging in food and watching television, not stepping outside even once. In such weather, venturing outdoors would be torturous. During her high school days, she had avoided extra classes during winter and summer breaks due to her aversion to the cold and heat. Observing the frost adorning his features, Zhong Ying felt a pang of guilt. He certainly did not look as if he had only been standing there for 3 to 5 minutes. She knew of every call he made to her, including the most recent one, where the idea of visiting her grandmother's house had originated from her suggestion to the old Zhong. He was seething with anger, resolutely refusing to indulge the domineering ways of the Yin family. He commanded Zhong Ying to refrain from meeting Yin Yu or answering his calls. This decree resonated perfectly with Zhong Ying. A woman's worth is not solely defined by her allure, but also by the regard her family holds for her. When she is cherished like a precious gem, one is reluctant to let anyone snatch her away. Coldness, rejection, and challenges must all be present. A man must not only win her heart, but also gain the approval of her family. The more obstacles he overcomes, the more he will cherish her once he possesses her. As time passes and feelings wane, he may reflect on the efforts he expended to win her affection, finding it difficult to let go even if doubts arise. Moreover, Zhong Ying and he had subtly acknowledged their feelings for one another. Her refusal to define their relationship could imply a readiness to keep him as a backup. Though Yin Yu might be unaware of the concept of a backup, he sensed that he couldn't be easily deceived, and over time, this could lead to severe repercussions. Zhong Ying could no longer be seen with other men, lest he associate her with his own misfortunes. I have no ties to you, nor does he. Does that mean anyone could potentially be your boyfriend? Have you been toying with me all these years? Zhong Ying believed that Yin Yu would not permit his intellect and dignity to be so ruthlessly trampled, as that could breed resentment. A man does not fear overcoming formidable challenges to reach a high, unattainable flower. What he dreads is the presence of rivals along the way. Old Zhong played the role of the stern father, mercilessly separating the star-crossed lovers, while Zhong Ying assumed the guise of the unfortunate maiden forced to part from her beloved. United in their resolve, the father and daughter coldly rejected Yin Yu. He yearned for her, anxious to see her, all of which was within Zhong Ying's expectations. Yet, she was taken aback by his urgency. He called in the evening and arrived at her window that very night. She had assumed it would be the following day at the earliest. His pale face, icy hands, and her own involuntary exclamation of delight shattered Zhong Ying's heart for Yin Yu. You profess to cherish me, yet why do you mistake me for Zhou Qiao? Does Zhou Qiao frequently come to knock on your window at midnight? He needed not utter a word. His disappointed gaze conveyed everything. The only course of action now was to swiftly compensate with tenderness. Casting aside any pretense of maintaining distance, she grasped his hand tightly. Why are you so cold? How long have you been here? Speak. Not long. You lie. There is snow accumulating on your eyelashes. She pushed the window open wider and tugged insistently. Come in. Climb through and warm up. Yin Yu stepped back. Don't say foolish things. You should rest. I must go. Zhong Ying released his hand. Go where? Did you not come to see me? If you refuse to enter, I shall climb out. With that, she attempted to scale the desk. Clad only in thin fleece pants and a padded jacket, which slipped off as she ascended. Her slender shoulders appeared vulnerable to the chill. Do not be absurd. Yin Yu interjected as she knelt atop the desk, looking down at him with a gaze filled with both pain and injustice, shivering slightly. His military coat was drenched in both snow and water, chilling against her skin. She shivered further, reaching to unfasten the wooden buttons of her coat. Yin Yu trembled at the sight and quickly grasped her hand. Ying, are you not cold? Zhong Ying lifted her gaze to him and said, I merely wish to warm you. How to warm? Yin Yu immediately thought of the long train journey overnight, having finally caught his breath upon entering. Zhong Ying's act of locking the door caused his heart to race uncontrollably, making him acutely aware of an unfamiliar sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. When she suddenly lunged toward him, his face flushed and heat surged through his body, leaving no trace of the chill that once enveloped him. No. There's no need. I am not cold. In this more intimate space, a close embrace could easily cross boundaries, so Zhong Ying refrained from pressing the matter further. Instead, she took his hand and vigorously rubbed it before bringing it to her lips to breathe warmth upon it. Your face is turning blue. How long have you been outside? 2 hours, he replied, and those 2 hours felt far more arduous than the previous 2 he had endured waiting beneath the dormitory. He had arrived at Zhong's home at 7, and upon seeing her room in darkness, he initially feared he had misjudged her whereabouts and that she had indeed gone to her grandmother's house. It was only when he heard her laughter and the sound of her discussing a television drama with her father from the room to the east that he realized he should have left. Confirming her presence at home would have sufficed. He could simply wait until the weekend passed and return to see her once old Zhong was back at work. Yet, Yin Yu did not leave. He leaned against the wall of Zhong's home, enduring the biting cold, fierce winds, and falling snow, nearly freezing into a popsicle as he stood there for 2 hours, until at last he saw the light illuminating her room. A little while later, not long at all. Yin Yu picked up a cotton jacket and helped her put it on, fastening the buttons to ensure she would not catch a chill. Does Li Zhouqiao often come to tap on your window? Not frequently. When one accumulates the instances from childhood to the present, it may seem like many. He comes to see me without any specific purpose, simply to pass the time. So why would I wait for him? It is merely a conditioned reflex. Yin Yu caressed the hot water bottle and murmured, You weren't even waiting for me. Zhong Ying was rendered speechless for a moment before replying. If I had known you were foolishly standing in the frigid cold, I would have bitten through the ropes my father used to bind me, just to find you. Would that be all right? Of course, this was a fabrication. How could her precious pearly teeth ever resort to gnawing on ropes? She wouldn't even touch food that required strenuous effort to consume, as her chewing was meticulously calculated. Zhong Ying pouted. Do you think my father's confinement of me is a lie? He said he would cut the phone line when he went to work. And if I dared to step outside to see you, he would break my legs. What else could this be but confinement? Yin Yu let out a soft sigh. Why does Uncle Zhong harbor such strong disapproval of me? How could he not disapprove of someone trying to woo his daughter? Zhong Ying leaned forward, pressing her hand against the hot water bottle he was holding. I believe his disapproval isn't solely directed at you. He would feel the same about anyone else. My father says I am too young, that my thoughts are immature, and that I am easily deceived by the sweet words of boys. Yin Yu's face flushed. I did not deceive you. I know, Zhong Ying replied, her expression filled with helplessness. But my father refuses to listen. He claims that at our age, we have no understanding of love, that we enter relationships on a whim, and that in a few years, once we step into society and gain experience, we may regret our initial decisions. I will not regret, Zhong Ying asserted, meeting his gaze with her own, her eyes clear, open, passionate, and resolute. At that moment, she had no doubt about his sincerity. Under the gaze of such a splendid young man, her heart and eyes were filled solely with him, making it difficult for even an old aunt to remain unaffected. The reason initial love is often deemed unforgettable lies in its purity, untainted by the mundane concerns of the world. Identity, background, and wealth hold no significance. I love you simply for who you are. She lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. I believe you. Initially, she had intended to question, what reason do I have to trust you? The recklessness of youth, devoid of regrets, seemed too hasty. The future is unpredictable, and no one dares to commit to a lifetime at 20. Zhong Ying was acutely aware that this affection was a product of her own calculations. Thus, she harbored a constant sense of crisis, never revealing her true self before him. Every word and action was imbued with purpose. while he remained blissfully unaware of the woman destined for him being intercepted. What frightened her most was the possibility that one day, amidst the golden breeze and dewy mist, she might be left with a repugnant visage. In the past, she had thought that as long as they were married, with neither straying nor causing trouble, they could exist in a perfunctory manner until the age of 48, at which point she would grant him freedom, for all she desired was financial security. Yet, gazing into his beautiful, sincere eyes, Zhong Ying found herself consumed by a tinge of greed. Both were in the prime of their lives. If she were to invest a modicum of genuine affection, could it possibly yield his lifelong devotion? She yearned for him to look at no other woman, to avoid encounters with his first love, and to refrain from causing distress to younger girls at their age. For a lifetime, devote all your wealth to me, and gaze upon me with such deep affection. Would that be possible? Her greedy demeanor resembled that of a never-satiated parent of a child. Yet, for a lifetime, love consists solely of possession, jealousy, quarrels, deceit, divergent dreams shared under the same roof, and a facade of harmony. What truly is a lifetime? Zhong Ying smiled playfully. Pinching Yin Yu's 2 thumbs. Are you warm now? Are you still upset with Li Zhouqiao? Yin Yu scoffed lightly. Why should I be angry with him? If I were to be upset, it would be upset with myself, right? I originally planned to buy new clothes in a couple of days and wanted you to accompany me. But if you're angry, then forget it. I refuse to go shopping with a grumpy person. Yin Yu found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by her alternating softness and irritation. Isn't Uncle Zhong the one prohibiting you from seeing me? Well then, let us not meet at all, Zhong Ying replied readily. You're so obedient to your Uncle Zhong. Just remember not to come looking for me in the future, or else if I end up with a broken leg, it'll be your fault. Yin Yu grasped her retreating hand, fingers entwined, his heart swelling with tender affection. Let us meet secretly. Time spent with a romantic partner always seemed to pass swiftly. He and Zhong Ying exchanged only a few words before the clock struck 10. Zhong Ying stifled a yawn, and Yin Yu reluctantly bid her farewell. As he climbed back onto the windowsill, he asked, Ying, what do you think this feels like? Zhong Ying shot him a glance. Romeo and Juliet? That's a tragic tale. Are you sure you want to use that to describe us? Yin Yu hesitated, thinking he meant it more like a burglary gang at work. Although Zhong Ying still hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend, he felt as if he already was. In truth, he would visit her beneath the window every other day, sometimes during the day, sometimes at night, bringing her warm rice wine from Xinhua Street, egg cakes from Funyang Street, or freshly baked peach crisps from the old cake shop in the city center. Old Zhong is quite bothersome. He contemplates cutting the line, but fears missing an urgent work call. Frustrated, he curses Yin Yu and his father, declaring that they are indeed two of a kind, both self-righteous and prone to speaking for themselves. Zhong Ying, filled with indignation, repeatedly vows never to engage in a romantic relationship with such an overbearing and arrogant person. Yet she promptly arranges to meet Yin Yu for a shopping outing on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Chapter 42. The unthinking and thick-skinned throughout the winter break, the two young souls find themselves ensnared in a web of hypocrisy, reveling in their clandestine rendezvous while unable to extricate themselves. Zhong Ying characterizes old Zhong as a ruthless and cunning spy chief, meticulously monitoring her every move. Thus, they must regulate their conversations, conceal their meals, and time their secret meetings precisely to coincide with his off hours. For any hint of their secret would only tarnish old Zhong's perception of Yin Yu further. Zhong Ying suggests that enduring this winter break with minimal contact might help old Zhong cool his temper. Once back at school, they could reconnect, as he has no authority over them in Beijing. Yin Yu is well aware of this logic, yet after much internal conflict, his emotions ultimately triumph over reason, leaving him unable to bear the separation. Instantly, he longs for her expressions, her laughter, the words exchanged, and her demeanor while eating. He finds himself ensnared in a cycle of reminiscence, his heart swelling with both anticipation for their next encounter and an inexplicable melancholy. He once called Yin Ran, confiding that he felt as though he were suffering from an affliction of the heart, while his classmates and friends engaged in their romances with ease. Pursuing their studies and responsibilities, he felt as though he had lost his very soul. His mentor's assignment to complete a DVL interface technology paper over the break remains untouched beyond its introductory lines. Yin Ran remarked that once he won her over, her spirit would return. Yin Yu was uncertain about the criteria for winning her over and chose not to inquire further, lest Yin Ran utter something inappropriate. Fortunately, the immense joy derived from spending time with Zhong Ying was sufficient to alleviate the slight anguish of his lost spirit. He was entranced and unwilling to break free. They engaged in activities typical of young lovers: shopping, cycling, ice skating, watching movies, and dining. Zhong Ying always devised intriguing date ideas, and he experienced numerous firsts. It was his first time accompanying a girl to shop for women's clothing, his first instance of being embraced by a girl while cycling, his first experience of being so engrossed during a movie that he was acutely aware of the person beside him, and his first realization that holding hands could be even more intimate when their fingers interlocked. This occurred at the ice skating rink, where Zhong Ying was completely inexperienced. Gripped by fear, she insisted on pressing her palm against his and locking their fingers together before daring to glide alongside him. Her progress was slow. She was bold enough to skate but hesitant to stop, often stiffly shrieking for Yin from various corners of the rink, "Help me," and crashing into his embrace like a wooden doll. Yin contemplated inviting her to skate again before the school term commenced, for that sensation was truly delightful. The rink's safety personnel remarked that they had never encountered a more clumsy customer throughout the afternoon. She failed to learn even the most basic techniques of skating and stopping. Bah! I won 8th place in the youth amateur category of alpine skiing in Switzerland and collaborated with the champion of the figure skating world championship. When posing for a photograph, the ice skating rink had already closed down. Perhaps now, age had rendered you incapable of boasting. The willingness to endure such humiliation was rewarded by the deepening affection reflected in Yin's gaze each passing day. After spending 3 days incommunicado at her grandmother's home during the new year, when they finally reunited, he resembled a forlorn child who had lost his candy. Without any invitation, he climbed through the window and enveloped her in a tight embrace for 10 minutes. When he finally released her, breathless and flushed, he cupped her face in his hands and gazed at her for a while longer before softly calling her name. At that moment, Zhong Ying felt that had she hesitated even for a moment longer, he would have truly kissed her. Their relationship had progressed far more swiftly than she had anticipated. Yin no longer sought a definitive answer from her, having seemingly established the nature of their bond. He dismissed her father's objections with ease, even going so far as to inquire about Uncle Zhong's New Year duty schedule, knowing that as soon as Uncle Zhong left, he would inevitably appear. The rapid advancement of their relationship was inextricably linked to Zhong Ying's attitude. Had she remained steadfast in her plans, resolutely maintaining her distance as a well-behaved girl, Yin would have found it impossible to coax her out of her home to indulge in romance. He would have been left in a state of anxious frustration. However, her recent rationality had begun to wane, and she unwittingly relaxed her self-imposed restrictions. Being ardently adored by a handsome young man, engaging in both amusing and mundane activities, exchanging meaningful and trivial conversations, strolling hand in hand down the street, sharing a piece of candy, and simply locking eyes with one another. Each moment elicited spontaneous laughter, even though they themselves could not articulate the reason for their joy. Unfazed by the gazes of strangers, they were of equal age, their love perfectly matched. Aside from Uncle Zhong, there was no need for them to hide from anyone. Zhong Ying had not experienced such a sense of ease and happiness in a long time. His embrace was broad, his muscles firm, and his skin enviably fair. His fingers were particularly long and elegant. When emotion stirred, the tips of his ears blushed a vibrant red, and when he gazed at her, tenderness seemed to overflow from his eyes, exuding an irresistible aura of hormones that Zhong Ying found utterly captivating. Whenever a sense of confusion enveloped her, she desperately fixated on the notion of wealth, striving to attain a semblance of calmness, while simultaneously employing body language to counsel Yin to remain composed. If she were to act freely and impulsively, she feared that she might succumb to the urge to embrace him before the semester commenced. How peculiar it was, during her high school and university days. She had encountered numerous young men, many of whom were undeniably charming and of high caliber, yet she had managed to uphold her virtue, never once harboring the desire to pursue anyone. Was it that Mr. Yan had inadvertently unveiled a new realm of possibilities? Or did Yin possess a significance that rendered her incapable of rejecting him? As Zhong Ying pondered this while attempting to temper her infatuation, she surmised that perhaps her aversion to promiscuity stemmed from her distaste for individuals like Su Weidong, who epitomized such behavior, leading her to yearn for fidelity and devotion. In her previous life, she had been ensnared by wealth, and it seemed she was destined to be intertwined with it once more in this lifetime. Yet, how regrettable it was, they were still so young. The fleeting moments of joy were drawing to a close, with the winter break nearing its end and the commencement of the new term looming ever closer. Freed from the stringent control of the overbearing old Zhong, Yin let out a significant sigh of relief, for brighter days awaited them in North City. She had once been dubbed the bill-paying queen, a title that seemed somewhat unjustly assigned, yet such was the nature of those from affluent backgrounds, who felt no obligation to allow those of lesser means to foot the bill. Whatever gifts were bestowed upon her, she felt compelled to reciprocate tenfold. While her boyfriend need not adhere strictly to the principles of reciprocity, it was hardly the appropriate time to lavish his money, especially considering his financial constraints. Old Zhong had once again chastised her for her extravagant ways, pointing out that the red envelopes amassed during the new year could have sufficed for an entire semester's living expenses, all of which she had squandered. Still daring to extend her hand for more. Why could she not learn from her elder sister and devise a prudent plan for her own life? Old Zhong, how can your sister manage, and how can your classmates manage? Your arguments are merely excuses. To be blunt, aren't you just lazy? I admit my laziness. But isn't the essence of being a student to prioritize learning? The primary purpose of schools promoting work-study programs is to cultivate students' practical abilities rather than to merely earn money. While I acknowledge that some students pursue these opportunities for financial gain, often due to their families' impoverished circumstances, relying solely on scholarships is insufficient to cover 4 years of expenses. They must invest significantly more time and effort to balance their studies and work. However, my father is not afflicted by multiple ailments that impair his ability to work. My sister has not dropped out to toil away, and I have no younger siblings in dire need. Our family is not impoverished to the point of struggling to put food on the table. Why should I sacrifice my education for trivial matters? Old Zhong. Furthermore, regarding my spending habits, I concede that my expenses are somewhat higher than those of my roommate. But, father, have I ever asked you for living expenses? I can honestly say that thus far, I owe my sister merely 100 yuan. Everything I have purchased during my time at school has been funded from my own living allowance, which, of course, has also included some generous support from my sister. While at home, the money I requested fell within the realm of pocket money. You could choose to give it or not, since you have chosen to provide it. I possess the right to manage it as I see fit. Is it not somewhat irresponsible to equate pocket money with living expenses? I am still just a child. Old Zhong. Upon initial reflection, it seems reasonable, but upon deeper contemplation, what sense does it make? It is all mere sophistry. An excuse for her laziness and reckless spending. Silence. Zhong Ying purchased a daytime train ticket, carrying a semester's worth of living expenses, and joyfully set off for school. Old Zhong accompanied her to the station, searching around for a while, but failing to spot Yin Jia's figure. Relieved, he handed her the luggage. I won't escort you inside. Find your berth on your own. Don't wander about. Ignore anyone who speaks to you, and don't skimp on lunch. Eat in the dining car. He paused, realizing he had uttered something unnecessary. His daughter was certainly not one to be frugal. Do not dismiss your father's words. Academics should be your priority. However, if there are work-study programs or social practice activities at school, participate as much as you can. It's not merely about earning money. It's to accumulate experience for the future and to get a taste of the broader societal landscape. Do you understand? I'm looking out for you. Zhong Ying nodded. I understand. I will participate if suitable opportunities arise. Old Zhong then sighed with relief. Also, focus on your studies once you arrive at school. And be cautious about making friends, especially with ill-intentioned males. If they approach you, do not engage with them, understood? You can just say yin you go, rest assured. I am aware of right and wrong and will not be reckless. Old Zhong sighed again. When will you be as sensible as your sister? Then I would truly be at ease. Zhong Ying smiled. I once read a saying that children who are understanding often lead particularly burdensome lives. They endure silently and hide their pain. It is those like me, who are a bit thick-skinned and less understanding, who are truly cherished by their parents. What do you think, Dad? She waved goodbye as she entered the station, while Lao Zhang stood in place for a long time, deep in thought, watching her vanish into the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, another familiar figure followed closely behind her. The daytime train was far from quiet. Yet Zhong Ying managed to sleep soundly in the hard sleeper compartment. The sounds of footsteps, conversations, and card games were far more bearable than the chorus of snores. Moreover, Yin Yu sat right in front of her, so for every moment she slept, he remained seated as well. Upon disembarking, he accompanied her to school and helped her settle into the dormitory. As students gradually returned to campus, parents frequently visited the dormitory buildings, and the management was relatively lenient during this period. Yin Yu assisted her in organizing all her belongings and treated her to a meal before bidding farewell. Once the semester commenced, he became quite busy. Nevertheless, the two maintained their weekly Saturday phone calls. If he had time, he would visit her on Sundays. Though it seemed he was often preoccupied, Zhong Ying was aware that he was involved in the creation of a mailbox system and compression technology experiments, which had garnered the attention of relevant national authorities. With tight deadlines and heavy responsibilities, it was not easy for him to make time for a visit. A man engaged in significant endeavors fears nothing more than a woman who may hinder his progress, especially when it pertains to his future and financial prospects. Zhong Ying understood this clearly. She never took the initiative to call him, nor did she visit him at school. On Saturdays, she would wait at the phone booth, exchanging a few words if he called. If he did not, she would wait for 20 minutes before leaving. In the absence of a romantic relationship, she led a leisurely yet fulfilling life. Leisure came from light academic demands and ample sleep, allowing her time to read the books she desired, watch the films she longed for, daydream, meditate, and practice yoga, all without the need to feign the persona of a typical 19-year-old girl. Her sense of fulfillment derived from a moment of weakness when she agreed to accompany Yen Lei in joining the music club, necessitating time for practice every other day. In the midst of a bustling day, Zhong Ying found herself at the heart of a conversation with her senior, who posed a question. She stands in the center. But what of me? Zhong Ying, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "Thank you, but we are performers, not mere pretty faces." Little did she anticipate that soon enough, an opportunity that hinged upon her beauty would present itself. On a day in mid-March, Zhong Ying received a letter, coinciding with Zhao Yuelon bringing her good news. Upon seeing the sender's address and name, her heart sank, realizing she had neglected her commitments while indulging in a romantic affair for nearly a month. Trembling, she cautiously opened the envelope to reveal a thick stack of letters. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. She braced herself for a barrage of scathing criticism and moral rebuke. The correspondence spanned 9 pages, the first adorned with a bold zhong, and the second with an equally prominent ing. Each subsequent page contained a solitary character, culminating in an exclamation mark, which read together as, "Zhong Ying, do you wish to perish?" It resembled a threatening missive. There was no salutation, no signature. The final page bore a tear, indicating the immense force behind the writer's fury. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the anger radiating from the letter, Zhong Ying swiftly retrieved paper and pen, crafting a heartfelt apology. She earnestly admitted her oversight, confessing that she had not encountered Li's mother throughout the winter break, and indeed, she had forgotten. However, she dared not disclose that her distraction stemmed from her romantic liaison, fearing that Li Zhouqiao might breach military discipline to confront her. His anger was palpable, as he had not even inquired about her well-being or offered a greeting. Reflecting on the arduous training endured in that isolated environment, it was clear that Zhouqiao must have longed for solace from family and friends every single day. Zhong Ying wrote fervently, her letter filled with apologies and accounts of her daily life, well aware that Zhouqiao would surely relish this. Excluding her budding feelings for Yanyu, her routine was as mundane as water, lacking anything remarkable. Thus, she resorted to the enchanting power of words to embellish it. After commenting on the distinct characteristics of her teachers, she lamented the cafeteria's culinary offerings, criticized the queue jumping at the hot water dispensers in the boiler room, and denounced the improper competition of foul-smelling socks occupying seats in the library. Naturally, she concluded with words of encouragement for him to train diligently, strive for excellence, and expressed her fervent anticipation for their reunion. With a tinge of guilt, she penned the letter swiftly, filling 3 pages, only to recall another of Zhouqiao's requests, to send a photograph. Since entering university, she had hardly taken any pictures. Although her classmates in the photography club enjoyed capturing various scenes around campus, the rights to those images belonged to them. Should she desire a copy, she would have to pay for it, and they wouldn't even provide the negatives. Why should she indulge their tyrannical behavior? After witnessing her roommate's misfortune, she had taken to declaring, "If you photograph me without my consent, I will sue you for infringing on my portrait rights." Without a meticulously curated outfit, makeup, and pose, how could she allow herself to be photographed? The notion that natural beauty is the most exquisite is a folly for the naive. After rummaging through her drawer for quite some time, she finally retrieved a solitary photo taken at the end of military training. She pressed it alongside her letter into the envelope. In that photograph, she wore her training uniform, holding an umbrella, seated sideways under the shade of a tree with one hand resting on her knee, her mask on due to mild asthma, revealing only her pair of smiling, crescent-shaped eyes. The scene is set with a multitude of girls seated on the ground, their legs stretched and arms sprawled in disarray. Each of their delicate faces is either flushed like a ripe peach or darkened like coal, which only accentuates her own graceful fragility. Her posture is elegant, and her attire impeccably clean, with a particularly pristine mask adorning her face. Throughout the military training, she has maintained this cleanliness, her frail constitution precluding her from doing more. Yet she exerts herself to cheer for her classmates under the shade of a tree. This ostentatious display, so contrived and envy-inducing, is truly irksome. If only she could adopt the carefree demeanor of her peers, laughing without regard for decorum, perhaps the true essence of a soldier would find her more appealing. Alas, she is no longer the old Zhong Ying, unworthy of his affection. Zhong Ying, would you consider a lucrative job? No, she replies, not bothering to inquire further, as she attempts to walk away, only to be grasped by Zhao Yuan. It's really good, the salary is 2,000 yuan. Zhong Ying's expression remains impassive. 2,000 a day? Zhao Yuan shoots her a glance of disbelief. How could it be daily? It would take 2 to 3 months, but it wouldn't interfere with classes. Earn 2,000 in 2 or 3 months. You must be joking. Zhong Ying crosses her arms decisively. What do you want me to do? I shall not engage in any illegal activities. Zhao Yuan, having tasted the sweetness of work-study programs while tutoring middle school students during the winter break, found herself unable to resist the allure upon the commencement of the new term. She eagerly participated in organizing activities every weekend, exchanging experiences with a group of senior students who were equally enthusiastic about earning money. The organization she is part of not only enjoys the support of the school's youth league and student union, but has also received special permission from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to conduct commercial activities on campus. The City Film Factory is a legitimate establishment operating under the jurisdiction of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. It is said that a martial arts film is currently in production, with supporting roles primarily offered to diligent work-study students who register. Male participants must shave their heads, while females are required to wear wigs, earning 10 yuan a day for a 3-day shoot. Zhao Yuan would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. Merely joining the crowd would earn her 30 yuan, a sum that could hardly be acquired more swiftly. Observing the open and democratic nature of the casting call, she mused that it seemed everyone might have a chance to become a movie star. Eagerly, she approached the casting assistant director for clarification, only to learn that while the announcement was indeed accurate, the principal roles were predominantly reserved for seasoned actors or students from drama schools, leaving ordinary citizens with little chance. However, the assistant director did mention that if a candidate were exceptionally talented, even those outside the field could catch the director's eye. Why not try out for an audition? Who knows, the director might take a liking to you. Zhong Ying crossed her arms defiantly, exclaiming, if he dares to choose me, I'll take his life. Your perspective is quite unique, Zhao Yuan retorted. Trying out won't cost you anything. If you succeed, you could embark on the illustrious path of a movie star, with the entire nation watching your performances. How glorious that would be. Zhong Ying blinked, replying, I'm a proud student of Renmin University, destined to become a cornerstone of our nation's economic development. You wish to pull me into the realm of actors? Comrade Yuan, I fear you've become quite muddled in your pursuit of wealth. Zhao Yuan paused, taken aback. Is it shameful to be an actor? I too earn my living through labor. Zhong Ying shot back. You've merely been an extra for a couple of days. Fine, fine, Zhao Yuan conceded, her spirits dampened. I suppose it is a habit of mine, one I have yet to shake off, to meddle in matters that do not concern me. Were it not for the fact that our female protagonist is not even half as beautiful as you, I would not have bothered with this matter at all. Never mind. Let us forget I ever mentioned it. How is it that I still find myself agitated? Even if she were to be selected, it would merely be for Zhong Ying's financial gain, with no benefit to her. Zhao Yuan's enthusiastic disposition truly leaves one at a loss for words. Zhao Yuan rolled her eyes. The director may not even consider you, given your laziness, which is quite astonishing. He would have to be blind not to see your shortcomings. However, I have no need for his approval. I shall remain a solitary orchid in the valley, swaying gracefully in the dormitory for your eyes alone. Others are unworthy of witnessing my unparalleled beauty. Though Zhong Ying's great-grandfather spent many years abroad, he was continually steeped in traditional Chinese education, learning the proprieties befitting a well-born gentleman. In his youth, he was proud and distinguished, donning both suits and long gowns, possessing a wealth of knowledge and an appreciation for refined living. He spoke in half-formed sentences, leaving much for others to ponder. He spent his life sipping tea from delicate cups with a ceremonial elegance in the way he served. Even in his twilight years, he was a dignified elder, taking leisurely strolls in the park, clad in immaculate tank suits, accompanied by 2 attendants. standing in stark contrast to the casual attire of elderly men in their vests and shorts. He was particularly mindful of his image, which encompassed not only his appearance but also every aspect that reflected the prestige of the Su family lineage. Influenced by the societal climate from the 1950s to the 1980s, the aristocratic demeanor was often met with disdain and could even lead to criticism. Hence, both Su Yi and Su Weidong received a form of education that was considerably more grounded and accessible. In the era of Zhong Ying, society became increasingly open, and the populace enjoyed greater freedoms. Everyone was preoccupied with making money, and few paid attention to whether one was reviving antiquated ideologies. Her great-grandfather felt it was time to showcase the mannerisms of the affluent and cultivate a few genuine gentlemen and ladies. Regrettably, he departed from this world not long after, abruptly halting Zhong Ying's journey towards becoming a refined woman of status. Once Su Yi and Su Weidong took the reins, a blend of Eastern and Western influences emerged, leading her through a myriad of courses, both beneficial and trivial. Consequently, Zhong Ying transformed into a socialite who embodied the characteristics of her time while occasionally revealing a hint of old-world charm. In her perspective, making a public appearance was intricately linked to her family's honor and disgrace. Those who lounged in comfort should refrain from mingling in the entertainment industry, only to return once their family fortunes had waned. The ruin of one's personal reputation was inconsequential compared to the potential disgrace it could bring to the family. How many wealthy scions had fallen into disgrace merely for the sake of frivolity? Her great-grandfather had once imparted wisdom to speak cautiously and act prudently, to thrive together and suffer together. Though she was born a humble girl from a poor family, her ultimate aspiration was to become a top-tier matron, the lady of the Yin family, and she would not squander her dignity for trivial pursuits such as acting in films, especially given the potential for intimate scenes. She was acutely aware of Yin Yu's severe obsessive-compulsive disorder regarding cleanliness. After politely declining Zhao Weilon, she decided to purchase stamps instead. A few days later, she received another letter from Li Zhouqiao, but before she could read it, her advisor summoned her to the office and mentioned a rather compromising proposition. A calendar shoot? Zhong Ying's expression stiffened. Teacher, it has been a year. What calendar shoot is there to discuss now? Next year's calendar features a photo shoot by the esteemed photographer Jia Zhongping from Zhong Ying Factory. Every 2 years, he captures the essence of campus life, and this year, it is our university's turn, focusing on college girls. A total of 4 students from the entire school will be selected, and our department has recommended you as the sole candidate. After the shoot, each participant will receive a stipend of 50 yuan. Is participation optional? Why not? The calendar will have a significant distribution, providing excellent publicity for the school, and the party committee is placing great emphasis on this project. It's an important task, Zhong. I don't photograph well. I always look unattractive in pictures, she replied. The counselor, with a look of disbelief, remarked, you are being overly modest. Ultimately, it is up to Jia to decide. If he deems you unsuitable, he can always choose someone else. However, I genuinely believe you possess a wonderful image. You must have faith in yourself. As college girls, we should embody vitality and confidence. Upon returning to her dormitory, she shared this news with others. Yan Lei leaped with excitement. I know Jia Zhongping. My family buys his calendar every year, and he even held an exhibition at the South District Cultural Center featuring stunning beauties. If you appear in the calendar, the entire nation will witness your beauty. Zhong Ying was speechless. Can't I just be beautiful on my own? And now it's a task. Do they think 50 yuan is enough to make me showcase myself before the whole country? Dream on. After a moment of contemplation, she descended to the telephone booth and paged Yin Yu. Although she was reluctant to participate in the calendar shoot, she saw this as an opportunity to gauge Yin Yu's attitude towards such matters. If he was indifferent, perhaps in the future, she could consider engaging in more discreet ventures that capitalize on her beauty for some pocket money. The premise is one of a small, serious, yet relaxed gathering. At 6 in the evening, the dinner hour, Zhong Ying found herself amidst a bustling crowd. Lowering her voice, she said, you go. I would like to solicit your opinion on something. Go ahead, he replied. It was at that moment that a woman's voice suddenly interrupted from the phone. Yin Yu. Who are you calling? Aren't you coming to dinner? Her eyes narrowed in an instant. Are you with Guanling? Yin Yu's voice remained steady and composed. She came to see a classmate. She is in the same lab as I am. Our entire group is going out for dinner together. Zhong Ying fell silent for a moment before responding calmly. All right, you all go ahead. Aren't you going to tell me what you wanted? He inquired. She chuckled softly. It's nothing of great importance, but it's not something that can be conveyed in just a sentence or two. It wouldn't be polite to keep the classmates waiting. You should go first. I need to eat as well. We can talk after dinner. Very well, he conceded. After ending the call, the smile that had graced Zhong Ying's lips vanished. Guanling emerged again, bouncing around. Was it Yin Yu's indecisiveness that had given her a false sense of opportunity, or was she simply unwilling to give up? Hoping to infiltrate the circle of his esteemed alumni through indirect means, their group consisted of 7 individuals, each a prodigy in their own right. The vanguards of the nation's future in computer science, wholly devoted to their research endeavors. They scarcely had time to entertain Guanling's attempts at camaraderie. Aside from knowing Yin Yu, what else did she have to offer? As Zhong Ying strolled along, she deftly secured her hair into a loose bun just as she reached the entrance of the school. She hailed a passing taxi, provided the address, and settled into the passenger seat to commence her makeup routine. Leaning back against the seat, she held a small round mirror in one hand while employing various tools with the other: powder puff, eyebrow pencil, brush, and lip balm, all in rapid succession, creating a dazzling display of skill. The driver occasionally stole glances at her, which Zhong Ying promptly noticed. "Focus on the road. Why are you looking at me?" she retorted. The driver, perplexed, replied, "It's so dim in here. You're poking around there. Aren't you afraid of ending up with a clown's face?" Zhong Ying huffed in response. "This technique is second nature to me. I could do it blindfolded. No need for your concern. Step on it. I'm in a hurry." The driver pressed the accelerator harder. "I can see that. Hold on tight." The 4th cafeteria at Huada is the most favored among students, primarily due to its central location, making it easily accessible for students from various areas. Furthermore, its ample space across 2 floors accommodates over 1,000 diners at once. Additionally, the cafeteria features a small stir-fry station, perfect for those weary of large communal dishes or those hosting relatives or friends, allowing them to indulge in a personalized meal for a small fee. Zhong Ying had passed this place before, recalling its location and remembering Yin Yu mentioning that he and his dining companions enjoyed eating on the 2nd floor. Glancing at her electronic watch, she noted the time, 6:32. It had taken her 32 minutes to go from calling Yin Yu to standing at the entrance of the 4th cafeteria. Expending every ounce of energy, she could outpace even a racewalker. Considering the time, Yin Yu would need to queue for his meal and engage in inevitable small talk with classmates. Zhong Ying felt confident that she would arrive just in time. She retrieved her small round mirror once more, steadied her breath, and entered with her head held high. Every boy she brushed past cast a glance in her direction, almost every boy, but not all. Some appeared to be quintessential bookworms, utterly uninterested in her. Their focus solely on the food before them, the thick lenses of their glasses glinting with wisdom. Indeed, young man, continue to embrace this scholarly disposition over beauty. The future of our nation rests upon your shoulders. Ascending to the 2nd floor, she surveyed the dining area from left to right. Although it was crowded, she quickly discerned the location of Yin Yu and his companions. It was not the allure of an extraordinary male figure that drew her attention, but rather her acute awareness of the unusual aura emanating from that corner, her demon-seeking eyes instinctively honing in. They occupied the southeast corner. 2 tables pushed together to accommodate 8 individuals, 6 males and 2 females. 2 females. The throng could not obscure Zhong Ying's piercing gaze. Yin Yu sat with his back to her, while Guanling was positioned across from him, and another girl occupied the seat beside him. Even from a distance, Zhong Ying observed the girl leaning in to converse with Yin Yu, their proximity suggesting a discussion of some significance. Guanling, with her chopsticks poised, scrutinized the pair. Her smile noticeably strained, betraying an unmistakable irritation reminiscent of her expression during a gathering at the hostel years prior. Could Guanling truly be so deranged as to be unsettled by a mere classmate speaking with Yin Yu? Unbeknownst to Zhong Ying, she too was under scrutiny. Just as she began to approach, a man suddenly stepped into her path, the cloying scent of ostentatious perfume wafting towards her. "Hey, my buddy just mentioned a stunning beauty had arrived, and when I looked, lo and behold, it's you again." Zhong Ying's poised back suddenly slumped, and she yearned to utter a casual, "Don't be so formal, dear," but feared the repercussions of such a thought and disdainfully regarded the individual before her. "What are you doing at school? Where else would a model student like me be if not at school? Certainly not gallivanting about, indulging in nightly revelries and excesses. For dining in the cafeteria is hardly my style." Zhong Ying retorted with irritation, "Enjoy yourself, but do step aside. My boyfriend is waiting for me." Surprised, Su Weidong exclaimed, "You have a boyfriend?" She wished to avoid him, as encountering him stirred up ancient emotions that hindered her pursuit of a new life. What does that have to do with you? Move aside. As her gaze drifted away, Su Weidong adjusted his collar and inhaled deeply. This girl was intriguing. Just a whiff revealed the scent of an exclusive perfume, one unattainable in the domestic market. After a group of boys behind Yin Yu finished their meal and departed in a flurry, Zhong Ying stood by the table, smiling as she watched Yin Yu's retreating figure. The first to notice her was Guan Ling, who, for reasons akin to her own, sensed a more potent aura of mystique and froze in astonishment. The second to make her acquaintance was Gao Dunqi, who squinted under the fluorescent light, trying to discern her appearance for a moment before nudging Yin Yu and exclaiming, "Hey, your sister." She donned a white, oversized knitted sweater paired with white denim jeans, a black backpack slung over her shoulders, and black ankle boots adorning her feet. Her hair was styled in a high, loose bun, resembling a flower bud, with wisps framing her face, exuding an air of nonchalance. No one could decipher the meticulously shaped wild eyebrows or the inner eyeliner designed solely to create an illusion of enlarged pupils. Both applied skillfully in the confines of a moving vehicle and dim lighting. She felt a sense of pride in her artistry. She had even attended classes on image management to handle unexpected situations with grace. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her facial contours were flawless, needing little embellishment. The only departure from her usual self was the vibrant red lipstick gracing her lips, which offered an immediate impression of makeup. One must not underestimate the power of lipstick. A renowned socialite once proclaimed that if she could possess but one cosmetic, it would be lipstick, for a simple application can enliven one's complexion and mask fatigue, ensuring one does not appear discourteous in social gatherings. Zhong Ying shared this sentiment, believing that different shades of lipstick serve various occasions, allowing one to embody a youthful charm or command respect with a bold red lip. I, Niu Hulu Zhong Ying, have arrived. Guan Ling, you shall find no way to be my consort or concubine. I grant you permission to immigrate, to wreak havoc in foreign lands. Yin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Ying. He hastily set down his chopsticks, rose from his seat, and crossed over the long bench to grasp her hand, inquiring, "What brings you here? Have you eaten?" Zhong Ying would never take a moment to observe the expressions of others, especially those of the two girls. Even a fleeting glance would suffice. Her focus remained on Yin Yu as she remarked with a smile, "I haven't eaten. I came to find you to share a meal. What would you like? I can go and get it." "I'm not sure. I'm not particularly hungry," he replied. "Even if you're not hungry, we should eat. Our cafeteria's clay pot dishes are quite good. Shall we have one?" "All right." Their hands intertwined, gazes locked, and soft words exchanged left the others at the table utterly astonished. The boy beside Gao Duanjie nudged him and said, "This girl, she seems somewhat familiar?" Gao Duanjie clicked his tongue. "She's Yin Yu's younger sister from high school." "You don't remember?" Guan Ling, overhearing the mention of younger sister from high school, felt her face flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Oh." The boy suddenly enlightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yin Yu, who is this? Care to introduce us?" Zhong Ying shyly turned her head away and gently pinched his palm. "It's up to you." Encouraged, Yin Yu confidently turned to face them. "This is my girlfriend, Zhong Ying. These are my classmates, Niu Fingyin, Zhao Rui, Zhang Pei, Wang Igua Gauda, and Guan Ling, whom you may know. This is Yin Fun, also a fellow alum from my affiliated school." Zhong Ying beamed as she greeted each one, deliberately ignoring Guan Ling's sullen expression. Finally, she locked eyes with Yin Fun and said, "Hello, senior." Initially, she had only wished to deal a crushing blow to Guan Ling. Yet unexpectedly, she found something more rewarding. This senior Yin, in their first encounter, seemed to struggle to conceal the astonishment and pain in her eyes, as if fearful that Zhong Ying would not perceive the truth of her emotions. It is no wonder that Guan Ling still has the opportunity to approach Yin Yu. It turns out there is indeed a fellow alum from the affiliated school within their group. Yin Fun is quite slender, bearing some resemblance to Guan Ling, though she sports a pair of glasses. Both possess oval faces and long, straight hair with delicate features. In terms of beauty, Guan Ling surpasses her, exhibiting a more flamboyant aura. However, Yin Fun emanates a strong scholarly presence, sitting at the table with two books resting on her lap while she eats. After exchanging pleasantries, she managed a feeble smile at Zhong Ying, her gaze flickering to Yin Yu's face before hastily averting it, casting her eyes downward in a manner that exudes an air of serene detachment. It is no surprise that upon their first encounter, she concluded that he possessed an alluring charm, having encountered numerous flirtatious individuals with ulterior motives. There are those who covet her husband and father. as well as others who desire the husbands and fathers of others, and without even engaging, she has gleaned the subtleties of such interactions, mastering the art of discerning intentions. Zhong Ying does not believe that Guanling is oblivious to Yin Fun's hidden motives. After all, they share a common understanding and possess keen instincts. To draw closer to Yanyu, she is willing to endure considerable humiliation. Yanyu gestures for Zhong Ying to take his seat, intending to fetch her a meal. Bending down to quietly inquire whether she prefers meat or vegetables, patiently listing the various options available. Zhong Ying catches hold of his collar, leaning closer to whisper a few words in his ear. Yanyu, looking somewhat helpless, playfully pinches her nose, admonishing her, "Picky eaters won't grow tall." Zhong Ying scrunches her nose in defiance, declaring, "I want it this way." The table is engulfed in an awkward silence, with the others subtly observing their interactions. In the presence of Zhong Ying, the boys hesitate to tease Yanyu, communicating through glances that convey secret messages only they comprehend. Infant steals a glance, turns her face away, but after a moment, cannot resist stealing another look. Guan Lingming is a person of integrity, devoid of any clandestine dealings or covert schemes. She fixates intently on the two individuals before her, and witnessing their intimate demeanor, her eyes nearly emit beams of laser-like intensity. Once Yanyu departs, the self-assured Gaodunki engages in conversation with Zhong Ying, inquiring about her school and major, to which she responds in kind. He chuckles. "So you have indeed become Yanyu's girlfriend. Is this not what they call sincerity leading to success?" Zhong Ying feigns ignorance. "What do you mean by that?" He replies, "He has been sleeping with your photograph. Well, for 3 years now, and that picture still lies beneath his pillow. At that time, you were still in high school, and we all remarked how devious he was, fostering a girlfriend for himself in advance, haha." Before he can finish his sentence, a loud bang resounds from across the table, and a momentary silence envelopes the surroundings as many turn to look. Infan, startled, exclaims, "Guanling, what are you doing?" Zhong Ying, mirroring the confusion of the others, glances at Guanling, whose palm has slammed onto the table, causing the lunch boxes to shift. She refuses to meet anyone's gaze and grits her teeth, declaring, "Disgusting." Infan gasps, quickly glancing at Zhong Ying before regaining her serene demeanor. The others, unfamiliar with Guanling, exchange puzzled looks, unsure of how to respond. Zhong Ying, not one to tolerate such a foul temper, promptly adopts a concerned expression. "Sister Guan, are you unwell? Should we visit the infirmary? How can one feel nauseous while enjoying a meal? There is someone at this table who makes me feel sick." "Who?" Your insinuation is lost on them. You had an opportunity to withdraw gracefully, yet you chose not to. The ensuing embarrassment is of your own making. Guanling glared at Zhong Ying with disdain. "Are you truly unaware of who it is? I trust one need not state it explicitly." Zhong Ying smiled. "Your words resemble those of our economics professor, yet I presume the implications of such a disturbance are self-evident. I am not a mind reader. If you do not articulate it, how am I to know?" A boy nearby chuckled softly to himself. Guanling, incensed, rose and pointed a finger accusingly at Zhong Ying. "Are you still pretending? Do you think I am oblivious to your relationship with Yanyu? Your little vixen." Before she could finish, someone kicked the table, causing the connected desks to emit a jarring noise as they shifted to the left. The 8 individuals seated, including Zhong Ying, were jolted violently, while Guanling stumbled, nearly losing her balance and letting out a shriek. A strong scent of perfume wafted through the air as Su Weidong sauntered over nonchalantly. Brushing off his trousers with a casual air, he draped an arm over the shoulder of a familiar girl beside him, adopting a self-righteous demeanor. "This is the cafeteria, not a battleground for your quarrels. It disrupts everyone's meal, do you understand? Take your argument outside." He then shifted his expression to a playful grin, pointing at Zhong Ying. "Look at Yanyu's legitimate girlfriend. Haven't you seen her before? She is undoubtedly more beautiful than you. Why bother making a scene and dragging me into your embarrassment?" Chapter 45. Skill Activation. Duan Malian's face flushed crimson. Without uttering a word, she pushed Su Weidong's hand away and turned to leave. Su Weidong did not pursue her, instead raising an eyebrow at Zhong Ying, an inscrutable expression on his face, likely one of triumph. The students at Huada exhibit a high caliber of character. Even when a dining table was kicked, several young men remained composed. Only Gao Dunki spoke up, saying, "Su Shuezhang, why are you kicking the table? We are in the midst of our meal." Su Weidong replied with justification. "I came here to eat, not to have my appetite spoiled. When those 2 girls were arguing, you did not intervene. So what is wrong with my attempt to stop it?" Our cafeteria is frequented by students from other schools, as well as visitors and friends. You should be mindful of the social implications. This lofty perspective left the young men feeling quite aggrieved. They had exchanged only a couple of words. Where was the argument? At most, it could be deemed as a bit snide. Guan Ling had barely begun to escalate the situation before it was interrupted. Her tablemates were caught off guard, while an onlooker, who had been discreetly observing, appeared to predict the conflict and intervened promptly. It was difficult to fault him, after all. It seemed that Guan Ling harbored intentions of scolding Zhong Ying, and likely everyone present had heard the derogatory term vixen. Having been interrupted, Guan Ling redirected her frustration towards Su Weidong. Are you out of your mind? You come up and kick, hitting my leg and causing me pain. Su Weidong's expression hardened. If you're injured, I'll cover your medical expenses. If you're incapacitated, I'll arrange a wheelchair for you. Why are you so irritable? You're the one who is irritable, Guan Ling retorted, puffing her chest and preparing for a verbal spar. Su Weidong sneered. You're not from our school, are you? There are no students at Huada who lack the decorum to throw down chopsticks, bang tables, or point fingers. Guan Ling, exasperated, shot back. But it's your Huada students who are kicking tables. Huada cannot allow students from other institutions to come here and wreak havoc, bullying our younger classmates. She is certainly not a student of your school. Su Weidong paused, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Ying, then raised his chin defiantly. So, you admit to bullying her? Guan Ling choked momentarily. What business is it of yours? I am merely standing up for justice, ready to draw my sword. Many students, having finished their meals, lingered in the cafeteria, and an increasing number of onlookers gathered to witness the unfolding drama up close. Zhong Ying remained in her seat, mirroring the expressions of those around her, awkward and at a loss, while observing Guan Ling's agitation. Upon hearing Su Weidong's remark, she couldn't help but smirk. What a cunning individual. Guan Ling stood no chance against Su Weidong. His silver tongue was adept at twisting arguments, able to charm even his mother into granting him leniency despite undeniable evidence against him. He had never lost a debate with his grandfather, uncles, or shareholders. His sweetness overly saccharine, his venom particularly biting. Had Su Weidong not intervened, Zhong Ying had intended to employ her green tea tactics, utilizing phrases such as, Senior, why would you say that about me? Have you misunderstood my intentions? I never meant to hurt anyone. It's my fault if I upset you. Please don't tell Yin Yu. Let us pretend I was never here, to push Guan Ling into losing her composure. Over 2 years ago, she had revealed a shadowy side of herself in front of Guan Ling, who had subsequently written her a scathing letter, but this matter remained known only to the heavens, the earth, and the two of them. What Guan Ling could least tolerate was Zhong Ying's duplicity. She longed to expose her true nature to the world. The more Zhong Ying feigned innocence, the more Guan Ling's fury ignited, inevitably culminating in unrestrained verbal assaults and insults, the outcome easily imagined. Wasn't calling her a vixen already a mild epithet? Previously, Yin Yu held a disbelief that has only deepened over time. Thus, how would he react upon hearing the derogatory remarks directed at his girlfriend? Despite Su Weidong's interference, the necessary skills must still be employed. As Zhong Ying pondered the timing, she stood up and greeted Gao Donkey. Senior, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal. Yin Yu has yet to. Zhong Ying feared not her scrutiny, but rather her quiet endurance. She scrutinized, contemplating why, despite being close and kindred spirits, she still could not win over Yin Yu. The reason lies in his being an ordinary man, desiring not the golden halls of your tomes, but rather the exquisite beauty found in the mundane world. Zhong Ying could surmise the mindset of a girl like Yin Fun. An avid reader, she possesses a certain aloofness, finding herself in a passive role within romantic dynamics. She might adore someone to the point of explosion, yet remain silent, yearning for a mutual understanding without words. However, silence does not preclude the expression of one's feelings through other means. Yet, it seems she has either failed to convey them or has done so too subtly for Yin Yu to perceive, allowing their interactions to remain untroubled. From high school alumni to university classmates, the opportunity to act has now slipped by. Too late, dear sister. Zhong Ying sought to navigate through the crowd of onlookers. Please, make way. A male voice from the crowd echoed simultaneously. The students parted, revealing Yin Yu, who approached with a steaming small pot in hand. Upon noticing the gathering around their dining area, he inquired in surprise, What has happened? Zhong Ying remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at him as one might at a stranger, her demeanor calm as she brushed past him. Yin Yu's heart clenched suddenly. Ying. He held the earthen pot in both hands, and before he could intervene, Zhong Ying strode away, soon obscured by the throngs of students. Yin Yu sensed something amiss and hurriedly placed the pot on the table, turning to pursue her without even inquiring about the unfolding situation. Laughter erupted among the boys nearby, and Su Weidong, feeling emboldened, exclaimed, "Did I not tell you, senior? Our Huada boys are only becoming more outstanding. There is no pinnacle of excellence. Look at these girls. Are they blind, fixating on that pretty boy? Why does a man need to be so pale, so effeminate?" He eagerly employed a newly learned term, provoking a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Gao Dunqi and a few others could not bear his mockery of Yin Yu and stood up to argue with him, while Guanling charged ahead. "Nonsense. He is far superior to you. What does it matter if you slander him from behind?" Su Weidong shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "Taking advantage of his absence to bully his girlfriend, what does that make you?" The verbal skirmish continued upstairs, while Zhong Ying had already descended and exited the cafeteria. Yin Yu followed closely behind, calling out softly, "Ying Ying, Ying Ying." Zhong Ying remained resolute in her silence, striding briskly, shaking off his attempts to grasp her arm, clearly conveying her displeasure. They walked all the way to the southern playground, nearly 600 or 700 meters from the south gate, where, upon finding themselves alone, she finally halted and turned to face him. The temperature of the March evening was still quite low, yet beads of sweat formed on Yin Yu's forehead and nose. He grasped Zhong Ying's hand tightly, intertwining their fingers as if fearing she might flee. What was the matter? Zhong Ying lowered her head, exhaling a heavy sigh, her demeanor appearing somewhat listless. She spoke softly, "You go. I felt a bit unwell earlier and took it out on you. I apologize." Yin Yu placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her gently, "Why are you saying sorry? What has happened? Please, tell me." "It's nothing." Zhong Ying's voice trembled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "I feel I might not be suited to be your girlfriend. After all, I never truly agreed to it. Let us just forget it. Please don't call me or seek me out anymore." The moment she uttered the first sentence, Yin Yu's heart began to ache, and by the time he heard the last, he felt utterly shattered. Sensing her attempt to break free, he tightened his grip even further, as if wishing to merge their hands into one. "What do you mean?" Zhong Ying, unable to escape his hold, ceased her struggles, her gaze fixed on the ground, her voice thick with emotion. "That's exactly what I mean. My sister is right. Being with you feels like wading through murky waters, and my mind simply cannot handle it. I can only be bullied, but why should that be the case? What have I done wrong?" Yin Yu's expression darkened. "Who has bullied you?" Zhong Ying abruptly yanked her hand away. "No one. If I'm not with you, no one will bully me." "Is it Guanling?" Yin Yu paused, clearly perplexed by the convoluted nature of the conversation. Zhong Ying ceased her futile struggles, gently prying apart his fingers one by one. "Enough," she sighed. "It's pointless to discuss this. My father and sister have both told me more than once, yet I failed to heed their words. At merely 19, why should I bear pressures that are not meant for my age? I ought to dedicate myself to my studies, pursue a proper career, and seek a partner who is not excessively remarkable. I must abandon my dreams. You should focus on your own endeavors. I must take my leave." Ying Ying. Yin Yu released his grip but tightly enveloped her in his embrace, his arms encircling her back, pressing her against his chest. "Do not speak like that, nor treat me this way. It has been half a month since we last met. Do you not realize how much I have missed you? Listening to your voice over the phone is far from sufficient. I long to see you. I had intended to visit you once this week's busyness subsided. Yet you arrived first, which brings me great joy. I am at a loss for what has transpired. Just tell me how you wish for me to respond, and I shall comply, I promise." His words tumbled out in a rush, his breath quickening, his chest vibrating with emotion, his embrace tightening further. "You are my girlfriend, and you cannot leave." How cruel, Zhong Ying thought. She scorned herself for reducing to such a pitiful state, forced to endure devastating news without any forewarning. The tumultuous roller coaster of emotions throughout the night was almost too much for her heart to bear. On the playground, someone was playing football, and the trees obscured part of the light, casting beams that filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, creating a twilight ambience around the bushes where they stood. After being held for several minutes, Zhong Ying relaxed her body, letting out a soft sigh, and gently wrapped one arm around his waist. "You go, I am afraid." The breath above her gradually grew calm, as his cool cheek nestled against her ear, tenderly brushing against her. "Fear not, for I am here. I encompass all." After a soft murmur, Zhong Ying felt warm lips pressed against her temple. That night, she ultimately failed to articulate her thoughts clearly. The two embraced for a full half-hour, enveloped in silence for just as long. Later, he took her to a humble restaurant off campus for a meal. Zhong Ying's spirits were low, and Yin Yu refrained from probing further, merely holding her hand throughout dinner, reluctant to let go. Influenced by the surge of hormones. The emotions of those in passionate love often fluctuate dramatically. Even the most trivial matters can trigger emotional upheaval, leading to dramatic exchanges of "you are heartless and cruel. I refuse to listen, let us part ways." To outsiders, this may appear as mere theatrics, but only those involved can truly comprehend each other. What is a half-hour embrace? Tears shed in despair are equally possible. Whether Yin Yu fully grasps the fear she alludes to remains a mystery to Zhong Ying. However, just a few days later, after her class, she encountered an uninvited guest at the dormitory entrance. A seemingly bedraggled Guanling. Zhong Ying was not taken aback. She smiled and informed her roommates that Guanling was a friend, urging them to depart first, and then inquired, "Have you been fighting?" "No." "Have you been arguing?" "No." "Would you like to talk?" Guanling, with a look of despondency, nodded. Thus, Zhong Ying led her on a leisurely stroll around the campus. The weather was overcast, with the sun intermittently peeking through the clouds. She still held an umbrella and donned a large mask. Recently, she had frequented the activity center, and many students had noted her peculiar appearance. Rumors circulated among members of other clubs that she had developed vitiligo, lupus, or disfiguring acne. She neither confirmed nor denied these speculations, nor did anyone take the initiative to promote her beauty. Guanling's condition was exceedingly poor. Her eyes were devoid of spirit, her complexion pallid, her skin lacking luster, and her hair appeared parched and lifeless. In such a dismal state, she had the audacity to criticize Zhong Ying, asking, "Are you so unsightly?" Zhong Ying replied with a cold smile, "If you have come here to provoke me today, feel free to choose your battles. But if you seek peace, then refrain from speaking so contemptuously. I have instructed you before that calamity arises from one's tongue. How is it that you age but do not gain wisdom?" Guanling, infuriated, felt a pang in her chest and retorted, You are truly a wicked woman, and you must be blind." Zhong Ying clicked her tongue in disapproval, saying, "If you continue to speak so insolently, I shall not hold back. To be frank, I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. It matters not if you comprehend, just understand that should I choose to strike, you would be left begging for mercy." Guanling bit her lip and inquired, "Tell me, do you play the violin?" Zhong Ying's eyes sparkled with mirth as she responded, "Isn't this something you have long known? Not only do I play the violin, but I am also proficient with the clarinet, piano, and guitar. In folk music, I excel in the flute and guzheng, and I am currently learning the drums. I assure you, you shall witness my rock performance at the upcoming inter-school concert." Although Guanling felt that Zhong Ying was boasting, she had no evidence to substantiate her doubts. Yet, what need was there for proof of mere bragging? As she gazed into Zhong Ying's confident eyes, a voice echoed within her mind. Is it true? Could it be true? Chapter 46. 10,003 Arrows. Guanling was a person of stubborn temperament, seldom yielding to compromise. At that time, due to Yin Yu's disbelief and even aversion to her persistent inquiries regarding Zhong Ying's violin skills, she dared not bring it up again. Instead, she discreetly sought out Yin Xin to inquire further. It is confirmed that Zhong Ying has never attended any extracurricular classes. Since childhood, she has been tone-deaf, struggling even with reading simple musical notations, let alone mastering any musical instrument. This revelation led her to question herself. Had she truly misheard? Were those fleeting moments of skillful bowing and finger placements mere illusions? Were the familiar melodies of the Chardash nothing but figments of her imagination? As the mystery of the violin remained unsolved, Guanling was struck anew by Zhong Ying's onslaught following a farewell gathering. It turned out that her earlier intuition had been correct. This girl had not only been enticing Yin Yu but had also concealed her true nature, dangerous, cunning, malicious, and imperious. How young she was then, merely a 16-year-old high school student, still a child. Yet, that ghastly demeanor hardly resembled that of a child. It was more akin to that of a venomous serpent. What was most infuriating was that Guanling had spoken up, yet Yin Yu remained unconvinced, subsequently directing his ire back at her, plunging their already fragile relationship into further frigid depths. In the first 2 years, she had indeed mustered the audacity to approach Huada time and again, admitting her faults, playing the fool, soliciting friends to mediate, and showering him with compliments. All to restore their acquaintance. Yes, merely acquaintances, not even friends. He would no longer dine or socialize with her as he once did. The shock of this realization left her reeling. Yin had not articulated the reason for their estrangement, yet her instinctive response was to suspect Zhong Ying's interference. Reflecting on their entire senior year, it seemed every quarrel with Yin had some connection to Zhong Ying. And the most humiliating and frustrating incident had also been instigated by the Zhong sisters. Zhuzhou and Zhong Ying had become her haunting shadows. In September of the previous year, Ying enrolled in a university in Beicheng, a fact that Guanling deliberately chose to overlook, refraining from inquiry or mention, as if such avoidance could render her non-existent. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. It wasn't long before she learned from a high school classmate that Yin had taken a girlfriend. A male student from Renda had shown interest in Zhong Ying, prompting Yin to appear in a fit of rage to defend his girlfriend, successfully deterring the audacious suitor. What devastated Guanling was not merely the news itself, but the incessant chatter from her loathsome high school peers, particularly the female ones. For an entire week, individuals made a special trip to Jingyu to regale her with this repugnant gossip, departing each time with an unmistakable look of sympathy. Years of guardianship and unrequited affection had culminated in a cruel jest, leaving Guanling utterly shattered. In the wake of her despair, she became prone to foolish actions. 3 years prior, she had implored her mother and Aunt Chu to pressure Yin into an engagement. This time, she abandoned her dignity to ingratiate herself with another rival. Yin Fun, seeking information on whether Yin had ever mentioned his new girlfriend, while brazenly attempting to draw closer to him once more. When Yin Fun responded in the negative, she succumbed to folly, convincing herself that it was merely a rumor, a misunderstanding, and that Yin had never acknowledged Zhong Ying's status as his girlfriend. Yet, she overlooked the fact that Yin Fun, with her aloof and transcendent demeanor, would never take the initiative to inquire about such matters with Yin. She was utterly uninformed. Upon encountering Zhong Ying, Guanling should have restrained her impulsive provocations. And when Yin had sought to communicate with her just days earlier, she foolishly uttered words that left him with no remaining opportunity to salvage any semblance of dignity. His previous assessments of Zhong Ying had been of her purity, diligence, and ambition. Now, they had transformed into the one I love. The true and false facades, along with their merits and demerits, have become inconsequential. The mere thought of the person I love can pierce her heart like 1,000 arrows. As these thoughts consumed her, tears welled up in Guanling's eyes. After her conversation with Yin, she had remained stoic, perhaps due to the rare gentleness he exhibited in their exchange, making tears seem unbecoming. Or perhaps she had prepared herself, extinguishing the faint embers of her heart, rendering a heart-wrenching display unnecessary. Guanling refrained from reaching for a tissue. The tears did not fall, and she took a deep breath, resolutely gazing at the sky. Since you play the violin, why did you choose to act that way when we first met 3 years ago? Zhong Ying replied with a playful smile. I couldn't stand you treating your violin like a precious treasure, so I was just teasing you. Guanling felt that her words lacked sincerity but struggled to discern her true intentions. During their initial encounter, devoid of grievances or animosity, it was unreasonable to accuse her of malice. Then why did Jinshin claim you never learned the violin? Guanling thought her heart had turned to ashes. Yet 2 sentences exchanged with Zhong Ying infuriated her. I wasn't showcasing myself. It's rather peculiar that you secretly learned the violin and caused misunderstandings. What is so peculiar about it? I learned the violin for self-cultivation and to strengthen my will. I have no intention of performing or achieving any ulterior motives. Whether or not to inform you is my prerogative, and your misunderstandings are of no concern to me. Zhong Ying grew somewhat impatient. Did you come to me merely to argue about the violin? It's hardly a significant matter, if you're still dwelling on it. Think as you please. If there is nothing else, please leave. Don't delay my meal. Guanling gazed at her with a mournful expression. You present one persona before me and another before Yin. If he were to discover your true nature, do you truly believe he would still harbor affection for you? Thank the heavens and the earth, and the fact that in this era, surveillance cameras and recording devices are not yet ubiquitous. For the time being, he remains oblivious to my true disposition. Zhong Ying seemed to ponder this seriously for a moment, then deliberately adopted a sweet, sultry tone. I believe he would. He has said that he would love me regardless of how I change. A heart pierced by 1,000 arrows somehow found room for yet another. Guanling clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. Yin was merely momentarily dazed. He remains unaware of the depths of your malice and venomous nature. You are far too adept at masquerading. I refuse to believe you can maintain this charade for a lifetime. Zhong Ying scoffed. Do not speak as if you know him so well. You have no idea how I was when we were together. While you perceive me as harsh and malicious, he finds that to be charmingly willful. Love knows no rationale. Surely you must understand, having reported me countless times. What came of it? Now, her heart felt as if it had been struck by 10,000 arrows, the pain overwhelming. Guanling stood there, speechless. Zhong Ying continued, not only have I not hindered you, but I have also offered you sound advice. Direct your energy elsewhere rather than towards the girl. Did you heed my words? Yet even if you had, it would have been futile, after so many years of knowing him. If he held even the slightest affection for you, my involvement would be inconsequential. This is something you understand better than anyone. There is no love to be stolen between us, for that love has never belonged to you. Blaming me is merely an act of self-deception, a diversion from your own helpless anguish. Moreover, I must utter something you may find unpalatable. It was Yin Yu who pursued me. With a heart heavy, as if it might shatter, Guanling lamented you. You were enticing at merely 15 or 16. Do not speak frivolously of matters lacking evidence. I shall accuse you of defamation, she retorted sharply. With a disdainful glance at her, Zhong Ying admonished, we are adults now. Do not behave like a petulant child. Your mother may indulge you, but I shall not. Let me remind you once more, words can lead to calamity. If you cannot remember, write it down and place it by your bedside. Guanling stood there like a lost soul, watching Zhong Ying walk away, her throat constricted as if she had ingested bitter herbs. Prior to this moment, she had contemplated that even in defeat, she ought to present herself with grace, to utter a parting sentiment of goodwill, stating, I wish you both well. Yet now, she felt relieved that those words remained unspoken, sparing her the embarrassment of further folly. To have her spirit so thoroughly crushed that even the thought of cursing felt beyond her reach. Zhong Ying believed that Yin Yu had earnestly reflected on her words, and had diligently sought to resolve the situation. She found satisfaction in this. To bring Guanling to her knees was, in essence, to grant her a chance at liberation. The torment of unrequited love, coupled with lingering resentment, was an unbearable burden. If hope remained, one could endure, but if hope was extinguished, prolonged suffering could lead to madness. After class in the afternoon, the counselor informed her that the next day there would be a meeting at the school's publicity department, where a certain photographer, Jia, would meet with the 4 subjects of the shoot to discuss and arrange the details of the project. Seated around the conference table were a middle-aged man, 2 young men, 3 youthful maidens, and the external relations teacher, totaling 7 individuals. Before the middle-aged man lies an oversized black camera bag. He is clad in a beige multi-pocket vest, its pockets bulging, with a bald head, a slightly plump physique, and spectacles, embodying the essence of a photographer. The outreach teacher proclaims, everyone has arrived. Allow me to introduce our renowned photographer from North City, Mr. Jia Zhongping, the very individual responsible for this campus promotional calendar. These 2 are Mr. Jia's assistants, Xiao Zhang and Lu Ku from the Student Union's publicity department, collaborating with Mr. Jia to fulfill the photographic tasks. The 4 female students present are distinguished representatives from various departments at Renmin University, Xin Yongwen from materials science, Zhong Ying from business management, and others. Mr. Jia has already acquainted himself with 3 of the female students, each possessing fair skin, striking beauty, and poised stature, perfectly meeting the requirements for calendar models, leaving him generally satisfied. However, the late arriving girl presents a rather perplexing sight. Clad in worn-out training attire, sporting 2 rudimentary braids, hunched over, and donning a large mask. She sits timidly in the corner, her head bowed. Mr. Jia's thick eyebrows furrow slightly. Excuse me, could you please remove your mask? We cannot take photographs with it on. Slowly, Zhong Ying removes her mask, glancing nervously at him before quickly averting her gaze once more. Mr. Jia's brow furrows even deeper. He struggles to discern her features. But her complexion alone is concerning. An unhealthy grayish hue reminiscent of a contagious ailment, a pallor that no amount of makeup could conceal. Accompanied by her utterly unrefined attire and hairstyle, and an air of timidity that exuded a complete lack of poise, she resembled a rustic maid freshly arrived in the city. Would such an image not tarnish her reputation if it were to be displayed publicly? How could the department recommend such a girl? Surely, there are no beauties among the students. In Chapter 47, the 50th birthday, photographer Jia did not publicly express his opinion regarding the selection, maintaining his composure as he reiterated the essential points. The photography session would span 2 days, with the female model's attire required to be simple, elegant, and not overly elaborate, preferably in bright colors. A touch of makeup was advised, and specific styling would be adjusted according to the shooting locations. The areas behind her ears and around her neck appeared somewhat dull and yellowish. Upon conclusion, Jia Zhongping exchanged a few hushed words with the liaison teacher, while the students dispersed to prepare. They were to reconvene at 1:30 p.m., with the official shooting commencing at 2 p.m. Zhong Ying was not required to attend the gathering. This information was not disclosed by Jia Zhongping or the liaison teacher, but rather conveyed by Lu Ku from the student council, who approached her at the staircase, demonstrating sensitivity to her pride. "Goodbye, senior," she murmured, covering her face with a large mask, calmly accepting her elimination. Lu Ku, perplexed, remarked, "I've seen you at the activity center. Are you unwell?" Observing her through a window as she lethargically drummed for over 10 minutes without catching a glimpse of her face, Lu Ku felt an indescribable allure about her, a distinct charm reminiscent of an artistic soul. "No, I am well. Thank you for your concern, senior. Farewell." The campus photography event garnered significant attention from fellow students. In the ensuing 2 days, wherever the photography team ventured, a throng of onlookers would inevitably gather. Fortunate to have become a calendar model, 4 female students have suddenly captured the spotlight, with their department, names, ages, and origins becoming widely known overnight. The counselor and Zhong Ying's roommates find it astonishing that she was eliminated. It is not just that the girl from the economics and management department who replaced her pales in comparison, even among the initial 3 candidates. Their physical attributes are notably inferior to Zhong Ying's. What could possibly be amiss with photographer Jia's aesthetic judgment? In response, Zhong Ying asserts that photographer Jia simply cannot appreciate her sophisticated beauty. With a smile, she inquires, "Why would you think I'm upset?" Feeling elated, Zhong Ying reassures, "I'm not that petty. It's nothing really, just a trivial matter I wanted to discuss with you last time but didn't get the chance to. It's very minor, and it's not crucial to mention. If you wish to share, I am all ears. Shall I come find you this afternoon?" The two agree on a time, and Zhong Ying, in high spirits, hums a popular tune while preparing herself. Once dressed, she leans a square mirror against the railing of the upper bunk, twirls to examine her reflection, and finally puckers her lips to plant a kiss on the mirror, signaling to her roommates her satisfaction with her appearance for the day. In the dormitory, 4 single girls look on, 3 of whom envy her, while the 4th has gone off to earn some money. Yin Lei's eyes gleam with mischief. Seeing Zhong Ying so joyful makes me believe that being in love is a truly wonderful experience. Although I've planned to marry at 25, it wouldn't hurt to date a bit and explore my feelings now. People say that like attracts like. Surely, Yin Shuazhang's peers must be quite admirable as well. Jiang Wenjing chuckles. What? Do you also wish to find someone from Huada? I am not seeking someone from Huada. Rather, I desire to find an individual as remarkable as Yin Shuazhang. Even if he does not quite measure up, he ought not to fall too far behind. Zhong Ying remarked. Yin Yu's roommates are quite exceptional. We could organize a dormitory gathering one day and invite his roommates out for some fun. Yin Lei readily agreed. That sounds good. Are there any as handsome as Yin Shuazhang? Zhong Ying replied with a forced smile. If the criteria for excellence includes appearance, you may be in for disappointment. Among the young gentlemen I have encountered, none surpass Yin Yu in handsomeness, and as he ages, he will only grow more attractive. By the time he reaches 50, he will undoubtedly be striking beyond compare. Yin Lei rolled her eyes dramatically. You are making me feel nauseous. It sounds lovely now, but when he becomes an old man at 50, I refuse to believe you will still praise his looks with a clear conscience. Zhong Ying smiled mysteriously. Of course I will. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Young one, you are blissfully unaware of the power of the wealth filter. Yin Yu waited downstairs at East Building 2 at 3:30. Zhong Ying had already completed her preparations but lingered in the dormitory, dilly-dallying until 3:45 before heading down. He wore a black, thin jacket over a charcoal gray pullover sweater, paired with black trousers and leather shoes, an altogether conventional ensemble. Ignoring his handsome visage, this attire aged him, giving the impression of a schoolteacher or a government official at first glance. In contrast, Zhong Ying exuded youthful exuberance. Clad in a denim shirt and jeans, she donned her favorite short sweater, with the collar of her shirt flipped out and the sleeves rolled over the sweater, allowing the hem to peek through, creating a layered effect. Her feet were adorned with a versatile pair of high-top leather boots, the pant legs tightly tucked into the shafts, accentuating her long, straight legs with an air of elegance. Her hair was simply tied into a high ponytail, and her lovely visage was untouched by cosmetics. As she bounded down the stairs, her radiant smile directed at Yin Yu seemed to illuminate the foyer even more. His girl was truly beautiful. For nearly a week, his spirits had been less than buoyant. Upon learning from his roommate about the happenings in the cafeteria, he began to comprehend Zhong Ying's reluctance to proceed. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her plight and recognizing that merely closing the door on his side would not unravel Guanling's confusion, they had quarreled. Guanling held Zhong Ying accountable for their disputes, believing her to be at fault when he refused to get engaged, and even when he contemplated severing ties. She still blamed Zhong Ying. After a night of deep contemplation, Yin came to a realization. The fault did not lie with Zhong Ying or Guanling, but within himself. He had never explicitly conveyed to Guanling that he harbored no romantic feelings for her, neither in the past, nor at present, nor would he in the future. At that moment, witnessing Zhong Ying's smile and her light-hearted steps, he managed to forget all the unpleasantness. He reached out his hand to her, yearning to grasp hers and bask in the joy and comfort her delicate palm brought him. What did he have for lunch? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What did he wish to eat for dinner? Only hunger would reveal that. In the bright daylight, Zhong Ying, without a mask, strolled hand in hand with Yin Yu across the campus, never once mentioning the events of that day, engaging instead in light conversation. Their striking appearances quickly drew the attention of passing students. The boys gazed at her, while the girls scrutinized him. Their gazes not solely filled with admiration, but also a hint of inscrutable appraisal. Could it be that Yin Yu's rather antiquated attire led them to mistakenly assume she was mingling with society's elite? Zhong Ying thought with a sense of pride. These individuals remain oblivious to the stature of the distinguished figure they brushed past, daring to cast judgment with their peculiar glances, thereby squandering the opportunity to bask in his aura. In the future, they could only gaze up at that stern middle-aged man in financial magazines or on television. The fortune of such encounters is mine to claim. She paid no heed to her surroundings, her attention solely captivated by Yin Yu's refined profile. He turned his head and asked, "What are you staring at?" "Brother Yu, I made a wager with my roommate today, betting that not only are you handsome now, but you will still be very handsome at 50. Yin Yu was taken aback by this sweet compliment. It warmed his heart, yet he felt a tinge of shyness. "You're betting on something that won't be remembered in decades. I will remember. 20 years from now. I won't forget to ask Yin Ran for a 1% stake. When you celebrate your 50th birthday in 30 years. I'll invite my roommates to publicly redeem the wager." Yin Yu laughed, tilting his head back. "That is quite absurd. What on earth are you thinking about all day?" "I'm contemplating how to celebrate your 50th birthday," Zhong Ying replied, a playful smile on her lips. "Is that so far-fetched? Each person has their own fate. In 30 years. We might not even be in touch." Yin Yu paused, looking at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhong Ying shrugged. "Perhaps I'm being too naive. I thought since we are so close now, we would surely still be together in 30 years. "Of course," Yin Yu responded without hesitation, firmly grasping her hand. "In 30 years, we will undoubtedly still be together." Zhong Ying burst into laughter, playfully shaking his arm. "I was referring to my classmates." "What are you talking about?" "Yuge? Who wants to still be together with you 30 years from now?" Yin Yu sighed. "You said it yourself. You want to celebrate my 50th birthday in 30 years. We could even do it in 29 years. He gently patted her head. "Stop talking nonsense. No matter where I am, you must be with me." "No way. If you're on the moon, I can't go there. Then wherever you are, I shall be with you." Their fingers intertwined once more, this time initiated by Zhong Ying. She looked up at Yin Yu. For a lifetime? She was once again seeking a promise from him. And although she understood that a vow made at 20 might lack reliability, Zhong Ying still yearned for it. The sweet affirmation she received filled her heart with joy. Before fortune graced her, she needed the sustenance of love to endure the long, arduous wait punctuated by poverty. A silver sedan whizzed past them as they approached the school gate. Yin Yu mentioned he wanted to buy some items at Zhongfa Electronics, suggesting they could shop for over an hour before heading out for dinner. Zhong Ying had already decided on their date location. After missing the sunset due to being led to a hot pot restaurant by Su Weidong last time, she intended to go there today. She had been keen on creating a touch of romance with Yin Yu. "Excuse me, are you a student at Renmin University?" Yin Yu halted, pulling Zhong Ying to a stop. "What is it?" A business card was extended from the car window. "I am Jia Zhongping, a photographer from the City Film Studio. I have been invited by your school to capture images for the campus calendar. I just noticed that this female student possesses a remarkable presence. I wonder if she would be interested in becoming a photography model. My works are primarily featured in calendars and magazines, and they have garnered quite a favorable response. You may inquire about this. If you're interested, please contact me using the number on the card." Before Yin Yu could respond, Zhong Ying suddenly interjected. How much do you charge for non-facial portraits? Jia Zhongping was momentarily taken aback. Well, if you are willing to model, there would be no fee. I would provide you with all the photos free of charge. I mean, what would you pay me for taking my picture? Chapter 48. Thinking of you 24 hours in the mid-1980s, initiatives were proposed to advance nationwide legal education. While the early 1990s were still in a phase of exploration and initial implementation. At that time, the Civil Code had yet to be promulgated, and 80% of the populace was unaware of the concept of natural person civil rights. The understanding of personal interests largely revolved around property matters, with little emphasis placed on the protection of rights such as reputation, portrait, and privacy. It was akin to the belief among photography club members that taking a photograph of someone was not illegal, while capturing an image is permissible. Retaining the subject indefinitely in a negative does not constitute grounds for a lawsuit. However, developing and distributing the photograph without the subject's consent infringes upon the exclusive rights of portrait creation. Moreover, disseminating, exhibiting, or submitting the image for profit without consent is unequivocally unlawful. Regrettably, a pervasive lack of legal awareness among the populace has hindered the establishment of a universal practice of formalizing agreements through contracts. Consequently, individuals often remain oblivious to infringements upon their rights or become ensnared by trivial gains, mistakenly believing they have secured an advantage. Are you compensating me? Zhong Ying, discerning the astonishment in Jia Zhongping's countenance at her query, feigned a similar expression of surprise. Do you not remunerate photographic models for their services? Of course I do. Jia Zhongping, employed by an institution, was annually obligated to produce 1 or 2 calendars as mandated by his superiors, submitting them for publication by designated publishing houses. Concurrently, he engaged in freelance work, collaborating with smaller publishing houses to release more entertainment-oriented calendars or capturing photographs of scantily clad subjects, such as swimsuit models, for magazines and periodicals. While attractive women were readily available, capturing compelling swimsuit photographs proved challenging. Many young women were willing to model for him gratuitously, enticed by the prospect of appearing in magazines and calendars, thereby gaining exposure. However, persuading them to unveil their alluring figures before the camera invariably necessitated monetary incentives. He scrutinized Zhong Ying, noting her pristine beauty, exceptional demeanor, and exquisite physique. He had been utterly captivated by her reflection in the rearview mirror. Driven by his instincts as a photographer, he yearned to immortalize her beauty, envisioning her gracing the pages of a suitable magazine, affording her a taste of minor celebrity. However, given her allusion to financial compensation, the scope of the photo shoot would undoubtedly need to be broadened. If you are amenable to modeling, I will compensate you 50 yuan per day, he offered with a cordial smile. Zhong Ying nonchalantly arched her brows, stating, "These are my terms. If they are unacceptable, then so be it. However, Mr. Jia, a few days ago I came across an article in a magazine regarding a case of portrait infringement. An artist profited from auctioning his work without the model's consent, thereby violating her right to portraiture. The court ruled in favor of the model, and the artist was ordered to pay a substantial sum. I wonder, Mr. Jia, if you have ever profited from images of individuals without their knowledge. If so, you ought to exercise caution. Without the other party's authorization, you may find yourself facing legal action, with a statute of limitations extending up to 20 years. A silver sedan passed by, its occupants maintaining a stoic demeanor, no longer glancing at Zhong Ying. Yin watched as the car turned right and disappeared from view, then smiled at Zhong Ying. It's a pity you're not studying law. You possess a persuasive eloquence and clear reasoning, qualities that would make you an excellent attorney. Turning down that individual was indeed prudent. He did not appear trustworthy and might well be a charlatan. Zhong Ying laughed. I cannot ascertain whether he is a good person, but his identity is verified. He is indeed a photographer from the city's film factory. He has been at our school for the past couple of days shooting a calendar, selecting 4 female classmates as models. Initially, I was among them. You didn't participate? I had an unfavorable impression of him, so I opted to withdraw. Now, I feel quite prescient. Those 4 classmates have become campus celebrities after just one afternoon of shooting, drawing crowds and gossip wherever they go, with many boys inquiring about their private lives. Do you not find that rather alarming? That's why I prefer to avoid such attention. I usually wear a mask around campus. Why do you wear a mask? Zhong Ying bounced in front of him, tilting her face with a wink. What do you think? Yan Yu was captivated by her charming and flirtatious demeanor, his heart fluttering with desire. However, constrained by the bustling crowd at the school entrance, He suppressed the urge to embrace her and playfully flicked her nose, exclaiming, "You little minx." Zhong Ying huffed in response. "Why should I be ashamed? Am I not attractive? If it weren't for the trouble, I wouldn't have to wear this cumbersome mask every day. There are plenty of boys at school vying for my attention, including that fellow Jia, who clearly has his eyes on me." "What do you mean he has his eyes on you? Stop talking nonsense." Yin playfully tapped her on the head. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Are there many boys pursuing you at school?" Zhong Ying, with a hint of pride, replied, "Do you think you're the only one who is likable?" Yin smirked. "Who else is there? Do tell." "Zhao, Xian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng Wang." Zhong Ying giggled as she wriggled free from his grasp, skipping backward playfully. Yin quickly caught up, admonishing her, "Mind your step." After perusing the electronic market for an hour, they emerged with Zhong Ying holding a white box, her expression sulky. "I told you I didn't want it. You should return it." With a pout, Zhong Ying expressed her disinterest. "What good is spending 800 yuan? What purpose does this serve? This is a new model from Jula, significantly cheaper than foreign brands, and its design is quite appealing for girls," he explained. "I truly do not want it." After a pause, he added softly, "I think of you often." To a student, 800 yuan was indeed a considerable sum, and Zhong Ying genuinely felt that investing in such a troublesome gadget was not worth it. Listening to his words, she could not suppress the waves of sweetness that surged within her, and she softly inquired, "When will you think of me?" 24 hours, every moment." "Ah, this solemn gentleman. Could it be that you are truly adept at uttering sweet nothings? Such sweetness borders on the scandalous." Zhong Ying, clutching the box and holding a pink pager, wrapped one arm around his waist, drawing her body closer. "If my father were to discover that I received such an extravagant gift, he would undoubtedly break my legs. I merely said it was a present for myself. It is simply kept at your place." The hand resting on her shoulder playfully pinched her earlobe. "Wait for my notification." Zhong Ying chuckled, surprised that she could find amusement in Yin Yu's jest. It wasn't particularly funny, but the joy within her was impossible to conceal. She had no fondness for the pager, yet she cherished Yin Yu's thoughtful gesture. The bustling weekend market was always a sea of people, with entrepreneurs at the forefront of the electronic market pushing carts laden with goods, while customers streamed in and out. A young couple strolled closely together amid the crowd, discussing their newly acquired pager. The girl was strikingly beautiful, dressed in fashionable attire, cradling the small device with a radiant smile gracing her face. Many passers-by were initially captivated by her appearance, only to break into knowing smiles upon seeing what she held. It was evident that the boy had purchased it for her. They mused, "If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would gladly spend on her as well." As evening fell, Zhong Ying found herself contentedly seated in the dimly lit music CF, the Son of Dusk, which deviated somewhat from her expectations. However, the 1990s was an era of both elegance and chaos, so there was no need for excessive demands. The decor here is unpretentious, relying solely on embellishments to evoke a touch of artistic ambience. In the train carriage seating area, a table is adorned with artificial flowers, while a massive bookshelf constructed from hollow bricks displays an array of books and tapes against a cement wall. On the other two red brick walls, one can find an eclectic assortment of items such as footballs, vinyl records, and fishing nets with feathered bells, all seemingly unrelated. Directly opposite the entrance, a modest stage has been set up, where an elderly gentleman strums his guitar, serenading with an unknown tune. The menu, presumably designed for the convenience of international students, is presented in both Chinese and English, featuring names that suggest Western cuisine alongside familiar Chinese dishes. Zhong Ying chuckled at the big plate chicken on the list, then selected a dish, covering the Chinese name as she showed it to Yin Yu. "I'll treat. I want this." "Whatever? What is this dish?" With a flick of her finger, she revealed the menu's bold inscription, "Mixed stew." Indeed, the establishment, Son of Dusk, stands out with its unique blend of rustic and modern styles. If the food proves delectable, Zhong Ying would certainly become a regular patron. At 6 o'clock, they were the only customers in the restaurant. While awaiting their meal, Yin Yu recalled what Zhong Ying had mentioned earlier. "Didn't you have something to tell me?" "Well, it's a trivial matter. I just wanted to seek your opinion, if there is something suitable." Before Zhong Ying could finish, Yin Yu's pager suddenly buzzed urgently. He glanced down to read the message. "The teacher is calling for me." "All right, I'll wait for you." "No need. The dishes will be served soon. You go ahead and eat. I'll only be half an hour at most." He had barely left for 5 minutes when the dishes arrived. Zhong Ying refrained from picking up her chopsticks, contemplating whether to have the chef reheat the food after half an hour, as it would be preferable to dine together. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the dusk welcomed several groups of patrons. The man ceased strumming his guitar and busied himself assisting the waitstaff. A melody by Jackie Chung played from the speakers, and Zhong Ying hummed along absent-mindedly, fiddling with her pager. Approximately 10 minutes later, someone unexpectedly occupied the seat across from her. Without lifting her gaze, she caught a familiar fragrance wafting towards her. A sigh of resignation escaped her lips as she observed the individual with a cold expression. "Why is it that you seem to appear everywhere?" The person across wore a beige suit, adorned with a blue and yellow striped tie. His hair, slicked back with an unknown quantity of mousse, shone with an oily luster, complemented by an excessively sweet smile, resembling the foolish son of a wealthy family. "Fate," he proclaimed. "I haven't dined in this vicinity for 800 years. And yet here we are. What a coincidence." Zhong Ying scoffed. 800 years? Was I encountering a ghost when I saw you at the hot pot restaurant on New Year's Day? He slapped his thigh in amusement. In total, it's only happened twice. Both times with you. Don't you think we're destined? Zhong Ying was reluctant to let him spoil her good mood. "Enjoy your meal. My boyfriend will be here shortly, so don't take his seat." He remained unmoved, suggesting, "Let us eat together. It's just Yin Yu," a familiar face. As he spoke, he summoned the waiter for extra chopsticks and expressed dissatisfaction with the number of dishes. 3 dishes aren't enough. "Today, my brother treats us. Let us order a few more. How about we enjoy a bottle of red wine?" Zhong Ying was both amused and infuriated. "How shameless can you be? Who do you think you know? I refuse to dine with you, so be on your way." He shook his head with a sigh. "I still cannot fathom what I did to provoke your ire to such an extent. Do you recall our first encounter? You were so quick to champion a cause, but do you truly grasp the situation? You should be grateful to me, had I not intervened. Your boyfriend might have changed his affections." Zhong Ying glared at him ominously, perhaps a little. Just as Su Weidong was about to inquire further, a newly arrived female guest spotted him and waved enthusiastically, approaching with a bright smile. "Weidong, you're here." Zhong Ying turned to see the woman's appearance and was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, her countenance darkened significantly. This girl bore a striking resemblance to the illegitimate daughter. Chapter 49. "I just want to see your performance," Su Weidong, adhering to the principle of familiarity begetting intimacy, invited the woman to sit. They exchanged introductions. Zhong Ying, Yang Xiaohong. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying closed her eyes, held her breath for a moment, and exhaled a long sigh, her complexion shifting from pale to ominously dark. "Yang Xiaohong, it is indeed you, appearing so early in Su Weidong's life, another former lover. Before the illegitimate daughter's arrival, no one in the Su family was aware of her and her mother's existence. By the time they learned of it, Yang Xiaohong was already deceased. At that time, Mrs. Su was heavily pregnant, suffering in silence while confronting her 6-year-old child. She often embraced Zhong Ying, weeping bitterly and cursing Su Weidong for his inhumanity, for having fathered a child right under her nose, one merely 2 years younger than her own daughter and a year older than her son. This was a profound humiliation for the legitimate wife. The 8-year-old Miss Su stood resolutely with her mother, viewing her illegitimate sister as an adversary, frequently joining forces with her brother to bully the little girl. Yet, the young girl did not retaliate or complain. She remained taciturn and submissive. Su Weidong showed her no particular affection, often watching him passively as his elder daughter intentionally provoked her, merely smiling in response. Over time, Zhong Ying grew weary of the situation, and Mrs. Su reluctantly accepted this harsh reality, allowing the two of them to treat the girl as if she were invisible. Once, Zhong Ying observed Su Weidong standing quietly at the door of his younger daughter's room, where a slight crack in the door let out faint sounds of crying. She leaped onto his shoulder from behind and inquired about his actions, causing the cries to abruptly cease. Su Weidong swiftly turned, lifting Zhong Ying and spinning her around with a beaming smile, saying, "My dear, you're back from school. I was just thinking about where to take you this weekend." But how did Su Weidong appease Mrs. Su? In a moment of confusion, he admitted that he was unaware of Yang Xiaohong's pregnancy until she had given birth. Now that she was gone, the law forced him to take responsibility, leaving him with no choice. Children, he thought, could be raised with little effort. The household had enough food to spare. Perhaps, in places unseen by Mrs. Su and her children, he and his daughter shared an emotional bond. Su Weidong was adept with women, from his grandmother to his daughter, from his mistress to his wife. They all recognized him as a scoundrel. Yet none could truly harbor hatred for him. Including Zhong Ying, she has discerned the truth behind his concealed concern for his sister, yet she does not harbor much anger. Perhaps after many years of interaction, a semblance of affection has developed, leading her to feel a sense of pity for her. She lacks a legitimate identity and is deprived of a father's love in a rightful manner. The most tragic aspect is that the tangible wealth of the Su family does not include her. How lamentable! Zhong Ying cannot endure a single day of such repressed existence. What use is a father's love? Receiving meager support in private pales in comparison to the substantial difference between her and Su Ma. Moreover, this disparity is destined to persist for a lifetime. Even if the Su family were to face bankruptcy, and even if she were to achieve great success in the future, she would still remain shackled to the disgraceful identity of an illegitimate daughter. How wonderful it would be to be born into a normal and wholesome family. Why must an innocent child bear the consequences of the fleeting pleasures of two despicable fools? The most contemptible is Su Weidong, and the most foolish is Yang Xiaohong. Her sister, born 2 years later in 1995, stands in stark contrast to the fact that Su Weidong married Su Ma in 1993. The very existence of Yang Xiaohong indicates that she knowingly bore a child, while Su Weidong had taken another as his wife. For several years, she lived quietly with the child, without raising any suspicion in Su Ma, which reveals what? It reveals her folly. If Su Weidong was unaware during those 6 years, she is merely a deluded fool, willing to endure slander to preserve the fruit of love. If Su Weidong was aware and continued to support them in secrecy, she becomes a fool deceived and placated by a man's empty promises. Zhong Ying could envision the lessons she imparted to her sister before her demise, to avoid provoking the ire of their mother and sister, to maintain distance from their father, to endure any physical assaults, to bear the brunt of insults. She warned that if their home could no longer accommodate her, she would become an orphan, wandering the streets, deprived of sustenance. Such a tragedy. Her sister was pitiable, and so was their mother. Zhong Ying pondered whether she could alter this fate. In this lifetime, it was impossible for Su Ma's first child to be Zhong Ying. Had she never been born, her sister might have found a more favorable family in another life. Thus, Su Ma would not have spent her pregnancy in sorrow, weeping endlessly. Her second son would not have been born frail, and Su Weidong would not have had to act for over a decade. Even a slight change that could alleviate some of their mother's suffering would serve as a form of gratitude for her nurturing. Zhong Ying did not contemplate the butterfly effect. At this moment, her only desire was to eliminate any obstacle in her path. If possible, she aimed to eradicate every woman surrounding Su Weidong. With her arms wide open, hands braced on the edge of the table, she scrutinized the couple opposite her with a fierce and cold demeanor. Yang Xiaohong acknowledged her presence with indifference, greeting her gently and extending her hand. Hello, Zhong classmate. I've heard about you from Weidong. I graduated from the Public Administration Department in '90. It's a pleasure to meet you. By virtue of Zhong Ying's refined upbringing, even if her father's murderer were seated before her, she could maintain her composure and engage in light-hearted banter until the moment of confrontation. However, she refrained from grasping Yang Xiaohong's hand. Instead, she offered a peculiar smile, her gaze suddenly sharpening as she slammed her hand on the table. Su Weidong. Who is she? Su Weidong was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Why are you slamming the table? What do you mean by bringing her before me? Zhong Ying's expression betrayed no artifice. Her anger was genuine and palpable. With a disdainful glance directed at Yang Xiaohong and Weidong, she questioned, what gives you the audacity to address him so familiarly? Without affording them a moment to respond, Zhong Ying rose from her seat and swiftly crossed over to confront Weidong, grasping the collar of his suit with determination, urging him, come with me. Hey, what is the matter with you? Don't pull. This suit is quite expensive. Situated at a table by the window, Zhong Ying's voice was soft, yet her actions were fierce. Weidong found himself half-dragged across Yang Xiaohong's lap, drawing the attention of several other diners. Zhong Ying's gaze was intense. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her lips were pressed tightly together, revealing a burgeoning sense of heartbreak. When she finally spoke, her voice was delicate, reminiscent of a mewling kitten. You need to come out. Having witnessed many women weep, he felt an inexplicable pang of empathy. He truly did not wish to see her in tears, as her spirited nature was far more endearing. With a resigned sigh, Weidong stood up, maneuvering past Yang Xiaohong to stand before Zhong Ying. What is it now, dear lady? We haven't even begun drinking, and you're already causing a scene? Zhong Ying seized his arm without hesitation, drawing him closer as she sniffled, defiantly challenging Yang Xiaohong. So, You are Sister Yang, are you? What is your relationship with Wei Dong? You are not permitted to call him that. Do you even know he has a girlfriend? Wei Dong, explain yourself. Despite the beauty by his side, Wei Dong felt no sense of happiness whatsoever. Zhong Ying's grip was like iron hooks, digging painfully into his flesh, compelling him to wish to shake her off. Moreover, she pressed her foot firmly against his toes, grinding down with vigor. Just as he felt the urge to explode, she suddenly leaned her face towards him, her gaze filled with unfulfilled longing, her lips pouted as if on the verge of tears, her body swaying as if she were a petulant child denied a toy. Half vexed, half coquettish, she called his name, demanding clarity. In that moment, he found himself yearning to deliver a swift slap. What a misfortune this was, Su Weidong lamented, entangled with a lunatic, whose mood swings were unpredictable. Not merely fluctuating warmth, but rather a tempest of coldness and madness. Each encounter was either filled with reproaches or peculiar remarks. By his temperament, he ought to have sent her packing as far away as possible. Yet he refrained, finding himself increasingly intrigued by this young woman. The mere sight of her ignited an involuntary desire to approach, to invite reprimand and discomfort. How delightfully masochistic. She was undeniably beautiful. Yet he felt no unusual attraction towards her, which perplexed him. She is merely a friend. Su Weidong gritted through the pain, ignoring Yang Xiuhong, and addressed Zhong Ying. Xiao Yang is just an ordinary friend, exactly like the last time you saw her, exceptionally ordinary. Yang Xiuhong's expression shifted dramatically, unable to bear it any longer. She grasped the table for support. Su Weidong, what do you mean by that? Zhong Ying released her grip, granting Su Weidong a reprieve, her eyes casting a disdainful glance towards Yang Xiuhong as she laughed triumphantly. That's more like it. If she's just an ordinary friend, there's no need to be so affectionate. Others might misconstrue your relationship. Let me reiterate, Su Weidong is indeed a man with a girlfriend, and not long from now, he will likely have a wife and children. Yang, as a university student, should comprehend the significance of honor and shame, and would not engage in such despicable acts of opportunism and intrusion, would she? Yang Xiuhong, upon noticing that Su Weidong not only refrained from refuting Zhong Ying's words, but also gazed at her with keen interest, was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood when she observed the faint smile that emerged on his face. Su Weidong, have you been deceiving me all along by claiming you are single? The other patrons at nearby tables ceased their meals, their attention wholly captivated by the unfolding drama. Two waitstaff, situated behind a neighboring table, appeared to be engaged in hushed whispers, yet their ears were perked up, keenly attuned to the conversation. Yang Xiuhong's complexion turned ashen, her composure wavering. Concerning his reputation, Su Weidong recognized that it was time for him to speak. However, each time he contemplated doing so, a small hand would pinch his flesh, and whenever he attempted to open his mouth, Zhong Ying would pout and silently urge him to remain calm. He found himself contemplating a slap, merely an idle thought, until Yang Xiuhong, humiliated and enraged, departed. Su Weidong could not muster a single word in his defense. Was he truly unable to break free from Zhong Ying's grasp? Certainly not. When Su Xiaoya was roused, no one could contend with him. Yet he felt a reluctance to interrupt Zhong Ying's performance. Zhong Ying, wrapping her arm around his, compelled him to turn with her, calling out to Yang Xiuhong's retreating figure, "Be cautious on your way, Yang. The roads are slippery at night." In the next instant, her cheerful smile froze into a waxen expression as the door's bell chimed. Just as Yang Xiuhong had not yet exited, Yin Yu unexpectedly pushed the door open and, upon raising his gaze, accurately pinpointed Zhong Ying's location. The chest, which had been heaving violently from rapid movement, abruptly halted, one hand still resting on the door. His eyes appeared frozen, unblinking, staring at her and Su Weidong for several seconds, a torrent of shock, fear, and disbelief surging within him. Even from a distance, Zhong Ying could sense it. After taking just a couple of steps, her arm was seized. Su Weidong seemed to awaken from a celestial reverie, as if he had just returned to the earth. "About today's incident, I didn't embarrass you. I accompanied you in your madness, and you owe me an explanation." Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed Yin Yu's face. He furrowed his brow as if in pain, his lips moved without sound. "Give you an explanation? Let go of me." Zhong Ying, fearing that Yin Yu might leave in a fit, struggled to free herself, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, come save me. This rogue is attempting to abduct me." Su Weidong, the guests, and the waiter. Yin Yu, however, was no mere protagonist of a lowly drama. He neither shouted nor stormed off without inquiry. Instead, He took a deep breath and approached the two with measured steps. "Release her," he commanded, his voice remarkably calm. Emotions neatly contained, not even casting a glance towards Zhong Ying. His gaze was as deep as a tranquil abyss, fixated solely on Su Weidong, as if regarding an inanimate object. "Dad, don't be foolish. Don't provoke him. I'll shield you. Hurry and flee." Chapter 50. Your father is quite the brute. Su Weidong was not one to act foolishly. He was indeed an expert at provoking. He sensed Yin Yu's suppressed anger, but was not easily intimidated. Zhong Ying's sudden hostility only fueled his ire, and his long-standing disdain for Yin Yu was not a fleeting sentiment. The hand not only remained unyielding, but also pulled Zhong Ying backward, resting on her shoulder with a provocative demeanor. "I can't let go. My affairs with her are far from over." With a resounding crash, silence enveloped the surroundings for a brief moment, only to be shattered by the clattering of chairs, the shattering of dishes, and screams that drowned out the music. No. Zhong Ying's mind went blank as she instinctively turned and lunged toward the fallen Su Weidong, shielding him with her body. The anticipated second attack never came. With a sense of trepidation, she peered back with one eye squinted, only to find Yin Yu frozen, fist clenched, his gaze filled with confusion and hurt. Her heart plummeted. This was the end. Su Weidong, blood streaming from his nose, struggled to rise. "Damn you, Yin Yu. Are you tired of living? Shut your mouth." Zhong Ying pressed him down firmly, then urgently addressed Yin Yu. "Brother Yu, please leave first. There's been a misunderstanding. I'll explain later. Just go." Ying, he called softly, reaching out to her. "Leave. You dare to leave. Just wait until I call for help. Call for your grandfather." Zhong Ying struck Su Weidong across the head, pleading with Yin Yu. "Brother Yu, please go. Don't escalate this." Su Weidong lay on the table, while she half leaned on his chest, her elbow pressing against his chin, her upper body straining to prevent him from rising. To onlookers, their posture appeared quite ambiguous. Yin Yu remained motionless, persistently extending his hand toward her, his eyes dark and profound. Zhong Ying longed to grasp his hand, yet Su Weidong was in a rage, desperately fumbling for his phone. She could not allow him to call for help, especially since the manager was already instructing the waitstaff to find the security team. The concept of the Joint Defense Team remains ambiguous, yet it undoubtedly represents a public organization. Individuals from 30 years hence possess a profound understanding of the importance of lawful conduct. Once it becomes public, both schools and parents will be acutely aware that Yin Yu's single blow may incur consequences beyond his capacity to bear. She must suppress this matter. "You should leave at once. I do not wish to see you now." Zhong Ying's expression was grave, her tone piercing, and her gaze harsh. After a tense standoff of 30 seconds, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled several times. Zhong Ying exhaled in relief, releasing Su Weidong, and swiftly seized his mobile phone. Calmly addressing the owner, she stated, "As we are all classmates, there is no need to involve the Joint Defense Team over a trivial disagreement. I will compensate for all losses incurred by the shop, and I shall cover tonight's bills for these tables. I apologize for the disturbance to your meals." The young girl's thoroughness was unexpectedly commendable, and her polite apology left the owner and patron speechless. Two tables situated at a distance had not even been splattered with oil, and felt embarrassed to accept her offer. She assured them it was merely a fright and requested their understanding. In truth, the shop had suffered minimal losses, having only 2 plates broken. Su Weidong, however, faced greater personal losses. Not only was his nose bloodied, but his supposedly expensive suit was also soiled with soup and grease, rendering it nearly ruined. Moreover, his losses continued to escalate as Zhong Ying discovered her funds were insufficient. Without mentioning the possibility of borrowing, she simply declared that he should cover the entire bill. Su Weidong was taken aback, questioning if she was being overly presumptuous, as he was not her father. This evening has truly been a cascade of misfortunes for him. The girl has abandoned him. He has endured a beating, suffered financial loss, had his mobile phone snatched away, and is unable to call for help or seek revenge. The hospital has denied him entry, and he has missed out on a sumptuous dinner accompanied by fine red wine. Instead, he was unceremoniously dragged into a roadside eatery, forced to consume subpar skewers. The wretched girl entered and declared, "Bring 5 skewers of everything except for kidneys." All he desired was kidneys. "Were it not for my protection, you would be dead by now." Su Weidong does not concede that he cannot contend with Yin Yu, yet he is taken aback by Zhong Ying's unwavering defense of him, which, despite the surprise, fills him with a certain warmth. Thus, throughout the night, he has been led by her, compliant with her every whim. Amidst this warmth, there is a hint of pride, Her defense was so robust that he missed the opportunity to witness Yin Yu's expression at that moment, which he can only imagine was exceedingly grim. Caught off guard, do you think I cannot hold my own against him? He gingerly touches his swollen lip. Wincing at the pain, she truly strikes with ferocity. You have violated someone's girlfriend. It is a mere trifling that I did not retaliate more severely. In all honesty, who has violated whom? You seized my friend without hesitation, causing her to flee. Is it unreasonable for me to demand an explanation? You are not in danger of not surviving tonight. Can we not discuss this another day? Knowing he is my boyfriend, you still laid your hands on me. It is no injustice to strike you. If he insists that I let him go, how could I possibly save face? Zhong Ying chuckled. You certainly have face now. Su Weidong, filled with both embarrassment and fury, declared, that rascal, Yin Yu may escape, but he cannot evade his fate. One punch from him, and I shall flay him alive. What surname do you love? The best one is Wang Ba. Zhong Ying remarked nonchalantly, taking another sip of beer. I hope all your girlfriends betray you, turning you into a living Wang Ba. Su Weidong replied, what have I done to deserve this? Zhong Ying swallowed her meat, casting a meaningful glance at him. I told you the first time we met that I am your nemesis. If you kept your distance, I would not seek to challenge you. But you, being shameless, always seize the opportunity to linger around me. Out of boredom, I inquired about your background. To my surprise, a distinguished student from Huada turns out to be a morally corrupt scoundrel, juggling multiple affairs and sowing discord. I've even heard rumors of you causing someone to become pregnant. Who said that? It's pure slander. Is it that scoundrel Yin Yu defaming me? Su Weidong retorted, his eyes widening. Zhong Ying raised her glass. Hold on. I haven't finished yet. There's no evidence regarding the pregnancy, so for now, that's not on you. However, the fact that you juggle multiple affairs is undeniable. I've encountered 3 of your entanglements myself, and you cannot deny it. I detest unfaithful men. Upon seeing such a person, I feel an uncontrollable urge to eliminate them. Do you know why? Su Weidong, recalling her age and past demeanor, touched his nose. Is it because of your father? Zhong Ying's expression turned sorrowful, and she nodded vigorously, downing another drink. Indeed, my father is such a beast. Su Weidong, intrigued, asked, what has he done? Hearing this, Su Weidong's face contorted in disbelief. That's outrageous. Why didn't your mother divorce him? Because he is shameless, claiming my mother is his true love, stating that if he were to divorce, it would be over his dead body. He professes love while simultaneously inflicting pain, confining my mother in this marriage for 20 years. My mother, soft-hearted as she is, found it difficult to act decisively, especially as my father treated her relatively well and was adept at soothing her. Eventually, as he aged and his circumstances became cleaner, she resigned herself to her fate. Your father is indeed a despicable man. Zhong Ying smiled bitterly, finishing one bottle of wine before pouring another for herself. With your words, I find solace. In truth, my father has treated me well, although he later deceived me. It cannot negate his love for me. Among the children, he cherished me the most, even more than my younger brother. To dismantle my parents' union feels like a betrayal to him. Yet, my heart aches for my mother. It has been 20 years. That hardly constitutes tearing apart a marriage. Moreover, what have you to feel guilty about? No matter how much he loves you, his actions towards your mother do not make him a good man. If my husband dared to seek another woman, I would promptly take my mother and divorce him, stripping him of his wealth and sending him away. Zhong Ying looked at him with an expression of deep contemplation. Indeed, how could it be that great-grandfather and grandfather had no illegitimate children, living their lives with one wife until old age, while he has turned into such a scandalous creature? Does your nose still hurt? Su Weidong rubbed it. Although the bone was not broken and the bleeding had stopped, he admitted, it hurts. Do not think that by sharing your innermost feelings with me, you can evoke my sympathy. You are you, and he is he. I will not let Yin Yu escape. Zhong Ying gazed at him. I am not seeking your sympathy. I am merely conveying why you irk me so. The moment I see you with a different woman, I feel a surge of anger because I discern the shadow of my father in you, and you bear a slight resemblance to him in his youth. Su Weidong chuckled. Oh really? My dear daughter, why not call me father and let me hear it? Zhong Ying, seemingly a bit inebriated, stared blankly at him for a while before finally speaking. Father, you once told me that one must uphold the spirit of contracts. You signed a marriage certificate, and for this lifetime, you should belong solely to mother. If you cannot fulfill this, then perhaps you ought not to marry, lest you bring harm to others. You still have me. I shall take care of you in your old age. Is that agreeable? Su Weidong was momentarily taken aback, and as he observed the dazed and unfocused look in Zhong Ying's eyes, a pang of sympathy struck him. He masked his feelings by raising his glass. I am not that kind of man. Once I marry, my devotion will be unwavering. Zhong Ying fell silent, quietly consuming her drink. Adhering to the customs of the previous generation where 2 bottles of beer were merely a warm-up. However, she overestimated her body's tolerance for alcohol, and by the time the second bottle was empty, she was already feeling dizzy and unsteady. I want to find Yinyu. The university is closed. I want to find Yinyu. As the car turned onto Chaoyang Street, Zhong Ying suddenly jolted awake, pressing her face against the car window to glance outside. I am not going to Shijia Hutong. I want to find Yinyu. Su Weidong was astonished. How did you know I was heading to Shijia Hutong? I want to find Yinyu. I told you, it's closed. She appeared to have regained her clarity of mind and spoke with newfound coherence. No. The years of effort cannot be in vain. I must see him today. If I cannot enter, then let him come out. Su Weidong scoffed coldly. If he dares to emerge, I will undoubtedly confront him. After a moment of silence, Zhong Ying suddenly patted his shoulder. No one can remain indifferent while witnessing their girlfriend being entangled by another. This situation is my fault. I am the one who instigated it. You should not blame Yinyu. If you wish to strike someone, let it be me. However, a person of your stature would hardly resort to hitting a woman. From this moment on, I shall consider you a friend. This minor loss can be regarded as a token of friendship. Over 4,000 for the suit, 5 tables of strangers' dinner, a bloody nose, swollen lips, lost dignity, and 50 yuan for skewers and beer, and you dare to call it a minor loss? Su Weidong was about to speak, but she continued. If you feel that friendship lacks weight, I am perfectly fine treating you as a father figure. The liquor had not yet worn off. At midnight, Yinyu's pager vibrated. He glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number, 908888. He disregarded it and continued to stare blankly into the darkness with his arms cradling his head. 3 minutes later, the number called again, and then every 3 minutes thereafter. A succession of calls ensued. His roommate was disturbed by the incessant vibrations and inquired about it. He should have turned it off. Yet his finger lingered over the button without pressing it. 10 minutes later, he sought the dormitory manager to open the door and hurried to the campus payphone. Dialing the number. The moment he heard a sound, it was the muffled sound of crying, tightening his chest. Zhong Ying? On the other side, tears streamed down you. Brother Yu, what is the matter? I feel as though I might perish. Where are you? After hanging up, Zhong Ying returned the large mobile phone to Su Weidong, adjusted the sun visor to glance at her reflection, and then tugged at her collar to catch a whiff of her fragrance. Her expression turned grave. This is a serious issue. He has begun to call me by my full name. For your sake, the man who resembles my father, I have truly sacrificed so much. If I cannot appease him today, our father-daughter bond will end here. All right, I shall exit the vehicle. You may leave now. Su Weidong, pondering the plight of a girl driven to madness by a monstrous father, felt that whatever she uttered or did ought to be forgiven. 10 minutes later, Yinyu scaled the southern wall, and, beneath the dim glow of the solitary streetlight, beheld her silhouette. She stood with her arms wrapped around herself, seemingly cold. Her hair disheveled, yet her posture was erect, fixed upon him. As he approached, he noticed her trembling, her cheeks stained with tears, and her lips pale with despair. What has transpired? He thought, recalling her sobs over the phone that had urged him to rush here, yet upon seeing her, he forced himself to regain composure. I wish to explain what occurred today. Yinyu remained expressionless, his gaze devoid of warmth. No need. Zhong Ying stared at him vacantly for a moment, lowered her eyelids, and silently turned away. A pang of anguish surged from his fingertips to his heart as he clenched his fists, watching her retreat step by step. Her arms still encircling herself, shoulders hunched, and her figure appeared so fragile and helpless against the biting chill of the early spring night. Enduring the silence, he finally spoke. Where are you going at this late hour? She was not merely playing tricks, she genuinely intended to leave. Previously, she had resolved that upon encountering Yinyu, she would, without hesitation, rush towards him in tears, employing her body language to alleviate some of his anger before gradually explaining the situation regarding Su Weidong. She had no intention of fabricating an entire tale. She would merely adjust the narrative surrounding her unusual actions with Su Weidong, transforming her proactive instigation into a scenario where Su Weidong sought her assistance. After all, when Guanling had instigated trouble, he had come to her aid. Her defense of Su Weidong stemmed from a desire to prevent him from making a greater mistake in a fit of rage. The arrival of the neighborhood watch would hardly yield favorable outcomes. If this escalated to the school, it would at least result in a reprimand. The delay in approaching him was due to her discussions with Su Weidong, for he was, after all, the victim in this scenario. She believed that as long as she conveyed her sincerity, Yin Yu would undoubtedly accept her reasoning. However, to her astonishment, he was unwilling even to listen. The chill in her heart intensified at the sight of Yin Yu's frosty gaze, and she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. If he were to rely solely on what was visible to the eye, then her words would hold no value. Zhong Ying, Zhong Ying. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. A firm grip seizing her shoulder, inducing a dull pain. She let out a scream, waving her hand to push away the intruder, retreating a few steps. Where are you going? That is none of your concern. For a fleeting moment, a shadow of gloom and coldness crossed her face. One that Yin Yu had never witnessed before, but it vanished almost instantly, leaving only indifference. Chapter 51. There is no possibility of abandonment in the dead of night. The city succumbed to slumber. The streets outside the south gate of Huada stood desolate, with the streetlights casting a dim glow. The trees lining the sidewalks extended into the distance. Within 50 meters, the surroundings could still be discerned, but beyond that, only a haze of gray-black remained. Fortunately, a silent man followed closely behind her, alleviating her concerns for personal safety amidst the fatigue and chill. After walking 200 or 300 meters, Zhong Ying felt as though her legs were laden with lead. Exhaustion enveloped her, and her steps grew increasingly sluggish as drowsiness overtook her, tears welling from yawning. Once the effects of the alcohol faded, only weariness remained, urging her to succumb to sleep. The sound of footsteps approached, followed by a moment of silence, and a heavy sigh echoed above her. A hand grasped her arm. You cannot sleep like this, you will catch a cold. Yin Yu crouched down, bringing his face close to hers, his starry eyes flickering with a shadowy gleam. Have you been drinking? Can you walk? She nodded slightly. And Yin Yu frowned. There is an inn 100 meters ahead. If you wish to sleep, we can go there. Upon hearing the mention of the inn, Zhong Ying perked up slightly, lifting her head to gaze vacantly at him. After a prolonged moment, she inquired, how much is a night at the inn? 15. She extended a leg and rummaged through her pocket for a while, but no money surfaced. Instead, a small pink object tumbled to the ground. Both pairs of eyes locked onto it, and Zhong Ying picked it up, placing it into Yin Yu's hand. Yours. She then resumed her search for money, producing a 10 yuan note, 2 2-yuan notes, and a 50-cent piece. After counting, she sighed. If only Su Weidong had covered the compensation for those 2 plates, she would have been just shy of 50 cents. She pondered whether the inn might offer a discount at this late hour. Surely they would, right? If not, she could simply sit in the lobby for the night, better than braving the cold winds. With great effort, she stood, nodded in gratitude towards Yin Yu for his information, and trudged forward. Yin Yu rose abruptly and took a decisive step forward to grasp her arm, exerting considerable force to turn her around. Anger was now vividly etched on his face. What on earth do you intend to do? Zhong Ying's normally agile mind was in a state of semi-dormancy, processing information sluggishly and requiring additional time to comprehend matters that lacked clarity. Thus, she stood there, momentarily dazed, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. If you do not wish to hear me speak, what else can I do if I do not leave? If you do not wish for me to speak, then I shall remain silent. Yet, why did you insist on explaining yourself when you ignored my calls for 20 days and deceived me into visiting my grandmother? Why did you feel compelled to clarify when you mistook me for Zhou Qiao on that wintry night? After such a nightmarish ordeal and that painfully vivid scene, you so readily abandoned the need to explain. Yin Yu felt as though his innards were ablaze, searing him with unbearable agony. Yet he found himself unable to express his turmoil. He clenched the small pager and thrust it towards Zhong Ying. What does this signify? Yin Yu continued. What I mean is, return it to me. It signifies that I am presently in a foul mood, exceedingly fatigued, and I do not wish to engage in the game of listening to explanations I have no intention of hearing. Let us take a temporary respite. Once I have rested sufficiently, you shall still be my darling, all right? Zhong Ying ultimately understood the notion of boundaries. She refrained from carelessly voicing her innermost thoughts, and instead, with a sluggish demeanor, she replied, I am so tired. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Yin Lei added, fortunately, it is Saturday, otherwise, you would be unable to escape a dire fate. By the way, did you plan this? Honestly, where have you been? Is it true that you were with Senior Yin? There is nothing of the sort. I merely dined at a relative's house and stayed the night. Zhao Yuelon tapped her forehead, saying, in the future, if such a situation arises, you must write a leave request in advance, understood? Or at least inform the instructor. It cannot be treated so casually. It's all Su Weidong's fault. If he hadn't paraded a woman right before my eyes, I wouldn't have felt provoked to create such a chaotic scene. She lamented. In the end, she expressed her concern for Su Weidong's injuries, offering to bring him some cotton balls and iodine. Su Weidong was quite irked, muttering, "What use are your meager cotton balls? There's no sincerity in that." Zhong Ying chuckled, candidly hoping he would refrain from causing trouble for Yanyu, lest they both be burdened with a negative record. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without contention. We all aim to be good friends in the future. Su Weidong neither agreed nor declined, merely grunting in response. Zhong Ying, with a playful grin, remarked, "If you insist on harboring a grudge, we shall no longer be good friends. I will confront you at every opportunity, write complaint letters to the school, the education bureau, the television station, and the radio, exposing your moral depravity and mistreating women. I will plaster the university with posters about you, ensuring you cannot graduate, and bring all your girlfriends home for a competition on who can recount their romantic history best, with your father choosing the most suitable daughter-in-law." Su Weidong could only respond with silence, reflecting on how many misguided girls at Huada had been overlooked by Yanyu, who instead chose a mentally unstable girlfriend. Truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. If Su Weidong were to realize that his unique perspective inadvertently hit the mark, he would undoubtedly burst into uproarious laughter upon witnessing Yanyu's torment, akin to that of a soul trapped in purgatory. Why seek revenge when one can simply await the demise of that wretched girl? After a sleepless night, Yanyu resolved to let Zhong Ying rest a little longer, managing to restrain himself until 8:30 before procuring breakfast for the lodging house, only to discover that she had already departed, leaving the room empty. No one could fathom the depths of his fury, anxiety, frustration, and turmoil at that moment. The carefully prepared words he had labored over vanished in an instant, leaving him utterly speechless. Was there truly no explanation to be offered, merely because he had uttered a single phrase of dismissal? Yet, who could bear witness to their beloved engaging intimately with another man without feeling a surge of indignation? Did he not possess the right to be angry? As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, and after his roommates had inquired about his well-being multiple times, Yanyu felt an urgent need to take action. Remaining idle would only serve to roast his heart over an unrelenting flame. Though he would not perish, he would also not find solace. Just as he descended to the first floor, his pocket suddenly vibrated. In a flurry, he retrieved the pager, and the number displayed on the screen elicited a long exhale from him. The scent of alcohol wafting from her presence nearly sent his heart into a frenzy. Yet he remained silent, merely observing her fatigued and dazed demeanor. What had they been engaged in from 7:30 until well past noon? Merely contemplating it stirred a violent impulse within him. He lingered by the phone, and as the message reception time approached 20 minutes, he finally lifted the receiver. The indifference and antagonism from the previous night felt like a fleeting illusion. She reverted to her usual sweet tone, speaking in a casual manner, devoid of explanations or unease, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yanyu remained silent, listening intently. "Hey, Yugu, is that really you?" She moved the microphone away slightly and whispered, "Why aren't you saying anything? I'm going to hang up. It's me." The moment he spoke, the other end fell silent. After a long pause, Zhong Ying's tone diminished. "I know you're still angry, but things aren't as you think. If you don't want to see me right now, we can talk in a few days. Just cool off." A few days? He could hardly bear even a moment longer. Realizing Zhong Ying intended to hang up, Yanyu quickly interrupted, "Half an hour. At the north gate of Renmin University." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Zhong Ying sighed into the receiver, feeling pitiful for the difficult day and night she had endured. What began as a joyful date had devolved into a farcical spectacle, leaving her feeling justified in her anger. Her cold demeanor the previous night had only exacerbated his suffering. Even the silence on the phone revealed the volcanic turmoil simmering within him, suppressed, yet ready to erupt. Being with her, who harbored unspeakable secrets, brought both surprises and trepidation, making him the most innocent victim compared to Su Weidong. After a restful sleep, as Zhong Ying lay in bed, the thought of what she was about to do flickered in her mind, even prompting a fleeting notion of abandoning him. While her feelings were not yet deeply rooted, perhaps it would be best to return him to his destined partner. To intervene in the Su couple's marriage and prevent tragedy would inevitably require contact with Su Weidong. After all, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever, and one day he would inevitably discover the truth. One cannot simply disclose to him that Su Weidong is her father from a previous life. Such a statement would merely serve as a flimsy excuse for infidelity in the ears of a materialistic, scientifically minded man, akin to the nonsensical fabrications of a desperate individual. Moreover, to utter such truths could incite a tumultuous chain reaction of inquiries. Who was I in my past life? In which year was I born? At what age did I perish? Was I married? What insights could I possibly glean from masquerading as a 15-year-old girl? How did I devise a scheme to entice a 17-year-old youth? Had I known you long before? The most prudent course of action would be to relinquish him. For the next 30 years, she could devote herself entirely to supporting Su Weidong, cautioning him against placing undue trust in certain individuals, urging him to disregard the expansion plans touted by his uncle, and remaining vigilant regarding the company's asset-liability balance and external guarantee issues. And then what? Then Su Weidong, acknowledging her fervent dedication, might hire her as a senior consultant with an annual salary of $1 million? Bah! She now bears the surname Zhong. In this lifetime, she shall inherit not a single penny of the Su family's wealth. If Yinyu remains impoverished for a few more years, he will eventually rise. The chosen one is destined to soar to great heights, and she finds herself unwilling to part with either her financial resources or her youthful paramour. The moment she intertwines wealth with the vitality of youth, Zhong Ying feels an overwhelming surge of genuine affection for him. She believes she can successfully navigate her relationship with Su Weidong, yet relinquishing Yinyu is an impossibility. In the span of merely a second, a small delivery truck sped perilously close to her rear. The driver leaned out, hurling curses. What's the rush for a funeral, you fool? Upon seeing her approach, Yinyu was unable to intervene in time. The vehicle's sudden approach sent a chilling wave through him. As he reached out to embrace her, he swiftly turned, narrowly avoiding a collision. Zhong Ying pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 52. Irresistible. Seated in a quaint noodle shop, Zhong Ying meticulously recounted the events of the previous day, from her serendipitous encounter with Su Weidong to the conclusion of their conversation, during which she borrowed his mobile phone to request a ride to Huada. She subtly modified her motivations and concealed certain aspects of her dialogue with Su Weidong. The girl you encountered upon entering was particularly tenacious, relentlessly pursuing her objective. Su Weidong requested my assistance. I was initially reluctant, but he reminded me of the time he had come to my aid at the fourth cafeteria, suggesting that assisting him this once would be a matter of returning a favor. Subsequently, when you resorted to violence, he threatened to cause you trouble. Fearing the escalation of the situation, I chose to engage him in further dialogue, ultimately achieving a form of reconciliation. I intended to clarify this matter with you, but Yinyu neither consumed any food nor uttered a word, his gaze fixed intently on Zhong Ying's eyes. His fingers rested on the table, occasionally tapping lightly, his expression devoid of any emotion. Several times, Zhong Ying felt the urge to evade his piercing stare, the scrutiny weighing heavily upon her. She repeatedly steeled herself to maintain her focus, resisting the temptation to look away. Each tap of his fingers coincided with her moments of distraction, sending a ripple of unease through her, making her feel utterly exposed before him. Once her explanation concluded, Yinyu remained silent, his demeanor as cold as frost, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, lost in thought. Zhong Ying had contemplated shedding a few tears, a tactic that often proved effective before a man who loved her. In most instances, it yielded the desired outcome. However, she reminded herself to adhere to the principle of emotional moderation. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. However, upon their initial meeting, her eyes were already red, and now, if she cried again, it would seem as if she were compelling him to accept her explanation. Zhong Ying contemplated for a moment, then gently placed her hand over his, whispering, "It is entirely my fault." Her palm felt cool, her skin as smooth as jade, with slender fingers and neatly trimmed oval nails that glimmered softly, adorned with delicate crescent shapes. Yinyu gazed at that hand for a while, his taut nerves beginning to ease. He had numerous questions he wished to pose. Why did Su Weidong come to your aid? When did you two first meet? Was there truly a necessity for such intimate gestures while pretending to be a girlfriend? Instead of intervening during the conflict, why did you choose to protect him? Why change the location for your discussion, and why indulge in alcohol, lingering until midnight? Was your willingness to get into a man's car a sign of naivety or a complete lack of wariness? Yet, he refrained from voicing these inquiries. Her admission of guilt softened his heart, leading him to even fabricate justifications for her. At merely 19, it was understandable to mishandle unexpected situations. Her desperate pleas for him to leave were likely born from a fear of escalating the chaos. He merely replied, "What fault do you possess? There are far too many." Zhong Ying acknowledged, aware that her words could not withstand scrutiny. Should Yin Yu delve deeper, she would be compelled to weave more lies to cover her tracks. She was merely taking a gamble, hoping he was akin to the Mr. Yin of 20 years hence, one who relished in subtlety, offering a mere glance for self-reflection. Disinterested in tearing the faade completely asunder, she sincerely lamented, "I regret that I should never have engaged with Su Weidong from the outset." The very fact that he could devise such a scheme to dismiss a girl reveals that he is fundamentally not a good person. Moreover, I should not have panicked upon hearing of his intent to retaliate against you, completely disregarding your feelings. Yin Yu's lips curled into a chilling smile. Retaliate against me? I fear he lacks the courage. Very well, I understand you have numerous connections, while Su Weidong can only rally a few unsavory characters. You, however, could summon soldiers from the army. But what purpose would that serve? Defeat leads to hospitalization, while victory leads to imprisonment. A look of fear crossed her face as she hesitated. I have made it clear to him that this matter should end here. He knows I am your girlfriend and harbors no ulterior motives. He merely spoke inappropriately out of pride at that moment. I will disregard him from now on. I do not wish for any further conflict, I am afraid. Yin Yu remained non-committal, raising his gaze to her. What am I to you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying immediately grasped the underlying implication. His mood was improving, all due to a title that had become an established fact, yet one she had never verbally acknowledged. In this sensitive moment, she could not employ any disingenuous tactics. Denying it now would only lead him to recall unpleasant scenarios and realize he had no grounds for anger, thus provoking further irritation. Zhong Ying stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes, uncharacteristically exhibiting a hint of naivety. I am your girlfriend, is that not correct? He withdrew his hand from beneath hers, then gently grasped it again, squeezing it softly. His tone softened considerably, indeed, so please do not draw too close to other boys. It makes me uncomfortable, exceedingly uncomfortable. Zhong Ying nodded, her heart finally at ease. She had passed the test. He truly cherished her. Enough to attempt to independently navigate the turbulence arising from their relationship, unwilling to burden her with difficulty. All she needed to offer was a definitive stance, one that would assure him of her belonging to him. Such a Yin Yu was difficult for her to resist. Gazing at his earnest countenance, Zhong Ying felt a wave of nostalgia. Had they married when he was 20 years younger? No. Even 10 years would suffice. Retaining some of that fervor and the ability for candid expression, perhaps she would have been less resistant. Why had this handsome young man, whose love was unmasked and whose jealousy was evident, transformed into a stagnant pool? It was hard to fathom that after 5 years of marriage, genuine kisses had been exceedingly rare. Zhong Ying referred to true kisses, not mere social niceties akin to a fleeting dragonfly's touch. Even in moments of close proximity, his lips remained restrained, tasting her essence only superficially. Such is the nature of older men, their desires extinguished by the passage of time, lacking the impetus to ignite passion. They seek to marry a younger woman for rejuvenation. However, she, lacking experience and burdened by considerable resistance, often resembled a lifeless fish. Stagnant waters suit a lifeless fish, seemingly sealing their fate. Yet with flowing waters, even a dead fish could possess a hint of ethereal charm. Grateful for Yin Yu's lack of scrutiny, after their meal, Zhong Ying exhibited an unprecedented warmth and obedience, taking his hand and wrapping her arms around his, resting her head against his shoulder, her entire being melting against him as he guided her along. The two individuals hurried to complete their registration before the workday concluded. A message appeared on the screen of the pager, scrolling the words, "Welcome to Beijing 126 Paging Station. We are dedicated to serving you. Wishing you a pleasant life." Quite nice indeed. Now you can leave me messages. Yin Yu observed as she naturally accepted the pager, pressed a few buttons indiscriminately, and then effortlessly tucked it into her pocket. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Why did you give it to me yesterday? I was intoxicated. Seeing your cold demeanor vexed me, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I contemplated breaking up with you." Zhong Ying replied with a sweet smile. "I was looking for change and merely asked you to hold it for a moment. Who knew you would run off with it? When I woke up this morning and discovered it was missing, I was quite startled. 800 yuan is not something I can afford to lose. It was only later that I remembered it was with you. A falsehood. Yinyu was aware she was trying to cover up. The tone and actions from the previous night clearly indicated her desire to distance herself from him. He was reluctant to dwell on those two words, even if only for a fleeting moment, as it pained his heart. Never mind, he thought. One should not hold on to too many grievances after a night of drinking. Thus, he redirected the conversation. You are not allowed to drink alcohol in the future. This topic was perilous as well. Drinking with someone of the opposite sex, particularly if intoxicated, was intolerable. Understood. I only had one drink. As a gesture of goodwill, she replied. You mentioned that my father has a strong tolerance for alcohol. Why is it that I become inebriated after just a little? Is alcohol tolerance hereditary? Perhaps similar to certain ailments. It could be a recessive trait. Zhong Ying deliberately steered the conversation away, and Yinyu, wishing to avoid further entanglement, followed her lead, discussing biological knowledge instead. The two meandered about, spending over 2 hours idling in a nearby rental bookstore. Zhong Ying stumbled upon a collection of vintage comic books, and a particular set titled Daughters of the Nile captivated her, causing her to pause, first standing, then crouching, and ultimately settling on the ground, unable to resist the allure of one volume after another. Yinyu, indifferent to this bookstore filled with comic martial arts romances, silently awaited her, eventually renting 2 sets of comics for the reluctant Zhong Ying before coaxing her out. Having just dined on noodles around 4 o'clock and not yet hungry for dinner, the pair continued their stroll along Zhongguan Street. With 3 universities in the vicinity and tens of thousands of students, the area was replete with trendy shops catering to youthful tastes. It wasn't long before Zhong Ying spotted a video rental store and eagerly dragged Yinyu inside. The establishment was unremarkable, but on the promotional board outside, she noticed a poster featuring the renowned actors Tony Leung and Maggie Cheung, alongside the familiar Suzuki RG 500 motorcycle, evoking a sense of nostalgia. This particular motorcycle was limited to just over 500 units worldwide, and Su Weidong owned one. As long as Zhong Ying could remember, it had occupied a corner of their home, displayed on a specially crafted pedestal. Su Weidong had maintained it impeccably, and even after more than a decade, it appeared as pristine as if it had just rolled off the factory floor. Whenever friends of the same age visited, they would marvel and inquire, "Is this the very motorcycle from If There's Love?" To which Su Weidong would proudly embrace Su Ma and reply, "Indeed, it is our love token." Zhong Ying was unaware of the details surrounding their romantic encounter, yet she speculated that Su Weidong must have purchased this striking motorcycle after watching the film, riding it with flair that had undoubtedly stirred Su Ma's youthful heart. At this moment, many films from Hong Kong are unable to grace the screens of mainland cinemas, leaving the solitary avenue of video halls as the only means to experience them. On a Sunday, coinciding with mealtime, the video hall is sparsely populated, allowing Zhong Ying and Yinyu to occupy the front row, where they watch the visually unremarkable If There Is Love on a 21-inch television. This is not her inaugural viewing of the film, yet the years have rendered the plot a distant memory, save for the vivid image of the protagonist, Dehua, clad in a white suit, racing on an RG 500, blood streaming from his nose. Watching it again today, she remains moved by that hopeless romance. Encountering the right person at the wrong time is akin to blood splattering on a white suit, both beautiful and tragic, culminating in sorrow. Zhong Ying glances down at her hand, which Yinyu has gently pulled onto his lap, and smiles softly. Each time the narrative reaches a harrowing or melancholic juncture, he instinctively tightens his grip, as if to console her, despite her calm demeanor showing no signs of tears. "Did you enjoy it?" she inquires upon exiting the video hall. Yinyu shakes his head. "I am not fond of tragedies." "What about that motorcycle? The one Dehua rode, wasn't it striking? Don't you think he looked particularly dashing, riding while bleeding?" "Where to now? Let us take a stroll after our meal." Having walked for quite some time, the one who typically tires after 500 meters finds herself traversing over 3 kilometers this afternoon. Yinyu accompanies her all the way to the ginkgo grove behind Xingji Building, a place frequented by students when the weather is warm, yet seldom visited on the chilly nights of March. Beside a sturdy old ginkgo tree, she paused, turning to face Yinyu, gazing at him in the faint twilight, silent and contemplative. Just as her words began to form, Zhong Ying unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer until their faces nearly brushed against one another, their breaths intertwining. Yinyu instinctively closed his eyes, his breath quickening, unable to resist the urge to hold her waist. Ying, her soft, moist lips brushed against his chin, and as she relaxed her embrace, She nestled her head against his neck, her voice tender yet faint. I'm sorry, you go. A fire ignited within Yinyu, a torment that, rather than causing pain, birthed an unbearable sense of emptiness. Holding her felt insufficient, and he yearned for more. Why do you keep apologizing? I have done wrong, yet you do not blame me, though I sense your lingering anger. No, I'm not angry anymore. Zhong Ying nuzzled against him, then suddenly uttered an enigmatic phrase. I may not be as selfless as Jojo, who cares not for gains or losses. Who is Jojo? Yinyu pondered for a moment before recalling the female protagonist from the film they had watched that evening. He had thought Zhong Ying remained unmoved. Yet now it seemed she was deeply affected. With a light chuckle, he remarked, That's not good, it's too foolish. Zhong Ying appeared perplexed. Can you accept love that comes with conditions? What kind of conditions? For instance, one might be esteemed for their appearance, family background, or promising future. It is even plausible that such attributes were the initial allure, with aspirations of future authority and affluence in mind. Yinyu, regaining his composure, gently pressed her shoulders and pushed her back slightly, inquiring, Are you speaking of yourself? Zhong Ying blinked her eyes and replied, And if I am? Then I must express my gratitude to my mother for my decent appearance, to my father for being a minor official, and to myself for diligent study that holds promise for the future, which grants me the opportunity to attract your attention. As long as it is you, I would welcome any motivation behind it. Zhong Ying felt a surge of emotion, nearly bursting into tears. As she finally comprehended why Yinyu remained unmarried throughout his life, he was, in essence, a concealed romantic, a woman who harbors affection for a lifetime, allowing her passion to consume her reason, forsaking all boundaries. She suspected that should she engage in the gravest of sins, Yinyu would assist her in evading justice, whisking her away to wander the world. Presently, this woman was she, Zhong Ying. Could she indulge her desires, possessing both immense wealth and everlasting love? He drew her into his embrace, his arms encircling her waist, one hand tenderly caressing her hair, his eyes sparkling brilliantly, akin to the evening star competing with the moonlight. Zhong Ying, still slightly off balance, pressed on with her inquiry. If it were me, would you not find such a fade rather mundane and unappealing? He replied, With you. No matter the circumstance, beauty prevails. Even a love for wealth can be beautiful. She mused. The word beautiful escaped her lips only partially, for before she could finish, Yinyu had already leaned in to kiss her, holding the back of her head tenderly. At the moment their lips met, Zhong Ying seemed to hear a sigh of satisfaction emanating from the depths of his soul. His arms tightened around her waist, as if he sought to embed her within himself. After watching If There Is Love, she could not deny that she was influenced, feeling a tinge of pessimism. She yearned for solace from Yinyu, desiring to experience his love, one that was not only fervent and passionate, but also profound and enduring. If she were to offer her genuine heart, she found it challenging to maintain the detached demeanor she reserved for a benefactor, to remain indifferent to his sorrow, and to resist the external forces that incited her to manipulate emotions with subtle tricks. In truth, it was already difficult. A mere hint of alcohol was enough to unleash her darker side. Could he endure her lack of sweetness, her capricious temperament, and her less-than-ideal true nature? Chapter 53. Surprise. After the storm had passed, Zhong Ying had not seen Su Weidong for quite some time. While her romance with Yinyu entered a new phase, one that gradually descended from pure love to a desolate wasteland. No longer confined to weekend meetings, Yinyu would invite her out at any opportunity he could find. Their dates transformed from a diverse array of activities to a singular focus. He increasingly shunned crowded places, yearning instead for secluded spots where he could cherish Zhong Ying's beauty undisturbed. The last row of the cinema, the foreign language section of the library, the secluded pavilions in the parks of Haidian, and the hidden groves at Huada or Renmin University all bore witness to their presence. It may sound as though they engaged in some illicit activities, yet their encounters were limited to tender embraces and gentle kisses. Men may possess an innate talent in this regard. With subtle guidance, they can effortlessly master the essence of a kiss, becoming engrossed in practice and deriving endless pleasure from it. Initially, there is a sense of satisfaction, but gradually, greed takes hold. Each time he releases her, a flicker of muted grievance lingers in his eyes, as if he wishes to articulate something but is at a loss for words. Zhong Ying feigns ignorance, and he is left to confine his hands within the bounds of her back. She understands what he awaits, her encouragement, her consent, a desire for deeper exploration of her being. Yinyu remains unaware that he too possesses an allure for her. Although he is the same individual, the passage of time has altered his essence, his demeanor, and his mindset, evoking distinctly different sensations. On several occasions, she becomes so immersed that she nearly crosses the line, and if this continues, an accidental conflagration is inevitable. Yet, she cannot allow this. She has accelerated her 8-year plan exponentially. What was meant to remain at an ambiguous distance has now evolved into a relationship. What was intended to be a gradual unveiling of physical affection has been entirely compromised in one fell swoop. She had hoped to reserve her first kiss as a gift for Yan Yu's graduation, but under the sway of emotion, it was willingly surrendered. The situation escalates, and finding a reason to refuse becomes increasingly difficult. After being met with his fervent gaze, imbued with longing on several occasions, she fears that one day she might impulsively declare, "Come, take the lead." By mid-April, the rehearsals for the all-female rock band intensify, coinciding with Yan Yu embarking on a new experimental project, allowing a slight cooling of their interactions, yet they maintain daily phone contact. Beginning in February, the president, the group leader, and the lead vocalist engaged in a heated debate, each steadfastly holding to their own opinions. By March, they finally settled on the performance piece Heaven, a rare gem from the King Cobra band, notable for its female rock essence. Upon listening to the original version, Zhong Ying found it, how shall I put it? It did not resonate with her preferences. However, she refrained from expressing her thoughts, attending rehearsals punctually and diligently adhering to her role on the drums. As for the outcome, whether they would win accolades or not, she remained indifferent. Yet, her silence did not shield her from the disapproval of others. After several rehearsals, the lead vocalist, in a fit of rage, lamented the lack of passion in the accompaniment, particularly criticizing the drums for failing to capture the essence of rock music, even likening it to the feeble beats of a rural funeral. Later that day, the president personally visited her dormitory, aiming to mediate the discord, while lavishing praise upon Zhong Ying, asserting that, given the band's short existence and technical shortcomings, her beauty would be the main draw. Zhong Ying was perplexed by the abundance of talent within the school. Why then, must they form a makeshift band for the performance? Aside from the bassist, who was quite skilled, the guitarist was merely a novice, the vocalist, though possessing some foundation, lacked finesse, and the keyboardist was classically trained, while she herself was a newcomer to the drums. Was this not a mockery of the school's reputation? Even if they did not secure an exceptional ranking, they could still play a role in promoting rock music. Observing the fervent gaze of a classically trained cellist, who had received acceptance letters from both Renmin University and the Conservatory of Music, only to abandon music for law, and now presiding over the music club, Zhong Ying was rendered speechless. It seemed the issue was not a disdain for music, but rather a rejection of traditional forms. It is not her intention to undermine the president. Given the style of the song Heaven, creating an electrifying atmosphere at the venue seems rather daunting. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Ying proposed an idea to the president. If they wished to create an explosive performance, there was a particular song worth trying. She then retrieved a tape from her personal collection and handed it over. The following day, the president, brimming with excitement, shared the song with all the band members, who felt as if they had unlocked the door to a new world. Could a song over a century old still be performed in such a manner? Zhong Ying concurred, suggesting that if it proved too challenging, perhaps they should consider a change in personnel. Due to the president's favoritism towards her, Yan Lei's steadfast support, and the neutrality of the other two members, the burden of the drummer's role ultimately remained with her. Thus, Zhong Ying practiced listlessly for over half a month, enduring the daily eye rolls and complaints from her senior. Li Zhouqiao's life in the military was monotonous and tedious, filled with little more than eating, sleeping, and training. After completing his basic training, he was assigned to the engineer battalion, where he engaged in a variety of training activities such as road construction, bridge building, obstacle clearance, and maintenance, essentially learning the skills necessary for support troops. In her letters, Zhong Ying jested that he could become a contractor after his discharge, to which he replied that he had no intention of leaving the military. He wished to serve for a lifetime. In the latest photos he sent, he appeared disheveled in his military uniform, wearing his cap askew, a piece of wire clamped between his teeth, and a shovel in hand, half kneeling as he dug into the ground. He looked darker and more robust, with what seemed to be a wound on his finger. The letter concluded with an irate inquiry. How long has it been since you last sent me a photo? I've nearly forgotten what you look like. Without a mobile phone or a camera, capturing moments proved to be quite inconvenient for Zhong Ying. She had no desire to seek assistance from the photography club, especially after experiencing an unsettling encounter with a lecherous man who had recently emerged there, lingering around the vicinity of the east second floor. On one occasion, he spotted her without a mask and persistently insisted on taking her photograph. Zhong Ying invoked legalities, to which he retorted, "Am I not seeking your consent?" He continued to press her for a week, and ultimately, unable to endure any longer, she approached her counselor to report the harassment, which temporarily deterred him. Since the beginning of the semester, as her social circles expanded, more individuals became acquainted with her. The rumors about her vitiligo and acne had long dissipated. During rehearsals, she found herself the center of attention, with students from other clubs often gathering at the entrance. When she practiced alone, the onlookers multiplied, with some attempting to strike up conversations or ingratiate themselves with her. Maintaining an air of aloofness, Zhong Ying invited Yanyu to accompany her for a few photo sessions, publicly declaring her relationship status to dispel any unwelcome advances. However, there were a few astute individuals who concealed their true intentions, opting instead to present themselves as potential friends. One such person was Lu Ku from the student council. When he next encountered Zhong Ying at the activity center, he smiled and remarked, "After you left that day, I suspected you likely did not wish to participate in the calendar shoot. May I inquire why?" Zhong Ying neither confirmed nor denied his assumption, simply smiling in response, "No, you may not." Lu Ku promptly replied, "You have every right to that." Since then, the two have often encountered each other unexpectedly, evolving from mere nodding acquaintances to moments where they could pause and exchange a few words. Lu Ku consistently exhibited a demeanor of refinement and courtesy, engaging in discussions that ranged from the weather and temperature to music and studies, never prying into Zhong Ying's personal matters, nor revealing any discernible interest beyond friendship. Moreover, he possessed an acute sensitivity to her cues. If her gaze wandered, he would promptly excuse himself, stating he had matters to attend to, assuring her that they could converse another time. He exuded an air of effortless ease, ensuring she felt no pressure whatsoever. Zhong Ying mused, "This is the male version of myself." Such a masterful facade. With a different girl, this unhurried and gradually immersive approach might indeed prove effective, establishing a favorable impression. Cultivating friendship and patiently awaiting the opportune moment seemed a wise strategy. Given their prolonged cohabitation in the same institution, it was likely they would encounter various circumstances where he might offer assistance or words of comfort, thereby drawing them closer together. It seemed merely a question of time before he might breach her defenses and capture her affections. At times, during their exchanges, Zhong Ying pondered why so many individuals in the world remained blissfully unaware of their own shortcomings. How could one still display such a fervent desire for her after having met Yanyu? Was there a lack of mirrors in the dormitory? This individual was undeniably intriguing. When purchasing a pager, he claimed he wished to convey his longing through messages, expressing his affection 3 times a day. Yet, the reality was that he could not bring himself to utter those shameful words to the operator, resorting instead to asking if she had eaten 3 times daily. In truth, his messages were not particularly brief, measuring about the length of a palm on her knee, paired with a simple pair of white sneakers, a striking display of youthfulness. She garnered countless glances. While skirts were not uncommon, she alone dared to bare her legs. Despite her upper body being wrapped snugly, many still regarded her with incredulous looks, questioning if she felt cold. As she was about to exit the campus, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Ku. He could no longer maintain his facade of a serene smile, and his expression cracked as he gazed at her long legs. The scrutiny of onlookers accompanied her all the way to the Mingda building at Huada, where the spacious laboratory awaited in the easternmost room on the 4th floor. Zhong Ying approached the door and peered through the small glass window. Instantly, she spotted Yanyu, who was seated before a bulky computer, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. Rising on her toes to glance around, she noted the absence of anyone else, suggesting he had deliberately remained behind to await her arrival. With a gentle push, she opened the door and stealthily crept up behind him, suddenly tapping his shoulder. Surprise. With a playful grin, Zhong Ying draped her arms around his neck, adding, "How could I knock for an impromptu inspection? I intended to sneak in and see if you were up to any mischief behind my back." Yanyu chuckled in response. "How silly, knowing you were coming. What trouble could I possibly stir?" Just as his words left his lips, a small door within the room swung open, revealing a long-haired girl with glasses, who emerged carrying a stack of disc-shaped items. "Senior, I've organized all these." She abruptly halted upon noticing the two, her gaze shifting from Zhong Ying's face to her legs, and she frowned. Why did you come in without changing your shoes? Maintaining her position half reclined against Yan Yu's shoulder. Zhong Ying remained silent and still, her eyes locked onto the girl's face. She felt as though her heart were freezing, her blood congealing, while her mind buzzed incessantly. Thoughts fragmenting. This is my girlfriend. We are leaving now. Just place the discs in that cabinet. Oh, understood. The girl cast another glance at Zhong Ying before turning to place the disc away. Yan Yu powered down the computer, and Zhong Ying straightened up, gazing at the girl's retreating figure while desperately suppressing her chaotic breaths. She mustered the courage to speak. Excuse me, may I ask if your surname is Su? The smile that Zhong Ying managed to conjure was painfully stiff. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, remarkably so. I believe you must be related. Who? Su Xiao. The girl's eyes brightened. You know my cousin? Zhong Ying could no longer maintain her smile. Cousin, such a close relationship. Yet, how was it that she was unaware of Aunt Su having such a cousin? She had met nearly all of her grandfather's younger brother's children, yet this girl remained a stranger. Indeed, this young woman strongly resembled Su Xiao, but she bore an even closer likeness to her daughter, Su Xiying. Chapter 54. If I die, Su Weidong had once remarked that Yin Yu would treat her well, for she bore a slight resemblance to his first love. On the day of the wedding, she was incessantly tempted to flee. Yet, upon witnessing her parents' forced smiles, her uncle's bitter resentment, and her grandfather, confined to a wheelchair, arriving at the wedding venue, she held herself back, stripped of her marital freedom by her father and reduced to a mere substitute for another. The dual blows nearly shattered her at the tender age of 23. The path ahead appeared shrouded in darkness. Love eluded her, and the future seemed bleak. The only solace she found was in lavishly spending Yan Yu's money, which offered her a fleeting sense of vengeance. After the Su family's crisis had been weathered, she began to alter her appearance, donning heavy makeup as she traversed in and out daily. Whenever she sensed his gaze lingering on her for a moment too long, a malicious thought would cross her mind. Look at what you have married. A being so arrogant, so vulgar, so eccentric, a veritable human money-burning machine. Does she still resemble your beautiful first love? Over the course of 5 years, aside from his demands regarding their romantic relationship, Yin Yu hardly interfered in any other aspect of her life, providing her with money when asked and material possessions when desired. Yet, Zhong Ying understood that he merely utilized her to fulfill an old dream, his gentle indulgence serving as a conduit for his affections towards another girl. During those restless nights, it was money that accompanied her in passing the time, for the loyalty and warmth she once yearned for could only be purchased. In this new life, she held steadfast to her belief that accumulating wealth was the ultimate goal. However, she could not deny the feelings that blossomed for the youthful, different Yin Yu. She found herself immersed in the sensations of love. His profound affection for her, the way he became entranced by her, the jealousy he exhibited, and the anger he displayed, all of it focused solely on her. His embrace, his kisses sent shivers through her soul, making it difficult to extricate herself from his allure. All of this seemed to remedy certain deficiencies from her past life, instilling in her an unwavering confidence that she could alter his destined path and possess his entirety. For a long time, she had discreetly observed the women who appeared in Yan Yu's vicinity, particularly those who bore a resemblance to Su Xiying. Initially, she thought Guanling fit that mold, but as she observed her actions and words, it became clear that she did not. Infant could only be described as demure, her features plain and lacking the exquisite beauty that characterized Su Xiying. Moreover, there were female classmates from the same department and others from different departments who often sought to get close. Recently, I have encountered quite a few, yet I failed to identify anyone resembling Su Xiying, not even a resemblance of 5%. She had previously contemplated lowering her standards to notice even a 3% likeness. But to her utter astonishment, Su Weidong's choice of words was rather cautious. This girl surnamed Su bore more than a slight resemblance. Should she adopt her former style of makeup and attire, she would undoubtedly emerge as a champion of imitation. No, she is not the imitator. It is Su Xiying who is the true imitation, a high-quality copy. Zhong Ying felt as though she were splitting apart, her being torn asunder, one half maintaining composure while conversing with the girl, the other half silently cursing fate in a place unseen by others. Am I not your beloved daughter? Why bring forth this woman to irritate me, directly landing her beside Yan Yu? As if to remind me of the sorrow of my past life, or to convey the inescapable strength of destiny. Ah, your family is from Jianxi, right? I visited last year with my uncle to meet his old friend, Su Xiao. Sister Xiao is indeed the daughter of his friend. The girl evidently accepted her explanation, Yes, my hometown is Jianxi. So, you have met my cousin. Do I resemble her? We used to play together as children. But I haven't seen her for a long time since my family moved to Beijing. Zhong Ying suddenly recognized her identity. She was indeed the daughter of Su Ma's uncle, who held the position of deputy director in the development bureau, Su Zhiqing. Yet all these years, she had only known of two uncles in her maternal grandfather's family and was completely unaware of having a younger cousin. What became of her afterward? Did she perish? Or did she run away from home? Why did her family choose to remain utterly silent about her? Zhong Ying felt that this matter might be related to Yan Yu's lifelong bachelorhood in his previous life. Something must have happened to his first love, causing their relationship to be abruptly severed, leaving their love frozen in that most exquisite moment, etched in his heart and impossible to forget. At first glance, there was a striking resemblance, but upon closer inspection, it became less apparent. After exchanging a few words, Zhong Ying's mind began to swirl with memories of two lives. Once Yan Yu had changed his shoes and patted her back, she smiled at the girl and said, "Then we shall take our leave. I am Zhong Ying. What is your name?" "I am Su Yinyun." Zhong Ying was certain she had never heard this name before, further deepening her curiosity about the mysterious disappearance of this person in the future. Hand in hand with Yan Yu, she descended the stairs, and he inquired, "When did you go to Jianxi?" "After the college entrance examination, my uncle took me out for a trip. We stayed in Jianxi for 2 days before heading to Shenzhen." "Oh." Zhong Ying described the unique features of Jianxi and casually asked about Su Yinyun's background. Upon learning that she was also accepted into the computer science department at Huada last year, with outstanding grades, and had been exceptionally approved by her mentor to assist in the laboratory this year, though not participating in research projects, merely handling minor tasks, she refrained from asking further. It seemed excessive to pry into the life of a chance acquaintance, as it might suggest she harbored some ulterior motive. Having regained her composure, she turned to him and asked, "You go. If one day I were to die, would you remember me?" Yan Yu, slightly irritated, tapped her on the head and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I mean if. There is no if. Do not speak of such strange things. I do not wish to hear it." Zhong Ying nestled beside him and said, "Last night, I had a dream in which I perished, and you were heartbroken for many years, eventually marrying a girl who resembled me." Yan Yu gazed at her in silence for a moment before responding, "Dreams are often the opposite of reality. You shall live a long life. Yet, the crux of the matter lies not here. Rather, it is the fact that you married a girl who looks like me. Do you not find that absurd? No matter how similar she may be, she is not me, internally and externally. She is an entirely different person. Your actions are akin to quenching thirst with poison." Yan Yu wore a perplexed expression. "What have I done?" "You are laying an unfounded accusation upon me, Ying. Do not take dreams to heart." Zhong Ying pouted, "But I am quite upset. I woke in the middle of the night in a fit of anger. You must promise me that regardless of my fate, you shall not marry another." "Then who may I marry?" Yan Yu inquired. Zhong Ying cast a glance at him, noticing his lips curling into a smile, and playfully struck him. "I don't care who you marry. Just make sure it's not anyone else. Interpret anyone else as you will." Yan Yu wrapped his arm around her. "De Gao is correct. Girls are the most capricious, incomprehensible, and unpredictable beings in this world." Zhong Ying poked at his side. "Will you agree?" Yan Yu blocked her mischievous hands, laughing joyfully. "I agree. I agree. Anyone else means anyone apart from you. Am I right?" The young couple frolicked along the secluded path, yet Zhong Ying's heart was not as carefree as her countenance suggested. For a fleeting moment, she truly desired to ask Yan Yu whether he harbored intentions of settling down. Next year, they would both be of age. Establishing their bond sooner would allow them to cherish one another more fully, would it not? However, she did not inquire, and felt a twinge of shame. Was it truly necessary to stoop to such shameless depths for the sake of money? To entice a 21-year-old, still immature and feverishly in love, into marriage? What would happen when the fever subsided and he regretted it? In just 6 short months, his thoughts could completely transform. As the blossoms bloom and the heartstrings tug, she found herself ensnared within her own calculations. The mere thought of Yan Yu falling for another made her heart swell with rage and jealousy, an unbearable sensation. Having successfully claimed the title of first love, how could there be any notion of fate? If it were destined, she would defy it. If it were fate, she would alter it. Su Yinyun, who typically behaved modestly, would not create chaos, yet if someone dared to encroach upon her territory, they ought to reckon with their own capabilities. Soft or hard, scholarly or martial, she was ready to engage. Who would fear whom? "You go. Will you always like me?" Zhong Ying asked, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice sweet and playful. "Of course," Yin replied, lifting her chin. "What's wrong? You seem a bit off today." As they walked along the campus path, Zhong Ying quickly rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek, giggling. "Perhaps it's because I'm wearing this short skirt for the first time. I feel a bit insecure and need your sweet words for comfort and protection. You know it's short and you still wear it. It looks lovely. You're not one of those antiquated fellows who dictate their girlfriend's attire, are you?" With that, she broke free and dashed away. Yin Yu's gaze lingered on her perfectly proportioned figure, her smooth, long legs. And he thought to himself how stunning she was, so beautiful it made his heart race, stirring a desire to keep her hidden away. "Yin Yu, must it be so exaggerated?" Zhong Ying gazed at the sky and remarked, "If you have matters to attend to that day, I can enlist Yin Qin's assistance. Alternatively, we could reach out to our senior Liu from the student council. He has a particular fondness for rock music and has been there to encourage me during my rehearsals." Yin Yu inquired, "Senior Liu? Which major is he in, and what is his full name?" After convening an overnight meeting and following Zhong Ying's suggestions, the group discovered that the difficulty had not escalated. Rather, it was merely the format that had shifted. Consequently, the proposal passed with 5 votes in favor and 1 against, adhering to the principle of majority rule, rendering the senior's dissent ineffective. She fumed, "Am I still the lead vocalist under this arrangement? You simply wish to elevate your own presence." Zhong Ying, with an expression of exasperation, replied, "I am acting in the interest of our collective honor. Had your singing not been so average, I would not have to sacrifice my allure. I detest the way those insufferable boys gawk at me. You are even more average at drumming. I do not find you attractive. A few empty compliments from blind admirers do not justify your inflated ego. I am Zhong, and our school motto is to seek truth from facts. Senior, please refrain from lying merely to provoke me." The senior retorted. In the ensuing 2 days, all band members were thoroughly occupied. At the president's behest, they busily assembled a support group. On the 3rd, Zhong Ying returned to Huada, while Yin Yu immersed himself in the laboratory. Noticing that the group was adequately represented and that Su Yinyun was missing, she chose not to linger and disturb them, instead opting to find her sister at the College of Bioengineering. Initially harboring little hope, she was pleasantly surprised to locate the ever-busy Zhong Jing. However, for Zhong Jing, earning money was not her pursuit. She cherished learning, delighted in research, and had many days of study ahead of her. The sisters had not seen each other for a long time, and even upon their reunion, there were few warm words to exchange. They sat in their dormitory, inquiring about each other's recent circumstances. Zhong Ying mentioned the performance, inviting her sister to attend the next day, but Zhong Jing replied that she was unavailable. Zhong Ying huffed, "Enough with your sighs. Spending all your time on these trivial activities instead of studying. Let us have lunch together, but you must leave quickly afterward. I have matters to attend to in the afternoon. I want to join you for lunch. Someone has invited me." Who? Zhong Jing's roommates had changed, and the girl who secretly admired Yin Yu was no longer living there. Zhong Ying, resting her chin on her hand with a shy smile, replied, "Big brother Yin Yu." Zhong Jing wrinkled her face in disdain. "You are still in contact with him? Who else would I associate with? After all, we have known each other for 4 years and have been together for more than half a year. You wouldn't want me to change boyfriends, would you?" Zhong Jing's face contorted in discontent. "Together? You really are something, you little brat. You Haven T, listen to a word I've said. You hold a bias against him," Zhong Ying remarked, gazing at the girl flipping through a book. "Is it his fault for being handsome? Is it his fault for being outstanding? You cannot condemn him simply because many admire him. He cannot control others' thoughts and actions. Big brother Yin Yu is very devoted and treats me well." Seeing her sister's infatuated demeanor, Zhong Jing subtly added, "I am not saying he is a bad person, but someone like him inevitably attracts trouble. Why put yourself through that?" Zhong Ying clung to her sister's arm, asking, "Are you suggesting that someone will come to trouble me?" Only those steeped in self-doubt and darkness could derive such conclusions. If you admire him, then pursue him. What merit is there in troubling me? If someone truly succeeds in winning his affection, it would merely reflect that Yin Yu's character is fickle and unworthy of my admiration. There are countless exceptional men. If one does not suffice, we shall seek another." Zhong Jing remarked, "You seem rather unperturbed. I have already voiced my candid thoughts. Should you find yourself in distress later, do not come to me for solace, for I shall not entertain you." Approximately 2 weeks later, Yin Yu, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "There are myriad outstanding men. If I am inadequate, will you simply replace me?" The news of his girlfriend being the drummer of a rock band from Renmin University had spread throughout the campus of Huada, albeit slowly. Many sheltered, bookish admirers found this hard to accept. If the future girlfriend of the campus heartthrob is not me, she should at least be a peer of his academic prowess. What even is a rock band? And a drummer? Renmin University students? Politely speaking, that institution is rather average. How could our charming prince possibly be interested in someone from there? Classmates shook their heads, and Su Weidong felt pity for him, lamenting, what a loss. If you were to visit, you would understand. Yin Yu is nothing. That girl is more than deserving of Hua Ge. He scratched his head and muttered softly. Though her mental state seems rather fragile, let her not bring harm to Hua Ge. Let her continue to afflict that lad Yin Yu instead. A classmate, puzzled, asked, who is Hua Ge? De Hua? Are you not aware of the De Hua from If Heaven Has Feelings? Classmate, you speak as if he were a relative of yours. Chapter 55, I am beautiful and wild. Su Weidong attended the performance at the invitation of Zhong Ying. She made 3 stipulations. First, to bring along more people to enliven the atmosphere. Second, to refrain from approaching Yin Yu. Third, to leave promptly after the show without seeking her out for autographs or photographs. Su Weidong retorted, I swear I'll slap you across the face if you don't believe me. Zhong Ying replied, either you don't come at all, or if you do, you must follow my instructions, or we shall sever ties. But let me give you a heads up, we are going to rock the house down this time. You will regret it if you miss out. Su Weidong firmly declared, I certainly will not attend. Every time we meet, it's either insults or schemes against me. What sort of friendship is that? Whoever doesn't cut ties is a fool. On the afternoon of May 4th, he was at the first KTVCAF, Lily, in North City, enjoying himself with a group of friends. As someone passionately belted out Spring in the North, he felt drowsy and suddenly recalled Zhong Ying's words about a pretty girl playing rock music. It piqued his interest. As a wealthy scion, he had always been receptive to trendy phenomena. He had even joined the revelry when rock bands first performed in the Happy Village. He did not particularly enjoy the noisy, explosive music and was baffled by the excitement of those around him. He only accompanied his friends out of a sense of obligation. In his mind, the girls who mingled there seemed somewhat indulgent. Upon seeing him with a car, people instinctively gravitated towards him, and some even unceremoniously flung open the car door to climb inside. This casualness was more than enough to dissuade the sociable Su Weidong from frequenting such gatherings. In contrast, Zhong Ying was not of that ilk. One could not fathom why she had an affinity for rock music. Intrigued, Su Weidong imagined her in the throes of a rock performance, patiently enduring the strains of Spring in the northern country. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, let us all go watch a show. I need a girl to bolster the ambience. With hundreds of performers and thousands of spectators, many found themselves standing in the aisles, making even a trip to the restroom a daunting task. Zhong Ying urged the club president to forge a rapport with the lighting technician in the auditorium, requesting varied lighting effects in accordance with the musical transitions, chasing lights, colored beams, anything but a uniformly illuminated stage. They then commandeered a space backstage, where she leisurely applied makeup on her bandmates. They donned matching jeans and inexpensive white t-shirts purchased wholesale. Zhong Ying made some alterations, such as adjusting the keyboard's conventionality and cutting the sleeves of the bass guitar. The 2 guitarists tied their instruments at the waist, while she enlisted a classmate skilled in art to paint artistic lettering with vibrant colors, sprinkling a touch of glitter, a blend of cheap yet artistically appealing aesthetics. After all, the outfits were meant for a single performance. They would be discarded post-show. In the physics department, she procured some fibrous materials and spent the night crafting 5 pairs of false eyelashes. Regrettably, lacking nanoglue, she resorted to ordinary adhesive, which was difficult to remove and risked the loss of some natural lashes. Yet, the stage makeup had to be bold under the harsh stage lights. Bright eyes and pearly teeth could easily appear lackluster. For the sake of beauty, she cared little for the consequences, while applying makeup for her senior, who appeared rather displeased. Rolling her eyes in defiance, Zhong Ying firmly held her head and cautioned, this is not the time for stubbornness. Can you exhibit a bit of broader perspective? You insist on being unique in a band, yet you claim it's not about showing off? She continued, this task has been assigned to me by the president, and I assure you I will execute it superbly. I have a strong premonition that we will clinch the first prize in the music category tonight, and the comprehensive awards will undoubtedly be within our grasp. Her senior shot her a scornful glance, retorting, do you really think being the 35th to perform guarantees a first prize? Do you believe yourself to be a captivating figure like Daji? While the audience consists solely of kings like Zhou Zhong Ying chuckled as she affectionately patted her head, replying, "The audience is not merely filled with kings. There are also numerous women who aspire to surpass me. However, they can only watch as I shine on stage, captivating the king with my performance, utterly enthralled." She dramatically recited a couple of lines, eliciting an incredulous look from her senior, as though she were a madwoman. She then instructed Yin Yu to rally more attendees, preferably inviting more female classmates, as the sound of their enthusiastic cheers would be far more penetrating and galvanizing. Yin Yu, convinced by her whimsical assertions, informed her during their afternoon phone call that he had only managed to invite a few familiar female classmates from their department, including Yin Fan and Su Yin-yun. Interestingly, just the day before, as they departed from Zhong Jing's dormitory, the girl flipping through her book had seemingly nonchalantly inquired whether her boyfriend would attend her performance. Naturally, Zhong Ying warmly invited her seniors to come and support their roommate's sister. Zhong Jing, however, firmly stated she would not attend. Yet Zhong Ying remained confident that those few infatuated admirers would not only show up but might even bring along others from their circle. Attending the performance may be a mere fade, yet the genuine thrill lies in the proximity to the idol. After all, Yin Yu seldom participates in collective activities organized by the school, and the opportunities for chance encounters are exceedingly rare. A shiver of excitement coursed through Zhong Ying at the thought. How unethical of these bookworms, considering that the girl's boyfriend is still on stage. Su Weidong retorted, "You are insulting me." Nevertheless, Zhong Ying firmly believed that the audience tonight would be rife with those seeking to undermine their rivals. Yin Lei cast a nervous glance at Zhong Ying, now seated behind the drums. She gave her an encouraging okay gesture and whispered, "In a field of melons. All are watermelons." Zhong Ying nodded earnestly in response. As the stage lights dimmed, the curtains slowly parted, and the keyboard struck its first prolonged note. Zhong Ying slightly bent forward, drawing closer to the microphone. "Arise, you who are oppressed by hunger and cold. Arise, all those who suffer in this world." The surroundings faded into darkness, a solitary spotlight illuminating her figure. Her long hair cascaded down one side while the other was tucked behind her ear, presenting her profile to the audience, who could only behold her graceful upper body, her exquisite side profile, and her slightly parted crimson lips. Clad in a black long-sleeve zippered tracksuit, she appeared modest and gentle. Her voice, clear and melodious, possessed a simplicity devoid of intricate techniques. Akin to an innocent child singing, "My fervent blood is already boiling, ready to fight for the truth. Arise, you who are oppressed by hunger and cold, arise." The five girls each showcased their unique charms. Some sported neat short hair, while others boasted flowing locks. Some strummed guitars, beaming as they sang and laughed at the audience, while others, cool and expressionless, focused on the keyboard, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Yet it was the girl behind the drums who truly captured attention. Her conservative sportswear had long since vanished, replaced by a sleeveless black bodysuit with a high collar, adorned with a red heart. It clung to her, accentuating her straight shoulders and elegantly flowing arms, while her skin sparkled with a glimmering sheen that danced with the movement of her limbs. Zhong Ying rose to her feet, joining several others in raising their hands to keep the rhythm. "This is the final struggle. Unite for tomorrow." The auditorium of Kyoto University erupted into a fervor. As nearly everyone stood, and even those reluctant to rise were pulled up, the chorus resonating as if it might shatter the very roof. She seized the drumsticks, executing a flourish in the air before bringing them down with force, prompting the keyboard to follow suit, and the music resumed. "The Internationale shall be realized." The refrain echoed repeatedly, and even after the final notes, the audience continued to sing with fervor. The senior sister had more than a few lines to perform, and she concluded the performance, grasping the microphone to introduce each musician. Keyboardist Lin Lin, bassist Gua Jianping, guitarist Yin Lei, Feng Hua, and drummer Zhong Ying. The five took a bow in unison. She called out, and the four turned in unison, their white t-shirts emblazoned with the words, "Motherland Youth." Zhong Ying remained facing forward, a smile gracing her lips, with a red heart on her chest. The applause thundered, and the cheers were deafening. Amidst the cacophony, she heard her name being called, a voice hoarse and heart-wrenching, yet when she looked, only a figure was discernible, the identity elusive. It was not Yin Yu, for he stood just a few paces away in the crowd of camera-wielding admirers. As the curtain fell, she waved to him, placing her index finger to her lips and blowing a kiss, accurately directing it towards his position. Though her expression remained obscured, Zhong Ying discerned that he was smiling. His frequent lifting of the camera and his eagerness to position himself among others signified a buoyant and joyful spirit. Indeed, I am worthy of such admiration, Zhong Ying mused. I knew you were merely coasting through life, her senior teased, yet today, you seem remarkably spirited. To brighten your mood, I took a powerful energy pill beforehand. Suddenly, Yan Chen rushed forward, only to be halted in the nick of time by Yin Yu. Undeterred, he exclaimed in astonishment, Ying, is this for real? That melody isn't just a recording, is it? And you want to let me learn it? Zhong Ying gently pushed him aside and smiled at Yin Yu. Brother Yu. Yin Yu draped the camera around Yan Chen's neck and opened his arms wide, proclaiming, Congratulations, splendid work. In a moment of exhilaration, Zhong Ying leaped into his embrace. Prompting Yin ran to emit a raucous whistle as several boys around him erupted in laughter. One remarked, Little Yu has truly fallen, while another added, And it's worth the fall. Dressed elegantly in a lovely dress, Guanling held her violin case and turned her head aside, emitting a disdainful sound. Her typical air of superiority unmistakable. Yin Shun continued to ramble. This is unbelievable. I remember you were tone-deaf as a child. What a transformation. He paused, bewildered. What are you two doing in public? Unfazed by his inquiries, they embraced, oblivious to the onlookers. Zhong Ying paid no heed to the expressions of others, fully aware of their judgment. Her gaze, however, discreetly drifted towards Su Yinyun, who stood not far behind Yin Yu. On one side, Infan appeared even more rigid, while Su Yinyun's expression remained unperturbed as she quietly observed them, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Given her relationship with Yin Yu, her demeanor was quite normal. However, Zhong Ying did not forget the purpose behind her own ostentatious display, having shed her low-key facade to capture attention. Beyond merely impressing those akin to Sima Zhao, she aimed to exert pressure on Su Yinyun, probing her mindset. Having been in the laboratory for 2 months, unaware that Yin Yu had a girlfriend, Zhong Ying could not help but compare him with other seniors in their group. Yin Yu undoubtedly stood out, possessing an array of qualities that were irresistibly captivating. Had Su Yinyun never entertained any unusual thoughts? Were she a different girl? Zhong Ying would not indulge in such trivial speculations. Not everyone is inclined to swoon at the sight of a handsome man. Girls like Zhong Jing, focused solely on their studies, would dismiss Yin Yu entirely. However, Su Yinyun was different. Her fresh-faced innocence was unsettling, a constant source of anxiety. If she were to exhibit even a hint of jealousy or annoyance, Zhong Ying could easily exploit it, relegating Su Yinyun to the role of a mere passerby in Yin Yu's life. Yet, she remained composed, her demeanor entirely natural. Was it possible that she truly harbored no feelings for Yin Yu? Zhong Ying cast a sidelong glance at her, smiling as she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Yin Yu's lips, saying, I'm hungry. Only Su Yinyun maintained her expression, watching them with an inscrutable smile. Zhong Ying felt a sense of reassurance at this, convinced that something was amiss. Strangers passing by averted their gazes shyly, yet here was Su Yinyun, remarkably composed. Her gaze unwavering, a far cry from the innocence one would expect of a 19-year-old girl. Such normalcy was, in fact, rather abnormal. Chapter 56. Aftermath of the performance that evening, Zhong Ying dined with her friends and, apart from Yin Ran, she also became acquainted with Dai Yuan and the Gong brothers. Some affectionately called her sister-in-law, while others referred to her as younger sister. And Zhong Ying graciously accepted all the playful banter, though Yin Yu appeared somewhat bashful, seemingly unaccustomed to such appellations. Guanling was present, as was Yin Chun. One was sullen and taciturn, while the other insisted on having a heart-to-heart with her, questioning why she had so foolishly boarded his brother's ship, repeating his inquiries in a manner that suggested his confusion. Guanling felt quite wronged. She had not intended to come, but was compelled by Zhong Ying. When Yin Ran invited her to dinner, she had declined, stating she needed to return to school, prompting several young men to cast those awkward glances at Yin Yu. Noticing Yin Yu's reluctance to speak, Yin Ran gently encouraged Guanling, saying, Lingzi, don't be like this. The school cafeteria is already closed at this hour. You can't starve. Let us have dinner first and then head back. Yet, Guanling shook her head, her gaze lowered and her eyes dimmed, appearing rather fragile and melancholic, which brought a slight heaviness to the otherwise jovial atmosphere. Zhong Ying secretly scoffed, approached her, and wrapped an arm around her, subtly pulling her aside as she whispered, Can going out for a meal really be that catastrophic? Are you intent on ruining my happy moment? Guanling shot her a sidelong glance, exclaiming, You're delusional. Whether or not I go for dinner is my choice. You really think too highly of yourself if you believe it affects your happiness. My friends are here. What is wrong with accompanying them to enjoy the performance? Guanling was nearly exasperated again. You truly are something else, a petty person with a heart full of malice. Please lower your voice, otherwise I might cry. Claiming you insulted me. Guanling truly wished to leap up and declare, I shall not go. However, recalling Zhong Ying's words that Yin Yu had seen through her, she felt a pang of guilt. In his absence, she believed she had come to terms with her feelings, yet upon encountering him, she was overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to act foolishly. She yearned for nonchalance, yet witnessing Yin Yu embrace Zhong Ying tenderly left her feeling quite unsettled. It wasn't as convoluted as Zhong Ying perceived, yet there undeniably lingered a sense of petulance and defiance within her. Reiko? Just have a little bit to eat, she remarked. As they walked towards the dining area, Yinren addressed Yin Yu. Reiko seems quite magnanimous, doesn't she? Realizing she has no chance, she decided to simply be friends with your sister Zhong. Ahead, Zhong Ying tilted her head, engaging in conversation with Guanling, occasionally mimicking the motions of playing the violin, while Guanling stiffly advanced, not daring to glance aside. Yin Yu chuckled at the sight. Ying certainly knows how to cast a spell on others. Suddenly, Yin Chen sprang forth, declaring, the one casting spells is you. I must tell you, I do not approve of this match. After the performance, the renowned Jingdao Ji Guang band garnered widespread recognition across various universities, resulting in both benefits and drawbacks. The advantages included Zhong Ying and her companions, each receiving a reward of 60 yuan. The school's Youth League Committee agreed to allocate funding for the music club's activities. The number of individuals enrolling in the music club surged, leading to significant progress in their long-aspired promotional endeavors. The broadcasting room no longer favored folk music exclusively, occasionally airing one or two softer rock songs. The downside is that Zhong Ying has become renowned. Her name is known throughout the school, as is her appearance, age, place of origin, major, dormitory number, and even the identity of her roommate, along with her frequent haunts. In truth, all 5 members of the band have gained fame, yet she shines the brightest, for her uniqueness sets her apart. That evening, several photographs from the performance were selected, enlarged, and displayed in the school's bulletin board. Her exuberant pose, arms raised high and her expression radiant, was scrutinized by all repeatedly. Even Zhong Ying herself had to concede that the photographs were exceptionally well captured. Her face unmarred and her smile infectious. The upwards angle lent her an impressive presence, as if it were the culmination of countless adjustments to achieve the perfect shot, a testament to the skill of the photography club president. Unfortunately, the better the pictures, the more trouble she encountered. The old admirers had not yet been fully deterred, while new suitors sprang up as rapidly as freshly sprouted chives. Love letters began to cascade within the campus, and some even took it upon themselves to buy her meals, fetch water, reserve seats, and orchestrate various chance encounters. Daily, she would hear dozens of times, "Oh, Zhong Ying, what a coincidence. You're also going to eat, attend class, or visit the library." Strangers addressed her with an intimacy reminiscent of calling out to an aunt. Even more absurd was the request for her to become a mentor in drumming, which would undoubtedly leave her drum instructor in tears. For had he not been disqualified by gender from joining the all-female rock band, he would have already taken the stage himself. While Zhong Ying appeared to perform with ease and skill, her proficiency was merely at a beginner level, bolstered by her musicality and foundational training, coupled with a focus on embellishments, including Lu Ku. It seemed he had found a way to express his feelings without being overly intrusive. One day, Infinite, with admiration, said to Zhong Ying, "I was right there in the audience, my voice hoarse from cheering. You truly are the most exceptional and remarkable girl I have ever encountered." Zhong Ying, fanning a polite smile, recalled the night when Yin Yu whispered in her ear, Ying, you are amazing," and then Luca's praise, which left her feeling somewhat nauseated. "Oh, it was nothing much. We just shared an extended farewell kiss, and naturally, I needed to catch my breath." Before the compliment of amazing, there was another remark. "I never expected that after only 2 months of practice, you would perform so impressively, leaving me in awe." Suddenly, a girl from the adjoining dormitory burst forth, exclaiming, "Don't condemn everyone for the actions of one. Whoever did it is a dog, not a human." Shortly thereafter, others joined in with fervent oaths. "Whoever did it shall be childless. Whoever did it shall be struck by a vehicle. Whoever did it shall suffer from sores on their face. Whoever did it shall endure intestinal distress." A shy and introverted girl from room 307 after much contemplation, finally mustered. Whoever did it shall fail their courses. Immediately, someone responded, I already said that. Then, may she forever fail her courses and never graduate. Zhong Ying, in her room, chuckled as she unwrapped her blanket, then hurried outside to clarify and soothe. Expressing her belief that her classmates were cultured individuals who would not engage in such behavior, it was merely a misunderstanding caused by the wind. And there was no need for such fierce oaths. Upon returning to her dormitory, Zhao Yuelon wore a grave expression. What kind of wind must be strong enough to topple your water bottle, overturn a basin filled with wet clothes, and displace a 7-kilogram blanket? Zhong Ying smiled lightly. It's a trivial matter. Don't take it to heart. She truly did not take it to heart. Nor did she inform Yinyu. She focused on her studies and her social engagements. She merely refrained from displaying her personal belongings, ensuring that her shoes and quilt were not left to hang out of the window, and that her clothes were washed the same day they were worn. She even altered the name on her newly purchased water bottle to that of Wang Dazhuang from the law department. On the last day of May, during midday, Li Jiayin, who had not approached her in quite some time, intercepted her. Zhong Ying, I overheard 2 girls talking about you in the library yesterday. What did they say about me? Li Jiayin hesitated. Please don't be angry when you hear this. I know it's not true. Zhong Ying smiled. Since you are aware it is untrue and that I would be upset to hear it, why then would you come to tell me? Li Jiayin replied reasonably. I believe you should be informed and confront them about it. You might even consider reporting it to the school. Such irresponsible and baseless rumors could seriously tarnish your reputation. Zhong Ying, surprisingly, felt a slight appreciation for him. All right, tell me, what rumors? They say you are involved with many boys and that your boyfriend is oblivious to it. Is there more? Yes. They also mentioned that you dress provocatively and insinuated that your rock music lifestyle is chaotic. Essentially, they used a variety of derogatory terms. At the time, there were many classmates around, and they spoke quite loudly, seemingly intending for others to hear. Zhong Ying maintained her composure, revealing no trace of anger. After listening, she merely nodded. Thank you for telling me. Do you know which department those 2 are from? They are seniors from our business management department, either 2nd or 3rd year. They look familiar, but I do not know their names. During their sophomore and junior years, they did not reside in the same building, which suggests that the mischief makers and rumor mongers are 2 distinct groups. Is it truly the case that the school is teeming with handsome boys? What has transpired? The room resembled a battleground. Zhong Ying's suitcase lay overturned on the floor, its contents strewn about chaotically, articles of clothing scattered everywhere. Her desk was splattered with ink, and her makeup bag had also been rummaged through, with the cap of the eyebrow pencil carelessly tossed aside, and lipsticks rolling about, all of them shattered. Yin Lei exclaimed, Goodness! Could it be that a thief has broken in? The 3 of them began to investigate their belongings. Zhong Ying opened the drawers and cabinets, then approached her bed, where her neatly folded quilt had been tossed aside, revealing a puddle of water beneath it, and ink stains marred both her pillow and sheets. After meticulously checking her belongings, she found that nothing was missing. They had merely endured a thorough ravaging. Juan, have you lost anything? No, neither have I. Zhong Ying, what about you? Zhong Ying turned her head. The 500 yuan I kept under my pillow is gone. Yin Lei gasped in astonishment. That's quite a sum. If money is truly missing, we must report it to the police. Quickly, everyone step out. Do not touch anything. There may be fingerprints. The young lady displayed considerable knowledge of the situation. Zhong Ying slipped her hand into her pocket and felt a roll of cash. She did not wish to implicate anyone unjustly, but without any loss of property. The police would not be called. Once they apprehended the culprit, she could easily recall that the money had not been placed under her pillow. Chapter 57. An unfortunate incident. The egregious act of burglary and property damage sent shockwaves throughout the entire school, renowned for its exemplary conduct. Such misconduct is a rarity at our institution, and should word spread that it was perpetrated by a student of this esteemed academy, it would bring considerable shame upon the administration. If a report is not filed, who will compensate Zhong Ying for her 500 yuan? Moreover, the existence of a potential personal threat raises significant concerns regarding the safety of all students, rendering this matter imperative to address through official channels. In the early 1990s, 500 yuan surpassed the threshold for criminal cases. Upon receiving the school's report, the local police station promptly dispatched 2 officers to the scene to conduct an investigation, gather evidence, and take statements. Zhong Ying mentioned that the money was found beneath her pillow because she noticed uneven, streaked ink marks on it. resembling the impression of fingers that had carelessly brushed against ink. Fingerprints were collected, but comparing and verifying them would require time. While no other students' belongings were damaged or missing, her possessions were turned upside down, and the ink-stained destruction of her cosmetics strongly suggested an act of vengeance. Coupled with the recent troubling events Zhong Ying had experienced, the officers deduced that this was not simply a case of burglary, but rather a targeted act of retribution against her. Thus, they focused their initial inquiries on individuals with whom she had conflicts in recent times. Who could they be? Zhong Ying found it difficult to ascertain. After all, she had always prided herself on being amiable. After much hesitation, she finally recounted her observations of a classmate named Li Jiayin in the library. Li Jiayin was unaware of the identities of the two individuals in question, but the officers could facilitate an identification process. The following afternoon, they took statements and collected fingerprints from two sophomore female students majoring in accounting, one named Zhang Lu and the other Ma Xiufeng. Zhong Ying did not meet with the two individuals, but upon learning their names, she sought the assistance of a teacher named Luo Zhongyuan at the law school through her counselor, requesting him to issue 2 letters of attorney. Luo Zhongyuan, both an educator and a practicing lawyer with a law firm, frequently represents cases. Upon hearing Zhong Ying's request, he appeared somewhat astonished, inquiring, "Do you have intentions of pursuing legal action?" A letter of attorney serves merely as a legal evaluation and risk assessment. It does not possess binding authority. After examining the document, he glanced at Zhong Ying in surprise, asking, "Is this written by you?" "Yes," she replied. "Are you studying finance?" "Yes." "Please, elaborate on the matter." A lawyer must take responsibility for the content of the letters they issue. Fabricating facts to intimidate others incurs legal liability. Initially, Zhong Ying contemplated concocting a falsehood. But upon hearing from the police that the two girls had acknowledged having casually spoken a few words, yet their fingerprints did not match and they were excluded from suspicion, she reconsidered her approach. If she were to intimidate, it ought to be done convincingly, to serve as a warning to others. Given the police's documentation, Teacher Luo did not expend much effort in collecting evidence. Within a day, he delivered the letters through the department to the two girls. Considering they were students of the same institution, he charged Zhong Ying a mere 100 yuan and even provided her with several copies free of charge. When Zhang Lu and Ma Xiufeng arrived at Zhong Ying's dormitory, she was busy washing clothes in the laundry room. She had rewashed every garment that had been rummaged through by the thief, leaving her utterly exhausted and her delicate skin suffering, her fingers swollen and pale from the labor. The two entered in a furious huff, tossing the document at Zhong Ying's feet, demanding to know her intentions. Seizing the opportunity to rest, she shook the water from her hands and smiled, saying, "The contents of the notice reflect my own sentiments. Since you are literate, senior, I trust you do not require me to read it aloud for you once more? Have you lost your mind? How could you escalate this matter to the department?" Just days prior, they had been summoned by the police, who had already instilled a considerable amount of fear in them. Upon inquiry, they learned that a junior had accused them of harboring a conflict with Zhong Ying, suggesting a suspicion of burglary. The two quickly protested their innocence, eagerly cooperating with fingerprint collection and truthfully explaining that they had merely engaged in some idle gossip. When the police inquired about the nature of this gossip, they skillfully evaded the more sensitive details, only to have the junior emerge again to testify, reciting their words verbatim and asserting that there were numerous witnesses present, should the need arise to summon them one by one. The counselor's shock and anger matched their own, as she expressed her profound disappointment and reprimanded the pair. She then stated that if the juniors insisted on pursuing legal action, the school would be powerless to intervene, for they were all adults and must take responsibility for their actions. Who among us has not indulged in casual gossip on campus? Was it truly necessary for Zhong Ying to escalate things to this extent? Ma Xiufeng, incensed, felt an urge to shove her, but Zhong Ying immediately retreated, pointing at her and declaring, "I advise you against acting impulsively. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable for more than just defamation. When have we ever defamed you? My attorney has already obtained evidence from the police station, and you both have acknowledged your statements. Surely you remember that? It is not solely us who have spoken. The rumors about you abound within the school. Why target just the two of us?" Zhong Ying smiled faintly. "Who made your words into indisputable evidence? Besides, I have my own signed confession. I can certainly file a lawsuit." Ma Xiufeng gasped for breath, eager to continue the argument with Zhong Ying, but Zhang Lu restrained her. "Must you escalate this matter? We are all from the same school, and litigation will adversely affect both parties' studies and reputations. We have erred in this situation. Can we not simply apologize? What harm could come from a guaranteed victory in court? Zhong Ying bent down to pick up a legal letter, examining it intently. Within 3 days, if you publicly apologize and mitigate the repercussions, I shall refrain from pursuing legal action. Beyond 3 days, to be frank, my lawyer is already in contact with witnesses and drafting a complaint. An apology is acceptable, but what do you mean by mitigating the repercussions? Quite simple, really. You can make copies of this legal letter and post them in the dormitory, the classroom building, the library, the cafeteria, and on bulletin boards, ensuring visibility for all. Coupled with a public apology via broadcast, the impact will be nullified and will serve an educational purpose as well. Ma Xiaofeng struggled to break free and confront her. Do not go too far. Zhong Ying scoffed. You find it acceptable to shamelessly slander me in public, yet my legal defense of my reputation is excessive? Dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall see you ruined. Zhang Lu, ever the pragmatist, held Ma Xiaofeng tightly. We are at fault. But this incident was not of our own making. We merely heard it from others. Who? Someone from another school. Zhong Ying crossed her arms and squinted her eyes, declaring, if you can reveal who it is and agree to testify, I shall refrain from suing you and will be satisfied with a simple apology. Zhang Lu inquired, are you planning to sue that person? Of course, she replied, momentarily hesitating. I forgot. I overheard others discussing you while out, but I cannot recall who it was. Zhong Ying found the situation increasingly amusing. Curling her lips into a smirk, that person does not exist. You merely seek to evade responsibility. When it pertains to personal reputation, I shall not show leniency. If you prefer to avoid the terms laid out in the legal notice, then brace yourselves for a court summons. Once the school is informed, your parents will also learn of this matter. When it comes to court, they will need to hire a competent lawyer on your behalf. After all, I possess irrefutable evidence. And escaping culpability will not be a simple task. Her resolute demeanor left the two girls genuinely frightened. It was not merely a matter of winning or losing for them. The very notion of a lawsuit was terrifying. They were still students, acutely aware of their immaturity, and the sudden prospect of bearing legal responsibility was daunting. Defamation, a shameful accusation. What would the school think? What would their classmates say? The ramifications of their parents discovering such a scandal at school were too overwhelming to contemplate. As Zhong Ying turned to leave, Zhang Lu grasped her arm, exclaiming, this was not our intention. Someone coerced us into this. She offered us money. At 6:30 in the evening, Zhong Ying stood beside the telephone booth, lost in thought, her expression grave. The ringing of the phone interrupted her reverie, and she quickly picked it up. You go, where are you? I have something to discuss. Who's in the lab? Zhao Rui, Ai Gua, Lao Niu, and Xiao Su are all here. Are you able to step away for a moment? What's the matter? Yin Yu chuckled softly. Haven't seen me for a week. Are you missing me? The new project is rather challenging and I can't leave at the moment. Why don't you come over? At least I can treat you to a meal. Zhong Ying, accustomed to the arduous task of programming against the outdated DOS system, could envision his struggles. She had intended to share everything that had transpired recently, but the words caught in her throat. Well, I miss you, but let's hold off. We're quite busy with the simulated company competition these days. Perhaps we can meet next week. All right, be good. Does others specifically refer to girls? You know it well. I barely have a chance to converse with girls. I spend entire days in the lab, hardly encountering a single female. Isn't Yin fun and Xiao Su female? Yin Yu sighed in resignation, but can I speak with them? How would we communicate while working? Through gestures. Zhong Ying scoffed lightly, hee. This brother should understand my meaning. I am the goddess of jealousy with a treasure of vinegar. If it spills, it could cause quite the uproar. Yin Yu laughed heartily. These past few days, both he and Zhong Ying had been exceedingly busy, their conversations limited to brief greetings, content in the knowledge that the other was well. Hearing her joke was a rare delight, suggesting her spirits were high. Her spirits were lifted, which in turn gladdened his own. The thought of their rendezvous next week alleviated much of the fatigue from a day spent wrestling with the antiquated 286 computer. Back in the lab, Su Yinyan was placing a cup of tea on his desk. Senior, chrysanthemum tea, to invigorate the mind and brighten the eyes. He gave her a thumbs up, inclining it towards her. Su Yinyan paused. What's that for? Yin Yu sat down. Thanks. My girlfriend instructed me not to converse with other girls. Looks like I'll have to practice my sign language from now on. Su Yinyan's expression remained composed, betraying no surprise, and instead offered a faint smile, intriguing. Niu Fengnian and Zhao Rui exchanged glances, simultaneously feigning disgust. Why do people in love seem to exhibit such diminished intellect? Naive and unaware. Su Yinyun maintained her delicate smile until the three had refocused their attention on their computers. Only then did she turn to the small table in the corner to continue making tea. As she crushed the dried chrysanthemums between her fingers, her smile vanished, her lips curving downward, a soft hum escaping her nostrils. Concurrently, Zhong Ying telephoned Su Weidong again, requesting to borrow his video camera. Su Weidong inquired, "How did you know I possess a video camera?" Zhong Ying not only knew he had one, but that he owned three, a JVC, a Swiss Bolex, and a Sony, all purchased for Master Su during his sojourns abroad in the 80s. A man who indulges in opium, drinks fine wine, and dons $1,000 suits. How could he not have a video camera? I'd like to borrow a smaller one, easily concealed, preferably the JVC brand. I've heard they have a handheld model. It is quite a coincidence. I happen to possess one, but why should I lend it to you? Zhong Ying completely disregarded the topic. Just send it over now. And make sure to bring the connecting battery and everything else. Look at how large your face is. No way, I'm hanging up. Dad. Su Weidong was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he inquired, "Where are you drinking tonight? What is wrong with addressing you as Dad?" "Dad. I've been bullied at school," came Zhong Ying's despondent voice from the receiver. "Someone smashed my water bottle, trampled on my quilt, destroyed all my belongings, spilled water and ink on my bed, and even stole my money." "What? Is that really happening?" Su Weidong exclaimed, an inexplicable fury rising within him. "They even spread rumors about my character, claiming I have improper relations and that I'm cheating on Yenyu," Zhong Ying cried out. "Why do they say such things about me? I am not like you." The anger suddenly dissipated. "Stop talking nonsense. Where are you? I'll bring you the camera." Alas, she is indeed a pitiable child. When faced with troubles, she is reluctant to seek help from home. Yet she repeatedly calls out for her father. The mentally troubled girl harbors both love and resentment for her beastly father. Chapter 58. My first love. The moment Zhong Ying spotted Su Weidong at the school gate, she wished fervently for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. They had not been in contact for a month. On the day of the performance, she was aware of his presence, yet ultimately did not show up, only fulfilling the requirement of bringing Duan Malian to the event, where she was forced to witness an exhibition of affection after enduring a striking display of charm. Zhong Ying suspected that those unfamiliar men were sent by him to prevent Duan Malian from escaping. Her father was still quite obedient. During the days spent with Yenyu, she neither desired nor could approach Su Weidong, especially with the impending task that required her to avoid him. If it weren't for the necessity of his financial assistance this time, Zhong Ying believed it would be best if they did not meet for an entire year. He remained oblivious to whom her true essence belonged.